One day, through an inexplicable twist of fate, Song Zhishui transformed into the true heiress who was swapped at birth. Starved and poorly clothed, nearly beaten to death by her alcoholic adoptive father, she is incessantly tormented by a system whispering in her ear. The system declares, "Your task is to continue the original owner's life, struggling in the mire for a span of 15 years. Then, return to your biological parents' home, serving as the control group for the false heiress, completing the nefarious tasks of the malevolent supporting character, culminating in a tragic demise." With her large, bewildered eyes wide open, Zhishui ponders. Well, to live, to return home, to become the heroine. Thus, the little one strides forth on her short legs, gradually standing before her biological mother. "Mama, here I am. Please take note." Chapter 1, Rebirth. In the harsh winter, Zhishui curls herself into a ball, traversing the dilapidated alleyway. She dons a thin, faded garment, her lips pale, trembling with cold, her entire body freezing. Her shoes are torn and oversized, creating a pattering sound as she walks on the ground. At last, she arrives at the small shop. Zhishui's gaze is inadvertently drawn to a small piece of bread in the cabinet, her stomach growling audibly. Today has not been fortunate. She has failed to find anything to eat in the trash bins and has endured an entire day of hunger. Swallowing hard, Zhishui forces herself to divert her gaze from the small bread. She tilts her head, straining to rise on her tiptoes, pointing at a bottle of liquor on the shelf. "Uncle, I want that bottle of alcohol," Zhishui speaks, her voice somewhat airy, as her teeth have yet to fully emerge, and just days ago, her father knocked one out. The shopkeeper rises with a stern expression, snatches the crumpled 20 yuan note from Zhishui's hand, stuffs the bag containing the liquor into her grasp, and tosses in 2 pieces of bread. "It's about to expire. Just throw it away for me." Zhishui's eyes brighten, and she cautiously inquires, "Uncle, can Zhishui eat this?" The shopkeeper waves his hand impatiently. "Do as you wish. It's not something I want." Zhishui's spirits lift immediately. "Thank you, uncle." Once Zhishui departs, the shopkeeper sighs. She is indeed a pitiful child. Her mother's workplace is said to be quite distant, and she seldom returns home each month. This child can only follow her father, who is both an alcoholic and a gambler, being commanded to do this and that at such a tender age, enduring erratic meals and frequent beatings. Such misfortune. In the corridor, Zhishui carefully places the 2 pieces of bread into her pocket, tiptoes, and struggles to open the door, stepping inside. In the dim, filthy room, a figure reeking of alcohol sprawls on the sofa, his eyes bloodshot as he stares at the images on the television. That is Zhishui's father, Song Zhishui. Zhishui cautiously approaches Song Zhishui, extending the bottle of liquor towards him. Once she hands over the alcohol, she can finally eat the small bread. In the next moment, the liquor is yanked away, and simultaneously, a heavy slap lands on Zhishui's face. A torrent of curses accompanies the blow. "You worthless, money-sucking brat. Even buying a bottle of liquor takes you this long. What use is it to raise you?" The force of the slap sends Zhishui crashing to the ground. She gingerly touches her swollen face, feeling a sense of sadness. "Daddy, I wasn't slow." Zhishui insists, having done her utmost to hasten. Song Zhishui, ignoring her words, strikes Zhishui again, his bloodshot gaze returning to the television. Upon seeing the scene on the screen, he erupts in fury, kicking Zhishui. "Money-sucking brat, it's all your fault for ruining my luck. I could have won at gambling." With a thud, Zhishui is sent flying, crashing heavily onto the coffee table. Biting her lip, she emits a series of painful whimpers, curling up like a small beast, clutching her head. Yet, Song Zhishui shows no intention of relenting, continuing to rain blows upon Zhishui. She attempts to hide beneath the coffee table, but is callously yanked back by him. Perhaps fueled by anger or intoxication, he seizes the bottle of liquor she had just given him, and with a resounding crash, he brings it down upon her head. A sharp pain surges through her, draining her of strength. Her vision blurs, and fear grips her. With great effort, she stretches out her hand to grasp Song Zhishui's pant leg, her voice barely above a whisper. "Daddy, save me." In response, she receives a merciless kick to her abdomen. "Stop playing dead. Get out of my way." Zhishui is sent sprawling like a rag doll, the small bread she had hidden in her pocket falling alongside her. Without hesitation, Song Zhishui kicks her aside, spitting out his disgust before collapsing onto the sofa, unconscious. After a while, Zhishui stirs slightly. The small bread remains uneaten. She understands that it was given to her specifically by the shopkeeper. Has she wasted the uncle's kindness? Would he feel saddened by this? She crawls towards the small bread, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. However, just as her small hand is about to touch the bread, her arm falls limply. In midair, a figure hovers, gazing down with innocent apricot eyes, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice buzzes incessantly. Host, do you hear me? This body, which you are about to inherit, belongs to the true heiress Song Zhishui, who was swapped at birth by the Song family. After enduring 15 years of abuse from her adoptive father, she is found and returned by her biological parents, serving as the control group for the pampered heroine Song Zhiao. Subsequently, she becomes the target of relentless bullying and schemes against the heroine Song Zhiao, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of 18 burly men, tragically dying in the streets. The mechanical voice drones on, oblivious to the clarity and innocence reflected in the girl's eyes. It fails to notice that the girl's gaze is fixated on the liquor bottle, seemingly lost in thought. After painstakingly completing its monologue, the mechanical voice clears its throat. This is the plot you are destined to follow, and I, the esteemed System 0517, will assist you in navigating through this entire narrative. Once you have traversed the entirety of this plot, you shall be rewarded, receiving a fortune beyond measure and returning healthily to your original world. Host, are you prepared? 0517 inquires. The girl slowly regains her focus, her strikingly distinct eyes questioning in return. Dog egg, why can't she walk on her own? Host, the original body has already perished. She cannot continue the narrative. Wait, host, what did you just call me? Dog egg. Host, I am System 0517. The girl remains unfazed, continuing to speak slowly. But she is right here, isn't she? At that moment, 0517 abruptly realizes that a pale-faced little girl stands beside their host. Upon closer inspection, is that not the soul of Song Zhishui, devoid of breath below? What on earth is happening? How is this possible? Shouldn't Song Zhishui have already reincarnated? Why is her soul still here? A more scrutinizing gaze reveals that it is none other than her own host, firmly grasping Song Zhishui's soul. This is absurd. Since when can a human soul capture another soul? 0517 was on the verge of insanity. Host, release her. She is meant to reincarnate. You must let go immediately. However, the girl paid her no heed, clutching Song Zhishui's hand and sluggishly uttering, "You go back, find your biological parents." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "And avoid getting beaten." Host, have you lost your mind? Without this body, you will perish instantly. Her lifespan has already reached its end. She must depart. Song Zhishui's voice resonated softly. I'm sorry, sister, but Sui must leave. Sui feels that this is quite good. I'm no longer hungry, nor do I feel pain. As her words faded, Song Zhishui's figure gradually dissipated into a minuscule light point. Only then did 0517 exhale in relief. Yet, why did it seem as though that light point drifted into its host's body? Shouldn't reincarnation gravitate toward the underworld? Upon focusing once more, 0517 found nothing to behold. Could it be that it had misperceived the situation? Just as 0517 was lost in thought, it suddenly witnessed its host's soul abruptly entering Song Zhishui's body. Huh? What? 0517 was bewildered. Shouldn't it be required to exert its power to facilitate the host's transition? This process seemed decidedly different from what it had been trained to expect. Nevertheless, it decided to disregard the anomaly, as long as the host was willing to cooperate. A minute passed, 2 minutes elapsed. The figure on the ground remained utterly still. Just as 0517 began to doubt whether something had happened to its host, the little one finally stirred. 0517 sighed in relief and commenced guiding the narrative task. Host, your current objective is to locate a medical kit. Oh no, there isn't a medical kit here. You need to find some tissues to bandage yourself, and then tidy up the house in anticipation of your foster mother's return. Upon completion of the task, the system shall reward you with a 3-day 20% pain sensation shield. It seemed that upon hearing the task, the individual on the ground slowly rose and ambled towards the wooden rack at the back. 0517 thought to itself, despite the minor setbacks encountered earlier, the outcome remained favorable. It was not in vain that it had meticulously chosen this host. Speaking of which, this was 0517's first experience guiding a host. To ensure the success of the task without error, it was exceedingly cautious in selecting its host. It deemed those too old, uncontrollable, unsuitable, as well as those too young, who could not comprehend instructions, as undesirable. Those too intelligent or too foolish were also excluded. Such individuals were abundant. However, Finding someone on the brink of death proved challenging. Thus, 0517 pondered deeply and ultimately conceived the idea of selecting individuals from a hospital. Just as it set off, it fortuitously encountered a hospital that had recently experienced a fire. Within the basement, there lay a young girl of 8 or 9 years who had perished. It even took the liberty of retrieving a report on the young girl, which stated her intellect was exceedingly high, yet her mental faculties were lacking. 0517 scoffed, even deriding the information repository of this small world. How could one possess high intelligence yet lack mental completeness? It was a blatant contradiction. Absolutely untrustworthy. Witnessing the girl's soul nearing the point of reincarnation, it hesitated no longer and promptly chose to bind. However, 0517 was unaware of the existence of a certain type of hospital, the psychiatric hospital. Little did it know that just prior to its arrival, the young girl had one hand stained with unevaporated alcohol while clutching a lighter in the other, her face adorned with a dazed yet angelic smile. Chapter 2. If there's something wrong, seek the police. Just as 0517 was roused from contemplation on May 17th, it beheld a small child, drenched in blood, reaching for items atop the table. Due to her insufficient height, she sluggishly climbed onto the nearby sofa, her mud-caked shoes slapping down without hesitation onto Song Zhishui's face. Witnessing the scene, 0517 nearly gasped in disbelief. How audacious could this child be? If Song Zhishui were to awaken, wouldn't he mete out another beating? As if to confirm 0517's suspicions, Song Zhishui stirred, showing signs of imminent consciousness. Yet the child, undeterred, seized a glass bottle from beside Song Zhishui and, with a resounding crash, brought it down upon his head. Blood gushed from the back of Song Zhishui's skull, his eyes rolled back, and he fell completely unconscious. 0517. After executing this act, the child displayed no fear, fixated instead on retrieving the telephone from the table. Wait, the telephone. 0517 could not contain itself. Host. The tissues are nearby. I'm looking for the telephone. What do you need the telephone for? To call the police, of course. Oh no. 0517 let out another frantic squeal. Host, what you need to do now is complete the task, not call the police. Oh, be quiet. With that, the child had already picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello? Officer, I'm about to be beaten up. My dad is hitting me with a wine bottle. By the time the child hung up, 0517 had let out a third scream. The child remained oblivious, slowly making her way toward a small loaf of bread. Every step was painful, her body battered, yet she uttered not a word. Finally, upon securing the bread, she nestled into a corner and began to eat, taking small bites as if it were the most significant undertaking in the world. When she reached her 8th bite, the door was suddenly burst open. A group of officers, panting heavily, appeared at the entrance. Their expressions turned to shock upon witnessing the scene within the room. The air was thick with a bizarre mixture of alcoholic odor. Chaos reigning throughout. A little girl, shivering in a tattered shirt amidst this frigid weather, curled in the corner, coughing up blood while nibbling on a stale piece of bread. Her hair was disheveled, her face smeared with blood and dirt, yet her round, innocent eyes remained wide open, betraying a hint of bewilderment. Their hearts clenched at the sight. A wave of indescribable pain and fury surged within them. They tread softly, cautiously approaching the child. Little one, do not be afraid. Uncle will take you to the hospital. All right? How do you feel? Does it hurt? In 0517's mind, it was frantically urging, tell them you don't want to go to the central hospital. Just don't go to the central hospital. The protagonist of this little world had fallen and injured herself while playing in an amusement park. And now she was at the central hospital. As a competent system, it could not allow them to cross paths at this moment. The child moved slowly. Then, please beg me. 0517 was on the verge of losing its mind. Host, consider it a plea from me. You are beautiful, kind-hearted, and good-natured. Please just listen to me this once. Song Zhishui took her final bite of bread, slowly lifting her head, and coughed up another mouthful of blood, addressing the officer. I don't think it hurts. Pausing, she added, I don't want to go to the hospital. Oh, you've helped me. So you can't bother me anymore. Oh, you big-headed fool. It meant not going to the central hospital, not that she wouldn't go to the hospital at all. Not going to the hospital means not going to the central hospital, right? 0517 fell into contemplation. It felt that the child's argument held some merit. But why did it sense something awry? The CPU was almost overheating, yet 0517 remained oblivious to the underlying issue. Upon hearing her declaration of not feeling pain and not wanting to go to the hospital, the responding officers could no longer maintain their composure. How could such a young girl, already so gravely injured, still declare she felt no pain and refused medical assistance? How much suffering had she endured to exhibit such maturity? What kind of wretched person would inflict harm upon such an innocent and endearing child? The two officers exchanged glances. All right, we want to go to the hospital. Instead, we'll visit the angel sister. The angel sister says that you, Sui Sui, are a brave little girl and would like to reward you with candy. All right? Sui Sui nodded eagerly. 0517 breathed a sigh of relief. The officers dared not move Sui Sui themselves. Instead, they brought a stretcher. The child hesitated. You want to drop me halfway, will you? The officers felt a lump form in their throats, a wave of pain washing over them. They regarded Song Zhishui with deepening pity and compassion. What kind of life had this child endured? What heinous acts had her parents committed to instill such fear in a small, innocent child, making her believe they might abandon her midway? The officer spoke softly. Don't worry, little one. Uncle promises to safely take you to the hospital. Just as they prepared to lift her, the child seemed to recall something. She turned, pointing at Song Zhishui on the sofa. Dad, remember to catch him. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the officer's fierce gazes fell upon Song Zhishui. Upon seeing the blood on his head, they were momentarily taken aback. Just as 0517 feared the officers would be disappointed in the child, their soothing voices rang out. Don't worry, little one. Uncle will take care of your daddy. You need not concern yourself. The officers exchanged hushed words. This child is utterly heartbreaking. Despite her grave injuries, she is still worried about her father and whether he is all right. 0517. Isn't there a possibility that the gaping wound on his head was inflicted by this little one? Song Zhishui was also somewhat bewildered. That was not what she meant. The two officers carefully transported the bloodied Song Zhishui to the hospital. Meanwhile, the others, filled with compassion, turned away from watching Sui Sui leave and stormed toward Song Zhishui, swiftly subduing him and pinning him to the ground, their voices fierce. Police! Don't move. This was no mere family dispute. This was blatant abuse. Murder. Chapter 3. Different fates for similar stories. After being taken to the hospital, Sui Sui's eyelids grew heavy and she slipped into a deep slumber. The subsequent hours in the emergency room were filled with silence, despite 0517's frantic screams echoing in her mind, all in vain. When the child finally awoke, 0517 was exhausted from its incessant worry, feeling utterly drained and silent. In the hospital room, only the hushed voices of a few nurses could be heard. Alas! Such a pity that at such a tender age, she finds herself in the emergency room, bearing so many wounds. How can parents be so heartless towards such a lovely child? The nurses overheard the doctor mentioning that this little girl, despite her grievous injuries, has managed to hold on until now, which can only be described as miraculous. It is worth noting that they share the surname Song. This little girl's life starkly contrasts that of the Song family's daughter. In that household, even the slightest scrape on the knee would have prompted Lady Song to rush her to the hospital in a frenzy. While this young girl has yet to receive a visit from a single family member. Stop talking, look. Is she waking up? A nurse dashed out to summon the doctor and the police. Soon, both the doctor and the police arrived at Song Zhishui's hospital room, showering her with concern. Just then, a figure burst through the door and rushed into the room. Breathless and pale, she had clearly hurried over. Upon seeing the crowd, she momentarily froze before throwing herself onto Zhishui, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhishui, are you all right? It's all my fault for being so busy with work. Little Song Zhishui emitted a soft whimper, pouting and reaching out her tiny hand to push her away. Excuse me, are you Ms. Yi Hong, Zhishui's mother? You're hurting her. Yi Hong quickly stood up, feeling embarrassed. I apologize, I was just so worried. The police officer nodded, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing something amiss. If Yi Hong truly cared for Zhishui, why had she hung up on them when they initially called to inform her of the situation? Yet, upon hearing that Zhishui was at the central hospital, she arrived in less than 10 minutes, clearly having rushed over. The worry etched on her face appeared genuine. The officer suppressed his unease. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Officer, my child is just a little naive. I'm sorry you had to come all the way here. Now that I'm here, you needn't trouble yourselves any further. Ms. Yi, this is our duty. It is not a trouble at all, the officer began, intending to explain that their involvement was not yet over. However, Yi Hong interrupted. She turned to Song Zhishui with a gentle tone. Zhishui, Mommy is here with you now. These uncles are very busy, so let's not trouble them any further, alright? Zhi, who was typically attached to her, responded obediently. Yi Hong felt confident in her approach. 0517 also perked up. Kid, quickly agree. Let the police leave, and we can continue the plot. Yet, unexpectedly, the little one firmly rejected no. Yi Hong's smile faltered, her expression shifting to one of sorrow. Zhi, are you still upset with Mommy for not being by your side? But if Mommy doesn't work, how can I provide for you? Observing the scene, even the previously stern-faced nurse felt a twinge of empathy. Perhaps Gigi's mother didn't wish to be away from her daughter. She was simply compelled by circumstances beyond her control. The little one scrunched her nose, her eyes filled with pity. You're so pitiful. Yi Hong was taken aback, and everyone present was momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, Yi Hong wiped the corners of her eyes. Gigi, for you, Mommy doesn't mind the hardship. Song Zhi seemed to be trying to convey her own struggles, a sentiment echoed by others in the room. Gigi continued slowly. The money I earn in a day isn't even enough to buy a small bun. You must have been deceived. With a loud thud, Yi Hong felt a buzzing in her head. She was utterly at a loss. The peculiar gazes of those around her fell upon her. They nearly believed her words. Yi Hong spoke beautifully about working hard for Gigi, but if she truly cared even a little, how could she overlook Gigi's frailness and the wounds on her body? At 3.5 years old, Gigi appeared no more robust than a child of 2.5, a clear indication of long-term malnutrition and abuse. The little one continued. Do you want me to help you call the police? To take down that black-hearted boss? The nurse's sadness was momentarily dispelled, nearly causing her to laugh. The police officer gently patted Gigi's head, affirming, what you said is right, little friend. If you encounter difficulties, you can always seek help from the police uncles. They will definitely assist you. This statement served as a warning to Yi Hong as well. Yet, Yi Hong was in tears, her face filled with guilt. I truly didn't know if Song Zhishui was treating Gigi well. I send him money every month, thinking that would ensure he cares for our daughter. But he remains unchanged. I kept hoping he would improve, thinking that even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. I also feared that Gigi, at such a young age, would not have a complete family. Her anger flared again. Where is Song Zhishui? Observing this moment, those present felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Hong, their eyes softening with compassion. Just a pitiful mother, after all. Someone sighed deeply. In the end, she was stuck with an alcoholic and abusive husband. The police officer's tone grew earnest and sincere. Ms. Yi, rest assured, he has already been taken into custody. Yi Hong's expression froze instantly. Detained? The police officer looked at her with suspicion as she bit her lip, her expression darkening. Just as they thought she might be seeking to bail out Song Zhishui, her phone rang. Madam Yi Hong, she answered the call hurriedly, exiting the room in a rush. Upon her return, she offered an apologetic glance to everyone. I'm sorry, there's a work matter I need to attend to. With that, she hurriedly left. Hey. Gigi's mother. The onlookers had no chance to say anything, exchanging glances of confusion. Perhaps she genuinely had something urgent. After convincing themselves, they turned their attention back to Gigi. However, the 3.5-year-old did not comprehend her mother's busy work. She only felt abandoned, perhaps even hurt by her actions. Wait! Where is Gigi? Suddenly, they noticed that the little one was no longer in her bed. The police officer quickly approached Gigi's bed, seemingly unable to believe that a living child had vanished before his very eyes, pulling back the sheets. No one was there. Indeed, she was gone. Staring wide-eyed, he could hardly fathom it. Where is Gigi? The little one was now slowly trailing behind Yi Hong, following her out. 0517 emitted a sharp alarm. Host. Where are you going? Kid, let us talk this through. Can you just stop for a moment? The little one did halt, but only because Yi Hong had reached the door of a room on the top floor and stepped inside. Gigi peeked her head, followed closely, and was about to enter the room. At that moment, her collar was seized, and she was lifted as if she were a mere chick, her neck pinched and turned. In her eyes, a face full of curiosity came into view. What child was sneaking around here? Looking at the filthy little one before him, Song Zhishui instinctively wanted to distance himself from her. However, before he could act, the child scrunched her brows in disdain, raised her hand, and pushed his face away with considerable force, nearly twisting his neck in the process. Song Zhishui. Not at all. He hadn't even expressed disdain for this child, yet she was the one to cast him a look of contempt first. He was incensed. A surge of indignation welled up within him. He swiftly pulled the child closer, bringing her face to face with his. Observing Song Jisu's expression of utter revulsion, Song Haochen found himself bizarrely inclined to chuckle heartily. How dare this child disdain him? Unbeknownst to him, in similar situations he would have simply pushed the person away, never thinking to provoke tears in such a manner. Yet faced with Sui Sui, he instinctively desired to tease her. Song Jisu was thoroughly disgusted. This clumsy oaf before her appeared rather dim-witted. Did he intend to infect her with his foolishness by standing so close? 0517 felt as though it had encountered a savior. Just a moment longer, and this little rascal would have barged right through the door. Thank heavens, Song Haochen appeared and thwarted that calamity. You, get away. Song Jisu was exceedingly displeased. What was this oaf trying to achieve? Song Haochen refused to budge. Seeing the little rascal's discontent brought him joy. Just then, Song Jisu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her face and body were soon splattered with crimson. Upon witnessing this, Song Haochen panicked. Child, what is wrong? He urgently scooped the little one into his arms and dashed toward the hospital room, his voice trembling as he shouted, Doctor, where's the doctor? This child is dying. Hurry. This sudden rush left 0517's head spinning, and its heart nearly stopped. What had it just said about encountering a savior? No, this was clearly a disaster. If he wished to save her, he ought to seek a doctor, not storm into the ward. Song Haochen's shout startled everyone in the ward. They turned to see him burst in, cradling a blood-soaked child, his face ashen with panic. Chapter 5. She can't be dying, can she? Song Haochen's sudden outburst shocked Madame Song. She instinctively thought that her mischievous nephew was up to some antics again. Just as she was about to speak, she turned and saw him carrying a child drenched in blood. In that instant, Madame Song felt her heart drop. What on earth was happening? For reasons unknown, her heart raced, and anxiety clawed at her. She hurried to Song Haochen's side and carefully took the child into her arms. The little one was so thin and small that it felt almost weightless, as if she barely existed. A wave of unease and heartache washed over Madame Song. In that moment, a suffocating sense of oxygen deprivation enveloped her, causing her already discomfort head to spin. Nevertheless, she turned to Aunt Yi and instructed, Aunt Yi, quickly call a doctor. As Aunt Yi grumbled internally about the filthy child Song Haochen had brought, worried she might frighten Jiao Jiao, she reluctantly went to find a doctor. Catching a glimpse of Sui Sui's silhouette, she felt an unsettling sense of familiarity and hurried away, failing to recognize that it was indeed Sui Sui. Song Haochen, already pale with fear, spoke in a frantic rush. Third aunt. She coughed up blood. She can't be in danger, can she? Please help her. She can't die. What have I done to upset her? What should I do now? Seeing Song Jisu's pale countenance, the guilt and self-reproach within Song Haochen surged, nearly engulfing him in remorse. Had he known this would come to pass, he would never have allowed himself to anger the child. Now, he had pushed her to the brink of death with his actions. The child, so pitiful in appearance, had he not managed to restrain himself? At that moment, the doctor rushed in and performed a series of examinations before finally letting out a sigh of relief. The child was not dead, however. He looked at Sui Sui with pity, noting her long-term malnutrition and the severity of her injuries from being struck. A flash of anger crossed Madame Song's eyes. Who would dare lay hands on such a small child? Did they have no humanity left? Hearing that Song Jisu was out of danger, Song Haochen finally relaxed, but upon hearing the doctor's words, his anger flared once more. Don't let me find out who did this. Bullying a child and scaring her like this. Aunt Ye's heart sank. In her hurried departure, she hadn't paid much attention to the child's face. Now, the more she stared at the clothes, the more familiar they appeared. Upon hearing the doctor's words, realization struck her. This was indeed Song Jisu. Her heart raced as she registered the situation. What was happening? How could Song Jisu be here? She had left in a hurry, worried about a potential encounter between Song Zhishui and Madame Song. And now, this troublesome child had been brought in by Song Haochen. Seeing Madame Song reach for a cloth to wipe Song Jisu's face, Aunt Yi dashed forward, nearly screaming, Madam, you shouldn't be doing this. Let me handle it. Madame Song's gentle brows furrowed slightly as her gaze fell upon Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi, what is wrong? I just think this child is too dirty. I don't know where she came from. We mustn't let you or Miss catch any germs. Let me take care of this. Upon hearing this, Madame Song felt a surge of irritation. This was merely a poor child. Such words should never be uttered again. Aunt Yi grew increasingly anxious. Madam, I know you have a kind heart, but please let me take care of it. Madame Song, however, had no intention of hearing more from Aunt Yi. She took a wet tissue and gently began to clean the little one's face. The child's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze drifted languidly from the warm and gentle aunt before her, then, with pinpoint precision, landed on the anxious Aunt Yi behind her. And she spoke up. You're that black-hearted boss, aren't you? But you don't look like it. Her large eyes and clear pupils caused Aunt Yi to nearly choke on the spot. Chapter 6. Song Jiao Jiao. In that instant, Aunt Yi felt her heart leap into her throat. Meanwhile, Madame Song's puzzled gaze shifted to Aunt Yi, not quite grasping the meaning behind Sui Sui's words, yet sensing that it seemed as if Sui Sui recognized Aunt Yi. Just as Madame Song was about to inquire further, a wailing cry erupted. It was Song Jiao Jiao. Awakened and crying, prompting Madame Song to momentarily set aside her concerns and turn to embrace the inconsolable child. What's wrong, Jiao Jiao? Mommy's here. It hurts. Tears brimmed in Song Jiao Jiao's eyes as she nestled into Madame Song's arms, crying uncontrollably. Madame Song gazed tenderly at Song Jiao Jiao, who was sobbing due to her scraped knee from the fall, offering her soft and soothing words of comfort. Yet, she was abruptly met with the deep, silent gaze of Song Zhishui. For reasons unknown, Madame Song felt a sudden tightness in her chest. It dawned on her that Song Zhishui had been struck, resulting in internal bleeding, yet not a single tear had escaped her eyes from the moment of the incident until now. An inexplicable sense of sorrow enveloped Madame Song. At that very moment, Song Jiao Jiao caught sight of Zhishui and began to cry anew. Get away, you dirty thing, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glared at Zhishui, who lay sprawled on her bed, akin to a turtle turned on its back. In the heat of the moment, Madame Song had instinctively placed Zhishui on Song Jiao Jiao's bed, not anticipating that her daughter would react in such a manner upon awakening to find Zhishui there. Jiao Jiao, this is your little sister, not a dirty thing, Madame Song chided gently, her lips pursed, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice. How could her daughter utter such words? Who had taught her these phrases? She quickly turned her attention back to Zhishui, fearing that the child might be hurt by such remarks. However, Zhishui merely looked at them with wide-eyed curiosity, her innocence evoking a wave of compassion from Madame Song. Dirty thing, who are you calling that? Zhishui suddenly queried. You, Jiao Jiao retorted angrily. You've made my bed dirty. Zhishui, in her slow manner, replied. Oh, dirty thing. Is that me? Jiao Jiao, oblivious to the absurdity of the situation, continued to shout. It's you. It's you. Get off my bed. Seeing Zhishui remain motionless only fueled her cries. Song Haochen felt a pang of embarrassment. He realized that Zhishui was clearly calling Jiao Jiao a dirty thing. And yet Jiao Jiao foolishly accepted the label. He found himself reluctant to acknowledge that this was his beloved sister. He wished for a sibling devoid of such foolishness. Besides, Jiao Jiao's wails were unbearably loud. Yet, would she be heartbroken if she learned the truth? In that moment, Song Haochen was engulfed in inner turmoil. Yi Hong, on the other hand, was deeply concerned. Madam, I told you the young lady would be frightened. Let me take her down and clean her up quickly. Moreover, Master Haochen brought her here. Perhaps her family is anxiously searching for her. As she spoke, she seized Song Zhishui, taking advantage of Madame Song's distraction as she comforted Jiao Jiao, and headed for the exit. Yi Hong. Madame Song sprang to her feet, but was suddenly overcome by dizziness, collapsing onto the floor, her face pale. She gasped for breath, her heart racing with an intensity that showed no sign of abating. After a prolonged moment, she managed to regain her composure. However, when she lifted her head again, Yi Hong and the child were nowhere to be found. Madame Song could not suppress a heavy thump on her forehead, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Her health had deteriorated steadily over the years. The doctor had informed her that it was due to excessive worry. Yet, after losing Xiao Su for so many years without a trace, how could she not be anxious? Reflecting on the fact that Zhishui's family might indeed be searching for her while Jiao Jiao continued to wail, Madame Song sighed and hurried to console her still-crying daughter. Yet, once Zhishui had departed, an inexplicable void settled in Madame Song's heart. It was then that she suddenly realized she had not even had the chance to ask the child her name. Meanwhile, after bringing Song Zhishui outside, Yi Hong's expression darkened. You little brat, did you come here to get me killed? Chapter 7. Song Zhishui should never have appeared before the Song family. Yi Hong was practically seething with rage, wishing she could strangle Song Zhishui. She regretted not having sent Zhishui back immediately upon realizing how troublesome she could be. As she thought this, Yi Hong's hands involuntarily tightened around Jisue's neck, her eyes turning crimson. Just then, a sharp pain in her hand jolted her back to reality, and she instinctively released her grip, noticing that the little rascal had bitten her thumb. Startled, Yi Hong realized she had almost harmed Song Zhishui. Looking at the wound on her hand, she seethed with anger. "How dare you bite me?" With that, she raised her hand to strike Jisue. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by calls for Jisue's name. Recognizing the voices of the police and nurses from earlier, Yi Hong's heart raced, and she quickly retracted her hand. "She's right here, there's no need to shout." Yi Hong forced a smile, albeit stiffly. The group rushed over, intending to take Jisue from Yi Hong. But she swiftly stepped aside. "This child simply loves to cling to me. She specifically came looking for me. I'll take care of her. So there's no need to trouble the police officers. You can all return now." Hearing her words, the officers hesitated. After all, children do tend to seek comfort from their parents, especially under less than ideal circumstances. In this light, Yi Hong might appear to be more responsible. However, the police were still skeptical. "But you just said you were busy." Yi Hong stiffened momentarily. Was it not true that the child was clinging to her? Could she really ignore her? The officers began to understand. Perhaps they had misjudged Yi Hong. Yi Hong urged again, "Officers, I truly apologize for further delaying your time. I can manage my child. You may leave with peace of mind." The officers, having their own responsibilities, eventually acquiesced after a brief moment of hesitation. After all, Jisue was in the hospital, with Yi Hong and the medical staff present. She should be safe. Little did they know, as soon as they exited the hospital, Yi Hong returned home with Jisue in tow. Upon entering her home, she grimaced at the disarray around her. She unceremoniously tossed the child onto the sofa and, after a moment's thought, handed her a 100 yuan bill. "Buy whatever you want. Mommy has things to do. Take care of yourself." Having given the money to Song Zhishui, she felt she had done her duty. She couldn't help but wonder how Jiao Jiao was faring in the hospital and whether she would feel afraid if they couldn't find her. Yi Hong hurriedly departed, leaving the little one clutching the bill, bewildered, sitting on the sofa. Witnessing the scene, even 0517 felt a twinge of compassion. Yi Hong was utterly irresponsible. Yet, recalling the task she needed to complete with the child, 0517 hardened her heart once more. Just a little longer. Once their mission was accomplished, the little one would return to her world in full. Surely, she would be happy then. But what was the child's task again? After all, the preceding events had been thrown into chaos by the child's interference. 0517 suddenly felt as though everything was going awry. Chapter 8. Returned. After placing the little one in her home, Yi Hong hurriedly returned to the hospital. Upon seeing Yi Hong return alone, Madame Song felt a pang of anxiety. Where was the child? Yi Hong had already concocted a plausible explanation, and as she spoke, her words flowed seamlessly. "I had just gone downstairs when I encountered the child's parents searching for her, so I returned her to them." Madame Song furrowed her brow, questioning whether those truly were the child's parents. She harbored doubts, suspecting that Yi Hong had fallen prey to human traffickers who had deceitfully taken the child away. Furthermore, she had been contemplating, when she next saw Sui Sui, she could inquire about the child's name, age, and residence. However, that opportunity had now vanished. "Rest assured, madam. There were nurses accompanying me. Those were undoubtedly the child's biological parents." Yet, Madame Song remained unconvinced, her unease mounting as she observed the injuries on Sui Sui. Despite her reluctance to think ill of others, she could not help but wonder if those wounds had been inflicted by Sui Sui's parents. Hearing this, Yi Hong grew indignant. How could one think so poorly of Sui Zhishui? "You needn't worry. This child's parents treat her well. You see, not every child is as obedient and sensible as Miss Jiao Jiao. This little rascal got herself into trouble and ended up like this. It's hardly the parents' fault. I have been by your side for 3 years. Do you truly doubt my judgment?" Indeed, over the past 3 years, Yi Hong had diligently cared for Song Jiao Jiao. Just as Madame Song was about to respond, Song Jiao Jiao tugged at her sleeve, her voice sweet and delicate. "Mama, I'm hungry." Madame Song suppressed her discomfort, redirecting her attention entirely to her daughter. She bent down and playfully tickled Jiao Jiao's nose, softening her demeanor. "All right, what would our Jiao Jiao like to eat?" Witnessing this tender moment, Yi Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little did she know that when Sui Sui vanished once more into the ward, and Yi Hong rushed to complete the discharge paperwork, several nurses were on the brink of exasperation. They had never anticipated that in the blink of an eye, Yi Hong would whisk Sui Sui away. Recalling Yi Hong's peculiar attitude toward Sui Sui and the child's current injuries, the nurses were frantic. In their anxiety, they reported the incident to the police. The police arrived promptly, yet they struggled to locate Yi Hong, and her phone was unreachable. Suddenly, one officer recalled the urban village where Sui Sui had previously been found. Without a moment's hesitation, the police car sped toward the urban village. Meanwhile, 0517, after a profound and contemplative review, finally convinced itself that the situation was not dire. Although the little one had strayed significantly from the intended course, she was still but a child. The real drama had yet to unfold. As long as she remained there and nothing unexpected occurred, all would be well. This was merely an incident. Thereafter, Sui Zhishui would not have any further interactions with the Song family before her destined arrival in the narrative. Yes, precisely so. 0517 felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The door burst open once more, and the officers who had departed not long ago reappeared at the threshold, their faces lighting up upon spotting the little one. Sui Sui, we finally found you. We're taking you back to the hospital. 0517 felt a wave of despair wash over it. Little Sui Sui, who brought you back? Was it your mother? The officers cautiously escorted the little one back to the hospital, their patience unwavering. They had their suspicions, but still hoped for a different outcome. She gave me this. The little one nodded earnestly, raising the red bill in her hand, igniting a blaze of fury within the officers. It was just as they had feared. Yi Hong had outwardly assured them everything was fine, yet behind the scenes, she had returned Sui Sui to her neglectful state. Knowing that Song Zhishui, that scoundrel, was still in custody, she had abandoned Sui Sui at home and walked away. What was this? Was it a case of leaving Sui Sui to fend for herself? Had Yi Hong not discarded that 100 yuan note, the officers might have entertained the notion that she had merely stepped out to buy something. But now, having discarded the bill, it was clear she had no intention of returning. Such a woman was utterly unworthy of being a mother. At this juncture, the officers ceased attempts to contact Yi Hong, realizing that doing so could lead to further complications. They pooled their resources to ensure Sui Sui was readmitted to the hospital. They couldn't help but feel relieved that the nurses had been diligent and had notified them. Otherwise, they would have been oblivious to the potential disaster of leaving Sui Sui alone. 0517 was in a state of utter panic. It could not comprehend why, after finally being returned to safety, the little one was once again in the hospital. Just as it was convincing itself that everything was fine, Sui Sui had been brought back. 0517 felt as though it might explode from frustration. At that moment, a small hand seized it, holding it firmly for 30 seconds. 0517 was left utterly bewildered. There had been no prior indication that the host could grasp its essence so directly. What was happening with this little one? How could she capture it so effortlessly? Just then, Sui Sui's slow, languid voice broke the silence. Dog egg, you're so noisy. The little one, irritated by 0517's incessant chatter, began tugging at its fluffy form, each pull tightening its grip. 0517 struggled to escape, but the child held on with surprising strength. It was trapped with nowhere to flee. In a state of near madness, 0517 repeatedly issued warnings. Host, I advise you to release me immediately, or I shall not be courteous. Yet, Sui Sui, in her innocence, paid little heed to its words. Cotton candy, gummy candy, forgetful child, milk candy, she chanted, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The intensity of her gaze dimmed 0517's voice, leaving it feeling inexplicably chilled and uneasy. At that moment, Sui Sui's voice rang out again, echoing in 0517's ears like a death knell. Dog egg, is it tasty? In that instant, 0517's fur stood on end, nearly causing it to cry out in fright. Just then, 0517 sensed something and quickly spoke up. Child, there's someone lurking by the door. Take a look. Chapter 10. He is about to shatter. Song Zhishui found himself bewildered by his own actions. The moment he saw Yi Hong leaving with Sui Sui, he inexplicably followed them. His heart was tangled and uncomfortable, yet he could not quite discern the source of his turmoil. By the time he realized what he was doing, he had already fallen far behind Yi Hong, trailing her all the way to Sui Sui's hospital room. He noticed the police and nurses there, but was utterly oblivious to the situation. Lost in his own thoughts and too distant to see clearly. It wasn't until he collided with someone in front of him that he became aware of his absurd behavior. What on earth was he doing? That little girl was fine, and he felt foolish for being so concerned about her. His real sister was Jiao Jiao. Song Zhishui shook his head vigorously, attempting to dislodge Sui Sui's image from his mind. Resolutely, he turned to leave. However, 2 hours later, he could not resist the urge and stealthily returned. Jiao Jiao was crying over a scraped knee, and Yi Hong was comforting her. Suddenly, thoughts of Sui Sui flooded back to him. Despite her injuries, she had remained silent, which tugged at his heartstrings. Song Zhishui awkwardly contemplated. What was the harm in merely visiting to check on the injured? It didn't signify anything, did it? Thus, he hesitantly approached the ward again. At that moment, Sui Sui was being returned by the police. The next instant, a voice called out from inside, "Who's there?" Song Zhishui's heart raced, and in a moment of panic, he accidentally pushed open the already ajar door. His expression shifted dramatically, and before he knew it, he found himself tumbling headfirst into the ward. He locked eyes with Sui Sui, who lay on the hospital bed, her bewildered gaze meeting his. Simultaneously, 0517 once again triggered an alarm. What a calamity! It had just been contemplating how they would never cross paths again, and here was this foolish child. Moreover, it seemed she was the one it had alerted. 0517 regretted its earlier decision. Had it known this would happen, it would have refrained from making that call. As Song Zhishui realized the folly of his actions, he sprang up, but the sudden movement caused him to crash back down onto the floor. Wincing in pain, he awkwardly rose under Sui Sui's piercing gaze. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Hey, little ghost, how are you?" Sui Sui continued to stare at him. Exasperated, he blurted out, "I didn't follow you here. I just happened to pass by." Sui Sui finally responded with a simple "oh." She truly did not wish to engage in conversation with the fool. However, if she remained silent, it seemed the fool might implode. If 0517 knew what was on Sui Sui's mind, it would likely inform her that he was already on the verge of shattering and about to explode. Song Zhishui clutched his head, insisting, "I truly did not follow you. You must believe me."
"Oh.
"Do you not trust my words?"
Do you?"
"Yes," came the reply. "Aha." At that moment, 0517 sensed the door being pushed open again. Mrs. Song, having noticed Song Zhishui's absence, hurried into the ward accompanied by a nurse who had seen him before. "Zhishui, where have you run off to?" Just then, her gaze fell upon Sui Sui lying on the hospital bed, and she was taken aback with delight. "Little one, is it you?" In that instant, 0517 exploded with agitation. Chapter 11, A Reunion. Mrs. Song took a few steps forward, her joy at seeing Sui Sui again evident, though she was unaware of how deeply pleased she truly felt. She had been regretting that she would never see Sui Sui again, only to find herself reunited with her so swiftly. Sui Sui looked up in confusion. "Hello. Little friend, how are you feeling now?" Mrs. Song observed Sui Sui dressed in a fresh hospital gown and felt a wave of relief. Initially, she had feared that Yi Hong had deceived her. However, seeing Sui Sui in such evidently good care reassured her that Yi Hong had been truthful. Perhaps she had been overly anxious, mistakenly believing that Sui Sui's injuries were inflicted by her parents. Now, seeing Sui Sui looking so well cared for, Mrs. Song suspected she had misjudged the child's parents. Unbeknownst to her, Sui Sui's current state was entirely due to the kindness of the nurses, completely unrelated to her negligent parents. Recognizing the gentle lady before her, Sui Sui replied, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Song Zhishui felt utterly defeated. Why was it that this child could respond to him with just one word, yet converse so freely with Mrs. Song? It felt like blatant discrimination. He glared in Sui Sui's direction, his eyes reflecting his sense of grievance. Yet, Sui Sui didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring his presence. Song Zhishui felt like a love-struck fool, desperately waiting for this little ghost to acknowledge the unfairness of her treatment towards him. But Sui Sui did not spare him a single look, entirely dismissing him. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. After all, he had been cherished and raised with care. Why should he seek discomfort from this little ghost?
No.
He would no longer engage with her. With that thought, Song Zhishui turned and stormed out. As he walked, he made sure to stomp his feet loudly. Stealing glances back, he found that no one paid him any mind. Frustrated, he reached the door and, intending to slam it shut, hesitated, thinking it might startle Sui Sui. In that moment of uncertainty, he realized he had already stepped outside and lost his opportunity. The door closed behind him, as the nurse had shut it to block the draft. Song Houchin. Meanwhile, inside, Mrs. Song gently pinched Sui Sui's cheek. "Little friend, what is your name?" Sui Sui lazily nestled in her spot, ignoring her. Mrs. Song fished a milk candy out of her pocket, unwrapping it. Sui Sui's eyes lit up, and after Mrs. Song fed her the candy, she mumbled, Song Zhishui. Upon hearing Sui Sui share the same surname, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred within Mrs. Song. Unable to resist, she asked her a few more questions. For instance, how old is Sui Sui now? Where does she reside, and where have her parents gone? Sui Sui's mind felt clouded, overwhelmed by the vast amount of information, leaving her in a daze. Consequently, she responded in a rather half-hearted manner, yet Mrs. Song exhibited no signs of impatience. She understood that for a child of this age, being able to answer even a few questions was commendable. At that moment, a sudden curiosity overtook her.
Sui Sui.
What are your parents' names? Given Sui Sui's circumstances, Mrs. Song surmised that her family must be facing some difficulties. She thought to herself that if she could lend a hand, she would gladly do so. However, as the question unexpectedly emerged, 0517's internal alarm bells rang out, urging, "Child, let her go. Hurry, and let her go. Listen to me. Listen to me, listen to me."
Child.
The little one faintly recalled that 0517 had mentioned the names of her parents at the beginning. After a moment's contemplation, she murmured, Song Guiqing, and Chapter 12, reporting the little one. In the next instant, with a swift motion, 0517 was unceremoniously shoved beneath the bed. No amount of wriggling could free it. Yet, this did not deter 0517 from its frantic cries. The little one, feeling overwhelmed, could no longer bear the noise and exclaimed, "Enough! You're so loud." Mrs. Song's intention to continue her inquiry was abruptly halted, and she felt a twinge of guilt. She had forgotten that Sui Sui still needed her rest and had pressed her with so many questions. This obedient child had likely been enduring it all, and only now, unable to hold back, had spoken up. "I'm sorry, little one. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. I'll leave right away. You take care and rest well." She affectionately ruffled Sui Sui's hair, stood up, and exited the hospital room. The little one looked up, puzzled by Mrs. Song's sudden departure. But after a brief moment of confusion, she cast the matter aside. Milk candy, sweet and delightful. I wonder if Dog Dan is as sweet? 0517 drifted back into the air, bewildered by the scene unfolding before it. Then, a wave of joy washed over it. Ha 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 ha. Although the process was somewhat different from what it had envisioned, the outcome was, at least, what it had hoped for. That was sufficient. 0517 twirled joyfully. Yet as it glanced down at the little one, a cloud of worry returned. It had an unsettling feeling that this little one was not as obedient and compliant as it had initially thought. She seemed quite rebellious, and most crucially, they were back in the hospital. They had encountered Mrs. Song again. It was known that Mrs. Song was the biological mother of the little one. 0517 felt that if their interactions continued, trouble was inevitable. It anxiously spun in the air, analyzing data from its database. Ultimately, a brilliant idea emerged in its mind. Yi Hong had always wanted to prevent the little one from meeting Mrs. Song, hadn't she? Now, she was unaware of the situation, which was why she remained so composed. If she found out, she would surely take the little one back. Although this would be somewhat cruel to the child. It was all for the sake of maintaining the integrity of the world's narrative, for the stability of the entire world, and the completion of its mission. With this thought, 0517 felt justified. It quickly sent a message to Yi Hong. "Hurry up. The little one is back at the hospital." After sending this, 0517 relaxed, humming a little tune as it faded back into the air. An hour passed. Yi Hong did not arrive. 2 hours passed. Yi Hong still did not arrive. 3 hours passed. Yi Hong was still absent. 0517 could no longer remain calm. What on earth was wrong with Yi Hong? Why hadn't she come to attend to the little one after such a long time? Was she truly not worried at all? It was Yi Hong who had personally switched the two children back then. She had gone to the Song household precisely to protect Song Jiao Jiao. Earlier, when she saw them meet, she had been so anxious. Now she seemed completely unresponsive. 0517 was in a frenzy. glancing at the little one lying comfortably on the hospital bed, sleeping soundly, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. It was trying to help the little one fulfill her mission, yet now it was the only one in distress. 0517 felt a sense of imbalance. Assuming Yi Hong was simply busy and hadn't checked her phone, it managed to suppress its agitation. However, a whole day passed, and the hospital room remained eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. The little one had indulged in a deep slumber, seemingly carefree and oblivious. Finally, 0517 could no longer restrain itself and pulled a sliver of its dwindling energy to investigate the reason. Goodness. Indeed. What a surprise. The message it had sent was identified as spam and had gone straight to the junk folder. Fuming with indignation, 0517 took a moment to calm down before resending the message. After confirming that this time the message had not landed in the junk folder, 0517 finally felt at ease. This time it would surely be foolproof. However, 0517 overlooked the fact that a day had passed, and it was now deep into the night. It eagerly awaited throughout the night, only to discover that Yi Hong had already gone to bed, and her phone was on silent. After a whole day of anticipation, 0517 was nearing the brink of madness, its crimson gaze fixated on the little energy it had left. Chapter 13. The Spear Dipped in Excrement. At 3 a.m, Yi Hong had drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, her phone erupted with a cacophony of notifications. The jarring and incessant ringing jolted her awake, leaving her disoriented. What was happening? Hadn't she set her phone to silent? And who on earth was the impertinent fool sending her so many messages at this hour? Given the stress of caring for Song Zhishui these past few days, Yi Hong was already on edge. Now, she felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. No one could truly understand the agony of being awakened in the dead of night. Fuming, she unlocked her phone, and upon seeing the incessantly refreshing message, her entire being stiffened, her mind racing. What? Shui has been sent back to the hospital again? Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily donned a coat and rushed towards the hospital room. Upon entering and seeing Shui peacefully asleep, a surge of fury welled up within her, threatening to explode. She strode forward, yanked the blanket off Shui, seized her by the collar, and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Her expression twisted, akin to a demon. Song Zhishui, get up. Haven't I already sent you back? Didn't I give you money? Why do you insist on coming back? Do you take pleasure in thwarting my happiness? Do you crave a beating? With a crack, a large red mark instantly blossomed on the little one's cheek. She opened her eyes only to find a tiny hand reaching towards her face. Without a moment's hesitation, the little rascal lunged forward, attempting to poke her eye. Despite its short arms, the proximity made it all too easy for the child to succeed. Attacked at her most vulnerable spot, Yi Hong let out a piercing scream. Momentarily startled, she loosened her grip, and the little imp wriggled away like a slippery eel, darting out of her reach. Yi Hong's blood surged with rage as she chased after it. You little brat, don't you dare run. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. 0517 was utterly dumbfounded. Its sole intention had been to lead Yi Hong over so she could retrieve the child, thus facilitating its subsequent tasks. It had never anticipated that Yi Hong would resort to violence against the little one. Wasn't it a universal truth that humans revered their elders and cherished the young? Why, then, did it see none of that in Yi Hong? It merely wished to fulfill its mission. Yet it now seemed as if the child was about to suffer for it. 0517 found itself engulfed in confusion. Stop running if you have the guts. Yi Hong's nostrils flared with anger. Her eyes burned from the earlier poke, and tears welled up, blurring her vision and intensifying her fury. She reached out to grab the child, but the little rascal darted around the hospital room like a slippery fish, occasionally scurrying under the bed. Yi Hong pursued it, only to bump her head against the bed frame, leaving her dazed and in pain. Glancing around, she suddenly spotted a broom tucked in the corner. With fervor, she swung it mercilessly beneath the bed. I won't let you escape. As the broom swept through the air, the little one began to flee. This, however, played right into Yi Hong's hands. She lunged forward, eager to grasp the child's hair, but to her dismay, her hands found nothing but air. A quick look revealed that Song Zhishui had already zipped into the bathroom. Without a second thought, Yi Hong dashed after her. The next moment, she collided with the door that the little one had slammed shut. My nose! My nose! Yet at that moment, Song Zhishui had effectively trapped herself in a corner. Yi Hong felt no doubt that she would catch the child. She twisted the doorknob with a force that threatened to splinter the very door. A manifestation of her inner rage. But alas, the door had been locked from the inside. Yi Hong let out a cold laugh. So, what if the little brat can lock the door? Does she not know that the bathroom doors in this ward are equipped with keys to prevent such mishaps? Without delay, she turned the key, and the door swung open. In that instant, Yi Hong felt a tremendous sense of vindication. Suddenly, a toilet plunger, smeared with an unmentionable substance, hurtled towards her face. A spear coated in filth, woe betide whoever it strikes. Yi Hong was taken aback, retreating in a panic, with nowhere to hide. With a splat, the entire plunger landed squarely on her face. In that moment, she was engulfed by a nauseating terror. Unable to think of the child, she rushed to the toilet to vomit. The little one, brandishing the plunger, didn't retreat but aggressively advanced towards Yi Hong. Panic-stricken, Yi Hong flailed her arms wildly. Yet the plunger seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly poking at her. Despite her best efforts to evade it, she slipped in the puddle and fell flat on her back. Realizing the source of her troubles, the little one tossed the plunger aside and bolted. Nurse! Help! The little demon is after me. Chapter 14. She must bail out Song Zhishui. In the end, Zhishui was unable to reach the nurse's station. Just as she stepped outside, the door swung open from the outside. Their commotion had been so great that it was impossible for the nurses to remain oblivious. Upon entering the room and seeing Yi Hong, disheveled and sporting a bump on her head, the nurse was taken aback. Holding Zhishui close, she instinctively stepped back. Mom, what on earth are you doing? As the plunger was thrown down by the little one, it struck Yi Hong on the forehead. Dazed and confused, she struggled to articulate a response. The nurse, shocked, called for help. Quick, someone has fallen. 2 nurses rushed in to assist Yi Hong, while the nurse holding Zhishui affectionately patted her head. Zhishui had been so well behaved. Despite her discomfort, she had sought help for her fallen mother, truly a little sweetheart. However, given Yi Hong's earlier behavior, the nurses harbored no fondness for her. Hearing the remarks, Yi Hong nearly fainted from indignation. Just as she was about to raise her voice and recount the mischief the little one had caused, the nurse exclaimed, Zhishui, what happened to your face? Who hurt you? Without needing Zhishui to point, the wrathful gazes of all the nurses converged on Yi Hong. Instinctively, Yi Hong shrank back, yet immediately regained her composure. I'm disciplining my own child. What business is it of yours? You have no idea how mischievous she can be. Just look at what she's done to me. She furiously displayed her injuries to the nurses, convinced they would side with her against the wicked child. How dare this little brat challenge me? She is just a naive little thing. Yet, just as Yi Hong believed she stood firmly on the moral high ground, she failed to notice the nurses' incredulous expressions. How can such a small child bully an adult like you? Yi Hong was momentarily speechless. In the next heartbeat, she pointed at her swollen forehead and her injuries. Look at this bump on my head, all thanks to her. And the injuries on my body. She pointed accusingly at the vile plunger. This little demon used it to strike me. However, the nurse calmly countered, Are you saying that such a small child could inflict that kind of injury on your forehead? What kind of strength would that require? Pray tell, how did she do it? Yi Hong, in a fit of frustration, pointed at the bed. She did it by going under the bed, and then A burst of laughter escaped the nurse. You can't possibly mean to say that the plunger was used by Zhishui to jab at your face, can you? She is so small. She would have to stand on her tiptoes to even reach you. Yi Hong was left speechless, fully aware that the little one would have struggled to reach her. But at that moment, she had crouched down to catch the slippery child, only to unwittingly fall right into the trap laid by the mischievous girl. As Yi Hong attempted several times to articulate her thoughts, the nurse swiftly interrupted, silencing her words. Sui's mother. It was you who struck Sui out of frustration, and now you wish to play the victim? Do you not fear the scorn of others? Let us be clear. What you are doing constitutes child abuse. And should you persist, we will have no choice but to notify the authorities. With such accusations leveled against her, Yi Hong found herself utterly at a loss for words. She could hardly claim that her actions were intended to discipline the insufferable child, could she? Observing the nurses fiercely protective of Sui, her frustration only deepened. Each time she proposed to hold Sui, the nurses formed a barrier around the child, denying her any opportunity to approach. Yi Hong could sense the nurse's wariness towards her, akin to guarding against a thief. Reluctantly, she conceded defeat, her anger and anxiety preventing her from sleeping that night. The following morning, She promptly informed Madame Song of her leave and made her way to the police station. Indeed, she was determined to secure the release of Song Zhishui. After contemplating throughout the night, she had come to a resolution. As long as Song Zhishui was released, he could manage the troublesome child, alleviating her concerns. As for how Song Zhishui would treat Sui Sui upon his release, what did it matter to her? She was merely a pitiful mother, forced to toil away from home to provide for her family, unable to care for her child. Should anything happen to Sui Sui later, it would pain her heart. Of course. Yet, what could she do? Such were her thoughts. It was at this juncture that 0517, appealing to reason and emotion, began to explain the situation to the little cub. Cub, you are aware that Madame Song visited you a couple of days ago, right? She is your biological mother. And you are destined to reunite much later. It is far too dangerous for you to see each other now. A moment's inattention could lead to recognition and disrupt the narrative. Thus, dear cub, for your safety, let us maintain our distance from her, shall we? Do you not desire to inherit immense wealth and return to your original world to live joyfully? Chapter 15. The Release of Song Zhishui. The little cub listened intently to 0517's lengthy discourse, ultimately fixating on two phrases, Madame Song, biological mother. With wide, discerning eyes, she appeared contemplative. 0517 felt a wave of relief. Clearly, the cub had absorbed its message. It seemed that henceforth, it would need to explain the narrative and analyze the circumstances more frequently. For the cub was indeed receptive to its words. Had it known, it would not have squandered its energy on trivial matters for Yi Hong. After witnessing the cub's obedient demeanor, 0517 felt a surge of protectiveness. Realizing that Yi Hong would certainly not let the cub off easily for her actions, it began to worry. Meanwhile, Yi Hong had arrived at the police station. What? Why can't I bail him out? This is a family matter, officers. You do not understand. Upon entering the station, she was met with an unexpected blow. She never anticipated that the police would refuse her immediate request to bail out Song Zhishui. No wonder they had not called her about this matter in the past few days. They had no intention of allowing her to secure his release. Ms. Yi, this is our protocol. Given your husband's severe child abuse case, he must be detained according to the law and cannot be bailed out. If it were not for legal obligations, the police would rather not release such a scoundrel. They could hardly fathom that Yi Hong, Sui Sui's biological mother, would come to bail out Song Zhishui. At that moment, the officers recalled Yi Hong's negligence in leaving Sui Sui at home with merely 100 yuan, rendering them speechless. Clearly, this mother was not reliable. Now, as she sought to bail out Song Zhishui, their perception of her worsened. Officer, I have no one else at home. I am merely concerned that my child will have no one to care for her when she is discharged. He only lost his temper a little when drinking, otherwise, he is not like that. Please trust me, I will ensure he never drinks again. Yi Hong nearly wore her lips raw in her attempts to persuade the officers. Yet none would relent. She was on the verge of cursing in frustration. With a huff, she returned to the hospital, heading straight for Madame Song. She adopted a tone of desperation. Madam, please help me. Confused, Madame Song inquired. What is the matter, Aunt Yi? My husband has gotten into some trouble and has been taken to the station. Could you assist me in bailing him out? I know it's just a matter of a word for you. Madame Song furrowed her brow slightly, questioning how he could have been imprisoned and what crime he had committed. Without hesitation, Yi Hong immediately denied any wrongdoing. Of course not. He has been framed by others. And now these unscrupulous police refuse to release him. My child is left alone, with no one to care for her. I am almost beside myself with worry. Initially hesitant, Madame Song's resolve softened upon hearing that Yi Hong's child was alone and unattended. Being a mother herself, she understood the necessity of care for a child. She recalled many instances of Sui Sui being alone in the hospital room. If only her parents could be there with her, how much happier she would be. Moreover, since Yi Hong had come into her home, she had shown great diligence in caring for Jiao Jiao, often surpassing even her own efforts during times of fatigue. Yi Hong was clearly a sincere, diligent person who loved children. Surely, she would not deceive her in such matters. With these thoughts in mind, Madame Song ultimately relented. Very well. Yi Hong's face brightened instantly. Oh, thank you, madam. Thank you. You are truly the kindest person in the world. My child will be immensely grateful to you. Madame Song made a call in Yi Hong's presence, subsequently providing a positive response. After a brief pause, she added, Aunt Yi, if your child has no one to look after her, I can grant you a few more days off. Yi Hong panicked. No, that won't do. Miss Jiao Jiao cannot be without me. How could she manage without her? Noticing the puzzled expression on Madame Song's face, Yi Hong quickly clarified, moreover. My husband will be out soon. He can take care of her. My child has been with him since she was little and is much more attached to him. Seeing this, Madame Song chose not to press further. Jiao Jiao's wound had nearly healed, and it was time for her to be discharged, exactly when Yi Hong would be needed. Since Yi Hong and her husband had their own arrangements, Madame Song decided not to say more. Yi Hong expressed her heartfelt gratitude and then retreated to a corner to call Song Wuqing. Lowering her voice and speaking sternly, she commanded, Song Wuqing, I have persuaded Madame to release you. As soon as you are out, you must bring that little cub back home. Do not let her cause any more trouble outside. Song Wuqing had a bandage wrapped around his forehead, his complexion a pallid gray, and his beard unkempt. However, after receiving a call from Yi Hong, a flicker of color returned to his face. Upon hearing Yi Hong mention the little brat, a fierce expression instantly crossed his features. It's all that little brat's fault. I'm going out, and I won't spare her. Song Wuqing did not perceive the police report from Sui Sui as legitimate. She's just a child. What could she possibly understand? It must be some inconsiderate neighbor meddling. Yet, this did not deter Song Wuqing from shifting all blame onto the child. I don't care how you do it. Just take her away immediately, he thought to himself, somewhat begrudgingly. Honestly, whether in the hospital or not, I'm currently a bit financially strained and unable to support her. Yi Hong, gritting her teeth in anger, remained cautious, stating, You come to the hospital, and I'll give you cash. Song Wuqing let out a cold snort, reluctantly agreeing. As long as I can get money from Yi Hong, that's what matters. After hanging up, he wore a smug expression as he looked at the police officers. Hey, let me go. My wife has already sent someone to bail me out, and you can't afford to offend her. The officers furrowed their brows, about to respond, when a sudden urgent phone call interrupted. He answered, and his expression soured instantly. Gazing at Song Wuqing, who had his chin raised defiantly, he struggled to utter two words, release him. With a triumphant swagger, Song Wuqing exited the room, his expression contorted with pain as it aggravated his wounds. Thoughts of the little brat who caused his arrest darkened his gaze momentarily. That wretched girl. Just wait until I get back. I will deal with her. Yi Hong had already informed him that she would bring the child outside the hospital, and he could simply take her away. Chapter 16. Discharge. Under the blazing sun, the rays beat down without imparting a hint of warmth. A chilly air permeated the atmosphere as Yi Hong tightly grasped Song Zhisui's hand, guiding her towards the hospital exit. As they walked, she admonished, Once you return home, listen to your father's words and refrain from causing any trouble. Your father doesn't hit you every day. Why report him? You only seem to know how to create chaos, showing no signs of being obedient or well-behaved. Besides, if you were obedient, your father wouldn't have to hit you, would he? It's your disobedience that provokes him. Casting a disdainful glance at the child, who resembled a short winter melon, Yi Hong could not help but complain. The down jacket Sui Sui wore had been given by a nurse with children of her own. Yi Hong felt no guilt, instead attributing her misfortunes to Sui Sui as actions, which were truly exasperating. Why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up. Sui Sui clutched an unfinished can of food, struggling to keep pace with her short legs, while Yi Hong paid no heed, striding ahead. She glanced around anxiously, as Jiao Jiao was also due to be discharged soon, and she was eager to embrace her. Since childhood, Jiao Jiao had been attached to her, and she wondered if the child would cry upon waking to find her absent. Just thinking about it made Yi Hong inwardly curse Song Wuqing. I clearly told him to come at this time, and he agreed without hesitation. Where on earth could he be now, off gallivanting while I wait for him? After waiting for over 10 minutes with no sign of Song Wuqing, Yi Hong resolved to take Sui Sui to hail a taxi. After all, Song Wuqing would inevitably return home, and she intended to drop Sui Sui off there. This time, she would surely lock the door tightly. Moreover, since she was discharging Sui Sui in a proper manner, she could not believe that the nurses would dare to report her again. However, she lamented that she could not accompany Jiao Jiao during her discharge. Hurry up, I'm truly indebted to you. 0517 felt a surge of anger. Brat, some humans are truly wicked. Although your role is that of a darkened, malicious supporting character, do not emulate her. Such individuals will inevitably face retribution. Retribution, a term that 0517 had recently acquired in human language. Yet, upon examining Yi Hong's fate, It was disheartening to discover that she had not faced any punishment for her actions involving the swapped daughters. By that time, Madame Song's health was already deteriorating, leaving her no time to consider such matters. The other members of the Song family, who adored Song Zhiao, merely issued a light reprimand to Yi Hong to spare Zhiao's feelings. They even withheld the truth about Yi Hong's deliberate role in swapping the two daughters, fearing it would distress Zhiao. Yi Hong lived a life of ease and contentment. Encountering this, 0517 felt a peculiar sense of suffocation. After all, this should merely be a task for it. It should concentrate on the mission, rather than be burdened by these inexplicable, complex emotions. Emotions? 0517 found itself in a state of confusion. Unbeknownst to it, the data on the system panel began to scroll rapidly at the moment its feelings surged, displaying the words, System Assistant Malfunction, Force Repair in Progress. Out of the corner of its eye, 0517 caught sight of Song Zhiao being embraced by Madame Song and the others, heading towards the waiting black Bentley, further complicating its emotions. It suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the little brat. Brat, do you see that? That's your biological mother. But no need to remember it now. You won't meet again for another 15 years. By that time, you should at least be able to live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Since 0517 had mentioned the storyline to Sui multiple times when she queried about her biological mother, it made a point to reiterate when they encountered Madame Song. Presently, it was Madame Song who was discharging with Zhiao. This also marked the last encounter between the little brat and Madame Song in the next 15 years. In the next instant, 0517's mind raced through the plot like a slideshow. After this, the little brat would endure a full 15 years of hardship before becoming a catalyst for the storyline as a malicious supporting character, accentuating the heroine's virtuous qualities, completing its mission and fading into the background. Yes, indeed, that was its task. It must fulfill the task. 0517's thoughts regained clarity and determination. Brat, rest assured. I will protect you. It's just 15 years. We can endure it together. 0517 spoke earnestly, its mechanical voice crackling. Song Zhishui, with her strikingly clear eyes, looked up at Yi Hong and then at Madame Song. Subsequently, she took off running towards Madame Song, shouting, Mama. Chapter 17. Muddy Soil, My Mama. With a thud, the little brat collided directly into Madame Song's embrace. Madame Song was taken aback, while Yi Hong broke into a cold sweat. 0517 emitted a sharp, piercing sound. No, this little brat just dashed right up to her. And she called her mama directly. Madame Song extended her hand to steady Sui, her face awash with astonishment. Sui, what did you just call me? Yi Hong was on the verge of losing her mind. Initially, her attention had not been on Sui, and she had failed to keep a close eye on her. Little did she expect that in the brief moment of distraction, this stubborn girl would run straight up to Madame Song and audaciously call her mama. Yi Hong could not help but ponder whether she had inadvertently mentioned this matter in front of the little one, thus allowing the child to unknowingly uncover the truth. The mere thought of it made her break out in a cold sweat. She was hesitant to approach at this moment. After all, her arrival would undoubtedly reveal everything. At this juncture, Yi Hong was consumed with regret, lamenting why she had not kept a closer watch over that troublesome girl. 0517 was utterly flabbergasted. It had spent the past few days employing emotional appeals and rational arguments to explain matters to the little one, feeling a sense of relief that the child had finally understood. Yet, what did the child comprehend? That she wanted her to directly acknowledge their relationship as mother and child? Clearly, it was an intention to keep them apart, to avoid prematurely revealing her identity. 0517 was on the verge of malfunctioning. Child. Quickly say you've mistaken her for someone else, that you were just joking. The little one looked up and declared boldly, Mommy, I'm sorry. Host. By deviating from the plot, you will face consequences. What? Consequences? After 0517's meticulous guidance, the little one had learned to communicate with it mentally. 0517 felt a sense of accomplishment, but upon hearing this, it was struck with dismay. What consequences? They were indeed severe. Host, if you continue down this path, you will be unable to return to your original world and will be confined to this one. With unshakable confidence, 0517 believed that after revealing this terrifying punishment, the little one would grasp the gravity of the situation and adhere to the narrative it had crafted. Child, it's not too late to turn back. Your task is to inform Madame Song that you have mistaken her for someone else and to return to the village with Song Wuqing. However, The little one's bright eyes sparkled as she replied slowly, but, Dogdan, I don't want to go back. Upon hearing this, 0517's mind buzzed, struck by a thunderbolt. What does not wanting to go back mean? Madame Song looked astonished at the little friend who had initially endeared herself to her. As a ripple of confusion washed over her at these words. Sway, am I your mother? Yi Hong could no longer hold back. Upon hearing the little one insist on this fact, she could not maintain her composure and rushed over. Oh dear, madam, this child has always been prone to babbling nonsense. You mustn't take it to heart. As she spoke, Yi Hong pulled Sway closer. Madame Song furrowed her brows, casting a scrutinizing glance at the suddenly appeared Yi Hong, gradually sensing the complexity of the situation. She was no fool. Her frail health had often prevented her from attending to many matters. Now, witnessing Yi Hong's reaction, she understood that their relationship was more than ordinary. Yet previously, Yi Hong had acted as though they were complete strangers. Aunt Yi, you must know Sway, right? Chapter 18. Paternity Test. Madame Song's expression grew serious. Yi Hong's face paled, and she hurriedly attempted to explain. Madam, I didn't mean to deceive you. She truly is my child. I was merely trying to avoid troubling you, and who knew that this mischievous child would deliberately come before you pretending to be pitiful. Yi Hong was infuriated. She had grown accustomed to fabricating tales and feared leaving a poor impression on Madame Song, which is why she had spoken as she did. After hearing this, Madame Song's frown deepened. She did not believe Sway was the type to lie. Moreover, she had often pondered how unreliable Sway as parents must be to leave a child to fend for herself in the hospital, leading to her current condition. Yet now, Yi Hong claimed that Sway was her child. During their time at the Song residence, Yi Hong had treated Jiao exceptionally well. For this reason, Madame Song had always perceived Yi Hong as a responsible person. However, with Sway now before her, it was difficult for her to accept. I have interacted with Sway and do not perceive her as such a child. Furthermore, why would she, without reason, claim that she is your child? Perhaps Yi Hong had let something slip. Coupled with her previous kindness towards Jiao, Madame Song felt a sudden chill. Could it truly be as Sway claimed? Let go. The little one's voice drew the attention of both adults. Madame Song hesitated for a moment, soothing Sway as she discreetly extracted her from Yi Hong's grip. Then, with a calm yet authoritative gaze, she turned to Yi Hong. We will conduct a paternity test immediately. Yi Hong's heart sank. Despite her fervent attempts to dissuade Madame Song, she could not prevent this course of action. Madame Song's heart raced inexplicably. She felt that she was on the verge of uncovering a long-hidden secret. Even expedited, the paternity test results would take 1 to 3 days to be revealed. During these days, Sway was once again confined to the hospital. Yi Hong was desperate, fervently asserting that this was her child and that no mistakes could have occurred. Yet, Madame Song's insistence that, even if Sway were indeed her child, she would still ensure the girl recuperated in the hospital effectively silenced Yi Hong. Now, Madame Song truly did not know where to place Sway. The hospital was undoubtedly the safest and most suitable place. Yi Hong, frantic and dizzy, felt bubbles rising in her throat, but was powerless to change the situation. She had contemplated taking desperate measures, even bribing doctors and nurses, but every time she attempted to act, the little one seemed to have an uncanny radar, watching her closely. And several times, she had drawn the attention of Madame Song, who had previously been oblivious to the unfolding drama. As Yi Hong seethed with frustration, the paternity test results were delivered into Madame Song's hands. Gazing at the thin piece of paper, Madame Song felt a wave of tension wash over her. She took a deep breath and slowly retrieved the paternity test results, cautiously unfolding it. Upon reading the contents, her breath hitched, and she abruptly turned to look at Sway. The genetic relation between them was indicated at a staggering 99. Simultaneously, the 0517 system emitted a piercing alarm. World plot deviation warning. World plot deviation warning. World plot deviation warning. Chapter 19. System collapse. 0517 was at a loss, on the brink of tears. As a system designed to ensure the world's operation, it possessed certain intervention rights, yet these came with extremely strict limitations, such as energy constraints. It could utilize its own energy and that acquired through the host's completed tasks to intervene in the world to a certain extent. However, when devoid of energy, it could do nothing. For instance, the ability to return the little one to her original world was contingent upon all tasks being completed and energy being in surplus. allowing the deployment of energy to send the child back. It originally possessed a certain foundational energy. Alas, on that fateful night, when Yi Hong received the ominous call at midnight, all of it was expended. Thus, 0517 could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, consumed by anxiety. Presently, its main system had issued an urgent alarm. Yet, what good was this alarm? It was utterly futile. This little rascal was impervious to reason. Even more alarming was the fact that matters had escalated to this point. Even if the little rascal were to turn back now, what significance would it hold? It was already too late. Oh no! The little rascal did not even perceive any wrongdoing on its part, let alone contemplate any notion of turning back. 0517 watched in despair as the system emitted warnings, glowing red, ultimately devolving into a chaotic jumble of characters, crackling with sparks in the air. And it could not establish any connection. Meanwhile, Madame Song, her eyes reddened, could no longer contain herself and embraced the frail figure of Sui Sui, weeping uncontrollably. The little rascal gazed in bewilderment at Madame Song, who had suddenly burst into tears, wrinkling its nose in disdain. It tugged at the bed sheet, initially intending to throw it at Madame Song's face, but upon seeing her beautiful visage, it ultimately relented, feeling dejected as it absent-mindedly fiddled with it. "Please, stop crying." The little rascal frowned, perplexed. Is it so difficult for her to bear the sorrow of her own daughter? Yet, it seemed that sorrow was of no consequence. Madame Song wept for a considerable time, holding on to Song Zhishui. Just as the little rascal found it hard to breathe in her embrace, Madame Song finally composed herself. With a sharp gaze, she swept her eyes toward Yi Hong. Yi Hong's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. She stared blankly in Sui Sui's direction, suddenly breaking into loud sobs. "My child, Sui Sui is not my child. Then where has my child gone? Madam, you must help me find my child." Madame Song, observing Yi Hong's heartfelt distress, could not help but voice her inquiry. "Aunt Yi, are you unaware of this matter? If Sui Sui were indeed her child, then Jiao Jiao, who is not her child, would most likely be Yi Hong's offspring." Considering that Yi Hong had only started working as a nanny after Jiao Jiao's birth, Madame Song's apprehension deepened. "Madam, how could I possibly be unaware?" Yi Hong's disbelief was palpable as she lifted her head. "You suspect me? All I wish is to find my poor daughter." Madame Song scrutinized Yi Hong for an extended period, and upon finding no flaws in her demeanor, slowly averted her gaze. At present, it could not be established that the child had been swapped under Yi Hong's machinations. Lacking evidence, she could not bring her to justice. Furthermore, it was entirely possible that Song Jiao Jiao was not Yi Hong's child. In any case, she would continue her investigation. Should this matter be linked to Yi Hong, she would ensure that Yi Hong faced the consequences she deserved. Merely contemplating these matters sent a throbbing pain through Madame Song's head. Yet, as if punishing herself, she replayed the events over and over in her mind. Gazing at Sui Sui's frail form, her heart brimmed with compassion. Subsequently, she hastily dialed a number to inform the Song family. Earlier, she had refrained from notifying them due to uncertainty, but now that everything was established, it was time to share the situation with the family. Chapter 20. Biological Father. When Song Zhishui awoke from a delightful slumber, 0517 had circled above her head a staggering 782 times. It was in a frenzy, smoke billowing from its head. The little rascal, still drowsy, swiftly grabbed 0517 and pinched it. "Hey, you silly thing, stop playing around with yourself." The smoke from 0517's had intensified at once. What did it mean by playing with itself? It was clearly in a state of panic. "Host, do you realize what you have done? You truly cannot return now." The little rascal yawned nonchalantly. "It's fine, no worries." But it was not fine. 0517 was in a state of distress. Upon hearing this, 0517 was overwhelmed with sorrow and could no longer contain itself, tugging at the little rascal's sleeve, weeping profusely. "Whoa, you say it's fine, but it's not. Now, I will never complete my mission, doomed to linger here for eternity, discarded as a useless relic by the main system, transformed into a heap of worthless debris. Oh, my plight is dreadful, so utterly tragic." Song Zhishui glanced at it, unsure whether it was the noise or a sudden pang of conscience that prompted her to say, "Well then, shall I comfort you a bit?" Saying this, the little rascal began to pat 0517's head rhythmically. 0517's head buzzed, its sobs punctuated by the little rascal's playful taps, and it felt utterly despondent. The more it thought about it, the the more heart-wrenching it became, and the little fluffball continued to sob uncontrollably. It was merely a naive little system. How had it stumbled upon such a troublesome little rascal?
Boo, boo, boo.
The cries of Song Zhishui became increasingly vexing. She glanced once more at 0517, which seemed to be carelessly dismissing her. Hey, stop crying, alright? Next time, I'll definitely listen to you. The three heiress made 0517 envision a flock of ducks waddling across its head. 0517's wails grew louder. You naughty little rascal. The system is in disarray. And you talk of next time.
Ding.
Data restructuring in progress. 0517 jolted, eyes wide as it stared at the system panel. The previously indifferent little rascal suddenly shuddered, sitting upright. Dazed, she gazed at 0517, meeting its vibrant green eyes. At that moment, 0517's ecstatic voice rang out. Good little rascal, what did you just say? Song Zhishui, confused, replied. 0517 began tinkering with the system panel. Madame Song entered the hospital room accompanied by a middle-aged man. The moment he laid eyes on Sui Sui, the man's eyes welled with emotion, and a gentle smile graced his face as he hurried towards her. You must be Sui Sui. I am Song Zhishui, your biological father. The small child, with her bright and clear eyes, glanced at Song Zhishui before retreating into the soft embrace of Madame Song, displaying an attitude of utter disregard. Oh, I don't know you. Witnessing Sui Sui's blatant rudeness, Song Zhishui's brow furrowed slightly, feeling quite unaccustomed. Jiao Jiao had never behaved in such an impolite manner. She had always relied heavily on him as her father. With a sigh, Song Zhishui spoke again. Sui Sui, it is understandable that you do not recognize me. You have endured so much these past years, and we will make amends for that. As he reached out to soothe Sui Sui's head, she unexpectedly dodged his touch. Song Zhishui's expression stiffened, and he retracted his hand with an air of nonchalance. No matter what he said thereafter, Sui Sui remained unresponsive, her eyes reflecting a clear disdain and wariness. At this point, Song Zhishui could no longer maintain his composure and turned to Madame Song, who was already discreetly wiping away her tears. Since learning that Sui Sui was her biological daughter, her tears had scarcely ceased. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Song Zhishui embraced his wife, Lin Meng. Meng, do not cry. The child is back with us, and you must take care of your health. Do not let worry consume you. Lin Meng, wiping her tears, nodded. I feel so sorry for this child. You have no idea how much she has suffered. Sui Sui is now back with us, and you will have countless opportunities to make it up to her. Let us take our time, shall we? Song Zhishui hesitated, knowing that no matter what, Meng needed to prioritize her health. Your condition is already fragile, and with the added stress of the company's projects, I cannot help but worry. As he spoke, he pulled out files from his briefcase, holding Lin Meng's hand tenderly. Meng, I understand that you are deeply concerned about Sui Sui and wish to be by her side. While I cannot ease your worries regarding her, I will take on more responsibilities at the company. The doctor had already advised that her health could not withstand the burden of her numerous responsibilities, and he was genuinely anxious for her well-being. For now, please entrust the decision-making to me. Once you feel better, you can return to the company. I may not possess your capabilities, but I promise to return a thriving company to you. All right? Lin Meng felt warmth in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she was moved by Song Zhishui's words and acquiesced. She had indeed clung to the reins of company decisions, even as her health deteriorated, unwilling to relinquish control. However, perhaps now was the time to let go. Meanwhile, 0517, having just absorbed a wave of information, wobbled over to Sui Sui's ear. It began to murmur animatedly. Little one, the system has rebooted. Although the narrative has deviated somewhat, there is still hope. The voice of 0517 buzzed in the child's ear. You cannot imagine this father of yours is not a good man at all. He is a complete scoundrel. He merely wishes to seize everything belonging to your mother. Chapter 21. The Cruel Truth. Before Sui Sui could react, 0517 continued its tirade. Originally, Song Zhishui was to discover her true identity and reclaim her place within the Song family only upon reaching 18. Thus, events transpiring within the Song household during this interim had no bearing on her. However, Sui Sui had now forcefully intruded into that narrative. To ensure the plot could continue unfolding, the system, after a period of confusion, had reconstituted itself in its current form. Over the past decade, The events within the Song family had also been made accessible to 0517. Now, it had loaded an abundance of storylines regarding the Song family. Lin Meng, the daughter of the affluent Lin family, was not only distinguished by her noble lineage, but also possessed remarkable business acumen. Yet, this radiant heiress fell in love with Song Zhishui. With Lin Meng's investment and support, the Song family transformed from a declining clan to one of the foremost families in Rongqing. Throughout this time, Song Zhishui maintained the facade of an exemplary husband. Even after Lin Meng's illness led to her demise, his image remained untarnished. In the original narrative, it was never mentioned that Song Zhishui was, in fact, a complete rogue. He married Lin Meng merely to ascend through the ranks by leveraging the Lin family's influence. After Lin Meng's health began to fail, he gradually usurped all her possessions, even encroaching upon the Lin family's legacy. While assisting the Song family, Lin Meng did not cease managing her own company. However, as her health continued to decline, she entrusted an increasing number of her affairs to Song Zhishui. Her energy was undeniably waning. Now, Song Zhishui was setting his sights on the entirety of Lin Meng's company. Had you not returned, Song Zhishui would have gradually claimed Lin Meng's possessions, but your return has forced him into a frenzy. Why the urgency on Song Zhishui's part? Because, in the scheme involving the swapping of Song Jiao and Song Zhishui, he was not merely an innocent bystander, but the mastermind behind it all. Yi Hong believed she was merely exchanging her child with that of the Song family, unaware that the girl she thought was her daughter, Song Jiao, was actually the illegitimate child of the Song family. Little one, do you know what Song Zhishui is trying to get Lin Meng to sign? It is not merely a temporary transfer of decision-making power. Tucked within are provisions that would strip Lin Meng of her control over the company. Of course, this was not a plot they intended to interfere with. However, 0517 felt a peculiar discomfort. This scoundrel, who would emerge as a devoted father in the unfolding narrative, would never be revealed as one who ascended to power over the remains of his rightful spouse. Lin Meng currently harbors no defenses against him. Her sole desire is to be with you. Once this contract is signed, she will lose her autonomy over the company. Song Zhishui had long coveted the company that Lin Meng had painstakingly built. Lin Meng's imminent signature would serve as a prelude to the complete unveiling of Song Zhishui's predatory ambitions. However, ultimately, this was not within their scope for intervention. 0517 quickly adjusted its emotions, fully aware of its true mission. It was a cold and unyielding system. Little one, this time, we shall surely accomplish our task and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Your task reward, your billion-dollar bonus, and my energy. Let us charge forth. With a flourish of its little paw, a sharp sound resonated as 0517 looked down. The little cub gazed with innocent eyes, clutching the contract that Lin Meng had yet to sign, which she had hastily torn in two. Chapter 22. Torn. 0517's eyes were devoid of spirit, and with a sudden plop, the remnants of the torn contract fell from the little cub's ear. After a prolonged silence, a sharp explosion of sound erupted. Damn it!
Ah!
Cubs. Cub, why did you tear it? 0517's voice trembled as it frantically began to sift through the system regulations. It was eager to ascertain how to account for this significant plot point, which fell outside the realm of the mission and had been influenced by the host. After a thorough review, 0517 discovered that this particular incident had never been documented within the system's guidelines. In other words, no host had ever committed such a defiant act. Now, this unprecedented situation had been instigated by its little cub. The little cub didn't even bat an eyelash. Her thoughts were simple. Bad things should be tore apart. What more could there be to it? What are you doing? Song Zhishui was equally astonished by Sui's actions. Just as Lin Meng was about to put pen to paper on something he had longed for, a bolt from the blue struck, interrupting everything thanks to this little girl. The contract had been utterly destroyed. Veins bulged on Song Zhishui's forehead. If not for his remaining composure, he might have torn the little cub apart himself. Even so, he could not refrain from casting a furious glare at Song Zhishui. Lin Meng's gaze shifted to Sui, scrutinizing her back and forth. What's wrong, Sui? Are you feeling unwell? She raised her eyes, looking puzzled at Song Zhishui. What are you doing? You frightened Sui. It's just a piece of paper. Your reaction is rather excessive. Furthermore, their daughter had only just returned, and here was Song Zhishui scaring her. He had always been so patient with Jiao and had never lost his temper in such a manner. She recalled how, When Jiao Jiao had accidentally broken a prized collectible that Song Zhishui had purchased at a high price, he had merely affectionately pinched her nose, exhibiting nothing but tenderness.
Why?
Then, had he reacted so differently to Sui Sui? A twinge of discomfort crossed Lin Meng's mind as she pondered this, but before she could delve deeper, Song Zhishui wore a look of guilt. I saw Sui Sui lunge forward, and was startled. I'm sorry, Meng Meng. I let my worries get the better of me. Song Zhishui had indeed lunged forward, almost as if she would leap from Lin Meng's embrace, which appeared quite alarming. Song Zhishui's concern seemed somewhat justified. After 7 years of marriage, Lin Meng had never harbored any suspicion toward her husband. She was utterly unaware of the contract that the little cub had just destroyed on her behalf. Even though Song Zhishui's tone seemed a bit off, Lin Meng did not press the matter further. She casually set the torn contract aside and continued to soothe Sui Sui. Song Zhishui's gaze followed the contract, filled with unquenchable bitterness. Everything he desired was so close within reach. Years of enduring patience and careful maneuvering were finally on the verge of yielding rewards. He admitted that when he learned of Sui Sui's return, a sense of panic had washed over him. He had deviated from the original plan of gradually ensnaring her. Yet, he was so close to success. Under the influence of his 7 years of indoctrination, Lin Meng had let down her guard entirely.
But now,
everything was crumbling at the hands of this little cub. Song Zhishui still felt a pang of unwillingness. Meng Meng, shall I fetch another copy of the contract? Lin Meng shot him a strange look. There was no rush. Today, she would focus on spending quality time with Sui Sui. Suppressing his impatience, Song Zhishui approached Sui Sui, adopting the guise of the perfect father. Unfortunately, the little cub remained indifferent to him, showing no inclination to engage. A wave of displeasure washed over Song Zhishui. It was evident that a child raised in poverty could hardly be refined. She was not a fraction as endearing as Jiao Jiao. Speaking of Jiao Jiao, he continued, now that Sui Sui has returned, what shall we do about Jiao Jiao? Lin Meng sighed, her expression complex. Jiao Jiao is likely Yihong's child. I have arranged for a paternity test, and the results will be available soon. No, Meng Meng, perhaps we should forego the paternity test? Song Zhishui interjected with a frown. You've seen the situation with Yihong. How could she possibly care for Jiao Jiao? Jiao Jiao has been pampered since childhood. How can you bear to send her back to such an environment? Lin Meng's brow furrowed gradually. After more than 3 years of companionship, how could she be devoid of feelings for Jiao Jiao? Moreover, regardless of whether Yihong was involved, Jiao Jiao was innocent. But what about Sui Sui, who had endured years of abuse? Wasn't she equally innocent? Sensing Lin Meng's wavering resolve, Song Zhishui pressed on. While Sui Sui was absent, Jiao Jiao has been the one to honor us, to be by our side. She depends on us, respects us, and sees us as everything. Learning this news would shatter her. Meng Meng, I believe that even if Jiao Jiao is not our biological daughter, before he could finish, the little cub, who had previously ignored him, suddenly leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming, not a biological daughter. How could she not be our biological daughter? Chapter 23. Are you a blabbermouth? Isn't she, our biological daughter? The little cub's words spilled forth, catching everyone off guard. 0517 was taken aback, nearly choking on its frustration. How could she be so indiscreet? 0517 felt as though it might faint from exasperation. Meanwhile, Song Zhishui's heart skipped a beat, nearly stopping. He looked incredulously at the little cub, breath caught in his throat. What did Song Zhishui know? At that moment, Lin Meng gently interjected, Sui Sui, you are our child. Jiao Jiao was mistaken earlier. Her soothing words resonated, but internally, Lin Meng replayed Sui Sui's statement. Jiao Jiao, his biological daughter? Song Zhishui's heart resumed its rhythm. Indeed, earlier, Jiao Jiao had always been regarded as the little lady of the Song family. Hence, the little cub must have believed that Jiao Jiao was still their child. It was his own guilty conscience that had led him to misinterpret her words. Yes, it was a misunderstanding. A profound sigh of relief escaped Song Zhishui. Once he regained his composure, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Clearly, there was a reason for his aversion to Song Zhishui. Even her casual remarks seemed to provoke a sense of dread in him. Zhishui, what's wrong? Lin Meng's discerning gaze settled on him. Song Zhishui's face had turned an unnatural shade of white, despite his efforts to conceal it, and Lin Meng could perceive the telltale signs. It was merely Sui Sui's comment about Jiao Jiao being his biological daughter. Lin Meng's delicate brows furrowed further, her unease deepening. A typical person would have reacted similarly to her initial response upon hearing Sui Sui's words. Yet Song Zhishui appeared to be overly tense. After years of marriage, Lin Meng considered herself well acquainted with Song Zhishui's various subtle gestures. However, Song Zhishui's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that his reaction had been excessively intense, to the point where Lin Meng could detect something amiss. "It's nothing, Meng." I hurried over without eating, and my stomach suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He forced a smile, feigning an appearance of urgency for the sake of Sui Sui. Although Lin Meng outwardly expressed understanding, an undercurrent of doubt persisted in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Yet, she chose not to reveal this to Song Zhishui. Seeing Lin Meng dismiss her suspicions, Song Zhishui gradually exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. He continued to reason with her, appealing to her emotions in an attempt to dissuade her from pursuing a paternity test for Song Zhiao. Meng, there is still time. I believe Yi Hong will understand that she is not Zhao Zhao's best choice. As long as you explain this to her, she likely won't insist on the paternity test. What do you think? Lin Meng closed her eyes, a flicker of struggle crossing her gaze. Song Zhishui's words were not without merit. Zhao Zhao had been raised in their pampered environment. If she were abruptly thrust into a life she had never experienced, it would be a shock. However, Sui had been enduring such hardships from a young age due to their misaligned lives. Was this fair to her? Although Zhao Zhao was not their biological daughter, she was still the child they had cherished for over 3 years. Did Song Zhishui truly feel no affection for her? If this had been earlier, Lin Meng would have wavered at Song Zhishui's words. Yet, recalling his peculiar behavior moments ago, she found herself inexplicably reluctant to acquiesce to his wishes. I believe Yi Hong also wishes to reclaim her daughter, so the paternity test should indeed be conducted. Song Zhishui gazed at Lin Meng in disbelief. Based on his understanding of her, she should not choose to proceed with the paternity test after hearing those words. Yet, everything was unfolding contrary to his expectations. Anxiety gripped him. What would happen to Zhao Zhao? Could it be that he could truly bear to send her to such a place? The little one peeked out again, interrupting with wide, curious eyes. What kind of place is that? Lin Meng, who had initially felt sympathy for Song Zhiao, suddenly had an epiphany. Zhao Zhao had been adored and treasured in their presence for years, while Sui had lived in such a place for several years, molded into who she was now. They should be feeling more compassion for Sui, not Zhao Zhao. Yet, Song Zhishui remained fixated on Zhao Zhao, entirely neglecting Sui's feelings, which left Lin Meng deeply unsettled. She understood that Song Zhishui had always doted on Zhao Zhao, but nonetheless, he should not express such sentiments in front of Sui. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. You know what that place is like. Why do you show no concern for Sui? How has she endured all these years? Chapter 24. The child can't be held back. Song Zhishui opened his mouth. No, Meng, Sui is already here with us. From now on, she will never suffer again. She will live a life of luxury. But Zhao Zhao is different. She will have to endure hardship. Before Lin Meng could respond, Song Zhishui spoke with evident disappointment. Forget it. I know your heart is solely with Sui, and you've completely forgotten Zhao Zhao. I never imagined you had such a cold side. After raising Zhao Zhao for years, you could so easily abandon her. Before Lin Meng could say anything further, Song Zhishui turned to leave. Initially, he had intended to take the torn contract with him, but upon glancing at it, he realized that the little one had seized it once more and was clumsily folding it into a messy paper airplane. After crafting the paper airplane, the child launched it at him with gusto, hitting him several times. Veins throbbed on Song Zhishui's forehead. Meanwhile, Lin Meng allowed it all to happen without intervention. Song Zhishui cast another glance, hesitating slightly. The contract contained sensitive information, if Lin Meng were to see it. Just then, another chaotic paper airplane flew towards him, hitting him squarely on the forehead, leaving a bright red mark. It hurt tremendously. Song Zhishui could not fathom whether the child had too much strength or if the paper airplane had struck him perfectly, causing such pain. With a darkened expression, he disregarded everything else, leaving with a curt, "Think it over," as he swiftly departed. After all, this paper airplane, this contract, had already been ruined by the little one, and Lin Meng would likely not bother to look at it. With that thought, Song Zhishui quickened his pace. Since Lin Meng insisted on pursuing the paternity test, he too had to make a series of preparations. Lin Meng stood, momentarily dazed, watching Song Zhishui's furious retreat. She began to question whether she had been too indifferent towards Jiao Jiao. Viewing the situation from any perspective, it could easily be seen as a clear-cut issue. Only those truly involved would comprehend the extent of the difficulty. Rubbing her temples, Lin Meng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. At that moment, a warm little hand plopped onto the back of her hand, its warmth instantly thawing Lin Meng's previously cold heart. She looked down to see the little one's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Recalling Song Zhifeng's biased words spoken in front of Sui Sui, Lin Meng immediately began to soothe her. Sui Sui, your father didn't mean it. Don't take those words to heart. This was not an attempt to excuse Song Zhifeng, but rather a fear of causing Sui Sui further heartache. Lin Meng intended to clarify everything to Sui Sui to prevent her from feeling confused and hurt later. Jiao Jiao is not your father's biological child. He has developed feelings for her because of the years spent together. The little one rubbed her tired, reddened eyes and replied, but Jiao Jiao is your biological child.
Child.
Mind your big mouth. It seemed that the already fragile truth, which had been carelessly handled by the little one, was on the verge of unraveling. Fortunately, being just a small child, whatever she said would likely be dismissed and not provoke further thoughts. Hadn't it always been this way? Just as Lin Meng was lost in such thoughts, she suddenly froze. Had it not been for Song Zhifeng's earlier odd behavior, upon hearing the little one's words, she would have dismissed them as innocent chatter. But recalling Song Zhifeng's earlier demeanor, an indescribable blockage arose in her heart. She felt a sudden impulse to conduct a paternity test for Song Jiao Jiao and Song Zhifeng. Yet, after 7 years of marriage, the weight of their shared history left Lin Meng feeling torn. There is a saying that rings true. Once a paternity test is conducted, the accusation is effectively established. Should she truly harbor such unworthy thoughts about her partner of many years? If her malicious speculation was erroneous, how would she subsequently confront Song Zhifeng? This thought plagued Lin Meng's mind during her moment of hesitation. Suddenly, a piece of paper was slapped onto her hand by the little one, while another remained crumpled in disarray, a true reflection of a child's carefree spirit. Lin Meng couldn't help but smile. Yet as her gaze fell upon the paper resting in her palm, a chill coursed through her. The brief, subtle words conveyed a stark contrast to what Song Zhifeng had previously mentioned regarding the temporary transfer of decision-making authority, revealing but a mere fragment of a much larger iceberg. With her body rigid, she picked up the unfolded paper from Sui Sui and began to peruse its contents. Ultimately, her heart felt like a desolate wasteland. Within that contract for the transfer of decision-making power lay a clause entailing the relinquishment of all her shares. Chapter 25. The Most Malicious Heart of a Scoundrel. Lin Meng covered her mouth in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom the ramifications had Sui Sui not torn up that contract. Under her dazed state, she could have unwittingly signed it. The very person she had regarded as her closest confidant, Song Zhifeng, had presented her with such a treacherous gift. Lin Meng had never been a fool, otherwise she would not have nurtured a company to the extent that it caught Song Zhifeng's covetous eye. She had merely been blinded by his daily displays of affection and deceit, misplaced her trust in him. Coupled with Sui Sui's earlier revelation that Song Jiao Jiao was Song Zhifeng's biological daughter, Lin Meng's heart trembled with realization. If Song Jiao Jiao was indeed his flesh and blood, then with whom had he sired her? And was there a hand of Song Zhifeng behind the switch of Sui Sui? Lin Meng dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. If all her speculations were true, how terrifying was the man she had shared her life with for so many years. Gazing down at Sui Sui, who was playing joyfully, Lin Meng's eyes brimmed with tears as she cautiously embraced her.
Sui Sui. Sui Sui.
Thankfully, she had Sui Sui. The system emitted a series of garbled beeps. The red exclamation mark starkly contrasted with the pale figure of 0517, who wished for nothing more than to disappear. Wasn't it supposed to be agreed that children's words were innocent, and no one would take them to heart? Yet, how could this little one have inadvertently delivered that crucial information into Lin Meng's hands? And why did Lin Meng have to glance at that document? With just 2 brief phrases and a single action, the entire narrative began to unravel. It was filled with indignation. This little one, how could they be such a blabbermouth? As the system responsible for other segments babbled about the previously stable plot now spiraling into chaos, 0517 shrank into a corner, laughing silently, too afraid to speak. At that moment, Lin Meng, overwhelmed with emotion, pressed her hand to her chest, her complexion turning pale. 0517 immediately understood, and whispered to the little one, "Do you know why Lin Meng's health is so frail? Song Zhifeng has been secretly administering slow-acting poison to her." The dosage is small but sufficient to keep her in a state of near ruin. Her deteriorating condition over the years is all thanks to Song Zhishui. TSK. The most malicious heart of a scoundrel.
Ah.
The little one immediately looked up at Lin Meng and exclaimed, "Hey, scoundrel, poisoned you." 0517. It wished it could slap itself. Lin Meng stiffly turned her gaze toward Sui Sui, unable to resist asking, "Sui Sui, is what you said true?" Her voice trembled. Yet, after uttering that statement, the little one gradually drifted off to sleep. Lin Meng chose not to wake Sui Sui. Instead, she gently laid her down on the bed and began to recall the events of the past. Her health had begun to decline after the disappearance of her eldest son. That incident had left her heartbroken and bedridden. Since then, her condition had worsened time and again. She had never given it much thought, assuming it was merely the result of her overwhelming sorrow that had damaged her health. Now, however, Sui Sui had clearly informed her that it was Song Zhishui who had poisoned her. Lin Meng knew she shouldn't trust the words of a mere 3-year-old. Yet, it was Sui Sui who had leapt into her arms and told her she was her biological mother, leading to the current situation. Moreover, all the peculiar signs indicated that Song Zhishui was indeed up to something, and Sui Sui had not lied. Trembling, Lin Meng dialed her secretary's number. "Please investigate this for me." Chapter 26, A Heart Completely Shattered. Before Lin Meng could uncover the truth, Song Zhishui once again arrived at the hospital, bearing a freshly printed contract. Initially filled with warmth, Lin Meng's heart had turned icy. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of composure, attempting to probe. "Why the rush for me to sign?" Under Lin Meng's deliberate suppression, Song Zhishui remained oblivious to her unease. Perhaps years of familiarity had led him to believe he had her completely under control and no longer needed to be cautious. "If it weren't for urgent matters of the company, I wouldn't have come." Song Zhishui's face was stern, yet he felt utterly assured. After all these years, he believed he had grasped Lin Meng's character thoroughly. The words he had previously spoken must have made a significant impact on her. Under such circumstances, and with her prior agreement, she would undoubtedly trust him. In fact, she would be filled with gratitude. Little did he know. Lin Meng did not respond as he had anticipated. Instead, she spoke coolly. "I've thought carefully about your words. It's not a problem. Fong Yuan will keep an eye on things for me, and I feel I can manage, so there's no need for your assistance." Fong Yuan was Lin Meng's secretary, and the person she had determined she could trust. "How can this be? Fong Yuan is merely an outsider." Meng, how can you entrust so much of the company to her?" Song Zhishui was incredulous. According to his understanding of Lin Meng, she should have signed without hesitation at this moment. Why, then, was everything so contrary to his expectations? A trace of sarcasm flickered in Lin Meng's eyes. "Fong Yuan has been with me for many years. I know her character well. Do you not trust my judgment?" Noticing the hints of anger in Lin Meng's tone, Song Zhishui softened his voice slightly. Meng, that is not what I meant. I'm only looking out for you. Everything is under my control. You don't need to be so stubborn." Lin Meng fixed her gaze steadily on her partner and slowly took the contract from him. Song Zhishui felt a sense of relief. He had thought that Lin Meng was still within his grasp. But no, what was Lin Meng doing? Song Zhishui's brow furrowed deeply. Meng, what are you doing?" To his surprise, Lin Meng, after taking the contract, did not immediately prepare to sign as before. Instead, she began to leisurely flip through its pages. Upon hearing his inquiry, she merely replied without lifting her head, "Isn't it just a signature? Let me see if there are any discrepancies." Song Zhishui's brow furrowed tightly, his heart racing. Meng, I have already checked. There won't be any mistakes. All you need to do is sign." However, Lin Meng remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the contract, not flipping through it carelessly, but meticulously examining each clause. "Lin Meng, what do you mean by this? Do you doubt my competence, or is it my character you mistrust? I never anticipated that after years of marriage, even your trust in me would be so elusive. No wonder you exhibit no affection for the well-bred Jejia. Perhaps I misjudged you. What was intended for your benefit? If you refuse to sign, then so be it." With those words, Song Zhishui abruptly snatched the contract from Lin Meng's hands and stormed out, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. When she finally raised her head, Lin Meng was already in tears. She had intended to provoke him, initially believing that he was unaware of the previous issues with the contract or was oblivious to them. However, his intense reaction now confirmed that this was indeed his scheme. Once filled with hope, Lin Meng's heart was now utterly desolate. This was her final opportunity for Song Zhishui. At that moment, Fang Yuan entered, her expression tinged with frustration. President Lin, I had someone investigate President Song's expenditure records, and we uncovered some irregularities. President Song owns a property in Pingjiang Mansion, registered under his assistant's name. As you know, such a property is far beyond what an assistant could afford. Moreover, our investigation revealed that a woman resides there. Chapter 27. Everything is revealed. Fang Yuan produced a series of documents detailing the various expenses Song Zhishui had incurred for that woman over the years. The time frame was too short, and Song Zhishui had taken pains to conceal the truth, so Fang Yuan only uncovered a rough outline. Yet, even this mere tip of the iceberg was enough to shock. Lin Meng's complexion turned pale as she sank onto the bed. Fang Yuan was equally furious. She had always believed that President Song was unwaveringly loyal to their president, never suspecting the existence of any sordid affairs. To think that he had hidden such depths from her. It was then that Lin Meng spoke again, her voice laced with determination. Investigate further. See if Song Zhishui has engaged in any underhanded dealings within my company over the years. Fang Yuan looked at Lin Meng in disbelief. What do you mean? She understood that their president would never make baseless accusations. Since Lin Meng had said this, it was clear she had substantial grounds for suspicion. Fang Yuan had initially thought Song Zhishui's emotional betrayal of Lin Meng was the worst of it. But now she feared the implications were far more grandiose. Fang Yuan's heart was ablaze with anger. She had once envied the seemingly enviable relationship between Lin Meng and Song Zhishui. Even if she personally believed that Song Zhishui was unworthy of Lin Meng in other respects, she had never voiced her thoughts. Yet now, everything seemed to indicate that their previous happiness had merely been a facade. Additionally, there were the two other matters Lin Meng had discreetly instructed her to investigate: the paternity test between Song Zhishui and Song Zhishui, and Lin Meng's health checkup. Fang Yuan's gaze fell on Sui Sui, who appeared frail and clearly had not been well cared for since childhood. President Lin, what do you plan to do if everything is confirmed? A chill flickered in Lin Meng's eyes. If that is the case, I will not spare them. Fang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Lin Meng she recognized. For 2 days, Song Zhishui did not return. The results Lin Meng sought were expedited during this time. Song Zhishui was indeed Song Zhishui's daughter, and she carried chronic toxins in her system. Lin Meng had undergone annual health examinations, but all had been arranged by Song Zhishui. Only when she sought a checkup independently did she uncover the truth. Lin Meng's heart felt as cold as ice as she spoke slowly to Fang Yuan. The paternity test results are out. Yi Hong paced anxiously. She had previously succeeded in swapping Sui Sui and Zhishui due to the hospital's inadequate procedures and a nurse's oversight. Otherwise, as a mere impoverished citizen, how could she have orchestrated such a scheme? Now, with Song's wife requesting a paternity test, she was at a complete loss. How could she intervene? How could she prevent it? Everything was under the watchful eyes of Song's wife, and every time she attempted to make a move, the fierce gaze of the guard halted her. Yi Hong was frantic, yet she had to maintain an appearance of ignorance, feigning a desperate desire to find her biological daughter. Otherwise, she had no idea how she would extricate herself once the truth about her and Zhishui's relationship was exposed. These thoughts tormented her, deepening her resentment towards Song Wuqing. That day, he had indeed intended to come and take Sui Sui away, as they had agreed. To ensure his prompt arrival, Yi Hong even promised him 20,000 yuan. Even for that money, he would have no reason to refuse. Yet, inexplicably, Song Wuqing had gone silent this time, allowing that wretched girl to seize the opportunity. Yi Hong racked her brain, unable to pinpoint when she had inadvertently revealed the truth to Sui Sui. Or perhaps it was during one of Song Wuqing's drunken rants that he let it slip. It was evident now that he was not only aware, but had also participated in the deception. Just as Yi Hong was consumed with worry, the paternity test results were released. Yi Hong and Song Zhishui indeed shared a biological connection, even though she had anticipated the outcome. Facing the reality shattered any remaining illusions Yi Hong had clung to. Song Zhishui, upon hearing this news, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Zhishui should be mine and yours. Chapter 28. Is the child Yi Hong's? Observing Song Zhishui's incredulous expression, Lin Meng could not help but sneer inwardly. Fang Yuan regarded him with cold eyes. They both knew that the child was not Yi Hong's, but rather the offspring of Song Zhishui and his longtime mistress. At that moment, Song Zhishui began to doubt himself. How could this child belong to Yi Hong? How could it possibly be hers? He had never intended to manipulate the situation. His original plan was to extricate Yi Hong from this mess and later discreetly inform her that someone had intervened on her behalf. This way, he could appease Yi Hong while allowing Lin Meng to believe that Jiejia's biological parents were unreachable, thereby convincing Lin Meng to raise Jiejia as her own. Yet the current outcome was entirely unexpected. His heart was tumultuous, yet he could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint of his turmoil. Could it be that Song Zhishui had deceived him from the beginning, truly swapping his own child? But what had become of his and Yuer's child? Is Jiao Jiao truly my offspring?
How could this be?
Madam, I genuinely do not know. Who could endure the agony of their child calling another woman mother while being raised in someone else's embrace? At this moment, Yi Hong's face turned ashen, her eyes darting about, feigning complete ignorance. After all, in her heart, Song Jiao Jiao was undoubtedly her biological child. However, she could never admit to having intentionally swapped the children. How can I trust you? Lin Meng gazed coldly at Yi Hong. Although Yi Hong had also been misled, she was by no means an innocent party in this affair. Firstly, she must have known that Sui Sui was Lin Meng's true child. If Lin Meng wished to uncover the truth and expose the woman hidden away by Song Zhishui, she had to employ such tactics to reveal their flaws. Yi Hong stubbornly insisted that she was completely unaware and that her arrival at the Song household was purely coincidental. Yet, amidst so many coincidences, her words appeared utterly feeble. The only thing she could rely on was that Lin Meng had no evidence against her. Lin Meng wearily rubbed her brow and stated the crucial point. Without evidence, I cannot pursue this matter. Since Jiao Jiao is your daughter, you may take her with you.
Emia Facil.
She would pursue this matter to its conclusion once she found the evidence. She did not believe that Yi Hong could maintain her charade indefinitely. What she desired was for Yi Hong to let her guard down. However, Lin Meng's statement was sufficient to leave Yi Hong dumbfounded. She had initially believed that she might be cast out, yet Jiao Jiao would undoubtedly remain in the Song family, continuing to bask in luxury and privilege. For all these years, Madame Song's affection for Song Jiao Jiao was genuine. She could not fathom that Madame Song would willingly part with her. Yet, she had miscalculated. Madame Song had actually permitted her to take Jiao Jiao away. How could this be? Her precious Jiao Jiao had lived a life of comfort for so long. How could they simply say she must leave? This was utterly devoid of compassion. Yi Hong looked to Song Zhishui for help, hoping he might speak up. Mr. Song was known for his loyalty and affection, often showering Jiao Jiao with even more love than Madame Song. Surely, he would come to Jiao Jiao's defense. Unlike Madame Song, who, with only a flimsy bond of blood, could so readily abandon Jiao Jiao as if their years of companionship had meant nothing.
Yet,
when her gaze fell upon Song Zhishui, she was taken aback. There he stood, his face twisted with fury, his eyes blazing as if he wished to consume her whole. Moreover, he uttered not a single word about keeping Jiao Jiao. In an instant, it seemed he no longer cared for Jiao Jiao at all. Instead, he appeared anxious to depart. Yi Hong distinctly recalled that upon learning Jiao Jiao was not his biological child, Mr. Song had argued with Madame Song for Jiao Jiao to remain. How could everything have changed so suddenly? Yi Hong was at a loss. After hastily uttering a few parting words, Song Zhishui claimed he had urgent business at the company and left in a hurry. Lin Meng exchanged a glance with Fang Yuan, who discreetly followed after him. They intended to observe where Song Zhishui would go and whom he would question upon discovering that Song Jiao Jiao was likely not his child. And what course of action would Yi Hong choose? Chapter 29. Song Zhishui faces retribution. Song Zhishui limped out of the alley, cursing under his breath as he glanced at his phone, filled with missed calls and curses from Yi Hong. He spat in frustration. Initially, he had planned to seek out Song Zhishui immediately. After all, Yi Hong had promised him a sum of money, and he himself wanted to settle the score with Song Zhishui. However, his debts were far too numerous. The moment he emerged from the police station, he was confronted by a group of debt collectors who insisted he had deliberately hidden from them by seeking refuge in the police station. Regardless of how Song Zhishui attempted to explain, they did not believe a word he said. Are you kidding? A 3.5-year-old toddler called the police on their own? Clearly, Song Zhishui was behind this, trying to evade us. Consequently, they beat him mercilessly. Song Zhishui nearly exploded in anger, but ultimately, his curses turned into pitiful cries. After barely escaping from their grasp, his expression was fierce, and the first thought that crossed his mind was to confront Sui Sui. If it were not for that troublesome child calling the police, none of this would have happened. Yet, before he could fully exit the alley, He collided with the sullen face of Song Zhishui. Song Wuqing failed to recognize just how grim Song Zhishui's expression was. Instead, he was filled with delight. "Cousin? What brings you here? I put in quite a bit of effort for that task you asked me to do, and now I'm being chased because of that little brat. Surely, you owe me some compensation?" A calculating glint sparkled in Song Wuqing's eyes. "Don't call me cousin. We are hardly related. If it weren't for the fact that I needed you to swap the two children and conveniently take Song Zhishui away, I wouldn't even bother acknowledging your existence." Song Zhishui coldly retorted. "To secretly pull such a stunt and then attempt to extort me. Song Wuqing, you truly have some audacity." Song Wuqing was utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about, cousin?" he protested. "All these injuries are due to that little brat, Song Zhishui. If you don't give me an explanation today, I can't guarantee that I accidentally let something slip in front of my sister-in-law." He sneered, threatening. This tactic had always worked wonders for him, and he had often leveraged the secret to gain benefits from Song Zhishui. However, this time, the atmosphere felt decidedly off. As the two bodyguards brought by Song Zhishui advanced toward him step by step, he finally sensed the change in tension. "Cousin, what are you trying to do?" Song Wuqing retreated, but the two bodyguards suddenly pounced on him like famished wolves, pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, Song Zhishui strode forward, grabbing Song Wuqing by the hair, his expression resembling that of a demon emerging from hell. "Where is my daughter? What have you done with her?" Song Wuqing's scalp tingled with fear. Yet anger surged within him. "What madness is this, Song Zhishui? Your daughter has always been by your side. That is your daughter. Try playing the fool one more time." Song Wuqing exclaimed, bewildered. How could he not know that she was his daughter? "No, cousin, you must be mistaken. That wretched woman Yi Hong gave birth to a stillborn. I swapped her for the child of sister Yu and your wife." As soon as he spoke, a fist landed squarely on Song Wuqing's face. "Still playing the fool with me? The paternity test results for Song Zhiao and your wife have come back.
Keep pretending."
Especially upon hearing the term stillborn, Song Zhishui's eyes turned bloodshot. If it is said that Yi Hongxing's child, Song Zhiao, did not become a stillborn, then is it not true that his living child has already been harmed by Song Wuqing? Enough of the talk. Let the beating commence. Terror flickered in Song Wuqing's eyes. This was not merely a cousin's dispute. Before he could further defend himself, the torrential fists came crashing down upon him. Chapter 30. Not a single one shall be spared. As the blows rained down, Song Wuqing finally grasped the situation. Yet, he felt even more aggrieved. Indeed, Yi Hongxing had initially given birth to a stillborn. Following Song Zhishui's instructions, he had swapped the children of Yu Jia and Lin Meng, fearing that if Yi Hongxing discovered the truth about her stillborn, she might go mad. Thus, he had requested the child he had exchanged from Song Zhishui. However, in a drunken stupor, he inadvertently revealed that Sui Sui was actually Song Zhishui's child. The expression on Yi Hongxing's face at that moment was terrifying, as if she intended to devour him whole. With no other recourse, Song Wuqing had claimed that Zhiao was her daughter. Since that day, Yi Hongxing had pursued employment as a nanny in the Song household, without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Now, Song Zhishui declared that the child belonged to Yi Hongxing?
How could that be?
Song Wuqing never anticipated that after suffering a beating for debt collection, he would also face a severe thrashing from Song Zhishui and his men due to this misunderstanding. In the end, Song Wuqing was lamenting his ignorance, but Song Zhishui dismissed it as mere stubborn denial. Well aware of what a rogue Song Wuqing was, his words devoid of truth. In contrast, Song Zhishui placed greater trust in the hospital's paternity test results. Consequently, the beating intensified. Unbeknownst to them, while they pummeled Song Wuqing, a surveillance camera silently recorded all their actions. Despite the thrashing, no answers were obtained, and with a darkened countenance, Song Zhishui departed, determined to investigate where his daughter had been taken. Meanwhile, Song Wuqing lay on the ground, resembling a discarded rag. In the next moment, several individuals clad in black approached him silently, wielding iron rods identical to those of the previous two bodyguards. With a few brutal strikes, they shattered flesh and bone, leaving Song Wuqing completely unconscious. From this day forth, he would be crippled, rendered utterly useless. As Lin Meng viewed the footage she had acquired, her eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Fong Yuan, prepare swiftly. She had vowed to spare none who had harmed Sui Sui. First, she would deal with the one who had tormented Sui Sui for years. Song Zhishui would not escape either. Gazing at Sui Sui, Sprawled across the bed like a little turtle, Lin Meng's heart softened once more. It seemed she had never received warmth from her parents. The little one disliked being held while sleeping. Rather, Sui Sui preferred to slumber alone on the bed, sprawled out, clutching tightly to the corner of her small blanket, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Lin Meng gently placed a kiss on Sui Sui's cheek before turning to exit the hospital room. She also needed further testing for the poison administered to her, along with several other examinations. Simultaneously, the system data was in disarray. At that moment, Lin Meng's trajectory began to shift. One ripple affected the entire fabric of existence, altering not only Song Zhifeng's path, but also that of the world's heroine, Song Jiao. A series of inaudible voices, imperceptible to humanity, began to converse urgently. Why? Why is this happening? Error. The world narrative has once again deviated. Lin Meng. How has she suddenly transformed? According to the original trajectory, she should have succumbed to illness in a few years. Shortly after the discovery of Song Jiao's true lineage and passed away. At this juncture, a more astute voice emerged. She won't have much longer to live. And besides, only her path has slightly deviated. It does not significantly impact the overall narrative. The poison Song Zhifeng administered is unresolvable. She will still die. Perhaps even sooner. As the last words echoed, the intricate voices resumed their discourse. Finally, a mechanical voice rendered its conclusive judgment. Review complete. The world is permitted to continue its operation without interference. Chapter 31. Returning to the Song family. After waiting an entire day, without any repercussions, 0517 transitioned from an initial state of trepidation to a state of carefree elation. It had assumed that changes to pivotal characters would incite a transformation throughout the world, even attracting the attention of entities beyond its own comprehension. Yet, nothing transpired. Absolutely nothing. After a day fraught with anxiety, 0517 ultimately faced no punishment. It could not help but marvel at the strength of the world's will, dismissing such minor disturbances with ease. Glancing downward, it noticed the child whose mere words had altered the course of the narrative still sleeping soundly in bed, sprawled out comfortably. With a sigh, 0517 acknowledged that today was the day of Song Zhisui's discharge. Upon awakening, Lin Meng took Song Zhishui back to the Song household. She was still unable to divorce Song Zhifeng. Over the years, much of what she possessed had been consumed by the Song family. Initially, Lin Meng had been indifferent to these matters, believing that mutual support was essential in a marriage. However, upon learning that everything had been a carefully woven lie by Song Zhifeng, she resolved not to foolishly sacrifice everything any longer. Moreover, she intended to compel Song Zhifeng to return everything he had previously taken. Upon receiving the news of Lin Meng's return with the child, old Madame Song had long been waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Meng carry in Song Zhishui, who clearly was not Song Jiao, her initially amiable expression darkened. Where is Jiao? Lin Meng, you only brought back this wild child? Old Madame Song glared fiercely. When Song Zhifeng said you didn't care for Jiao, I found it hard to believe, but now I see the truth. How can you lack a conscience? Jiao has been by your side for so long. Can you truly feel nothing? Now that you know she is not related to you, by blood, you simply abandon her in the hospital? How could I have missed your heartlessness before? Old Madame Song had never been a person of reason, and to say she was somewhat harsh would be an understatement. However, Lin Meng had always been accommodating in deference to Song Zhifeng. Furthermore, given old Madame Song's fondness for Jiao, Lin Meng had held her tongue. Yet now, Lin Meng found herself devoid of any inclination to appease old Madame Song. I presume you are already aware that Jiao is not the child of Zhifeng and me. Moreover, her biological parents have been located, and she rightfully belongs back in her original family. Lin Meng surveyed the room, her heart filled with an icy resolve upon realizing that only old Madame Song remained present in the Song household. She had distinctly informed everyone in the family group about Sui's existence. Yet today, aside from old Madame Song, no one from either branch of the Song family had come. Thus, it seemed that, despite their silence, they had chosen not to acknowledge the matter. However, it has already been made abundantly clear through her own actions. They utterly refused to acknowledge the identity of Sui. A chill deepened within Lin Meng's heart. Over the years, both the first and second branches of the family have existed merely as parasites on the Song family. And the Song family, it must be noted, was a creation of her own making. In essence, the first and second branches have relied entirely on her. She had nurtured a brood of ingrates. Grandmother Song remained blissfully unaware of the shift in Lin Meng's demeanor. She was solely concerned with Lin Meng's earlier inquiry. Have you found them? Have you located Jiao Jiao's biological parents? How could that possibly have happened so swiftly? A wave of astonishment washed over Grandmother Song. The results of the paternity test concerning Yi Hong and Song Jiao Jiao had yet to reach her ears. After all, Song Zhishui was nearly driven to madness in his quest to find his biological daughter and had no time to relay such information to Grandmother Song. Moreover, he feared that, upon learning the truth, her emotions would spiral out of control, leading to unpredictable consequences. Lin Meng, however, harbored no such apprehensions. With a smile, she fixed her gaze intently on Grandmother Song. Indeed, I have found her. Strangely enough, you are acquainted with that individual. Grandmother Song felt her heart skip a beat. Acquainted? At that moment, the cheeky 0517 leaned in close to the little cub's ear. Cub. This old hag has always known that Song Jiao Jiao is the child of Bai Yuer. Bai Yuer, do you know her? She is your father's moonlight mistress. The little cub's curiosity was immediately piqued.
Huh? Yuer?
0517. The little cub had once again blurted out something indiscreet. Grandmother Song felt a wave of panic wash over her. Even this little bastard was aware of the truth. Could it be that Lin Meng had truly located Bai Yuer? In a heartbeat, Lin Meng discerned the turmoil on Grandmother Song's face. She had come to realize that her precious daughter possessed an extraordinary intuition, seemingly privy to knowledge that eluded them. Just by observing Grandmother Song's expression, Lin Meng understood that her Sui had likely spoken the truth once more. However,
Wu Yuer? Wu Yuer?
Lin Meng silently committed the homophonic names to memory, intending that if she could not extract any further useful clues from Grandmother Song, she would have someone investigate those 3 names. Lin Meng continued to probe, but Grandmother Song was lost in her thoughts and remained silent. Lin Meng covered Sui's ears and issued another warning. Furthermore, Sui is my biological daughter, as well as the biological daughter of your son. If you dare to label Sui as a bastard, then what does that make Song Zhishui and you? You, sharp-tongued. Grandmother Song snapped back to reality, trembling with indignation, nearly at a loss for words as she pointed an accusing finger at Lin Meng. Typically, Lin Meng was gentle and timid, always obedient to her. When had she ever spoken to her in such a manner? Do not forget, you eat and live off the Song family. It is not your place to speak on this matter. She arrogantly issued her final ultimatum. In any case, Lin Meng, you must bring Jiao Jiao back today. I only recognize Jiao Jiao as my granddaughter. Chapter 32. Spill everything. It is truly laughable that everything the Song family possesses today has been acquired through the very lifeblood of Lin Meng. Yet Grandmother Song speaks as though Lin Meng is the one who exists in dependence on the Song family. Previously, Lin Meng had always disregarded such remarks, never choosing to refute them. This time, however, she would not indulge Grandmother Song any longer. She gazed at Grandmother Song with a calm demeanor and a faint smile. Mother, you may have forgotten that I am the one responsible for all the household expenses. This includes daily meals and the wages of our servants. It has always been my financial responsibility. Previously, it had merely been Song Zhishui's declaration that the man would handle external affairs while the woman managed the household. And Lin Meng had embraced this role with heartfelt gratitude. Yet, so many years had passed. What do you mean, Lin Meng? Do not speak nonsense. Zhishui provides you with a monthly allowance. Are you now denying it? Lin Meng chuckled softly. Mother, what are you joking about? Zhishui only gives me 10,000 a month, which is insufficient even for the salary of a single servant in the Song household. Once, Lin Meng had believed that Song Zhishui was genuinely unaware of the household expenditures and had never held it against him. She had never anticipated that in Grandmother Song's eyes. She was still living in dependence on the Song family. It was utterly preposterous. The servants who had been tidying up nearby wore peculiar expressions. Lin Meng was not always present at home, under the subtle guidance of Grandmother Song and others. All the servants had long believed that it was the Song family who paid their wages. Now, upon hearing that Song Zhishui only provided Lin Meng with 10,000 a month, they were finally enlightened to the contrary. Grandmother Song was so agitated that she nearly jumped up, yet she found herself unable to articulate a single word against Lin Meng. Just then, Song Zhishui entered from outside. What's all this ruckus? Grandmother Song immediately seized the opportunity to complain, framing herself as the greatest victim in the situation. Song Zhishui was already irritated. He frowned as he glanced in Lin Meng's direction. Meng Meng, what is going on? You've come back and immediately caused Mom to be upset like this. You weren't like this before. Lin Meng's heart was filled with derision, though her face wore a mask of hurt. Mother just mentioned the household expenses, and I simply responded. I meant nothing else. Am I mistaken in saying that Shifeng gives me 10,000 each month? Song Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that the topic of their conversation would revolve around this, especially in front of so many servants. How could he possibly be unaware that a mere 10,000 a month was far from sufficient for the household? Yet, since Lin Meng was willing to shoulder the burden, he had comfortably accepted it all along. In fact, Lin Meng had never mentioned this matter in front of outsiders. Thus, he had maintained a polished image in public. The servants of the Song family had always believed that it was Song Zong who provided their wages. Now, with Lin Meng's casual remark, she had pulled back the curtain on the facade that Song Shifeng had meticulously concealed over the years. He gazed at Lin Meng with deep affection. Meng Meng, I do not comprehend these matters, nor have I paid attention. If it is insufficient, you should have informed me long ago. How can you bear these expenses alone? Song Shifeng had intended to say that she could ask him for whatever amount she needed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Meng nodded. Understood, Shifeng. I have kept meticulous records of these expenses. I will inform you of the total later. Song Shifeng's expression froze. Lin Meng added regretfully, It was my oversight. I had thought you might be facing financial difficulties, which is why it was this way. Song Shifeng found himself at a loss for words.
How could that be?
I simply wasn't aware. If you tell me the expenses, I will reimburse you immediately. Did he really have to admit in front of so many servants that he was financially strapped, needing his wife to cover the household expenses? He, Song Shifeng, could not afford to lose face. Pondering that the family's expenditures could not be excessively high, Song Shifeng gritted his teeth and acquiesced, though he felt a tightness in his chest. Naturally, he was not lacking in funds at the moment. It was merely that after so many years of relying on Lin Meng, the sudden demand to contribute felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Lin Meng then pulled out her phone and checked. A total of 72,280,000. Just transfer it to my previous card. The smile on Song Shifeng's face vanished entirely as he gazed incredulously at Lin Meng. What did you say? How much? Chapter 33. The Song family is no longer her concern. A wave of disbelief washed over Song Shifeng. Though he had always been aware that the funds he provided were insufficient, he had assumed that the expenditures over the years amounted to merely a few million. But now, what was Lin Meng saying? Over 70 million. Surely, she must be attempting to extort him. Old Madame Song nearly leaped from her seat. Lin Meng, have you lost your mind? How dare you make such exorbitant demands? Hasn't Shifeng treated you well all these years? Must you scheme against his finances like this? Song Shifeng, though not as overtly distressed as old Madame Song, struggled to maintain his composure. Meng Meng, have you perhaps made a mistake? The expenses over these years are that substantial? Lin Meng smiled faintly. Every single expense is accounted for, Shifeng. Would you like to examine them closely? Her expression turned slightly disappointed as she added, I didn't expect you to have so little faith in me. Song Shifeng felt as if he might shatter under the weight of her words and could only attempt to mitigate the situation. That's not my intention. I merely wonder if your spending has been a touch extravagant. Old Madame Song was impatient, indeed. It's no easy feat for Shifeng to earn money. Even if the Song family is affluent, it shouldn't be squandered like this. Old Madame Song continued her tirade. Yet, faced with their accusations, Lin Meng exhibited no sign of panic. Mother, the monthly expenses for ginseng and bird's nest, along with gatherings for relatives and friends, each requires funding. With that, Lin Meng promptly forwarded all the bills from her phone to Song Shifeng. Picking up the device, he scrolled through the items one by one. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became. He realized that every expense was a necessity for the household, yet he had been utterly oblivious to their exorbitant costs. Accumulated over 7 years. The figures were indeed shocking. Song Shifeng felt as if he had swallowed a fly, muttering, I will have my assistant contact you immediately. His countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that a mere return home would result in a loss of over 70 million. Lin Meng sighed. Since you do not trust me, I shall leave the household matters entirely in your hands. Upon hearing that staggering figure, old Madame Song was already feeling the sting of heartache. Hearing Lin Meng's declaration, she promptly interjected, given that all these expenses will fall upon the Song family, I fear that Lin Meng might be up to some mischief. Moreover, the The family's expenditures hardly warranted such a sum. It was evident that Lin Meng lacked frugality. Old Madame Song readily agreed. There's no need for Shifeng to manage the household. Your sister-in-law and I, along with your sister, can handle it far better than someone else. Song Shifeng opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately thought it wiser to entrust household management to his family. Indeed, Lin Meng's involvement was unnecessary, and he acquiesced. Only then did Lin Meng ascend the stairs, with Sui Sui in her arms. At that moment, old Madame Song recalled the matter concerning Song Zhiao. After dismissing all the servants, she could no longer contain her curiosity and lowered her voice to inquire. Lin Meng, you mentioned that Zhiao's parents have been found. How did this happen? How could she suddenly be linked to you, heir? Mother, what are you talking about? What does you, heir, have to do with this? Old Madame Song promptly recounted what the little one had blurted out about you, heir. Song Shifeng, already agitated, furrowed his brow upon hearing those two syllables escape the lips of a mere child. Mother, are you certain she uttered those words? Surely, you must have misheard. Had Lin Meng mentioned you, heir, he might have felt a stir of anxiety. But now, could he trust the words of a 3-year-old who knew nothing? Upon hearing Song Shifeng's skepticism, old Madame Song hesitated as well. Her hearing was not what it used to be, and with Song Zhishui's unclear articulation, she began to doubt whether she had indeed heard the name you, heir. Perhaps I truly misheard. I was simply flustered when I heard Lin Meng say that Zhiao's parents had been found. Old Madame Song then recalled. What did Lin Meng mean by saying Zhiao's parents had been found? This was, after all, one of the most pressing concerns weighing on Song Shifeng's mind. Song Shifeng frowned. Feeling both vexed and frustrated, Zhiao has been confirmed to be biologically related to Yi Hong.
What?
Old Madame Song gasped in shock. Chapter 34. The Third Uncle. Meanwhile, while old Madame Song and Song Shifeng were in a state of panic over the whereabouts of their beloved child, Lin Meng and the little one were sleeping soundly. True to her word, from the very next day after relinquishing her managerial authority, Lin Meng completely distanced herself from the affairs of the Song family. Old Madame Song, feeling triumphant, realized that managing the household was far simpler than she had anticipated. After all the tasks were performed by the servants. She merely needed to direct them with her words. How could this be challenging? Had she known Lin Meng would be so miserly and demand reimbursement for all the expenditures of the past years, she would have reclaimed the management authority long ago. Old Madame Song had no inkling that her current ease in managing the household was due to Lin Meng's prior meticulous organization and training of every aspect. Everything was already in order and running smoothly. However, upon reviewing the expenses for purchases and servant wages, her brows furrowed in discontent. Seeing Lin Meng descend the stairs, old Madame Song immediately called out, her voice laced with accusation. Lin Meng, what is this regarding the wages you've set for the servants? They merely clean. Why are you paying them so extravagantly? Are you burning money? Lin Meng explained calmly. This was agreed upon from the outset. The wages for the servants follow a specific protocol. Their duties are not as simplistic as mere cleaning, as you seem to imply. Old Madame Song persisted, not letting up. Lin Meng raised her gaze. While the ultimate decision rests with you, I would advise against making any changes in this regard. The character and capability of each servant require careful consideration. It would be foolish to meddle in this matter. Old Madame Song's face betrayed her discomfort at having her thoughts exposed, and she slammed her hand on the table. Lin Meng, you are no longer in charge of the household. Who gave you the right to dictate to me? Old Madame Song, reluctant to compromise her own means of living, had indeed focused her attention on this aspect. In response, Lin Meng chose to remain silent, taking the little one and heading outside. Sui Sui had no clothes to wear, and had it not been for their prior hospital visit, Lin Meng would have long ago purchased an array of outfits for her. Today, she intended to take Sui Sui to the mall for a proper shopping spree. Always out gallivanting, old Madame Song scoffed, rolling her eyes before her gaze returned to the servant wages. The high-end shopping mall was not overly crowded. Lin Meng held Sui Sui's hand, perusing each store. Whenever she found something suitable for Sui Sui, she purchased it all, seemingly attempting to compensate for the years of neglect. At that moment, a man wearing a mask hurried past them. Upon catching a glimpse of his silhouette, Lin Meng instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. She froze for a brief moment, but when she looked again, he had already vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the voice of 0517 resonated with a hint of excitement. Child, this is your third uncle. A film emperor, do you understand what that means? It continued, but it doesn't matter if you don't. After today, it will no longer be the case. Once again, 0517 clicked its tongue in amusement. If it had some sunflower seeds, it would likely have propped its legs up and started munching away. Today, he will be disfigured by acid thrown by his haters, subsequently ridiculed and trampled upon in the entertainment industry, and ultimately, he will meet a tragic fate, falling down the stairs and becoming disabled, ending his life in despair. TSK, such a pitiful man. Oh, child, you know your uncle, he belongs to your maternal family. However, your mother severed ties with them during her marriage to Song Zhishui. Chapter 35, An Encounter. After shopping for an array of clothing and supplies for the little one, the child suddenly halted beside the supermarket, immobile. Thankfully, all of Lin Meng's purchases could be delivered directly to their home. Otherwise, they would have struggled to carry everything after visiting the first store. Noticing that Sui was intrigued by the supermarket, Lin Meng smiled gently, ruffling Sui's hair, and led her into the store. It was then that Lin Meng's phone rang. Upon hearing the contents of the call, her expression slightly stiffened. Seeing Sui curiously peering around, she crouched down. Sui, Mommy has to step away for a moment. Can I ask the lady nearby to show you around? You can ask her to get anything you like. Go on. Without hesitation, the little one nodded and waved her hand in a carefree manner. Lin Meng felt relieved and raised her hand to summon a familiar manager. Please watch over my child. Thank you. The manager promptly nodded and bowed. Of course, Mrs. Song. You can rest easy. As soon as Lin Meng left, the manager's smile vanished. Casting a glance at Sui, she couldn't help but purse her lips. Lin Meng had often brought Song Zhishui to the supermarket, so the manager was all too aware that the Song family's daughter did not resemble this child. It was likely just a child that Mrs. Song had casually brought along. The manager's desire to please was solely directed towards the Song family. Pointing to an area nearby, the manager casually remarked, "You can pick whatever you want, all right?" After saying that, she busied herself with her phone. The little one gazed disinterestedly at the array of Ultraman and armored warriors before her. Wrinkling her nose, her gaze shifted to the manager. With her short legs, she approached and tugged at the manager's clothes, pointing to the side. "Go, over there." The manager frowned impatiently, insisting, "Children should be obedient. Just play here." Saying this, she tossed a few Barbie dolls into the shopping cart, thinking that she could simply tell Mrs. Song that the child had chosen them. Did she really think the child would defend herself? The manager was unconcerned and showed no intention of moving. The little one had always been acutely aware of people's intentions. Tilting her head to glance at the manager, she then turned on her heels and walked resolutely in another direction. "I can go by myself." Lin Zhishui, fully equipped, strode briskly through the mall, skillfully evading his ever-following manager as he entered the supermarket. He paused momentarily, somewhat lost in thought as he crouched by a shelf. Just moments ago, while evading his manager, he had caught sight of a familiar figure, the back of his sister, who had severed ties with them for the sake of a worthless man. Despite their long separation, Lin Zhishui recognized her instantly. She was holding a child, presumably Song Zhishui. Currently, the news regarding the Song family had yet to spread, leading others to believe that Song Zhishui was Lin Meng's biological daughter. Lin Zhishui snorted coldly, feeling a pang of bitterness. That stubborn girl, just like the old man, said she wouldn't keep in touch, and she truly hasn't. Even during the toughest times for his company, he never considered reaching out to them for help. After all these years, the old man's anger had long since dissipated, yet his stubborn nature prevented him from conceding. They never anticipated that the one most akin to the old man's temperament was, in fact, Lin Meng. Truly obstinate. For years, they had not contacted each other even once. Whenever Lin Zhishui and others sought to learn about Lin Meng, they could only do so in secret. As Lin Zhishui crouched behind a shelf, feeling despondent, he suddenly sensed that something had snagged his pant leg. What was it? Instantly, he felt the hair on his body stand on end. He sprang to his feet, attempting to shake off the strange tugging sensation. To his astonishment, with a ripping sound, his pants were torn down. Lin Zhishui. What the hell is this thing with such strength? He widened his eyes and looked down, discovering a plump little child squatting beside him, staring back with wide eyes. In the child's hand was a torn piece of his pants. Lin Zhishui. A child. A child with such strength? What on earth was this child doing with his pants? 0517 emitted a sharp cry. Child. Don't stay next to your uncle. If you want cotton candy, wait for your mom to get it later. The haters are nearby, and they're about to throw acid. It's dangerous. Chapter 36, An Old Cucumber Painted Green. 0517 was genuinely concerned that its little cub, so bold and headstrong, might encounter some unforeseen accident. After all, this little one was far too audacious. It feared that a moment's inattention would lead to trouble for the cub. Moreover, the little one was currently situated next to Lin Zhishui, who, at that moment, resembled a ticking time bomb. 0517 had even spotted a hater approaching, clutching a bottle of acid, their eyes gleaming with madness. 0517. Oh my goodness. It nearly screamed.
Ah.
0517 froze, wanting to shout but not having the chance to do so. In the next moment, it heard excited voices erupting. Lin the Film Emperor. You are Lin the Film Emperor, right? With a sudden surge, the previously quiet supermarket erupted into a frenzy.
What?
Is that Lin Zhishui, the Film Emperor? I thought I recognized the voice. Who is that child beside him? My idol, I love you. The crowd surged towards Lin Zhishui. Lin Zhishui's body stiffened, his scalp prickling. His brain couldn't process the moment, let alone continue to dwell on his earlier sorrow. He quickly scooped up the little one, who had somehow clung to his other pant leg, and dashed away. The hater, who had already unscrewed the cap and was rushing towards Lin Zhishui, was startled by the sudden screams and froze in fear. As he steeled himself to throw the acid, Lin Zhishui had already made his escape. In the next moment, the individuals trailing Lin Zhishui hastened towards him, causing the black-clad detractor at the center to stumble and falter, as the liquid within the bottle tilted dangerously towards his own face and body. Subsequently, he was engulfed in a searing pain, lost amidst the throngs of people. Lin Zhishui fled, pursued by passers-by, while the opportunistic paparazzi, drawn by the commotion, hastened to join the chase, rendering his escape nearly impossible. Exhausted from the frantic flight, Lin Zhishui found himself embroiled in a near-extreme escape within the confines of the shopping mall. Just as he narrowly evaded the crowd, he slipped into a warehouse, breathing heavily. Lin Zhishui's heart remained tumultuous and unsettled. What a disastrous fate. What sins had he committed to deserve this? It was nothing short of an unwarranted calamity. And where on earth had this little rascal emerged from? Lin Zhishui's gaze involuntarily fell upon the small child he had carried with him, who seemed blissfully unperturbed by the chaos. Once more, their eyes met in a silent exchange. Setting the child down, Lin Zhishui, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "Little one, from where did you materialize?" The child, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, presented Lin Zhishui with a cotton candy he had snatched from the shelves just as Lin Zhishui had risen to his feet. Lin Zhishui's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no idea when this little miscreant had pilfered that. "Did you take this yourself? Don't you know that one cannot simply take things in a supermarket without paying?" The child, with a sense of righteousness, retorted, "I was going to pay. But you dragged me out." Lin Zhishui understood then. The child had indeed intended to pay for it. However, in the haste of their escape, he had been unable to do so. The child's explanation struck a chord with Lin Zhishui.
Wait.
Had it not been for this child clinging to his pant leg, he would not have been so reckless as to flee with someone else. Moreover, who could have anticipated that this child was so quick-handed? In the blink of an eye, he had snatched a whole package. An adult snatching a child snatching cotton candy unpaid for. But that seemed not to be the crux of the matter. Gazing at the vividly colored cotton candy, Lin Zhishui felt an ache in his head. Yet, inexplicably, he reached out, intending to accept the child as offering. Just as his hand was halfway there, the child swiftly retracted it. Lin Zhishui, momentarily stunned, stared at the child, who appeared to grapple with indecision. Then, the child tore the cotton candy in half, his wide, innocent eyes offering him half of the treat. Not even a whole one? Lin Zhishui found himself laughing in exasperation. When had he ever been subjected to such indignity? "Little rascal, do you mean to say I am worth only this half of cotton candy?" The child looked at him with those astonishing, grape-like dark eyes, perplexed. "Not eating?" The child spoke slowly, with a hint of a stutter. Had it not been for the hand he was about to retract, Lin Zhishui might have thought the child was rather slow-witted. Seizing the hand that was nearly slipping away, Lin Zhishui forced a smile. "Why not? I'll eat it. Brother will eat it." With that, he tossed the brightly colored, overly sweet cotton candy, something he would have previously scorned, into his mouth. Seeing the child's momentarily puffed-up cheeks, Lin Zhishui found his previously gloomy mood brighten. The cotton candy melting in his mouth seemed far more palatable than before. The child widened his eyes, regarding Lin Cixi with an expression that was hard to describe. Lin Cixi, composed, awaited the child's reaction. To his surprise, the child suddenly exclaimed, "Old cucumber, painted green, dressed as tender." Chapter 37, trending online. In that instant, Lin Cixi felt as though his head might explode. What did that little brat just say? Old cucumber, painted green. Since entering the entertainment industry, no one had ever dared to call him old. Lin Cixi pointed at the child, speechless with indignation. The child tilted his head in confusion. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Uncle." Lin Cixi could hardly bear such an affront. Yet, upon reflection, he was indeed in his late 20s. Approaching 30. In the presence of this cherubic 3.5-year-old, he could certainly be considered an uncle. Ugh. You should call me little uncle, not just uncle. The child rose from the ground, brushing himself off, and began to toddle towards the door. "Uncle, I'm off, looking for Mama." Lin Cixi was beside himself with rage, hurrying after the child's tiny steps. "Wait, are you leaving just like that? Little one, with my appearance, is it appropriate to call me uncle?" Lin Cixi nearly shoved his face into the child's. He could not fathom why he was so particularly concerned about the child's perception of him. Previously, he had dismissed the avalanche of negative comments online, hardly sparing them a glance. Yet, in the child's eyes, it was as if 3 words were glaringly evident. Lin Cixi understood. Old cucumber. Painted green. His mind filled in the rest, and he felt as though he might faint from the sheer frustration. He had never encountered such an infuriating child. Never. He calmed himself, deciding to take a different approach to coax the child. "How about this, little one? If you call me little uncle, I'll take you to find your mother, all right?" The child paused, seemingly deep in thought. Lin Cixi glanced at the colorful cotton candy, continuing to entice with the fervor of a cunning wolf. "Call me little uncle, and I'll give you another pack, or even a whole box of cotton candy. How about that?" Lin Cixi watched as the child's eyes lit up. Then, the child's expression shifted to one of intense inner conflict. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Cixi pressed on. "What's wrong, little one?" The child hesitated, torn between selling out his conscience. Lin Cixi thought, "What do you mean by selling out your conscience? What's wrong with calling me little uncle?" Taking a deep breath, he spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Then, little one, why not sell a little of your conscience?" He felt as though he were more nervous now than during an Oscar acceptance speech. After what felt like an eternity, the child's gaze turned resolute, as though pledging allegiance. "Little uncle." Lin Cixi's heart soared with joy. Of course, even if the child hadn't called him that, he wouldn't truly let the little one venture out alone. He felt a sense of unease. Moreover, it was unclear how many people were still waiting for him outside the shopping mall, and he had no idea if it was safe beyond the warehouse door. It was prudent to remain cautious before venturing out. He couldn't help but wonder how the child's parents allowed such boldness, letting their child run amok in a supermarket. It seemed rather irresponsible. It was only natural to be concerned. At that moment, Lin, the illustrious actor, finally remembered to retrieve his phone, which he had carelessly tossed aside. A fleeting glance revealed 70 missed calls from his agent. Lin Cixi recalled that he had activated the Do Not Disturb function on his phone to prevent a barrage of messages from his agent. No wonder it felt abnormally quiet. Just then, the agent's call came through again. As Lin Cixi answered, he instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear. The agent's furious voice erupted from the receiver. "Lin Cixi, where are you? Why haven't you answered your phone? Do you even realize how famous you've become?"
Oh.
So the renowned film emperor is causing a stir in a supermarket by publicly dropping his pants? How was I unaware of your peculiarities before this? And what is this about a love child? Where did she come from? Why were you seen shopping with her? A relentless barrage of questions bombarded Lin Cixi's ears, akin to gunfire. His eyelids twitched in response. His agent was a formidable woman, decisive and efficient, yet never one to resort to profanity. However, this time, her fury reached unprecedented heights. Even Lin Cixi, who usually let things roll off his back, felt an immense pressure. The content of her tirade left him utterly bewildered. Seizing the opportunity while the agent continued her rant, he opened Weibo, only to be greeted by the top trending topics.
Shock.
Film emperor's love child exposed. Reputation shattered. Certain film emperor causes a sensation in a supermarket by publicly dropping his pants. The aloof film emperor is, in private, a devoted father. Lin Cixi's face darkened like a pot's bottom, his mind buzzing with confusion. He had anticipated that being spotted in the supermarket would trend online. And he even considered that the incident of his pants being torn might make headlines. Yet, he never imagined that he would inexplicably acquire a love child. Li Jie. Let me explain, I don't know this child at all. He protested. You don't know her? Yet you were carrying her. Do you have any idea what the tabloids are saying? They claim that you, a supposedly aloof and single film emperor, are actually a doting father in private, allowing your daughter to ride on your shoulders through the supermarket. They even suggest you're some kind of pervert who, in search of thrills, publicly tore your pants in the supermarket. Lin Zhishui was left speechless. He knew the tabloids could be outrageous, but this was beyond comprehension. I truly don't know her. She tore my pants, and I had no choice but to carry her. Lin Zhishui finally managed to regain his voice. However, after he spoke, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Eventually, a cold chuckle emerged from the receiver. Lin Zhishui, do you take me for a fool? A 3.5-year-old girl tore off your pants? Let us assume she did. What does that have to do with you carrying her away? Lin Zhishui was on the brink of madness. She grabbed onto one of my pant legs. I was afraid the other leg would follow suit.
Li Jie. Ah.
Lin Zhishui was left dumbfounded. How could he possibly clarify this? In the past, whenever there was any scandal, Li Jie always believed in his innocence. But this time? Lin Zhishui felt as though he might lose his mind. Fortunately, with Li Jie present, he and the child were soon discreetly escorted out of the warehouse. Arriving at the nanny van, an elegantly dressed woman sat poised in the left seat. Her gaze swept over Lin Zhishui before fixing on the little girl he was holding by the hand. Upon seeing the child's face, Li Jie's expression hardened. The resemblance to Lin Zhishui was uncanny, particularly in those slightly arrogant eyes. They seemed to have been crafted from the same mold. In that moment, the trust Li Jie had in Lin Zhishui began to wane. Chapter 38. Are you still hiding this from us? When did you even have a daughter? Did you accidentally sleep with some woman, and now she has come to confront you with a child? Or were you already aware, and just kept it from me? A string of questions ensued as Li Jie's gaze flitted over the hand Lin Zhishui held. Another cold laugh escaped her lips. You've clearly been hiding this from me. You're spoiling her to the point of bringing her to the supermarket, and you, who usually despises children and finds them a nuisance, are now cautiously holding her hand. Lin Zhishui's head was still spinning. He stared at Li Jie, who spoke with such conviction, feeling as though a herd of galloping horses had trampled over him. How could she be so sure all of a sudden? He felt deeply wronged. Sister, I am not her father. Enough. Don't say such things in front of the child. Don't you fear she might take it seriously? Now tell me, is there anything else you're hiding from me? I can handle anything now. Lin Zhishui was on the verge of a breakdown. I'm being serious. By the way, this little one is looking for her mother. Could you please speak to the supermarket staff? Li Jie rolled her eyes, her expression clear. Stop pretending. Lin Zhishui was baffled. Why had his usually trusting agent turned into this? The assistant beside him hesitated, finally speaking up. Bro, it's already out in the open. You might as well stop hiding. We're not outsiders. You don't need to conceal anything from us. Lin Zhishui smacked the assistant on the head in frustration, exclaiming, What with you adding to the chaos? Li Jie replied coolly, Yes, not wrong. Lin Zhishui thought, damn. Why does everyone suddenly doubt me? He had no idea how much he and the child resembled each other in eyes and facial features. Hearing Li Jie's words, he felt a wave of frustration. Seeing Lin Zhishui's disbelief, Li Jie lifted her gaze. No matter how good your acting skills are, it won't help. Your eyes are practically identical. What else do you have to say? Lin Zhishui was rendered speechless. Even if he didn't want to believe it, his eyes betrayed him as they involuntarily drifted towards the child. Initially, he hadn't considered this angle. He merely thought the little girl, despite her mischief,
Had a certain charm.
but after Li Jie's remark, he realized. It wasn't that he thought the child looked like him. Rather, her eyes bore a resemblance to his own as a child. However, if there was a striking similarity, it was with his sister, Lin Meng. The contours of her features. The more he looked, the more alike they seemed. Yet, Lin Zhishui had been quietly keeping tabs on Lin Meng over the years and knew that Meng's child, Song Zhishui, did not resemble this girl at all. Song Zhishui looked just like her father, Song Zhishui. Seeing Lin Zhishui rendered speechless, Li Jie let out another cold laugh. Lin Zhishui was on the brink of madness. He wasn't guilty at all. He wanted to defend himself, but was met with another eye roll from Li Jie. Realizing he was getting nowhere, Lin Zhishui turned to the child. Come on, little one, you tell them, who am I to you? Everyone knew that children rarely lied. Lin Cixi was confident that once the child spoke, Li Jie and the others would no longer misunderstand him. Li Jie and the others immediately turned their attention to the child. Song Zhishui clutched a colorful cotton candy, her brows furrowed in confusion. She wished to refer to him as Uncle Duck. However, should she spare him some dignity in front of so many people? After all, they bore no grievances against each other, and the little one decided to exhibit some emotional intelligence this time. Yes, let's call him Little Uncle Duck. Ah, how obedient. Lin Cixi spirit soared, and she even straightened her posture, entirely oblivious to the peculiar expressions of Sister Li and the others. Did you all hear that? It's Uncle. And a little one at that. Now, he was eager to see how they would continue to disbelieve him, to deny the truth. He had even prompted his daughter to forsake acknowledging him as her father. Lin Cixi, how was I unaware of your true nature until now? Sister Li looked at the little one, her gaze tinged with a hint of sympathy. And as for Lin Cixi, he couldn't even be bothered to help the little one with her cotton candy, exemplifying the archetype of an irresponsible father. Brother, there's really no need for this. What's done is done. Why are you still trying to hide it from us? Forcing the child to lie will leave an indelible mark on her heart. Lin Cixi exclaimed, Damn it. Go away with your shadows. He is already burdened with enough shadows as it is. The child herself has said it, yet you still refuse to believe? Brother, if that were the case, why didn't she just say it outright instead of hesitating and being conflicted for so long? Isn't it because you prompted her to say it that way? The little assistant spoke vehemently, and Sister Li shared the same sentiment. A man who dares not take responsibility is no man at all. Lin Cixi's actions in this matter were utterly reprehensible. At that moment, Lin Cixi felt a deeper sense of helplessness than when he had faced universal condemnation online. Strangely enough, he suddenly understood the reason behind the little one's prolonged hesitation. The child was clearly grappling with whether to call him uncle or little uncle. But could he voice this? Would he still have any face left? Moreover, he didn't believe for a second that Sister Li and the others would accept it. Lin Cixi, in a state of despondency, decided to abandon all pretense and insisted, Quickly, go find the child's mother. She must be anxious by now. Sister Li also needed to meet the woman who had given birth to Lin Cixi's daughter. And they had matters to discuss that could not be overlooked. Upon witnessing Lin Cixi continue to feign ignorance, Sister Li chose to disregard him and instructed the little assistant to contact the supermarket. She swiftly reached out to the public relations team to manage the crisis. The public relations team was in a state of utter disarray. When asked about the situation, Sister Li opened her mouth, her forehead veins throbbing. How could she explain that Lin Cixi was reluctant to acknowledge his illegitimate daughter, who had forcefully yanked down the trousers of a grown man, leading to all the ensuing chaos? Such an explanation would surely earn her a scathing reprimand from the public relations team. It was merely a series of unfortunate coincidences, and they should refrain from commenting for now, contacting the relevant parties to retract the trending topic. With a stoic expression, Sister Li meticulously outlined the specifics, casting countless glances of reproach at Lin Cixi. Lin Cixi protested internally, I am wronged. Meanwhile, the true instigator of all this chaos was blissfully asleep, nestled against him, dreaming sweetly. Just then, the little assistant gasped in a hushed tone. Lin Cixi shot him an irritated glance. Be quiet. Can't you see this little one is asleep? The little assistant covered his mouth, yet still bore a look of trepidation. Brother Shi, did you know someone brought sulfuric acid into the supermarket? Chapter 39. A Sibling Reunion. Lin Cixi's eyelids twitched, and Sister Li's expression turned grave. What's going on? The little assistant, pale as a ghost, began to explain. It turned out that he had just called the supermarket and learned that a serious incident had occurred. Someone had entered the mall with sulfuric acid and had severely burned themselves, face, chest, arms, suffering extensive injuries, a harrowing sight. As a STARS assistant, the little assistant was particularly sensitive to such matters and immediately inquired further. Unbeknownst to him, the more he probed, the more he aligned with his ominous premonitions. According to the supermarket staff, the individual in the surveillance footage initially intended to charge towards Lin Cixi. However, Lin Cixi had suddenly stood up and torn his trousers, causing the individual to be momentarily restrained. By the time they attempted to rush towards Lin Cixi again, he had already fled, having been recognized by the crowd. Upon hearing this, the little assistant was nearly certain that the individual had not intended to harm themselves for the sake of notoriety. Perhaps they had been targeting Lin Cixi all along. It was merely due to unforeseen circumstances that they ended up injuring themselves. After listening, Sister Li's complexion turned ashen. It was evident that the person had been after Lin Zhishui. Thus, it seemed that Lin Zhishui's sudden act of tearing his trousers had been fortuitous. Sister Li began to form a rough plan for the subsequent public relations response, though she still couldn't comprehend Lin Zhishui's erratic behavior. Lin Zhishui, however, couldn't help but glance at the little one, a wave of apprehension and reflection washing over him. In other words, if it weren't for this little one, he might have been splashed with sulfuric acid by that malicious fan, risking disfigurement. So, while this child had caused him great embarrassment and disrupted a significant occasion, had she also saved his life? In a moment, Lin Zhishui's emotions became increasingly complicated. Observing the peaceful slumber of the little one, his heart inexplicably softened.
Oh, right.
The little assistant continued, the child's mother has already been contacted. Lin Meng had never anticipated that such events would unfold. Upon hearing from the manager that Sui Sui had gone missing, she felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. The manager, sweating profusely, repeatedly made excuses. Madam Song, I truly did not expect the child to be so mischievous and wander off. I merely turned my head for a moment, and she was gone. While the manager was distracted by her phone, she had glanced in Sui Sui's direction only to discover that the little rascal had inexplicably vanished. Initially, the manager had not thought to inform Madam Song. She was solely focused on finding the little one, hoping to act as though nothing had happened. However, after searching high and low, she couldn't find the child. The surveillance footage revealed that the little one had turned a corner and disappeared into a blind spot. Only then did the manager begin to feel frantic. Before she could devise a plan or explanation, Madam Song had already returned. Madam, I have quickly arranged for the surveillance to be reviewed. Please rest assured, we will have results shortly. However, the supermarket was vast, and reviewing the footage would not be an easy task, so it would likely take some time. The manager dared not voice these concerns. Madam Song had always been gentle and kind. The manager had never seen her with such a grim expression. Initially, she thought the child was inconsequential. Yet witnessing Madam Song's reaction made it clear that this was no trivial matter. The manager felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and tentatively probed, well, Miss Zhao was always so sensible and well-behaved. When she was around, she never ran off like this. I wonder what this child is like. Lin Meng's gaze upon the manager was chillingly fierce. Sui Sui is my biological daughter. The manager's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. But isn't your child Miss Zhao Zhao? His voice trembled, yet Lin Meng had no desire to hear any further excuses. I do not wish to see you here again. Coldly uttering those words, she promptly contacted the floor manager to send someone to search. The manager slumped to the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted in the previously quiet supermarket. Lin Meng faintly heard the name Lin Zhishui, but she could not afford to be distracted. Her sole concern was for Sui Sui. With so many people around, she worried if Sui Sui was in any danger. After searching for what felt like an eternity, Lin Meng was still unable to find her. Just as despair began to envelop her, someone rushed in, breathless. We found her. We found her. Someone is with your child and just called us. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng dashed towards the location indicated by the staff. When she finally laid eyes upon Sui Sui, peacefully asleep and unharmed, her heart returned to its rightful place. She rushed forward, enveloping Sui Sui in her arms, overwhelmed with joy and tears. In the next moment, a voice, filled with disbelief and hesitation, echoed. Meng Meng? The familiar voice caused Lin Meng to freeze. It was only then that she emerged from her elation at finding the little one, slowly lifting her gaze towards the source of the voice. Lin Zhishui, her brother, whom she had not seen for years. Hearing him refer to her as sister, Lin Zhishui felt a lump in his throat, his eyes immediately shimmering with emotion. Neither of them had anticipated such an encounter after so many years apart, especially under these circumstances. For a brief moment, they exchanged silent glances. Li Jia and the little assistant observed, whispering amongst themselves. Still claiming not to know each other? Seems like they can't keep up the charade. Brother? Does she go like being called that? Lin Zhishui, self-assured yet unable to suppress his irritation, exclaimed, "This is my biological sister." He was immediately met with a disapproving eye roll from Lin Meng.
Keep it down. Don't wank Sui Sui.
Oh, all right. But Sui Sui is... He distinctly remembered that his sister's daughter was Song Zhao Zhao. Witnessing Lin Cixi's sudden transformation into a bewildered giant left the little assistant utterly dumbfounded, as if he were seeing his boss for the first time. When had Lin Cixi ever shown such a silly side? Furthermore, this striking beauty before him was his boss's biological sister? How had he never heard of her existence before? However, their reunion shattered the previously tense atmosphere, as if a decade had melted away. Lin Meng gazed at Sui Sui with tender affection. Sui Sui is my biological daughter. Chapter 40. Is she my biological niece? Li Jie and the little assistant had exited, granting space to the siblings. Upon hearing Lin Meng's revelation, Lin Cixi's expression turned incredulous. When the little assistant had contacted Lin Meng, he had pondered whether his sister was merely helping someone else care for the child. It was only at this moment that he received confirmation from Lin Meng herself. This truly was his sister's daughter. But isn't your daughter Song Jiao Jiao? She doesn't look like that, he remarked, immediately regretting his words as they tumbled out. Previously, they had both pretended not to pay attention to her.
Now.
His comment had inadvertently exposed their prior ruse. Cough, 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 don't misunderstand. I saw her at a charity event once, Lin Cixi stammered. Lin Meng was taken aback. In the past, despite their resolute words, it seemed they had both been secretly observing each other's lives. Lin Meng herself had been quietly following the affairs of the Lin family, choosing not to expose Lin Cixi's pretense. She briefly recounted the mix-up involving Sui Sui and Song Jiao Jiao, which had resulted in a 3-year identity confusion. Lin Cixi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had never imagined such a situation could unfold in his sister's life. The little bear cub who had embarrassed him, yet saved him, was, in fact, his biological niece. No wonder he had felt such a peculiar connection upon encountering the child. Moreover, this little cub had to address him as uncle. He had always wondered why the term uncle sounded so off to him. Imagining the little cub pinching her nose to call him uncle made Lin Cixi suppress an urge to burst into laughter. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping child, he resisted the impulse to wake her up to call him uncle. Meng Meng, have the past few years treated you well? Brother, I've been doing quite well. You need not worry, Lin Meng replied, her voice tinged with emotion, struggling to keep her composure. She had no intention of disclosing the details of Song Zhifeng's infidelity or the schemes he had orchestrated against her. Her pride compelled her to resolve her issues independently. Actually, your father has missed you dearly over the years, but he couldn't bring himself to reach out, which is why things have remained tense. You know his temperament. Lin Cixi felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps they had truly misjudged the situation. Even though they believed Song Zhifeng had not treated Lin Meng well, if she felt happy, they would be content. At that moment, a bright voice interrupted their conversation. Lin Cixi was unsure how the child could sound so radiant, but upon hearing her speak, he felt a rush of emotions. Not at all. That scumbag raised a mistress. Song Jiao Jiao is his. Lin Meng barely had time to intervene as the child spilled the beans with astonishing clarity. In mere moments, her concise summary was nothing short of shocking. Lin Cixi could hardly believe his ears. Wasn't Song Jiao Jiao the one who had been switched at birth? Yet the child claimed she was indeed Song Zhifeng's biological daughter? His sister had been deceived into raising the biological daughter of Song Zhifeng? What if the switch Sui Sui? Was it a deliberate act on Song Zhifeng's part or merely an accident? Lin Cixi was not foolish. In an instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Meng, are you still planning to keep this from me, your brother? His voice was laced with frustration. He understood how strong-willed his sister was, but he hadn't anticipated that, in the face of such a significant upheaval, she would still attempt to shoulder it alone. Did she consider their family mere ornaments? What exactly happened? Is it as Sui Sui said? Lin Meng opened her mouth, ultimately resigning to nod in affirmation. Lin Cixi struck the wall with her fist, her teeth clenched in frustration. That scoundrel. The thought of that exceptionally intelligent little brat still lingering made Lin Cixi swallow the curse that nearly escaped her lips. Indeed. Lin Cixi believed that Sui Sui's knowledge stemmed from Lin Meng inadvertently letting it slip. With a swift glance, her eyes darted towards Lin Meng. After such an incident, are you still not considering divorce? Divorce. Lin Meng's gaze was piercingly clear, but first, I must reclaim everything that belongs to me and make him pay the price. Leaving him with nothing. It's acceptable to deceive her, but to have her family Sui Sui endure so many hardships outside, that was intolerable. Upon hearing this, Lin Cixi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This is the sister I, Lin Cixi, know. If you need assistance, you must speak up, understood? When I require help, I certainly won't hesitate to ask third brother. Lin Meng nodded. Her heart, once frozen by Song Zhishui's betrayal, felt warmth return. Lin Cixi shot her a pointed look. And yet, had it not been for Sui Sui, you might still have been keeping secrets from me. Lin Meng instantly fell silent. Lin Cixi scoffed and then turned her gaze to Sui Sui. Little one, I am your third uncle. Call me third uncle. The little brat glanced at him, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Is there candy? Of course. Just as the little one nodded earnestly, preparing to shout, Lin Cixi interrupted. Wait. Let me record a video. He was the first to be called uncle by Sui Sui. Once this video was shared, wouldn't it make his brothers envious? Witnessing this scene, Li Jie and the little assistant re-entering felt as though they were meeting their artist anew, utterly astounded by his juvenile antics. Since Sui Sui is your niece, the previous trending topic can be easily resolved. An uncle taking his niece to the supermarket, accidentally tearing his pants, and then making a hasty exit is quite reasonable. After saying this, Li Jie sighed with relief. Thankfully, this little one happened to be Lin Cixi's niece. Thankfully, that malicious fan intent on throwing acid had failed. That day, Lin Cixi's Weibo featured a post. Lin Cixi versus clarification. 1. My pants were snagged by wire. It was not an act of misconduct, but an accident.
2.
The child in the supermarket is not my illegitimate daughter. She is my niece. You all know what a niece is, right? Small, soft, fragrant, and calls me uncle. You don't have one, but I do. Hee. That day, Weibo exploded once more. Chapter 41. She has returned to life. Lin Cixi's niece. Lin Cixi's image crumbles. An amusing contradiction. Titles with peculiar content surged onto the trending list, the primary cause being Lin Cixi's own Weibo post. Comments flooded in, nearly crashing the platform. Is this the Lin Cixi I know? Could it be a hacked account? What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. My brother Lin Cixi has clearly been possessed. Is this something my aloof actor brother would say? What's up with the staff managing his account? Have they switched? This haughty and smug tone, having a niece must be making you proud. What kind of niece is so precious to my brother? Wasn't he averse to children before? Soft and fragrant? I don't believe it unless I see her. Darling, when will you take me to meet our niece? I want to snuggle with her too. Within 3 minutes, I demand all information about the niece. Whoa, if my idol is so stunning, his niece must be adorable too. Too bad no pictures of her face are out there. Li Jie could not fathom that letting Lin Cixi post on Weibo would lead to such a monumental stir. The speed at which this trending topic surged was even greater than before. In the past, many posts had been from Lin Cixi himself, cool, concise, and official, never airing. Yet, sometimes he found it bothersome and was impatient to post himself. Consequently, when Lin Cixi expressed his desire to post, Li Jie did not think twice, merely agreeing with ease. Now, she regretted her complacency. Watching Lin Cixi's playful hee posts made her head throb. Lin Cixi, this troublesome brat. However, the sole consolation for Li Jie was that although these trending topics slightly tarnished Lin Cixi's originally aloof image, his fanbase not only remained intact but actually grew. This unexpected display of contrast seemed to attract a peculiar new audience. Meanwhile, curiosity about Lin Cixi's niece blossomed. Yet soon, Li Jie found little joy as a wave of malicious fans descended, mercilessly criticizing Lin Cixi. A fierce battle erupted in the comments section between the haters and casual onlookers. What a wash. Just because you say she's a niece doesn't mean she is. I see it as an illegitimate daughter being exposed. And you're fabricating a non-existent niece. If she were so precious, why didn't you show her off before? Now that you've been exposed, you're claiming she's your niece. Who would believe that? Ha, don't say that. These brainless fans just swallow it whole? Does someone up there lack family? Don't you have nieces or nephews? Oh, I forgot. You probably don't even have parents. How would you know normal people have nieces? Then tell me, why have you never mentioned this niece before? This affection seems feigned, merely a tactic to gain followers. Laughable. If my brother wanted followers, he'd just need to be active on Weibo. Why resort to this method that gives you something to chatter about? Say all you want, let the so-called niece show herself. We won't believe it unless there's proof, alright? Exactly, let the niece come out. If she doesn't, anyone can fabricate stories. She's not a public figure. Why should she be exposed? Oh. Could it be that you're feeling guilty, afraid to reveal your illegitimate daughter, hence not letting her show up? Exactly, showing her face isn't that difficult. Is it? Doubts arose, intensifying in fervor. Zhishui, can you know? Lin Zhishui interrupted decisively, cutting off Li Jia before she could finish. Li Jia had an idea for a parent-child variety show. If Lin Zhishui could appear alongside Sui Sui, all skepticism could be dispelled. However, if Lin Zhishui refused, then that was that. These were thoughts Lin Zhishui chose not to share with Lin Meng and Sui Sui after they returned. He understood that Lin Meng was currently preoccupied with matters concerning the Song family. For whatever reason, he ought not to add to their burdens. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, upon returning to the Song residence, stumbled into a chaotic scene. Yi Hong clutched Song Jiao Jiao, who was wailing loudly in her embrace, calling out for her father and grandmother amidst her tears. Yi Hong wept profusely, her nose running, lamenting, "Old madam, Jiao Jiao truly cannot bear to part with you. For the past 2 days at home, she has been incessantly mentioning you both. Just look at her eyes, swollen from crying." Song Jiao Jiao, in a pitiful manner, continued to call out for her grandmother. Seated on the sofa, the old matriarch's eyes revealed a glimmer of reluctance. After all, this was a child she had raised for several years. Even if not her biological granddaughter, it was impossible to be devoid of feelings. "I truly have no choice. Otherwise, as a mother, how could I ever contemplate relinquishing my own child?" Noticing the old lady's emotional response, Yi Hong sought to intensify her appeal, unaware that her efforts were misplaced. Prompted by Yi Hong's words, the old matriarch's thoughts drifted to her biological granddaughter, who had been sent away, hardening her heart. The gaze she cast upon Song Jiao Jiao now bore a hint of hostility. If it weren't for Song Jiao Jiao, the one who should have enjoyed the comforts of the Song family all these years would have been her beloved biological granddaughter. The old lady struck her cane down decisively. "What? After raising your daughter for so many years, do you still wish for the Song family to continue caring for her?" At that moment, a sharp pain shot through Song Jiao Jiao's head. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a state of bewilderment, her surroundings unfamiliar. Then, an overwhelming surge of joy erupted in her eyes. Had she truly been reborn? Her gaze fell upon Song Zhishui, who had just emerged from the study. With a flicker of determination, she struggled free from Yi Hong's grasp and rushed toward him, sobbing, "Daddy, Jiao Jiao misses you, woo." However, to her astonishment, the father she had expected to lift her into his arms instead harshly brushed her aside. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at him. "Daddy, it's me, Jiao Jiao, your warm little cotton-padded jacket." To her dismay, Song Zhifeng's eyes reflected disdain, his tone unyielding. "You are not." A wave of disbelief washed over Song Jiao Jiao, a sentiment that did not belong to her age, quickly masked by her panic. Her heart surged with tumultuous emotions.
Why?
Why was everything different in this lifetime? Moreover, she was undeniably the biological daughter of Song Zhifeng and Bai Yuer. What had transpired before her rebirth? Chapter 42. Of course, I will not raise her. Song Jiao Jiao had returned to life. Yet she held no recollection of the events from this time in her previous life, nor did she remember anything akin to this. She had never anticipated that Song Zhifeng, who had cherished her for a lifetime, would suddenly utter such heartless words. Tears genuinely brimmed in her eyes.
"Daddy,
"I am really your daughter. Why do you say I am not?" Could it be that such things had occurred in her past life, but she simply had no memory of them? At that moment, Song Jiao Jiao spotted Lin Meng approaching, the woman who had caused her parents' separation in the past. In her previous life, she had even sincerely called her mother for many years. The mere thought of this filled her heart with immense sorrow. Perhaps this rebirth was heaven's way of allowing her to rectify the regrets of her past life. In this lifetime, Lin Meng would not receive her acknowledgement again. She was determined to expel Lin Meng and reclaim everything that belonged to her biological mother. However, with great aspirations, Song Jiao Jiao was unexpectedly struck down first by Song Zhifeng, her biological father. Before this, she had never considered such a possibility. Now, upon seeing Lin Meng enter, she instinctively cast a pleading glance toward her, yet stubbornly refrained from calling her mother. But upon observing the child in Lin Meng's arms, her eyes brimmed with inexplicable hostility. She knew she should not feel discomfort at the sight of a child, yet the moment she laid eyes on the little one cradled by Lin Meng, revulsion surged within her, even though she could not recall having seen that child anywhere before. What followed was an even more distressing occurrence for Song Jiao Jiao. Just as Lin Meng was about to glance her way, the child in her arms rubbed its eyes and awakened. Immediately, Lin Meng directed a caring gaze toward her, showering her with concern. Witnessing this scene, Song Zhiao felt an unbearable discomfort reach its zenith. Finally, unable to contain herself, she called out to Lin Meng, "Mom."
Who is she?
As she spoke, Song Zhiao attempted to pull the child down, hoping to divert Lin Meng's attention entirely onto herself. She thought, as a mere 3-year-old, her actions were justified, right? Moreover, since Lin Meng had usurped her mother's position, she ought to revolve around her, shouldn't she? Yet Lin Meng, who she had expected to be drawn back to her, effortlessly sidestepped her outstretched arm. Then, with a gentle introduction, she said, "This is Sui, my biological daughter." Biological daughter? Song Zhiao's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. "Mama, what does that mean? How is that possible?" While she might forget other matters, she distinctly remembered that Song Zhishui had only been discovered and brought back over a decade later. But why was she now present in her home? Already recognized by Lin Meng? Song Zhiao's mind spiraled into utter chaos. One small consolation for Song Zhiao was that, although Song Lao Tai and Song Shifeng were indifferent toward her, their attitude toward Song Zhishui did not seem particularly warm either. Inexplicably, Song Zhiao felt a sense of balance amidst the turmoil. Even if she was acknowledged as a biological child of the Song family, it did not garner her father and grandmother's affection. Observing Song Zhiao's sorrowful demeanor, the only one truly sympathetic was Yi Hong. She immediately rushed to Lin Meng's side, exclaiming, "Oh, madam, how can you say such things to a child? Even if she is not your biological daughter, do the bonds of so many years mean nothing? My poor child, yearning for her mother, yet utterly unacknowledged." Yi Hong's cries grew ever more heart-wrenching, her loud voice drawing the attention of surrounding servants, who displayed expressions of discomfort. Previously, Madame Song had treated Song Zhiao with great kindness, but now, upon discovering she was not her biological daughter, she seemed to care no longer. However, in the face of such a scene, Lin Meng remained unfazed. She calmly replied, "The Song family is not mine to command. If you wish for Song Zhiao to stay, the one to consult is not me." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood.
Indeed.
Lin Meng had transferred the authority of management to Song Lao Tai. This matter would now require either Song Lao Tai or Song Shifeng's approval. Lin Meng turned to Song Shifeng. "Shifeng, did you not wish for Zhiao to remain with us?" With that statement, Song Shifeng's expression turned ashen. He had previously held that desire under the assumption that Song Zhiao was his biological daughter. Now Song Zhiao has become Yi Hong's daughter. It is indeed a sign of madness for him to allow her to remain in the Song family, enjoying the privileges of a Song family young lady. Thus, while Song Zhiao was filled with hope that her father would surely let her stay, she was met instead with Song Shifeng's indifferent remarks. Since Zhiao is Yi Hong's daughter, she naturally must follow Yi Hong back to where she belongs. What sort of behavior is it to snatch someone else's daughter? Noticing the peculiar expressions of the surrounding servants, Song Shifeng continued, "Moreover, the one who swapped Sui and Zhiao was none other than Yi Hong, right? I have yet to settle this matter with you. And yet you shamelessly approach me." He even scoffed, feigning a loving demeanor towards the children. "Our Sui has endured so much suffering. Do you think this can simply be overlooked?" Song Zhiao's complexion turned ashen. Her father has now taken a liking to this Song Zhishui? Yi Hong found it hard to accept as well. What had she and Song Wuqing endured in fear to swap the two children, only for it to lead to this emptiness? Song Shifeng ceased further discussion and instructed the servants to begin ushering the two out. At that moment, Song Zhiao appeared to struggle for breath and fainted onto the ground. Yi Hong immediately grew anxious. Lin Meng could not help but step forward. After all, she had raised this child for 3 years, and the adults were at fault. The child herself was innocent. Song Shifeng could not simply disregard it. After all, it was a matter of life. Should anything happen here, it would tarnish his reputation. Yi Hong spoke earnestly. "You know that Zhiao has always had a frail constitution. At the very least, let her rest here for a while." Song Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then seemed inclined to agree. Just then, a foot stomped down onto the face of the unconscious Song Zhiao. Suddenly jolted awake, she shrieked and sat up. Chapter 43. Song Zhiao is kicked. In that instant, it became evident to everyone that Song Zhiao had merely been feigning unconsciousness. Song Shifeng sneered, to resort to such underhanded tactics at such a young age. She is truly not of the Song lineage. Song Zhiao's face paled once more. What was her crime in wanting to remain in her home? It was clearly Song Zhishui's wickedness that compelled her to stomp on her face while she was down. Who behaves in such a manner? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had never endured such humiliation before. Turning her gaze, she shot an accusatory glare at Song Zhishui. However, the little rascal merely tilted her head, utterly unapologetic, and exclaimed, "Why are you staring at me like that?" The loud voice echoed through the living room, drawing everyone's attention back to her. Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Zhiaozhao burst into tears and fled outside. That night, Song Zhiaozhao found herself in a slum. Unable to sleep amidst the cacophony of an old air conditioner, she could not fathom why, after being reborn, she was no longer Song Zhifeng's daughter. Moreover, why was this life so utterly different from her previous one? In her past life, Lin Meng had also cared for her deeply. What had gone awry? This time, she was supposed to reclaim her past regrets upon her resurrection. If she had encountered such a miraculous event, surely she was meant to be the chosen one, right? Huddled beneath her blanket, trembling, Song Zhiaozhao suddenly sat up as a thought struck her. What if she was not the only one who had been reborn? And that was why everything had changed? Once this idea took root in her mind, she could no longer contain her thoughts. She meticulously began to recall all that had transpired that day, hoping to find clues that would lead her to another soul who had experienced a similar rebirth, and to determine how she could return to the Song family. Despite the heartache caused by Song Zhifeng's actions, he remained her biological father, and she rightfully belonged back in the Song household. The following day, Song Zhiaozhao returned to the Song residence with Yi Hong. Yi Hong presented a compelling argument. Their employment contract had yet to expire, thus she was still considered a maid of the Song family and could remain there. As for the child, everyone was aware of Yi Hong's circumstances. They could not possibly leave a sick child like Song Zhiaozhao alone at home, could they? Indeed, Song Zhiaozhao was unwell, burning with fever. Yi Hong's eyes were swollen from crying, lamenting that she did not know where her unfortunate child had wandered off to, having not seen her for days. "Zhiaozhao has grown up here. After returning home, she has been crying for you and Mr. Song, to the point of falling ill. Have some compassion for us, mother and daughter." The old matriarch, with a stern expression, ultimately allowed the two to stay, for it would not reflect well on the family if word got out. Moreover, seeing Song Zhiaozhao's pitiable state tugged at her heartstrings. Thus, Song Zhiaozhao and Yi Hong remained in the Song household. Instinctively, Song Zhiaozhao made her way to her former room, only to be taken aback upon opening the door. The room that had once been hers, meticulously arranged, had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had the style changed, but all her belongings were gone. Witnessing this scene, the flames of anger ignited within Song Zhiaozhao. She stepped forward and reached for the bed where Sui Sui lay. "You, how dare you touch my room? Get out of my space." Song Zhiaozhao felt genuinely wronged. She distinctly remembered that even after Song Zhisui's return in her past life, it was still her room. Her father had insisted that it was her space, never forcing her to move out. Instead, they found another room for Song Zhishui elsewhere. Yet this time, without her consent, her room had been emptied and replaced with a foreign decor. It is worth noting that this room was the largest on the second floor, boasting the best natural light. The nimble little rascal evaded Song Zhiaozhao's grasp effortlessly. With a swift roll, she tumbled towards Song Zhiaozhao, inadvertently kicking her in the face. Song Zhiaozhao fell to the ground. Had the floor not been covered in plush carpeting, she could have sustained a painful injury. Even so, tears streamed down her face, not from the fall, but from the kick of that little rascal. "Song Zhishui, how dare you kick me?"
Idare.
"Little rascal. Well done." Just like this, out of jealousy and malice, bullying the heroine, framing her, and ultimately being despised by all. "You did wonderfully." 0517 was nearly moved to tears. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, for bullying the heroine, reward of a bottle of rejuvenating elixir?" 0517 was elated. "Ha ha ha, as expected, its teachings have indeed borne fruit. Little brat, you have finally come to your senses." True to form, upon hearing the commotion, Lin Meng and Yi Hong rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Hong hurriedly approached to help Song Zhiaozhao up, her anxiety palpable.
"What happened, Zhiaozhao?"
"What's wrong?" As she spoke, her expression turned fierce, and she struck directly at Sui Sui's face, just as she often did before. "You little wretch, do you dare bully Zhiaozhao?" Observing this, Lin Meng swiftly intervened, forcefully pushing Yi Hong away and delivering a sharp slap to her face. "Yi Hong, it is you who is courting disaster. Who gave you the right to lay a hand on my daughter?" A glint of fury flickered in Lin Meng's eyes. If not for the utility Yi Hong still served her, she would never have allowed her continued insolence. At that moment, Yi Hong finally regained her composure. Yet her resentment lingered. "Madam, I am only looking out for her. At such a tender age, resorting to violence and bullying is clearly a habit stemming from that impoverished upbringing. If she does not correct it soon, what chaos will ensue in the future? Moreover, madam, even if you indulge Sui, you cannot allow her to bully Jiao. Does the child of a wealthy family have the right to mistreat others?" Lin Meng trembled with rage. From Yi Hong's instinctive actions today, she could surmise what kind of life Sui had endured under her care. Could it be that Sui had forced Jiao into her room for a beating? Without inquiring into the circumstances, "You dare to judge right and wrong based solely on this?" Yi Hong was momentarily speechless, but still stubbornly defiant. Jiao has always been a polite and well-behaved child. She would never bully Sui without cause. At that moment, Song Zhishui spoke up, her voice tinged with grievance. "This was my room. I merely wanted to ask why Sui was here, and she struck me." Chapter 44, Song Zhishui apologizes. Upon hearing Jiao's words, Lin Meng cast a peculiar glance in her direction, her expression laced with doubt. For some reason, she felt that Jiao's speech was rather odd, as if it were not the utterance of a child. Furthermore, having raised Jiao for over 3 years, she was acutely aware of how she used to be.
Now,
It seemed as if Jiao had transformed into an entirely different person. Meanwhile, Yi Hong felt a swell of pride. "Look, my child is remarkable, articulate, and logical, unlike that simpleton Sui. Little did Yi Hong know that although the little brat spoke with a slur, every word was a bombshell. "You pulled my hair."
Sui frowned, deep in thought.
Sui, lying is not the behavior of a good child. "I did not do such a thing. How could you deceive me?" Jiao acted as if she had never committed such an act. Yi Hong straightened her posture, seizing the opportunity to lecture. "Madam, I am not saying Sui is at fault, but she has been exposed to such an environment, absorbing countless bad habits, consistently lying and deceiving. Unlike Jiao, who has been raised under your guidance, she would never lie. This incident must compel Sui to apologize to Jiao, otherwise, Jiao is truly wronged." Yi Hong felt a surge of satisfaction. So, what if Song Zhishui is the biological daughter of the Song family? With such a tarnished character and habitual lying, she cannot compare to my Jiao. Lin Meng's face hardened as she slapped Yi Hong across the face. "This is the Song family, Sui's room. Who allows you to act with impunity here?" Yi Hong stared, eyes wide with disbelief. In her mind, Madame Song had always been gentle and demure, treating her with utmost respect. She had never expected such a violent reaction. Today, she had received not 1 but 2 slaps. Her face burned with pain. Yi Hong could not help but cry out, "Madame Song, I am a person too. How dare you hit me? Moreover, today's incident is entirely Song Zhishui's fault." Jiao, with disappointment etched on her face, exclaimed, "Mom, I never imagined you could be such a person." Lin Meng coldly replied, "The servants here have no manners. If I choose to discipline them, what of it? If you are dissatisfied, you may leave at once." Such a domineering declaration left both Yi Hong and Jiao seething with anger. Lin Meng was resolute that Sui would never engage in such behavior. However, at present, she had no evidence to support her claim. Both parties stood firm in their assertions, while the sight of Jiao's fall and the evident red mark on her forehead was all too clear. Was it not caused by the little brat's kick? In that moment, Lin Meng felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, lacking evidence, she redirected all her ire towards herself. Just then, the little brat lifted her head, brandishing a toy that resembled a squawking chicken. With a swift twist of its neck, an all too familiar sound erupted from within. However, compared to its usual gentleness, this sound was piercingly shrill. "Why are you in my room? Get out at once." As this voice echoed, the entire room fell into a profound silence. The squawking chicken's neck slowly returned to its original position. The little brat twisted its neck once more, and Jiao's voice resonated again from the toy, as if perfectly mimicking the scene. In that instant, Jiao felt a surge of agitation flood her mind, a cacophony of thoughts exploding within. How is it possible? Who would buy such a ridiculous, bizarre toy? How could anyone manufacture such a ludicrous item? Are they out of their minds? Do they truly have a screw loose? Stiffly, she raised her head to meet Lin Meng's stern yet disappointed gaze. In her memory, Lin Meng had never looked at her with such intensity. Though she had firmly believed Lin Meng to be her enemy, the latter's attitude stirred a deep discomfort within her. This should not be the case. Jiao opened her mouth. I was just a bit anxious. I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, this is my room. Isn't it? If she stays here, where am I supposed to go? Enough. Apologize to Sui Sui and return, or you'll be evicted from the Song family. Lin Meng's voice was calm, yet resolute. Furthermore, this room rightfully belongs to Sui Sui. Since you are Yi Hong's daughter, you will reside in the maid's quarters. Lin Meng had nurtured Song Zhishui for 3 years, and while emotions were involved, she could still discern right from wrong in matters of principle. Zhao was also the illegitimate daughter of Song Shifeng and his mistress. Lin Meng would not target a child specifically, yet she would not shower her with affection either. She could only regard her as a stranger. Song Zhiu's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and with a defiant glare at Lin Meng. She pronounced the words "I'm sorry" slowly and deliberately. Subsequently, she ran away in tears. Yi Hong, seething with anger, shot a glare at Sui Sui, intending to comfort Zhao, but was halted by Lin Meng. You brazenly entered the young lady's room with the intent to strike, yet failed to keep an eye on your own daughter. For that, you are to clean the house 3 times over. Do you have any objections? The entire Song residence, encompassing 3 floors above ground, not including the basement, spans 567 square meters. While it may not rival the estates of truly prestigious families, it is by no means small. Typically, it would take 3 or 4 servants working together to keep it tidy, but now Yi Hong was left to handle it alone. A bitterness settled in her heart. Yet faced with Lin Meng's now cold demeanor, she dared not voice her grievances and could only acquiesce. She had to ensure that Zhao won back Mr. Song's affections in the coming days. At the very least, she needed to secure her position as a foster daughter. Thus, she could not afford to be expelled at this juncture. Lin Meng spent a while with Sui Sui, and upon confirming that Sui Sui was truly unharmed, she turned to leave. 0517 was bewildered. This was clearly not right. According to the storyline, after bullying the female lead, the little brat should have been despised by others. Yet, the current situation revealed that Madame Song was still doting on the little rascal. In fact, it was Song Zhiao who was being criticized. This was undeniably at odds with the plot's narrative. 0517 cast a furtive glance at the joyous liquid within the system's space, and then exhaled a heavy sigh of relief.
Good.
The joyful liquid was still there. The situation was under control. As for the little brat being despised, perhaps Yi Hong's disdain could count? 0517 decided not to dwell on it too much. It was not a significant issue. When no one was watching, 0517 promptly retrieved the little brat's reward. Darling, this is specially formulated to nourish your body. Just look at how frail you are. However, after drinking the joyful liquid, your health will improve immediately. 0517 was elated. The little rascal was so frail, resembling a tiny hamster nestled in bed, easily toppled by a gust of wind. It was imperative to nourish him adequately to restore his vitality. This was something Lin Meng was also striving for. However, the nutritional supplements available in reality were simply too slow. Only the exquisite products from the system's space could expedite the little rascal's recovery. Darling, come drink this. 0517 emerged holding the joyful liquid, presenting it as though it were a treasure, and coaxed the little rascal to drink while simultaneously brainwashing him. Sweetheart, look. Once we complete our task, the rewards will be splendid. You must fulfill your role as the malicious supporting character diligently, understood? The little rascal drank the joyful liquid. Its sweetness delightful. Amidst 0517's incessant chatter, he listened with a dazed expression and retained one piece of information. Darling, did you remember? Observing the little rascal's cheeks had become noticeably more vibrant, 0517 was filled with anticipation. He remembered. Hitting Song Zhiao would yield delicious rewards. 0517 felt it was a bit strange, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable enough. Thus, she continued to chat with other system entities at ease. What? A bug had emerged in the main system? Some time-space displaced soul seemed to have slipped in?
Oh, no?
It wasn't a bug. It was an astute decision made by the illustrious main system after careful consideration. It was intentionally introduced to help maintain world stability. The main system is truly formidable. Chapter 45, Another Paternity Test. In the evening, a man wearing a mask hurriedly entered the apartment complex. Upon stepping inside, a graceful woman dashed towards him, tears streaming down her face. Brother, Has our child truly vanished? Is Jiaojiu really not our daughter? The two were none other than Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer.
Song Zhishui tenderly embraced Bai Yuer.
Yuer, do not worry. I will certainly find our child. Bai Yuer wept like a wilting flower. Brother, the thought of our child suffering somewhere unknown breaks my heart. Bai Yuer could scarcely believe that the daughter she thought was enjoying a privileged life in the Song household, receiving the finest upbringing, was not her own. But where could her child have gone? A knot of anxiety tightened within her. She had always thought Jiao Jiao bore a striking resemblance to Song Zhishui.
Yet,
Song Zhishui had stated that a paternity test had confirmed Jiao Jiao was the child of Yi Hong. Moreover, Song Wuqing was a distant relative of Song Zhishui, which might explain the slight resemblance. For 3 years, they had remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Song Zhishui often took Jiao Jiao out to bond with Bai Yuer, and at those times, she had felt an inexplicable closeness to the child. Now, upon suddenly learning that her own child might belong to someone else, possibly suffering elsewhere, Bai Yuer found it difficult to accept. Initially, Bai Yuer had thought that while she could only maintain a clandestine relationship with Song Zhishui, her daughter would receive the best treatment, even managing to keep Lin Meng in the dark and leading her in circles. She had felt a sense of pride in that. Now, however, she was overwhelmed with distress. Lin Meng had successfully reclaimed her daughter, but what about her? Now, she did not even know where her own child was. Why didn't you find someone reliable to handle this matter? Now look at my poor daughter. Bai Yuer cried incessantly, harboring some resentment towards Song Zhishui. Though Song Zhishui felt discomfort at her words, he refrained from escalating the situation, considering Bai Yuer's current sorrow. He softly comforted her before taking his leave. Watching Song Zhishui's departing figure, Bai Yuer's heart grew heavier with resentment. This had always been Song Zhishui's way. To avoid arousing Lin Meng's suspicions and to effectively play the role of a good husband, he had returned home every night for 7 years, except for necessary business trips. Even when they wanted to do anything, it could only be during the daylight hours, which was utterly stifling. Despite Song Zhishui's assurance that Lin Meng was now in poor health and rarely shared a bed with him, Bai Yuer still felt a deep sense of discomfort. He was supposed to be her man. If it weren't for Lin Meng's wealth, how could their true love have been forced apart? Just as Bai Yuer wallowed in her grievances, the doorbell rang. Puzzled, she opened the door, only to see a small figure standing at the threshold. Upon spotting her, the little one immediately rushed into her arms, exclaiming, "Mama?"
Bai Yuer gasped in shock.
Jiao Jiao? She could hardly believe that Song Jiao had found her way here and even called her Mama. Although they had indeed met before, both Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer were wary of Jiao's tender age, fearing she might inadvertently reveal something she shouldn't, and thus had kept this matter from her. Yet, she recalled having once secretly instructed Jiao to call her Mama. Could it be that Song Jiao actually remembers all of this? Bai Yuer found her thoughts to be exceedingly complex in that moment. Nevertheless, she allowed Song Jiao to enter. Jiao, what did you just call me?
Mama.
I know you are my true mother. Song Jiao could hardly bear it any longer. She was undeniably the biological daughter of Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer, yet within the Song household, she was relegated to the nanny's quarters. The way her father treated her was unbearable. The stark contrast of her reality led Song Jiao to contemplate Bai Yuer. Bai Yuer was her biological mother, and her kindness was unparalleled. How could we possibly be your biological mother? Bai Yuer gazed at Song Jiao, fully aware from Song Zhishui's words that this was not her child. Yet, inexplicably, she could not bring herself to harden her heart against that face. Mama, I've always felt a deep connection with you. Would you consider taking a paternity test? I truly believe you are my mother. Song Jiao was unable to disclose her reincarnation. She surmised that even her biological mother would find it hard to believe. And this was her greatest secret. Yet, she spoke with unwavering conviction. The prior paternity test she had conducted with Yi Hong must have contained some errors. Upon seeing Song Jiao's face, Bai Yuer ultimately nodded. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from informing Song Zhishui about this matter. It would be better to wait until the results were in before discussing it with him. If Song Jiao truly was her child, then the scandal of the swapped infants in the Song household had spread throughout the upper echelons of society within mere days. No one could fathom that such an outrageous event could occur within their elite circle, especially involving the rising Song family and the heiress of the wealthiest Lin family. It was precisely during this chaotic time that the Song family sent out invitations for a welcoming banquet for their true daughter.
Bang!
Lin Meng, who permitted you to do this? Song Shifeng's forehead veins bulged as he furiously approached Lin Meng, slamming his hand on the table, nearly thrusting the invitation into her face. Damn it. The rumors about our family's true and false daughters are rampant outside, and what's this farce about a welcoming banquet for the true daughter? The issue is, I only heard about this from others today. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the uproar Lin Meng had created. Initially, Song Shifeng had no intention of announcing Song Zhisui's return as a matter worthy of grand proclamation. After all, he had yet to locate his biological daughter. If it became widely known that Song Zhishui was indeed his biological daughter, then his true daughter would forever be relegated to the status of an unacknowledged illegitimate child. This was a conclusion he vehemently wished to avoid. He envisioned casually integrating Zhishui into his life, allowing him to handle Lin Meng before bringing back his biological daughter. Yet now, everything had been ruined by Lin Meng. Not only had she proclaimed that Zhishui was the biological child, but she had also bluntly asserted that Jiao Jiao was the one who had been swapped. Consequently, everyone would come to know that the Song family had only one biological daughter, leaving him with no opportunity to maneuver. What was even more infuriating was that everyone assumed he had willingly chosen to announce his daughter's existence. In the next moment, he was met with Lin Meng's probing gaze. Shifeng, what's the matter? What do you mean by who allowed me to do this? Chapter 46. Losing both the lady and the soldiers. In that instant, Song Shifeng felt utterly exposed, as though every facet of his being had been laid bare. This sensation left him profoundly unsettled. It was precisely for this reason that despite Lin Meng's immeasurable beauty, he found himself more enamored with Bai Yue. He had no fondness for a woman as assertive and astute as Lin Meng. A woman should be like Bai Yue, gentle, understanding, and considerate, not like Lin Meng, who flaunted herself publicly while being domineering at home. The head of the household should be a pillar of support for her. As Song Shifeng calmed his racing thoughts, he adjusted his demeanor. Meng, what do you think I mean? You decide to host a welcoming banquet without uttering a word to me, introducing Zhishui to everyone as if I am inconsequential. His reasoning seemed sound. He believed Lin Meng would reflect on his words, feel remorse, and realize that this situation was her fault, leading her to apologize. However, he was taken aback by Lin Meng's continued calm demeanor, which seemed to harbor an unspoken accusation. I've noticed you've been quite busy these past few days. Zhishui has been back for quite some time. Have you truly spent any quality time with her? You were so good to Jiao Jiao. I thought you loved our children. Why, then, have you been absent when it comes to Zhishui? Song Shifeng felt a jolt of surprise, as if Lin Meng had completely seen through him. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with the search for his biological daughter, neglecting Zhishui in the process. Furthermore, he harbored no affection for Zhishui. He preferred to keep her out of sight and out of mind. How could he have thought to set aside time for her? It seemed Lin Meng had sensed something amiss and was dissatisfied with his behavior, prompting her to take the initiative in sending out the invitations. Realizing that he still had not secured Lin Meng's assets, Song Shifeng hurriedly explained, Meng, I've been busy with company matters these past few days. It does not mean I dislike Zhishui. Please don't misunderstand. Even during your busiest times, you never forgot to bring gifts for Jiao Jiao. Even if you weren't there, you always prepared something thoughtful. Lin Meng frowned, seemingly perplexed by Song Shifeng's sudden change. A tightness gripped his heart, and he quickly added, No. I have actually prepared gifts for Zhishui long ago. I simply intended to find an opportunity to present them to her personally. I see now why you were at the auction house these past 2 days, purchasing a bracelet. It was for Zhishui. Song Shifeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his heart aching at the thought. That bracelet was meant as a gift for his biological daughter once he found her and was valued at over 7 million. He had not anticipated that Lin Meng would be aware of his every move. This realization only deepened his discontent. What's wrong? Wasn't it meant for Zhishui? As Lin Meng's smile faded, Song Shifeng could only begrudgingly concede. Yes, that bracelet was indeed for Zhishui. Who else could it be for? I had hoped to surprise Zhishui. But it seems you already know. As he spoke, Song Shifeng had the bracelet he had purchased delivered to Zhishui, who clutched it tightly and refused to let go. Initially, he had entertained the notion of keeping it away from her, reasoning that she might not appreciate it, thus preserving the bracelet. Yet, Zhishui's grip was surprisingly strong, and she earnestly tugged at the bracelet with determination. Song Shifeng felt his smile cracking under the strain. Lin Meng, satisfied, gently encouraged the child. Zhishui, be sure to thank Daddy. The little cub lay nestled in Lin Meng's embrace, its tiny nostrils directed at Song Zhishui, seemingly mocking him with a disdainful puppy sound. Song Zhishui felt increasingly uncomfortable, plagued by the notion that the little one was insulting him, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his feelings. All he could do was endure it with a sour expression under Lin Meng's expectant gaze. Subsequently, in a haze of confusion guided by Lin Meng, he unwittingly agreed to numerous specifications and details regarding the welcome banquet. Once he exited the room, clarity slowly returned to him. Wasn't he supposed to confront Lin Meng about her unilateral decision to disclose this matter? How had the tables turned, with Lin Meng now interrogating him? To make matters worse, he had also inadvertently committed to a bracelet costing over 700,000. Song Zhishui's expression twisted in fury. Just wait. Once he had obtained everything from Lin Meng, he would ensure that they both faced the consequences. As for that bracelet, he would certainly seek an opportunity to reclaim it. However, it seemed Song Zhishui would not be afforded that chance. After his departure, Lin Meng immediately adorned the bracelet on Zhishui's wrist. She took photos, shared them on social media, and captioned them, "A bracelet gifted by her father." Instantly, the likes soared past 3 digits. Within their circle, it became common knowledge. One could easily imagine the disdainful glances Song Zhishui would receive if the bracelet were to reappear on someone else's wrist. Song Zhishui, who cherished his pride, could not afford such humiliation. Meanwhile, Song Zhiao was incensed to learn that the Song family was preparing an extravagant welcome banquet for Song Zhishui, her eyes reddening with fury. In her previous life, upon returning home, Song Zhishui had not even been afforded a formal introduction to her father, let alone a welcome banquet. Yet now, the Song family was orchestrating such a grand affair. Watching the servants bustling about in preparation, Song Zhiao, her eyes brimming with tears, sought out Lin Meng. "Mother, I know you don't acknowledge me right now, but I only wish for your well-being. You shouldn't be making such a grand spectacle for Zhishui. She isn't someone to be envied, nor do I harbor ill intentions. It's just that she has grown up in such a setting. Facing such grandeur will surely bring shame to the Song family. Moreover, Zhishui herself will inevitably become the target of ridicule among the elite." Her motives were purely altruistic. Yet, Lin Meng remained impervious to her pleas. Instead, she calmly interrogated, "Who taught you such words?" Lin Meng found it hard to believe that a child could articulate such sentiments. Moreover, she was acutely aware of who Song Zhiao had been in her youth. These words were likely instilled in her by others. For instance, Lin Meng had dispatched someone to follow Song Zhishui and pinpoint the location of his mistress, subsequently observing Song Zhiao's solitary appearance there. It was only a matter of time before those tailing her would uncover the true identity of the mistress residing within that house. Chapter 47. A Mother-Son Quarrel. Ultimately, Song Zhiao was unable to persuade Lin Meng to cancel the welcome banquet. After a prolonged argument, she finally quieted down. Lin Meng assumed she had relinquished her intentions and chose to ignore her. Over the years, Lin Meng had become entangled with Song Zhishui in numerous ways. Reclaiming everything that originally belonged to her, while ensuring Song Zhishui faced the repercussions, was no simple feat in fact. Lin Meng had already conceived a thought. Even if she could not regain what was rightfully hers, she would destroy everything that belonged to Song Zhishui. Indeed, Lin Meng's desire for vengeance was fierce. For allowing her Zhishui to endure such torment, Song Zhishui's life would scarcely suffice as reparation. Lin Meng was now acutely aware of what mattered most to Song Zhishui. At that moment, a stack of photographs and documents was delivered into her hands.
By Yue.
The name of the woman Song Zhishui had long concealed from the world. Lin Meng had always trusted Fang Yuan's efficiency. Within a short span, a comprehensive dossier detailing the woman's life and family was laid out before her. Upon reviewing the contents, Lin Meng came to a stark realization. Her marriage to Song Zhishui might have been a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy from the very beginning, a carefully crafted deception. They had known each other since their youth, yet this chapter of their history had been meticulously concealed by Song Zhishui. Even when the Lin family had conducted their investigations previously, they had remained oblivious. However, even then, the Lin family had discerned hints of Song Zhishui's insecurities and sensitivities. Realizing he was not a suitable match for Lin Meng had chosen to ignore these warnings, leading to her current plight. Indeed, had it not been for Zhishui's repeated reminders, she might still be ensnared in ignorance. Reflecting on this, Lin Meng's gaze softened as she looked at Zhishui. Her child, perhaps, was heaven sent to rescue her. As the time for the welcome banquet prepared by the Song family for Song Zhishui drew near, Song old lady's face turned a ghastly shade upon reviewing the event's specifications and expenditures. Was it truly necessary to prepare so much for a mere young girl's banquet? Shifeng, what on earth are you thinking? Song Shifeng's expression was hardly more pleasant. Many of the demands had originated from Lin Meng, who had seized the opportunity to impose numerous requirements when he was at a disadvantage. At that time, Song Shifeng had acquiesced to all of them, intending to brush the matter aside. However, the next moment, Lin Meng presented him with an exhaustive list of demands. He could not bear to refuse at such a juncture, and was compelled to comply entirely. Meanwhile, upon seeing the specifications laid out on the list, Song old lady was utterly enraged. Had these demands come from Lin Meng, she could have boldly rejected them, even taking the opportunity to teach Lin Meng a lesson on the expectations of being a daughter-in-law of the Song family. Yet now, the individual presenting this list was her beloved son. Thus, the elderly lady could only scowl, questioning him. Despite her tone being relatively gentle, Song Shifeng still felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Mother, just arrange everything according to my specifications. Song Shifeng did not desire this situation. However, on one hand, Lin Meng had made her requests, and on the other, she had invited numerous industry giants and esteemed families. Some of these individuals were so high-profile that even someone of Song Shifeng's current stature could hardly reach them. For the sake of maintaining good relations with these influential figures, he could not afford to let this banquet be a failure. Lin Meng had adeptly exploited this to elevate the welcome banquet for Sui Sui to its utmost grandeur. Yet, Song old lady remained blissfully unaware of these intricacies. All she understood was that the figures on this banquet list caused her considerable discomfort. How could Lin Meng's child, who had grown up in a humble village, possibly deserve such an extravagant affair? Reflecting on the arrangements made for her own birthday banquet, which paled in comparison, only served to fuel Song old lady's fury. What infuriated her even more? Her own son not only failed to share her sentiments, but also exhibited a palpable impatience towards her. Lady Song could no longer maintain her composure, and her tone inevitably turned somewhat sharp. Song Shifeng, in turn, grew increasingly impatient, unable to restrain himself from engaging in a heated argument with Lady Song. In an instant, the two of them were embroiled in a fierce dispute in the living room, their faces flushed with anger. The servants, witnessing such a scene for the first time, were left utterly astounded. It is worth noting that during their time under Lin Meng's care, this mother-son duo had always epitomized the image of maternal kindness and filial piety. Not only had they never quarreled, but even expressions of anger had been absent. Whenever tensions arose, it was always Lady Song directing her ire towards Lin Meng. Little did they expect that now, with Lin Meng no longer in the middle, they would argue so openly. Song Zhao, hearing the commotion from the living room and witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of anger and anxiety. This was so unlike the harmonious relationship her grandmother and father had previously shared. Now, in front of so many servants, they were openly quarreling, which made her feel utterly embarrassed. Having been reborn, she had always believed her grandmother and father to be cultured, reasonable, and dignified. But now, she was confronted with this disheartening side of her closest family, which she found difficult to accept. Upon learning about the expenses for Song Zhisui's welcoming banquet, her discontent deepened. Even if the Song family was wealthy, it was her father's hard-earned money. How could it be squandered so frivolously? Furthermore, Song Zhishui was not even the child of her father, and by Yuer, she was the offspring of Lin Meng, the very person who had torn her parents apart. Song Zhao's resentment was palpable, yet she had never considered that the Song family's current prosperity was entirely attributable to Lin Meng. The lavish clothing and jewelry she had once purchased cost exorbitant sums, and at that time, she had never thought about how hard her father worked for his earnings. Determined to have a serious conversation with Song Zhishui, she took a glass of water and approached the door of the little one's room. Calmly, she knocked and entered. Sui, are you in there? The little one, alert, tilted her head and her eyes sparkled with excitement.
Duck.
Happy water duck. Caution, do not act impulsively. The system task has changed. You must listen to the female lead and cannot hit her anymore. 0517 was perplexed as to why the system task had suddenly adjusted once more. However, it remained a diligent messenger. The little one was eager to engage, but reluctantly retracted her fist. Observing Sui Sui's demeanor, Song Zhiao felt a twinge of unease. Yet, seeing Sui Sui's warm attitude, she believed she had a chance. Perhaps she had misjudged Sui previously. The little one seemed amiable, appearing to hold no grudges against her. Unable to persuade Lin Meng, Song Zhiao chose to convince Song Zhishui instead. Chapter 48. Ding. Task completed.
So, Sui.
Do you understand? It is very difficult for daddy to earn money, and it is not right to waste it so carelessly. A sensible child wouldn't make things difficult for their parents. Sui, do you understand? Song Zhiao repeated her point for the 7th time, her throat dry from speaking. Observing the water cup in Sui's hands, she couldn't help but swallow hard. If only she had brought 2 cups of water.
Now.
The little one was merely toying with the cup, shaking it playfully. Her patience was nearly exhausted, yet she felt a glimmer of hope seeing Sui deep in thought. Surely, this time, she must understand. She had articulated so much.
After listening attentively, Sui nodded vigorously.
Oh, I get it. Song Zhiao was nearly moved to tears. Sui, may I have a sip of that water? This? The little one lifted the cup she held. Song Zhiao nearly nodded her head off in excitement. The next moment, Sui lifted the cup and began to drink, glugging down half before offering it to her. Here you go. Watching Sui drink, Song Zhiao felt even worse. She had no desire for the water that Sui had already sipped. With a stiff expression, she declined. No, Sui, you drink it. You remember what I told you, right?
Sui nodded.
Finally, Song Zhiao let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the water issue, at least she had accomplished her purpose for visiting Sui. To avoid any prolonged complications, she encouraged Sui, Daddy is downstairs now. You should go talk to him. Remember, express your own thoughts. Daddy will surely think you are very good and sensible. The little one pondered. Good means praise, right? Of course. If I were praised for being good, I would be especially happy. It is the greatest reward for a child. The little one dashed to the staircase and called down to Song Zhishui, Daddy. Jiao says you are silly and don't earn money. So don't make it hard for you. Upon hearing this, Song Zhishui's face turned a deep shade of green. Song Zhiao, following the little one out of the room, felt on the verge of collapse. That was not what she meant. Not at all. Song Zhishui shot a fierce glare in Song Zhiao's direction, especially upon noticing she had just emerged from the little one's room. His attitude towards Sui had slightly shifted. While the little one was still quite annoying, if he could not reclaim the child from Bai Yuer, Sui would be his only bloodline. Before he and Yuer could conceive another child, she would remain their sole offspring. Due to the lack of male heirs in the family, Song Zhishui had been contemplating ways to ensure Bai Yuer bore him a son over the past few years. However, they had been unsuccessful. After having Bai Yuer undergo examinations, it was revealed that she had no issues. The problem lay with him. This was precisely why he had always held a fondness for Song Zhiao. She was the child he intended to groom as his successor. Having realized this, Song Zhishui's demeanor towards Song Zhiao grew cold. Song Zhiao, return to your own room. With an indignant glare at Sui, she fled back to her room under Song Zhishui's stern gaze. She had misjudged Song Zhishui. This 3-year-old child was evidently cunning and had been deliberately toying with her. Meanwhile, Sui, after finishing her proclamation, squatted down to draw mushrooms. Dog egg duck, is it done? She had listened to Song Zhiao's words. Not only did she listen, but she had also given Song Zhiao the praise she so desired. 0517 initially felt something was amiss. However, after hearing the little one's words, it found her reasoning quite sensible. Furthermore, when the system's task completion notification finally chimed in after a 3-second delay, 0517 let out a slow breath. The delay was inconsequential. Perhaps the system was simply outdated or experiencing poor signal. In any case, the task was complete, indicating that the little one was indeed on the right track. 0517 felt an immense sense of reassurance, and upon receiving the delightful beverage, that reassurance transformed into unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to it, following the system's issuance of rewards, a wave of disarray swept through the entire system once more, reminiscent of the chaos that ensued after the little cub had previously received a reward. This time, Song Zhiao genuinely appeared subdued in Lin Meng's gaze. However, on the day of the banquet, Song Zhiao reappeared in Sui's room, balancing 2 glasses of juice in her hands.
Sui, my dear sister.
I am aware that you harbor some grievances toward me, yet I have never intended any malice. My actions have always been for your benefit. Your reaction to our previous encounter has left me profoundly disappointed. Song Zhiao's face reflected her disillusionment as she sought to gauge Sui's expression. Surely, even the most cunning of children would feel a pang of guilt upon hearing such words, unless, of course, this child was indeed the reincarnation she had speculated about. With cautious glances, Song Zhiao scrutinized Song Zhishui, determined to uncover whether beneath her exterior lay a mischievous child or a reincarnated soul akin to her own. Yet, Sui lay sprawled on the floor, rolling about like a hyperactive child, her expression utterly beyond Song Zhiao's comprehension. Song Zhiao was rendered speechless. However, a reincarnated individual would not exhibit such foolishness. She silently concluded in her heart, subsequently offering the glass on her left to Sui.
Sui.
If you finish this drink, we can consider our previous misunderstandings resolved. Will you make amends with me? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Song Zhiao's eyes. She had secretly laced the juice with a laxative. Once Song Zhishui consumed it, she would be unable to attend the banquet, leaving only Song Zhiao to represent the family. It was the only way to prevent Song Zhishui from bringing shame upon the Song family. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed in. Task: drink Song Zhiao's juice. Just as Song Zhiao was about to utter more persuasive words to compel Song Zhishui to drink the juice, Sui swiftly seized the glass and gulped it down eagerly. A smile spread across Song Zhiao's face. To demonstrate her sincerity, she too finished her drink. 0517 observed Sui's unhesitating demeanor, opening its mouth as if to say something, but ultimately falling silent. The little cub placed its trust in it. Yet, what was it doing? It was encouraging the little cub to consume a laxative. For the first time, 0517 felt a wave of despondency wash over it, accompanied by a flicker of guilt and concern for the little cub. Simultaneously, confusion enveloped 0517's mind. Wasn't Song Zhiao supposed to be the epitome of innocence and kindness? The quintessential heroine of this world?
Why?
Why would she resort to administering a laxative to the little cub? Was this truly the sort of deed one would expect from a benevolent protagonist? However, before 0517 could delve deeper into its confusion, it bore witness to Song Zhiao, who had been standing there, suddenly clutching her abdomen in agony. Her complexion shifted to one of extreme discomfort. Chapter 49. The Welcoming Banquet. Song Zhiao felt an insistent turmoil within her stomach, and unable to contain herself any longer, she dashed toward the restroom. Yet, upon reaching the door to the restroom in the little cub's room, she frantically twisted the doorknob, only to find it utterly unyielding. Song Zhiao was on the verge of tears. It was then that she realized the door had been locked with a key by the little cub. No wonder she couldn't open it. Song Zhiao felt as though she might implode from frustration. Was this child insane? Who locks their own restroom door with a key? It was absurd. Where was the key? Open the door, please. The little cub, with her large, dark eyes, merely pointed at the adorable cloud and moon lamp on the ceiling. Instinctively, Song Zhiao looked up, and her vision darkened. There, dangling from the small ball of the cloud lamp, was a tiny key. No, was Song Zhishui truly deranged? Who would place a restroom key in such an illogical location? Moreover, how had she managed to put the key up there? This fleeting thought barely registered in Song Zhiao's mind before the urgent need to relieve herself overwhelmed her. In a frantic rush, she sprinted toward the nearest restroom, only to trip over her long dress and fall clumsily to the ground. Subsequently, she could no longer hold back. With a series of unfortunate sounds, an indescribable odor wafted through the corridor. Guests passing by witnessed the scene, their smiles fading, faces contorting in disbelief. Some guests remained stoic, but their hastened footsteps betrayed an inner turmoil. Nevertheless, no one would mock a child, and they even kindly made space for her. However, the accompanying children were unconcerned with such niceties. Upon realizing that Song Zhiao had soiled herself, they exclaimed, "EW. It stinks. Mommy, she had an accident. How embarrassing. Song Zhiao at your age." Although the children were soon whisked away by their parents, the humiliation was unbearable for Song Zhiao. After all, she was still an adult at heart. The sensation was profoundly mortifying. Tears welled in her eyes as she scrambled to her feet, suppressing the sounds of her mishap, and made her way toward the restroom, stumbling multiple times due to her lengthy skirt. This was the dress Lin Meng had tailored for her. Initially, Song Zhiao had intended to don it in place of Sui Sui at the banquet, meticulously preparing for the occasion. Yet now, it had become her greatest hindrance on the way to the restroom. By the time she reached the restroom, her dress was in tatters, and she emanated an unpleasant odor. Sitting on the toilet, Song Zhiao could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. This isn't right. Why is the system silent? 0517 was at a loss for where to place its limbs. It circled around the system screen again and again, still awaiting the system's notification of task completion. Previously, the system had issued the task, so why was there no response this time? Could it be that the task completion judgment has failed? 0517 felt uncertain. After all, that glass of juice laced with laxative had indeed been consumed by Song Zhiao. Meanwhile, the little cub had drank from the glass that posed no threat. Even 0517 was oblivious to when the little cub had switched the two glasses. However, 0517 deemed that detail unimportant. What mattered was that the task seemed to have been deemed unsuccessful.
Impossible.
The little cub furrowed her brow, placed her hands on her hips, and appeared utterly perplexed. I drank, wasn't it, Song Zhiao's juice? As 0517 slapped his forehead, it was as if enlightenment had struck him. Indeed, the system was clearly intended for the little one to consume Song Zhiao's juice. The little one was, without a doubt, acting in accordance with the system's requirements. And there was nothing amiss. On what grounds could the system deny the success of this task? Just then, as 0517 stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the system screen, it flickered momentarily, followed by the familiar notification sound. Ding! Task completed, reward. 1 instant heart-saving pill. After a brief moment of garbled noise, the system's voice resumed its calm demeanor. Reward has been issued. 0517 stared in bewilderment at the heart-saving pill that had appeared in the system's face, exchanging wide-eyed looks with the little one who was filled with anticipation. So, what exactly is this heart-saving pill? Although the little one was indeed frail, such a thing was entirely unnecessary. Why would the system send such an item? 0517 felt utterly perplexed. However, it was implausible that the system itself required the heart-saving pill and inadvertently sent it by mistake, right?
Impossible. Simply impossible.
Observing the little one's eager expression, 0517 felt somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Little one, why not keep it? Though it seems of little use, one never knows when it might come in handy, right?" With that, 0517 could no longer concoct an explanation and resolved to lodge a complaint once he returned to the central system. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Meng arrived and took the little one to the banquet, thereby sparing 0517 from further scrutiny from the little one's inquisitive gaze. At the banquet, Lin Meng and Song Zhishui stood together, with Lin Meng cradling Sui Sui, epitomizing a model of familial bliss. The passing socialites, upon seeing Sui Sui, could not suppress their astonishment. They had heard that this child had previously lived in a slum, expecting to encounter a frail, unassuming, and inconspicuous little one. To their surprise, Sui Sui bore none of the attributes they had anticipated. Her skin was as pristine as a freshly shelled egg, flawless and radiant. Her chubby little face, adorned with baby fat, complemented her large, bright eyes that sparkled like black grapes. Every gesture she made was poised and charming, evoking genuine delight in those who beheld her. Indeed, many socialites felt that she surpassed the previously cultivated impostor of the Song family in grace and poise. Truly, the lineage of the Lin family was extraordinary. As Lin Meng surveyed her surroundings, she noted the conspicuous absence of both branches of the Song family in such a setting, which only caused her to smirk inwardly. When they had hosted the welcoming banquet, neither side had offered assistance. The rationale behind this was all too evident. Song Zhishui and old Madame Song were powerless, even having to begrudgingly accept the situation. Yet, they expressed their discontent in silence through their absence. However, their presence, or lack thereof, was of little consequence to Lin Meng. Amidst the crowd, Bai Yuer observed the scene with barely contained fury. She had come to the banquet because the paternity results had revealed that Jiao was indeed their biological daughter. Initially, Bai Yuer had intended only to call Song Zhishui to share the news. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found his phone unresponsive. Coupled with an anonymous video of Song Zhiao in distress that had been sent to her, her emotions surged, prompting her to rush over. Her Jiao was being bullied in the Song household. To her dismay, upon quietly entering the banquet hall, she was confronted with the sight of their seemingly perfect family unit. This revelation ignited a fierce anger within Bai Yuer, who had repeatedly heard Song Zhishui claim that he had no feelings for Lin Meng. Clenching her fists, she took a step forward, only to inadvertently snag the tablecloth beside her. In that moment, the tablecloth and everything atop it were sent tumbling down with a cacophony. Instantly, the surrounding guests stirred, and a vacuum of space formed around Bai Yuer, all eyes drawn to her. Amidst the elegantly attired attendees, Bai Yuer stood out in her ill-fitting maid's uniform, obscured by a mask, rendering her particularly conspicuous. Is this the Song family's maid? Clumsy, and why is she wearing a mask? Whispered the socialites among themselves. As they circumvented Bai Yuer, their judgmental murmurs echoed around her. Lin Meng regarded Bai Yuer with a calm demeanor. You are not of the Song family. Who are you? How did you infiltrate the Song household? Lin Meng was fully aware of the identity of the woman before her, for she was the very person she had summoned. The circumstances surrounding Bai Yuer's inability to reach Song Zhishui, as well as the photos of Song Zhiao, were all orchestrated by Lin Meng. Initially, she had no intention of using Song Zhiao for anything. She could have employed other means to bring Bai Yuer here. Yet, with Song Zhiao's fortuitous misfortune, Lin Meng felt no qualms about capitalizing on the situation. Bai Yuer panicked, instinctively glancing at Song Zhishui, only to find his gaze averted.
I.
Bai Yuer found herself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to insisting that she was merely a maid of the Song family. Song Zhishui's eyelids twitched. As Bai Yuer's companion for many years, he knew precisely who the masked woman was. But how had she come to be here? Who had sent her? Nonetheless, he could not allow Bai Yuer to remain in this predicament, so he hastily improvised. Meng, she's likely a new maid we hired recently. So, it's understandable that you don't recognize her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer nodded vigorously. Afterward, Lin Meng entrusted Sui to a familiar socialite and approached Bai Yuer step by step. A maid of the Song family? Why are you wearing a mask? Remove it. As the words fell, Bai Yuer visibly flustered. Madam, I have a cold, so I'm wearing a mask. Addressing her as Madam only deepened Bai Yuer's humiliation. Clearly, the title of Song Madam should rightfully belong to her. Yet now, she found herself uttering the words to the woman who had usurped her place, making her heart feel as though it were bleeding. A cold can warrant a day off. Meng, let it be. Sui's welcoming banquet is of utmost importance. Just have her leave. She is merely a maid. At this, a nearby socialite could no longer contain herself. Mr. Song, such a clumsy maid is unacceptable. Your kindness is excessive. Who invites a maid with a cold to a banquet? Clearly, she has deliberately sneaked in to cause trouble. The recent news about the film star nearly being doused with acid came to mind. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to escape, he could have ended up disfigured. The attendees, all of stature and influence, began to distance themselves from Bai Yuer, sharing the same concerns. Such inexplicable individuals have intruded upon the banquet. Who knows their true nature and whether they might inflict harm upon the esteemed guests present? It is crucial to note that those gathered here are all prominent figures of renown. Several elderly servants from the Song family have also begun to converge towards Bai Yuer. Meanwhile, whispers of conjecture rise anew. What has become of Madame Song? How could there be such a blunder at a banquet? Madame Song has never before committed such an oversight. I have heard that the head of the household is no longer Madame Song. No wonder, then. The insinuations immediately directed the gazes of all present, albeit subtly, towards the matriarch of the Song family. From the outset, the elder Song matriarch was never truly accepted within their social circle. All were acutely aware that she did not belong to their ranks. Even if she believed that her grandson Song Zhishui's current achievements were sufficient to bolster her standing, the circle remained resolute in its refusal to acknowledge her. This reality, too, was well understood by the matriarch, and thus it represented a persistent source of anguish for her. Now, this painful truth was laid bare before the assembled guests. The elder Song matriarch was nearly beside herself with fury. Although she felt a pang of sorrow as she reviewed the guest list, she resolved that this being her inaugural banquet, she must demonstrate her capacity to command the situation. Yet now, everything was being undermined by the intrusion of an inexplicable servant. In response, the elder matriarch adopted a stern demeanor and issued her commands. Zhishui, you need not be overly lenient. Such an unknown individual cannot simply be allowed to roam free. Restrain her. Today, I shall see who dares to disrupt the Song family's banquet. The elder matriarch believed her actions to be decisively authoritative. However, She failed to notice the peculiar expressions that had begun to emerge among some of the socialites, with a few even stifling laughter behind their hands. Song Zhishui was nearly apoplectic with indignation. He had never anticipated that his grandmother would create such chaos at this critical moment. At this juncture, he could only hope that Lin Meng would emerge to manage the situation and salvage their reputation. After all, in previous instances when the elder matriarch had acted in a manner that elicited laughter, it was Lin Meng who had skillfully mitigated the fallout. Even when she had taken the blame upon herself, Lin Meng had spared the elder matriarch from ridicule. Yet this time, Lin Meng appeared oblivious to the elder matriarch's display. Under Shifeng's pleading glances, she merely stood to the side, scrutinizing Bai Yuer with a penetrating gaze. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Shifeng lost his opportunity to regain control. Bai Yuer's mask was abruptly torn away, and as her delicate, fair visage was revealed, the murmurs grew ever louder. Is this a servant? How could a servant possess such pristine skin? Could she be a mistress from some household? Upon recognizing Bai Yuer, the elder matriarch was momentarily struck dumb. She was aware of Bai Yuer's existence, though she had not recognized her while masked, having had only limited interactions with her.
Now,
Bai Yuer stood exposed before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Who is this little mistress who has dared to follow into the banquet? How shameless! One wonders what sort of upbringing could produce such a brazen individual, one who would disrupt another's family with such audacity. The affluent ladies in the crowd covered their mouths, exchanging barbed comments. In their circle, encounters with mistresses were not uncommon. It was typical for couples to engage in affairs. It was the rare, harmonious couple, like Song Zhishui and Lin Meng, that stood out. Yet even mistresses were typically kept clandestine. Regardless of how frigid or disdainful a couple might be in private, they would maintain a facade of harmony in public. The ladies held a particular disdain for two types of individuals: illegitimate children and mistresses who lacked discretion, bringing their affairs into the open. They had encountered similar situations before, and upon seeing Bai Yuer, they quickly pieced together the scenario. What household does this little mistress belong to, causing such a ruckus? While the wealthy women mocked her, their gazes were laced with icy contempt and disdain. After all, no one could be certain that this would not implicate their own unkempt affairs. I am not a mistress. I merely had a matter to attend to, Bai Yuer exclaimed in a frenzied outburst, overwhelmed by the accusatory stares. She wished she could cover her face and vanish into the ground. After all, she aspired to be the future Madame Song. With the situation now spiraled out of control, how could she ever hope to enter the Song family with her dignity intact? Yet, as Bai Yuer sought to shield herself, several servants, with formidable strength, restrained her, leaving her no avenue for escape. The affluent women were not easily placated by Bai Yuer's protests. Oh, what sort of matter requires such elaborate subterfuge to attend? You appear quite suspicious. Pray tell, what is it that you seek? Bai Yuer was on the brink of collapse, biting her lip yet unable to utter a single word. Observing this spectacle, the elder matriarch internally lamented the misfortune, yet felt too guilty to change her demeanor and order the servants to release her. Song Zhifeng's face had turned an ashen hue. Even at this moment, while the wealthy women scrutinized everyone around them, casting doubts even upon their own husbands, they never once considered turning their suspicion towards him. Nevertheless, Zhifeng had genuinely contemplated making Bai Yuer his rightful wife. Now, with her public appearance, that aspiration was rendered nearly impossible. He would have to drastically reduce the frequency of his visits to her and exercise even greater caution going forward. One misstep could lead to public exposure, shattering his reputation. Lin Meng's intervention had effectively extinguished any hope Bai Yuer had of marrying into the Song family openly. It was a decisive blow. Amidst this turmoil, 0517 and Xiao Zai watched from the sidelines, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. With 0517 providing commentary, Song Zhishui quickly recognized that the woman before her was Bai Yuer. Zai, this is Song Jiaojiao's biological mother, Bai Yuer. Who would have thought she would show up here? Wait. Doesn't this seem like a scheme orchestrated by your mother? 0517 teased, marveling at the unfolding narrative. Even if it was your mother's design, what does that have to do with our mission? Previously, the system had acknowledged the alterations in Lin Meng's character trajectory. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for there to be some consequent changes, was it not? 0517 remained blissfully unaware of the butterfly effect triggered by Xiao Zai's presence. Just then, 0517's tone shifted to one of curiosity. Zai, does it seem like this involves you as well? It was the fact that the little rascal had not consumed the drink and that Song Jiaojiao had. which prompted Bai Yuer to lose her composure entirely and rush over here. Lin Meng, initially uncertain about inviting Bai Yuer over, found the success of this endeavor now guaranteed by the little rascal's actions. Song Zhishui, with utmost seriousness, acknowledged that it was the system at play, leading the little rascal to drink that particular juice. Thus, was this the outcome the system had been anticipating? For a moment, 0517 found it challenging to decipher the underlying logic of the system's data computations. Simultaneously, a flurry of garbled characters scrolled across the system screen. But 0517 was too engrossed in the unfolding drama to notice. It was at this moment that Bai Yuer, in her struggle, revealed the necklace adorning her neck. Upon sighting the necklace, the perceptive noblewoman's expression transformed peculiarly. Chapter 52. The Thief Who Borrowed Flowers to Present Them. How could this necklace possibly be around your neck? Concurrently, the gazes of others fell upon Lin Meng after noticing the necklace. This was the very necklace Lin Meng had worn at a banquet 2 years prior, which had caused quite a stir. After all, it was a limited edition piece from the world-renowned designer, Selena. Not everyone could lay claim to such an item. Yet now, it had made its appearance draped upon Bai Yuer. Initially thought to be a mere mistress, it turned out she was a thief? Madame Song. Perhaps it's time to have someone investigate whether she has pilfered anything else. Indeed, with such unclean hands, one can only wonder how much more she has stolen. One of the servants raised a hand and slightly tugged at Bai Yuer's sleeve, revealing a remarkably shiny bracelet on her wrist. Another luxury limited edition piece. It seemed she had indeed stolen quite a bit. Furthermore, some insightful noblewomen directed their gaze toward Lin Meng, harboring alternative speculations. Bai Yuer's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, overwhelmed with shame and fury. This is my own necklace. I have not stolen it. It is merely a replica. Lin Meng delivered another blow, revealing that her name's initials were inscribed on the inside of the necklace. Would you like to see? Bai Yuer's countenance drained of color in an instant. This necklace had been a gift from Song Zhishui. In her haste to attend today's event, she had forgotten to remove it, only to be caught by this circle of noblewomen. Now, 2 paths lay before her: to confess her role as a mistress or to admit to being a thief. Whichever she chose, neither was a burden Bai Yuer could bear. Thus, she remained silent, her eyes instinctively seeking help from Song Zhishui. However, he suddenly averted his gaze, secretly cursing Bai Yuer's foolishness. Lin Meng, on the other hand, had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. Calmly, she remarked, "That necklace was lost by me 6 months ago. I never imagined I would find it on you." She had never been particularly concerned with jewelry. At that moment, recalling the jewelry she had once lost, she feared that most of it had ended up in Bai Yuer's possession. The piercing gaze that seemed to see right through her made Bai Yuer feel a wave of discomfort wash over her. Standing elegantly beside her in a gown, Lin Meng contrasted starkly with Bai Yuer, who was clad in servant attire, with remnants of food adorning her, and was being restrained by the servants, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Bai Yuer had always been pampered and had never considered herself inferior to Lin Meng at any time. The only difference lay in the art of fortune. Yet now, she felt the profound disparity akin to that between heaven and earth. Unable to resist, she lowered her head, attempting to conceal her shameful visage. Meanwhile, the discerning eyes of some noble women grew ever more intriguing. If this necklace had indeed been lost by Lin Meng 6 months ago, the implications would be entirely different. Perhaps Bai Yuer was not the thief after all, but rather a victim of a household burglary, a thief who borrowed flowers to present them. Other eyes subtly shifted towards Song Zhishui. Who would have thought that the seemingly perfect husband, Song Zhishui, had such secrets? His expression had turned entirely rigid as he feigned calmness while looking in Lin Meng's direction. Meng, you must be mistaken. I recall you wearing that necklace just 3 months ago. Presently, it was preferable for Bai Yuer to be labeled as the thief than for everyone to conclude that she was his mistress. Lin Meng regarded Song Zhishui for a prolonged moment. Just as his heart raced to his throat, she finally spoke. Well, perhaps I was mistaken. Song Zhishui exhaled in relief, his back soaked with cold sweat. He had always been concerned about his reputation, having meticulously cultivated it over the years. He could not allow it to be tarnished so easily. Just as he felt a sense of relief, Lin Meng spoke once more. Then let us call the police. Wait! Song Zhishui exclaimed, suddenly agitated. Realizing his tense demeanor, he quickly added, "This is Jisui's welcoming banquet. Everything should revolve around Jisui. What purpose would it serve to involve the police?" He attempted to frame it as a means of bringing good fortune to Zhishui. Lin Meng's fists tightened slowly. Had Song Zhishui suggested anything else, she would have disregarded it. Yet when he spoke of fortune for Zhishui, she found it impossible to utter a single refusal. Having stabilized Lin Meng, Song Zhishui turned his gaze back towards Bai Yuer, his eyes fixed with a ruthless determination. Aren't you going to return the stolen necklace promptly? Bai Yuer opened her mouth but ultimately relented, reluctantly removing the necklace. Avoiding arrest was her last semblance of dignity. Hello, uncle? There's a thief. They stole my mommy's necklace. Yes, it's super expensive. We caught them. Come quickly. The bright, cheerful voice rang out, cutting through the previously muted atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention toward Zhishui. Clutching her little genius watch, Zhishui spoke clearly and, before everyone's eyes, recited the address of the Song family. Finally, she turned to Lin Meng. Mommy, that's the address, right? Lin Meng was momentarily taken aback before she nodded. Yes. Uncle, hurry. The little rascal believed in gratitude and, having heard that the police station also valued performance, thought to credit the officer who had previously assisted her. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhishui appeared innocent, her smile sweet. Everyone have fun. Don't stare at her. I'm off to find a little cake. Some could not contain their laughter, the atmosphere of the banquet becoming lively once more. What a delightful child. Truly a worthy descendant of the Lin family. Even at such a tender age, she displayed such decisiveness. She would undoubtedly achieve great things as she grew. In this situation, anyone else calling the police would have seemed inappropriate. But Zhishui was the exception. No one anticipated that a 3-year-old would take such decisive action in such circumstances. Yet Zhishui did just that. The banquet continued, and the initial chaos gradually vanished under the diligent efforts of the servants. Only Bai Yuer was silenced and stealthily dragged aside. When Song Zhihui finally changed her clothes, she was met with this disheartening scene. Chapter 53. An Apology. Upon witnessing her biological mother, Bai Yuer, being treated in such a degrading manner, Song Zhihui nearly shattered. Her mother was supposed to arrive years later, proudly marrying into the Song family as the daughter of the Bai clan. Yet here she was, publicly dragged away like a thief. Song Zhihui felt a buzzing in her head. She was already upset about her earlier embarrassment, and now it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing around her. How could it have come to this? Clearly, Lin Meng was the interloper in her parents' romance. Why had the situation turned so absurdly? Meanwhile, others continued to speak of Lin Meng's benevolence for not sending her to prison. She was nothing but a malicious woman. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. Just then, a chubby child ran up beside her, making faces and chanting, "Pants wedding king, ha ha ha." Song Zhihui exploded. Shut up. The chubby child, undeterred, pushed back. You're the pants wedding king. Why can't I say it? Overwhelmed with frustration, Song Zhihui forcefully swatted the child's hand away, sending him tumbling to the ground. I said, shut up. The child fell and began to wail. By the time the banquet concluded, news of Bai Yuer's ordeal had spread like wildfire. Opinions diverged on whether she was merely a naive thief or entangled in some illicit relationship with Song Zhishui. At the Song family table, Song Zhishui sat opposite Lin Meng, with old Madame Song positioned beside him. Meng, let us settle this privately, shall we? You know the company is at a critical juncture. I wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. As he spoke about how to handle Bai Yuer's situation, Song Zhishui wore an earnest expression. You know, news like this getting out would be detrimental. It would bring no benefit to our company. Lin Meng frowned, clearly dissatisfied. So, you're suggesting we just let her theft slide? Which nearly ruined Sui's welcome banquet. Just as old Madame Song was about to interject, Lin Meng continued. And do you realize what people are saying about Mom, because she crashed the banquet? Old Madame Song fell silent, recalling the derisive laughter of her so-called friends. Unable to suppress a cold snort, Song Zhishui was at a loss for words. He couldn't truly leave Bai Yuer at the police station or subject her to criminal charges, so he was racking his brain for excuses. But the company. Lin Meng interrupted sharply. You know the company is where Selena gifted me that design. She is already upset about the theft. Now, you want to negotiate privately? Have you considered how I'll explain this to her? Song Zhishui's face turned a shade of green. Selena had a notoriously fiery temper. Had it not been for her friendship with Lin Meng, she would not hold the position of chief guest designer at the Song family company. The company's current standing hinged significantly on Selena's collaboration. The thought of losing her over such a trivial matter was beyond what Song Zhishui could bear, especially with the critical contract renewal approaching. Reluctantly, he sighed, "How about this, Meng Meng? You prepare a generous gift for Selena and increase the original collaboration percentage by 1 point. You can talk to her. I believe she will understand." Sensing Lin Meng's hesitation, he added, "Meng Meng, you've worked hard. Take this card and buy whatever you need. All expenses will be covered." Lin Meng feigned reluctance. "I can try to talk to Selena, but that woman, Bai Yuer, must apologize. Moreover, you know Selena's nature. We can only choose to reconcile once she agrees." With no alternative, Song Zhishui conceded. He also believed Bai Yuer needed a lesson. In total, Lin Meng spent 9 million to earn Selena's forgiveness. Song Zhishui's expression darkened. Yet he could only begrudgingly accept the situation. Furthermore, Bai Yuer still had to apologize to Lin Meng. Chapter 54. Jiao Jiao is our child. During her days at the police station, Bai Yuer appeared utterly haggard. When she learned she had to apologize to Lin Meng, her frustration reached a boiling point. "She has made me suffer this way, and now she expects me to apologize?" Since encountering Song Zhishui, Bai Yuer had never endured such indignity. In fact, she had felt a sense of pride that Lin Meng had to raise her daughter in her stead. Yet now, she was being forced to apologize publicly. Moreover, she felt the weight of her detention acutely, having expended considerable funds as compensation to Lin Meng. Even though all the money was provided by Song Zhishui, she still felt a pang of loss. That money should have been hers. At that moment, Bai Yuer was unaware that Song Zhishui had additionally spent 9 million to secure Selena's forgiveness. Had she known, she might have fainted from rage. The police officer felt a mix of confusion. "Ms. Bai, please confront the issue at hand and adjust your attitude. You stole from Ms. Lin. You are the one at fault. Now that Ms. Lin is willing to settle this privately, is that not sufficient?" The officer regarded Bai Yuer, his brow furrowed in disapproval. This woman appeared glamorous, yet her moral compass was clearly askew. It seemed imperative that she receive a thorough education. Consequently, the officer decided to subject Bai Yuer to an extended session of moral instruction. 2 hours later, Bai Yuer emerged from the room, her head spinning. That officer had lectured her for a solid 2 hours. Bai Yuer felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, unable to voice that all this was orchestrated by Song Zhishui. Nor could she claim she was not a thief. "When Ms. Lin arrives, do not forget to apologize properly. She is willing to let you off due to her kindness. Do not take advantage of that," the officer warned. Bai Yuer could only acquiesce. Days of detention had left her utterly drained. The thought of her tarnished image kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Now, she had to apologize to Lin Meng. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Yes. Lin still had not arrived. During the interminable wait, Bai Yuer became increasingly agitated. Just when she could no longer bear it, a police officer approached with news. "Yes. Lin said you should behave yourself and refrain from engaging in such petty theft. She will not be coming." Bai Yuer had imagined countless scenarios for this moment, contemplating how to maintain her composure and even mock Lin Meng during her apology. However, after keeping her waiting for 2 hours, Lin Meng never showed up. The sensation was akin to throwing a powerful punch only to strike cotton. Her efforts seemed utterly disregarded, as if she were merely an insignificant ant in Lin Meng's eyes. A sense of humiliation, far more profound than apologizing in front of Lin Meng, surged within her. To Lin Meng, she was nothing but a triviality. Even upon finally emerging from the police station, Bai Yuer felt no trace of joy. Once in the car, Song Zhishui unleashed a torrent of scolding. Bai Yuer felt increasingly wronged. "If you hadn't ignored my calls, would I have gone there in the first place? Do you have any idea how much Jiao Jiao has been bullied? Why are you still thinking about Song Jiao Jiao? She is not our daughter. I have already expelled both of them." Song Zhishui, agitated, tugged at his hair. The memory of Song Jiao Jiao's disgrace at the banquet weighed heavily on him, rendering it intolerable for her to remain in the Song household. Moreover, she had offended the precious son of the real estate mogul, Mr. Jean, at the gathering. Mr. Jean refrained from erupting in anger at the moment, but chose to complicate matters in their collaboration instead. Had it not been for Song Zhishui's diligent inquiries, he would have remained oblivious to this predicament. Consequently, to assert his stance, he promptly expelled Yi Hong and Song Jiao Jiao. Yet, Bai Yuer's expression shifted dramatically. "You expelled Jiao Jiao?" Song Zhishui, "I came that day to tell you that Jiao Jiao is our biological daughter." Song Zhishui's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" As tears streamed down her face, Bai Yue recounted her recent paternity test endeavor. Upon hearing this, a cacophony reverberated in Song Zhishuy's mind. If Jiao Jiao truly is their biological daughter, then what of the previous paternity tests conducted with Yi Hong and Song Zhiao? The only one capable of manipulating such outcomes appears to be Lin Meng. Brother, do you think Lin Meng has known all along? Otherwise, how could Jiao Jiao have been confirmed to have a biological connection with Yi Hong? Fearing that Lin Meng might undertake actions detrimental to Song Zhiao, Bai Yue's mental state unraveled upon glimpsing those photographs of Jiao Jiao. Song Zhishuy's expression fluctuated repeatedly. Bai Yue, now frantic, urged, "Brother, don't think about anything else. Go pick up Jiao Jiao." The thought of Song Zhiao potentially having endured an indefinite duration in that dilapidated urban village filled Bai Yue with anxiety. Song Zhishui, snapping back to attention, instructed the driver to head towards the urban village without delay. Jiao Jiao has always been frail, and having faced considerable fright that day, she could hardly withstand the conditions there. At the narrow entrance of the urban village, Song Zhishui and Bai Yue hurried along. The entire area was in a state of disarray and filth, an utter cacophony, yet the two typically discerning individuals were now oblivious to their surroundings. Following the address left by Yi Hong, they swiftly advanced towards the building. Finally, they arrived at the apartment belonging to Yi Hong and Song Wuqing. The entire apartment complex seemed exceptionally noisy. Song Zhishui sensed something amiss and hesitated to observe the situation, but Bai Yue was already impatient. With a forceful shove, she flung open the partially ajar door and rushed inside. "Jiao Jiao, Mommy has come to get you. How are you doing now?" She was met with the blinding flashes of cameras. Bai Yue found herself face to face with a throng of reporters. Stunned, she stood there, while the journalists were equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They had come to cover two stories, one concerning the true and false daughters of the Song family, and the other about Song Wuqing being assaulted in the alley and left partially paralyzed. Each story held significant appeal and potential for sensationalism. When these two narratives intertwined, they practically set the stage for a blockbuster scoop. The genuine daughter of the Song family was being meticulously shielded by Lin Meng, leaving the reporters with no opportunity to capture her. Yet, there remained an ostentatious false daughter from the Song family. The exposure of the true and false daughters of the Song family, coupled with the fact that the false daughter's biological father had been rendered partially paralyzed, constituted an explosive news item. The reporters rushed over as soon as they caught wind of the story. Regrettably, Song Zhiao remained hidden within the confines of the room, refusing to make an appearance. Bai Yue's proclamation sent the journalists into a frenzy. "Is there more to the story? This lady. What do you mean by your earlier statement? Ma'am, could you clarify your relationship with Song Zhiao? Why do you refer to yourself as her mother? Are you Mrs. Bai, the one who stole the necklace at the reception banquet?" Chapter 55, The Press Conference. Bai Yue felt her mind explode with overwhelming confusion. Yet, there was no opportunity for her to escape. The swarm of reporters descended upon her in an instant, enveloping her entirely. Their microphones thrust into her face. Each journalist wore an expression filled with the thrill of uncovering a major scoop. "I am not. Stop fabricating stories. Let me go." Bai Yue was on the brink of madness, torn between shielding the reporters' cameras and concealing her own face. Ultimately, she realized she could do neither. Meanwhile, Yi Hong, already overwhelmed by the reporters, found a momentary reprieve with Bai Yue's arrival. However, the reporters' inquiries caused Yi Hong to cast a suspicious glance towards Bai Yue. She hadn't quite caught what Bai Yue had said earlier, but through the reporters' questions, she could piece together the gist. Every word, she understood. Yet why did the assembled phrases leave her feeling perplexed? What does it mean to refer to oneself as mother? What is the nature of her relationship with Jiao Jiao? Considering that Yi Hong had also been present at the reception banquet, her confusion only deepened. Upon seeing Bai Yue, Song Wuqing, who had been languishing on the sofa and barely able to utter a word, suddenly became agitated. He glared at Bai Yue with wide eyes, stumbling over incoherent curses.
Bai Yue.
Song Zhishui, may you meet a tragic end, bastard. I will not let you off, even in death. As these words escaped his lips, the reporters erupted in a frenzy, the sound of their cameras clicking incessantly. It was as if they had just stumbled upon a colossal scoop. Previously, there had been whispers speculating that Bai Yue might be Song Zhishui's mistress, and that the necklace had been a gift from him. However, Song Zhishui's impeccable public image had rendered such rumors marginal, with few believing them. Now, the situation had changed dramatically. They had clear eyewitness testimony. The tangled relationships and stark contrasts in personas were tailor-made for sensational news material. Mr. Song, what do your words imply? Is there an unspeakable relationship between you and Bai Yuer? Mr. Song, you and Mr. Song Shifeng share the same surname. Could you clarify your relationship? Mr. Song, previously you remained silent, yet upon seeing Miss Bai, you suddenly found your voice? Song Guoqing felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, struggling to utter 3 words. Dog and bitch. He had been unable to speak earlier, not due to reluctance, but rather because he was physically incapable of doing so. However, upon encountering Bai Yuer, he was so overwhelmed with excitement, or perhaps fury, that he could not restrain his words. As his remarks echoed through the room, chaos ensued. An increasing number of microphones were thrust towards Bai Yuer, leaving her utterly flustered. Turning around, she realized that Song Shifeng had vanished without a trace. The moment Song Shifeng caught sight of the flashing cameras, his heart sank, and he immediately covered his face, fleeing downstairs. Unfortunately, as he made his descent, several astute reporters had already sensed something amiss and pursued him relentlessly. Song Shifeng did escape, yet his desperate retreat was captured in photographs. That very day, the news made headlines across various platforms and topped the trending list on Weibo, overshadowing the ongoing debate about Lin Cixi being an illegitimate daughter. The scandal of the Song family mistaking their daughter, allegedly the illegitimate child of the Song Corporation's president, sent shockwaves through the media. The audacious claims of a paralyzed man unleashed a torrent of sensational revelations. The truth regarding the Song family's true heiresses became the subject of fevered speculation, leaving netizens in a frenzy of gossip. Accompanying this was a dramatic plummet in the Song family stock prices. Song Shifeng found himself in a dire predicament. Despite spending a fortune to suppress the trending topic, the allure of the scandal was simply too captivating for the public to ignore. Just as he attempted to unveil a few sensational stories to divert attention from himself, eager netizens only reignited the fervor surrounding him. Driven to the brink of madness, Song Shifeng, with bloodshot eyes, stormed into Lin Meng's room, only to find it empty. When he checked on the child, she too was nowhere to be found. At that moment, his secretary's panicked voice broke through. President Song, it's bad. The madam has gone to a press conference. It's being live-streamed nationwide. Upon hearing this, Song Shifeng felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he nearly shouted, "Where? Hurry! Take me there!" At the press conference, Lin Meng stood clad in professional attire, her visage betraying the weariness wrought by years of her husband's infidelity. Her eyes were red, as if she had just wept. Yet she stood resolutely at the podium, embodying the strength of a resilient pine tree amidst the mountains. "I sincerely apologize for occupying public resources due to my husband Song Shifeng's actions," she began, her thoughts clear as she distanced herself from the Song family's enterprise and successfully crafted her image as a victim. "Moreover, I will pursue to the fullest extent the matter of Song Shifeng's infidelity and his collusion with Song Guoqing to swap my daughter with his illegitimate child." When Song Shifeng arrived, he caught the tail end of her declaration. His fury ignited at her words. "Lin Meng, do not spew such venomous lies." Lin Meng, her eyes brimming with tears, regarded him without acknowledgement. "I have treated you well, Song Shifeng." The weight of her words carried an ocean of emotions. 3 parts performance, 7 parts genuine sentiment. She moved the reporters and the live audience alike. This Song Shifeng is truly despicable. Does he not consider his wife's daughter to be human? To swap his wife's child for the mistress's daughter? Such depravity is beyond comprehension. Yet dissenting voices emerged. "I believe Madame Song need not portray herself so pitifully. After all, she has enjoyed the privileges of the Song family and lived as a wealthy woman for many years. Her words seem rather disingenuous. Is she merely attempting to manipulate the netizens, claiming victimhood while having her child returned?" At that juncture, an informed individual in the comments began to recount the long-forgotten history of the Song family's rise. "Enjoyed the resources of the Song family? Nonsense. Allow me to clarify. Madame Song, named Lin Meng, is the daughter of the wealthiest family, the Lins. In fact, Song Shifeng is merely a man living off her success. The Song family was on the brink of ruin. Without Lin Meng's assistance and support, they would have faced bankruptcy long ago. She single-handedly salvaged the Song Corporation from the precipice, continually injecting funds to sustain operations and forging vital connections. The current prosperity of the Song family is entirely attributable to Lin Meng. Song Shifeng's status today is solely due to her influence." Chapter 56. The Collapse of Reputation. So, he truly is a man living off his wife's fortune. I used to admire the Song family for their rapid ascent and perceived Song Zhishui as a capable man, only to realize it was all thanks to his wife. Not only that, but he also cheated, endangering his legitimate daughter's welfare. He is the very definition of scum. These claims are merely Lin Meng's one-sided narrative. Allegations of Song Zhishui's infidelity and his affair with Bai Yueter lack evidence. Why take sides so soon? However, as soon as he uttered these words, Lin Meng turned to leave. At that moment, Secretary Fang Yuan displayed a series of evidence on the large screen, including photographs of Song Zhishui meeting Bai Yueter and parentage test results involving Song Zhiaojiao. While details concerning Song Zhiaojiao were obscured, it did not prevent the audience from deducing the truth. The barrage of evidence rendered the previous doubters speechless, their faces flushed with shame. Some eager onlookers even recounted the incident where Bai Yueter was mistaken for a thief and apprehended at Song Zhishui's welcome banquet. The combination of these revelations provided a feast for netizens. Just then, the police released previously censored photographs of the child in the hospital, emaciated, covered in bruises, curled up in a ball, evoking deep sympathy. We are still investigating the case regarding the child being abused by Song Wuqing and the subsequent swap. Those involved will be held accountable under the law. Nurses and neighbors from the village spoke out, sharing their experiences. This child is the most well-behaved I have ever seen, yet was still beaten daily by that monster, Song Wuqing. In the dead of winter, he even forced her to go out to buy liquor, such cruelty. This child was brought into the hospital due to abuse. I wondered what kind of parents could inflict such suffering. Now I realize, they were not even her biological parents. How could they not care? She is exceptionally well-behaved. Even I, an adult, feel pain upon seeing her injuries, yet she remains silent. I thought being swapped by those heartless foster parents was already tragic enough. Only to discover that her biological father was also involved. It's heartbreaking. As these witnesses came forward, Song Zhishui and his associates ignited public outrage. The actions of adults, no matter how reprehensible, were often viewed through the lens of spectatorship. Yet when children became entangled in their adult affairs, it was intolerable for nearly everyone. To prioritize the mistress's child while neglecting his legitimate daughter, subjecting her to such suffering, Song Zhishui was nothing short of a monster. The Song family's stock prices plummeted, and partners began sending notifications to cancel or terminate collaborations. Countless individuals gathered beneath the Song family building, hurling rotten eggs and dousing one another with blood, among other outrageous antics. In stark contrast, the company founded by Lin Meng witnessed a significant surge in its stock price, attracting numerous companies extending olive branches. Song Zhishui found himself in a tumultuous state, berated mercilessly by members of the board of directors. If it had merely been an affair, it might not have incited such a vehement public outcry. Even the revelation of Song Zhishui's illegitimate daughter would not have caused such a stir. However, his actions were so appallingly egregious that they rendered him utterly infamous. Having built his fortune on the foundation laid by Lin Meng, he not only strayed from his marital vows but also fathered an illegitimate child, callously swapping his legitimate offspring with the other and neglecting them entirely. With these transgressions, Song Zhishui's reputation lay in tatters. Over the past few days, he had been reluctant to venture outside, for stepping out meant facing a relentless barrage of rotten eggs. It was at this juncture that 5 black Maybachs appeared at the Song family's doorstep. As the car doors swung open, bodyguards emerged in succession, shielding Lin Meng, who walked purposefully toward the Song residence. The doors of the Song family remained firmly shut. Even after knocking and identifying herself, no one came to answer. With a decisive wave of her hand, Lin Meng commanded her bodyguards to take action. In an instant, several bodyguards surged forward, forcibly breaking through the door. The journalists lurking nearby were electrified, capturing every moment with fervent clicks of their cameras. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Song Zhishui stormed out. Lin Meng, have you lost your mind? You're trespassing on private property. Do you want me to call the police and have you arrested? Firstly, this house is our joint property, and I have every right to enter. Secondly, I purchased the store, and I shall dismantle it if I so choose. Veins throbbed on Song Zhishui's forehead, especially upon noticing the throng of journalists surrounding them. He struggled to suppress his rage, muttering, "Whatever it is, come in and discuss it. I cannot afford to display any weakness in front of this crowd." Lin Meng remained steadfast, refusing to budge. "I am here to retrieve my belongings. Furthermore, Song Zhishui, I will have my lawyer deliver the divorce agreement to you." At this pronouncement, Song Shifeng's eyelids twitched violently. Lin Meng, are you truly seeking a divorce? Indeed. Song Shifeng's expression underwent a series of tumultuous changes. Divorce is acceptable, but you must come inside so we can discuss this properly. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng slowly stepped into the Song household, her bodyguards trailing closely behind, showing no intention of waiting outside. Observing this, Song Shifeng's brows twitched again. He could no longer feign indifference, a sardonic smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. With so many witnesses present, are you truly apprehensive about what I might do to you? Lin Meng cast him a glance, her eyes betraying no warmth. You may be incapable of committing such acts, but that does not mean I am defenseless. With that, she took the lead into the Song residence. Song Shifeng's face darkened as he followed, instructing the household staff to close the damaged door, cutting off the journalist's view. The reporters outside felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was not a complete letdown. After all, Lin Meng's dramatic entrance and door demolition provided ample material for a news article. Clearly, waiting here had its merits. In the study, Song Shifeng and Lin Meng sat facing each other across an imposing tea table. Divorce is feasible, but you must restore the reputation of the Song family and compensate for the damages incurred during this ordeal, declaring to all that your previous claims were fabrications. Song Shifeng laid out his demands, maintaining a composed demeanor as he scrutinized Lin Meng. She nearly laughed in disbelief. She had anticipated that Song Shifeng would be shameless. Yet his level of audacity surpassed her expectations. Despite his numerous misdeeds, including his marital transgressions and countless betrayals, he now spoke with an air of entitlement. Song Shifeng, a person must have dignity. Your lack of shame renders you invincible in your own mind. Yet, Song Shifeng's expression remained unchanged. What? You disagree? Lin Meng, allow me to inform you, your very life hangs in my hands. If you wish to survive, you would do well to heed my commands. Leaning back with an air of nonchalance, he reclined on the sofa, exuding an unsettling calmness. I know you have been recording since you entered, but I advise you to delete everything afterward. A self-satisfied smile graced Song Shifeng's lips as he reveled in his newfound freedom. Lin Meng had brought him to this point, leaving him with no choice but to take desperate measures. He anticipated her inquiry as to why he made such a claim, but instead, he was met with the sight of Lin Meng's lips curving into a slow smile. Are you referring to the drugs you administered to me? The smile faded from Song Shifeng's face. You know? Lin Meng remained silent, her expression unyielding. Song Shifeng, prepare to leave with nothing. Admit that you possess no leverage against me. His gaze fixed on her, searching for any sign of deception, yet he found none. Lin Meng's demeanor remained resolutely calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Frustrated, he probed further. When did you discover this? Before I found Sui Sui. In that moment, Song Shifeng's mind raced with possibilities. It was evident that Lin Meng must have stumbled upon the truth well before, perhaps choosing to remain silent until she had gathered irrefutable evidence. Her cunning strategy had effectively shielded Sui Sui from the fallout of this debacle, placing the blame squarely on her own shoulders. It was a truly sinister maneuver. Lin Meng's actions stripped all attention from Sui Sui, ensuring that the focus remained on her as she revealed the poison and the child she had discovered, thus denying Song Shifeng any opportunity to catch on. Love runs deep, but so does cunning. Song Shifeng seethed with resentment, his uncertainty evident as he fixed his gaze on her. Lin Meng, stop pretending. That substance is incurable, and if you cease taking it, you will hasten your demise. He had acquired that drug from a specialized laboratory, and as far as he knew, no one had yet developed an antidote. If not for his connections with the laboratory's founder, he would remain oblivious to its existence. Song Shifeng found it inconceivable that Lin Meng could procure the antidote. This belief fueled his reckless bravado. However, witnessing Lin Meng's unwavering certainty now sowed seeds of doubt within him. Song Shifeng, your lack of connections does not equate to my own. Only a frog in a well could possess such arrogance. Those two succinct phrases were sufficient to shatter Song Shifeng's already fragile pride. The drug had been around for 7 or 8 years, and back then, the person in charge had assured him that no antidote existed. Yet, who could guarantee that no one had since managed to create one? Moreover, Lin Meng's words struck a chord deep within him. Lin Meng's social standing inevitably afforded her a more extensive network of connections than that of Song Shifeng. In such circumstances, while Song Shifeng could arrive at the conclusion that there was no remedy for his predicament, this conclusion might not hold true for Lin Meng. If Lin Meng had not deceived him, then he possessed no leverage against her. Conversely, Lin Meng was armed with ample evidence against him. Song Zhifeng's gaze flickered multiple times. Yet, he merely softened his tone slightly. Our separation will undoubtedly impact the stock prices. Moreover, Sui Sui is still so young. Can you bear to deprive her of her father at such an early age? Lin Meng, think carefully. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the divorce? You are unworthy to mention Sui Sui, Lin Meng retorted coolly. Song Zhifeng, however, was unrelenting. Are you seriously considering disclosing all of this to Sui Sui? When she inquires about her father's whereabouts, what will you tell her? Lin Meng slowly raised her gaze. I will tell her that her father is dead. Rest assured. Sui Sui will be relieved to be rid of a scoundrel like you as her father. In an instant, Song Zhifeng erupted in fury. Lin Meng, however, rose calmly. It appeared that Song Zhifeng was not inclined to amicably finalize their divorce. Thus, she suggested, let us proceed with the formalities. By the way, I will be taking everything I purchase with me. Surely you won't obstruct me, will you? Of course not. Song Zhifeng still had some semblance of dignity. Furthermore, he doubted Lin Meng could carry away much. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted.
Crash. Bang. Boom.
The sound echoed in Song Zhifeng's ears as he dashed towards the study. What he beheld was a once opulent home now reduced to chaos. The crystal chandelier and coffee table in the living room lay shattered. The kitchen cabinets and appliances were smashed to pieces. Even the wallpaper had been torn down. In mere moments, the entire house was rendered unrecognizable. Additionally, various precious items were being hauled out of the rooms by the bodyguards, including Song Zhifeng's cherished blue and white porcelain vase. What on earth are you doing?
Who permitted this?
I will call the police. Song Lautai wailed, nearly fainting from rage. Yet, this did nothing to halt the bodyguard's actions. Lin Meng, I instructed you to take your belongings, not to wreak havoc in my home. Continue this, and I will call the police. Lin Meng turned, a cold smile gracing her lips. I am merely retrieving my possessions. Didn't I already give you the money? The sum of over 70 million was still a source of pain for Song Zhifeng to recall. Moreover, all these items were purchased before I married into your family, and do not factor into our daily expenditures. The current decor of the Song residence had been gradually furnished by Lin Meng. Whenever a family member criticized the sofa, she replaced it. Whenever they found the decor lacking, she enhanced it. In the end, her genuine efforts were met with betrayal. Just as Song Zhifeng opened his mouth to protest further, Lin Meng continued, I still have all the receipts. Would you like to see them? Lin Meng was grateful for the habit she had cultivated since childhood. Even though the furniture's value, aside from antique jewelry, was not particularly high, the act of demolishing the Song residence provided her with immense satisfaction. Song Zhifeng's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he was utterly speechless. As she exited, Lin Meng ordered for the door to be completely destroyed. The reporters outside, already curious about the commotion, were treated to a spectacle as she smashed the door, resulting in a flurry of camera clicks. Once back in her car, Lin Meng finally shed her assertive facade and closed her eyes in exhaustion. Song Zhifeng had been partially correct. The burdens he had imposed upon her over the years were indeed insurmountable. She simply had not displayed this before him. Thus, she was resolved to pave the way for Sui Sui, ensuring her a secure future. Chapter 58. The control group of Song Zhao Baiyu cautiously helped Song Zhao out of the car. Initially concerned about the potential presence of reporters, she was relieved to find the area silent upon their exit. Recognizing this, Baiyu felt a modicum of comfort. Recently, she had been vilified as the other woman and had endured a difficult time. Fortunately, Zhao was back by her side, allowing her to stand openly beside Song Zhifeng. The thought of being able to openly be with Song Zhifeng made Baiyu's heart race. Meanwhile, Song Zhao had grown weary of life in the urban village. Even though she had spent the last few days with Baiyu her quality of life was still far inferior to that of the Song household. Therefore, despite the risk of encountering lurking reporters, both women had decided to return to the Song residence. Surprisingly, the process went more smoothly than anticipated. However, upon arriving at the Song family's doorstep, they were utterly taken aback. The Song residence before them bore no resemblance to the one etched in their memories. The sight was nothing short of catastrophic. The entire home looked as if it had been ransacked by thieves. Baiyu was oblivious to the fact that their seamless arrival was due to Lin Meng's earlier visit, during which she had wreaked havoc throughout the house. The journalists, having captured ample photographs, returned to write their reports with great satisfaction. What on earth happened? Bai Yu stepped into the Song residence without even needing to knock, as the door had been dismantled. The servants were busy clearing the wreckage, while Song Lautai sat amidst the debris, weeping uncontrollably, nearly fainting from rage. Upon seeing Bai Yu, her previously amiable demeanor vanished. How dare you show your face here? All of Song Laotai's ire had previously been directed at Lin Meng, but with Lin Meng now awakened and beyond reproach, the opportunity for venting her frustrations had shifted to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, unaccustomed to such treatment from Song Laotai, was momentarily taken aback. Mother, what on earth is going on? Song Laotai, filled with rage, felt as if she could kill Bai Yu on the spot. Just then, a disheveled Song Zhishui descended the stairs, phone in hand. Upon seeing Bai Yu, his anger ignited. What are you doing here? Do you have any idea that because of you, the Song family is on the brink of collapse? The weight of such an accusation left Bai Yu pale. She was entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation, and her only intention had been to hastily bring Jiao Jiao home. Brother, I am just as distressed. But what can I do? Should I stand by and watch Jiao Jiao suffer? Song Jiao Jiao shared her feelings of anguish. Her once adoring grandmother, refined father, and gentle mother now seemed transformed, making her feel as if she barely recognized them. The filters that had once shrouded their lives appeared to fade in that moment. Of course, the most outrageous was still Lin Meng. Why, having been the one to tear apart her parents, did she still dare to present herself as the victim in public, as if her parents had wronged her and Sui? True love, surely it ought to be innocent. Should it not? Witnessing the chaotic scene before her and the quarrel between her parents, Song Zhiao gritted her teeth, her mind racing with thoughts. How could she possibly aid her father and mother in returning to their former selves, or even to a more glorious version of their past? It was at this moment that Song Zhiao recalled the immensely popular parenting variety show from her previous life. In that lifetime, her uncle had skyrocketed to fame through that very program, although she herself was not the child featured. A variety show, after all, served as the perfect platform for redemption. Mommy, the little one dashed towards Lin Meng, crashing into her embrace. Subsequently, with a delightful squirm, sporting an adorably cherubic face, she wriggled in Lin Meng's hold like a little worm. Lin Meng chuckled softly, instinctively shutting her eyes when her gaze fell upon the multitude of colorful, shimmering bracelets adorning the child's wrist. The dazzling array sparkled brilliantly, each bracelet varying in size, with some adult versions twisted around twice, hanging loosely from the little one's arm. Every bracelet was exquisite, yet the child, akin to a gluttonous creature, had piled them all onto her tiny hand. As she shook her arm, the bracelets jingled, casting a radiance that outshone even the most ostentatious display under the sun. Lin Meng gently stroked the child's head. The bracelets chosen by our little Sui are truly beautiful, resembling a little fairy. Upon hearing such praise, the child beamed, a bashful smile illuminating her face, as if she were enveloped in warm bubbles. After a moment's thought, she removed 2 bracelets from her own wrist and placed them on Lin Meng's. Lin Meng kissed the child affectionately, gratefully accepting the gesture. Meanwhile, behind the little one, Lin Zhishui trailed along, exuding an air of resigned exasperation. In recent days, Lin Meng had been preoccupied with her confrontation with Song Zhishui, rendering it inappropriate for the little one to accompany her. Thus, Lin Zhishui volunteered to take care of the child. Upon seeing Lin Zhishui's appearance, Lin Meng could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into giggles. Lin Zhishui, who typically exuded an aura of coolness, was now adorned with cartoonish rabbit sunglasses, a pink mask emblazoned with a large Hello Kitty, and his hair was styled into colorful braids. His once plain black shirt was now festooned with an array of cartoon badges, producing a cacophony of jingles as he moved. Seemingly aware of Lin Meng's amusement, he instinctively covered his face, revealing a delicate hand marked with a pink Peppa Pig tattoo and a half-visible Paw Patrol tattoo around his neck. Lin Meng struggled to stifle her laughter, while Fong Yuan and the little assistant could hardly contain their mirth, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Lin Zhishui's forehead pulsed with frustration. He surrendered to the laughter, declaring, "Let them laugh, ha." The chorus of laughter crescendoed, drowning out Lin Zhishui's disgruntlement. Heaven knew the lengths he had gone to for the sake of his third uncle and to secure a top position in the child's heart. His gaze shifted towards the little one. Sui, look, these 2 older siblings are eager for your help in dressing them up. Would you lend them a hand? The child's sparkling eyes darted towards the 2, causing Fong Yuan and the assistant to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, A call came through from sisterly Lin Cixi. Where have you taken Sway for mischief this time? Do you know you've been spotted by paparazzi? Director Wang of the Let's Bring the Kids variety show is on the line, asking if you and Sway would like to join the show. What's your answer? Lin Cixi paused. Had it been anyone else, he could have outright declined. However, Director Wang was the very person who had first recognized his talent and offered him opportunities. Lin Cixi had navigated the entertainment industry without relying on the Lin family, and thus, that early assistance was invaluable. He turned to Sway.
Sui.
Would you like to join your third uncle on the variety show? The little one continued to play with her bracelets, not lifting her head.
No.
Lin Cixi immediately responded into the microphone. I don't want to go. No one should force his little one to do something she was unwilling to. As for Director Wang's kindness, he would repay it when the opportunity arose. Was it Sway who didn't want to go?
No.
It was simply that he himself had no desire. But regarding Director Wang's request, Lin Cixi firmly declared, not even if Director Wang himself came, I would decline. Suddenly, 0517 chimed in. Little one, stop playing. The system task has arrived. Join your third uncle on the parenting variety show as a control group for Song Zhishui. The little one paused, looked up, and prepared to indulge 0517.
All right.
Lin Cixi found himself at a loss for words, then abruptly shifted his tone, realizing he could not refuse the offer to join the variety show. As Lin Cixi and his niece were announced as guests for Let's Bring the Kids, the online community erupted in excitement. Initially, the buzz surrounding Lin Cixi and Sway had subsided on Weibo, but with this news, their trending topics skyrocketed once more. Where are those who claimed Lin Ji's niece was a fabrication? Why are they silent now? My niece. I finally get to meet my niece. Adorable niece. Soft niece. My husband's niece. To the one above, I can hear you plotting from 10 miles away. Don't covet my husband, please. Being a mistress is wrong. I never imagined I would see my idol on a variety show in my lifetime. What a surprise. Upon reading these comments, others felt a sense of nostalgia. Their family's film emperor was truly dedicated to his craft, with public appearances being exceedingly rare. He had never participated in a variety show before, making this his debut. Consequently, Lin Cixi's fans were particularly eager. The haters, previously so vocal, were now restless. They had confidently asserted that Lin Cixi's niece was a secret love child, claiming his reluctance to go public stemmed from guilt. Now, with her directly accompanying him on the show, those fans who had been waiting for evidence felt as if it were a festival. I wonder if some people still have anything to say. Weren't they claiming Lin Go is guilty? What about now? Why the silence? The notoriously loud detractors were now subdued.
Yet.
They were bracing themselves for any missteps Lin Cixi and the girl he referred to as his niece might make, ready to unleash their criticisms. With such sentiments brewing, the anticipation for the show reached unprecedented heights. Observing this fervor, Director Wang couldn't help but smile widely. Simultaneously, blurry images of Lin Cixi, decked out in cartoonish decor, began surfacing online. Hardly anyone believed that the individual adorned with rabbit sunglasses and a pink mask could possibly be Lin Cixi. Under such circumstances, on the day of the variety show recording, Lin Cixi set off with her little companion, 0517, whispering countless reminders in her ear. Little one, remember, be sure to act as the control group for Song Zhishui. Do you understand what a control group is? Never mind, my dear. It doesn't matter if you don't know, just follow whatever Song Zhishui does. Of course, you need not be overly anxious or frightened. I am here. Even if you are unsure of what to do, I will assist you. 0517 patted its chest with a resounding thump. Are you certain you want to proceed this way? It observed the little one's current demeanor, and for the first time, a flicker of uncertainty appeared in its wise eyes. All in all, it felt that a typical human child would not behave like this. The little one glanced at 0517 and gave its head a vigorous shake. Fear not. Everything is under control. As for why it was shaking its head, the next moment, they arrived at their destination. The little assistant had been hesitating to speak throughout the journey, but upon reaching their destination, could no longer contain itself and wished to say something. However, Lin Cixi, with carefree abandon, scooped up Sway and leapt from the nanny car, exclaiming, "Darling, let us go. Time to disembark." Outside the nanny car, the production team had already set up all the live streaming equipment, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the guests. The entire variety show employed a combination of live streaming and edited recordings, emphasizing authenticity. The program featured 6 pairs of parent-child duos, initially divided into 6 screens. At the moment the show commenced, each live room was already bustling with numerous viewers. Originally, Lin Cixi's live room was densely populated. When word spread that a charming little girl had arrived early in another live room, many viewers flocked to see her. That little girl was none other than Song Zhishui. Her face radiated with a sunshine-like smile, and her sweet and endearing appearance endeared her to all. Dressed in a lovely white dress, she obediently followed her uncle by Tianyun, resembling a docile little lamb, evoking affection from many viewers in the bullet comments. The production team must be tricking me into wanting a daughter. This little girl is far too adorable and well-behaved, looking just like a little fairy. Bai Xiao remains as handsome as ever. Truly a rich heir. That aura is something ordinary people cannot imitate. Bai Tianyun, a name that has rapidly risen to prominence in the entertainment industry in recent years, is not only remembered for his acting prowess, but also for his jaw-dropping, luxurious lifestyle and enigmatic background. Over the years, this crafted image has led his fans to form a unique perception of him, a wealthy scion who dabbles in the entertainment world only out of boredom, destined to return home to inherit a vast fortune if he does not work diligently. This persona has become a significant label attached to him, attracting countless admirers. Casting a glance at the bullet comments and the personas in the live room, Song Zhishui felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, the number of viewers in her live room plummeted. Quick, go see. The little one from the Lin movie Emperor's family is hilarious. Upon witnessing the scene, the smile on Song Zhishui's face nearly vanished. The little one from a movie Emperor's family? What little one from the movie Emperor's family? Song Zhishui was aware that Lin Cixi would be participating in this variety show and knew that Lin Cixi was currently the hottest movie emperor online. Thus, she decided to arrive early with Bai Tianyun, hoping to attract more fans before Lin Cixi's arrival. However, despite her earlier efforts, she was taken aback to see those viewers abandoning her. Moreover, even if people were leaving her live room, they should have been drawn to Lin Cixi, not detracting from her own fan base. But why were they now speaking of the little one from the movie Emperor's family? Before even encountering Lin Cixi, a sense of discomfort began to brew within her. She had dressed up meticulously for this occasion, even coordinating with some online influencers to guide viewers to her live room. Could it be that she could not compete with a mere 3-year-old? No, it must be that cunning little child had also hired influencers to draw people in. Before the show began, only the list of artists was released, and no information about the children they brought was disclosed. Therefore, Song Zhishui had no idea that Lin Cixi's niece was none other than Song Zhishui, just as she was unaware of Lin Cixi's familial ties to the Lin family. Had she known, her frustration would have escalated even further. In other live rooms, the viewer numbers remained relatively stable. Since the very beginning, the viewers in those rooms had flocked to see Song Zhishui. The ones leaving now were merely those who intended to watch Lin Cixi, but had wandered into other live rooms while waiting for her delayed arrival. Thus, the artists in those rooms felt little impact. Meanwhile, a swarm of curious onlookers entered Lin Cixi's live room, and upon entry, were momentarily blinded. This was not a mere metaphor. They genuinely had to squint. The sunlight was splendid today, and whether it was the sunlight or the camera exposure, the result was that a radiant glow enveloped the little one's arms and neck, creating a dazzling point of reflection. Spectators could hardly discern how many sparkling necklaces adorned the little one's hands. When the little one moved, the bracelets emitted a series of crisp jingles, a sound that was both delightful yet somewhat overwhelming.
Damn.
Bullet comments as a shield. Bullet comments as a shield.
Wait.
Who lured me into this live room? I just came to see what the niece of the movie Emperor looked like, and good heavens, I can't see a thing. From the surface, it seems this bracelet is meant to blind us. In reality, it's a reminder of our poverty. MD, every time I hear that jingling sound, my head starts to throb. Mom asked why I was watching the live stream and suddenly teared up. Can I tell her it was the light that blinded me? This child is hilarious. It seems she wants to wear every single bracelet she owns. No wonder so many people rushed to recommend this. I thought it was just influencers. But it turns out it's an assassin. I can't be the only one watching this. I'll drag others in to watch too. I don't know why. Even though my eyes are stinging, I just want to stay here and keep watching, utterly intrigued. As the little one's attire came into view, the critics also sprang into action, voicing their disdain. What a nouveau riche outfit, utterly devoid of taste. Is this a deliberate attempt to attract attention? Such scheming at such a young age. Is this something Lin Cixi taught? To these comments, the little one remained blissfully oblivious. And Lin Zhishui was certainly not one to concern herself with the bullet comments. After greeting the little one and the audience in the live stream, I completely ceased to glance at the barrage of comments. However, the fans and onlookers in the chat could no longer contain themselves and began to vehemently confront the trolls. How long have your mouths been pickled for them to emit such a foul odor? Though I am not a fan of Lin Zhishui, there is truly no need for such blatant hostility. To harbor such malice towards a child, what kind of bitter life must you be enduring? The trolls attempted to persist in their defiance, but were swiftly rebuffed by the bystanders and fans. It was at this moment that a staff member beside them cleared their throat and announced the task. Ahem, Teacher Lin, we now need to reach the parent-child cabin. The map clues will be distributed to you once the number of viewers in the live stream reaches 10,000. The staff member added, the first person to reach the cabin will have the privilege of choosing their room. Lin Zhishui turned her gaze towards the staff member. So, how many viewers do we currently have in the live stream? The staff member glanced briefly and was momentarily taken aback. 13,000. The director had only informed him to issue the task at that moment, without mentioning what should be done if the task was completed before it was announced. Just as he hesitated, a tiny hand reached out eagerly towards him. Uncle, give it to me. Upon hearing this voice, the staff member felt his heart melt. Dazed, he handed the clue card to the little one. Make sure to hold on to it, little friend. Okay. By the time the staff member finally regained his senses, Lin Zhishui had already lifted the little one and was heading up the mountain. As for the staff member, what could he do? He felt utterly despondent. He had intended to remind Teacher Lin to interact with the audience and strive to reach 10,000 viewers. Now, all his planned remarks had become utterly irrelevant. The barrage was filled with laughter. Lin Zhishui achieved pain-free clearance. Staff member, day's version, am I supposed to log off now? I hadn't even finished my sentence. Haha, it's clear the staff member has a lot to say but can't. Take a lesson from the staff of the neighboring live stream. The tragic fate of the film Emperor S broadcast is hilarious. In other live streams, the hosts were indeed in disarray. Watching their viewer counts plummet, they began to cry out in distress. However, the program S effect was at its peak, drawing in quite a crowd. At that moment, the production team briefly surged into trending topics, attracting more viewers. Song Zhiao's live stream had the most viewers. She was charming and adorable, interacting sweetly with the audience, even showcasing her talents to help her uncle complete tasks, thus garnering a significant fanbase. Watching the viewer count rise swiftly, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. So, what if that child had the aura of a film emperor? She was incomparable. As the live stream audience finally reached 10,000, a radiant smile graced Song Zhiao's face. Thank you, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts for your support. The barrage erupted with comments. No need to thank us, sweetie, kisses. So understanding, you're practically a little fairy, sob sob sob, Zhao, hugs. Seeing these comments, Song Zhao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was at that moment that she caught a glimpse of a peculiar comment flash by. What a pity. What a pity. What could possibly be regrettable? Before Song Zhao could ponder further, the staff member beamed as he delivered the clue to her. She immediately looked up and smiled sweetly at the staff member. Casting that comment aside, this time, they were bound to be the first guests to arrive at the parent-child cabin. Everything was proceeding according to her plan. Not at all. You fool. With a bright smile, Song Zhao pushed open the door to the parent-child cabin, her sweet voice resonating in her ears. In an instant, her smile froze. Chapter 61. Not even second? Song Zhao never anticipated that someone could arrive before her. Even more shockingly, the voice of this early arrival sent chills down her spine with its eerie familiarity. In that moment, she felt every hair on her body stand on end. She abruptly turned towards the source of the voice. Just then, she was nearly blinded by the brightness. At that instant, tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly shut them, shifting her angle to catch a glimpse of the radiant little one. Song Zhishui. Even from just a crouching silhouette, Song Zhao recognized her instantly. That detestable Song Zhishui. But why was Song Zhishui here? Who had she come with? Was she also a guest brought along? A whirlwind of questions flooded Song Zhao's mind, but none could provide her with answers. Meanwhile, her expression was caught on the barrage. What is wrong with Zhao? Wait, how can there be someone inside already? I distinctly recall that our live stream was the first to reach 10,000 viewers. Why does Song Zhao's expression seem so strange, almost grim? Upon hearing this, Song Zhao's fans immediately retaliated. Don't you know how hard Zhao Zhao worked to reach 10,000 viewers? Such an unexpected turn of events is entirely understandable. Calling such a little fairy grim? Jealousy towards a child is truly unfathomable. It was at that moment that their split screen merged into the main live stream. Thanks to the commentary from the main live stream audience, they learned that, in fact, prior to the task commencing, Lin Cixi's live stream had already reached 13,000 viewers. Consequently, Lin Cixi's screen had transitioned to the main live stream at that point. Most of those viewers had followed into the main live stream, curious about the sparkling little one. They were eager to see what this little one would do upon arriving at the cabin. As a result, they became captivated for over half an hour. Thus, the majority of the audience in Song Zhiao's live stream remained unaware that someone had already reached 10,000 viewers. Even those who were wandering around had not thought to mention this. This led to their sudden realization. However, no one attributed it to Song Zhishui. Most of the viewers who had not witnessed the initial appearance assumed it was due to Lin Cixi's fame. Bai Tianyun had also learned from the staff that Lin Cixi was the first to arrive. He immediately scoffed, jokingly remarking, "The seasoned film emperor is indeed exceptional. He doesn't even need to complete tasks." His fans immediately reacted with indignation. "I said Lin Cixi's fanbase is so large, how could there be no movement?" It turns out that it had already been completed long ago. Indeed, this is simply akin to having an advantage. With Lin Cixi's substantial fanbase, it seems as though this task had been tailored specifically for him. However, the barrage of comments soon contradicted this notion. What about Lin Cixi? We are here to see Sui Sui. Although the esteemed actor Lin is quite dashing, isn't Sui Sui even more delightful? To the person above, take a good look. Lin Cixi and the others are still upstairs tidying up the rooms. Just examine the disparity in viewer numbers between the split screen and the main screen before you speak. The crowd took a glance, and indeed, on the split screen, Lin Cixi's viewership was a mere 9,000, while the main screen was nearing 50,000. This was certainly due in part to the influx of new viewers, yet it also indicated that the previous viewership on the main screen was remarkably substantial. In an instant, those who wished to voice their support for Song Zhiao and Bai Tianyun fell silent. Once they transitioned to the main screen, the production team confiscated the guests' phones, preventing them from checking their devices. Consequently, Bai Tianyun remained unaware that the barrage of comments was not as scathing towards Lin Cixi as she had imagined. A remark nearly slipped from Song Zhiao's lips. "How could you be here?" Upon regaining her composure, she adjusted her expression. "Song Zhishui, being present here is fortuitous, allowing all the viewers to recognize the disparity between her and me. This way, I can better assist my parents in clearing their names." Indeed. Clearing their names is what Song Zhiao intended. She understood that the most effective way to alter one's public perception is through such live reality shows. She aimed to showcase her own understanding and propriety, thereby piquing interest in her background. Subsequently, she could gradually inform the audience through the live stream that her parents were the true embodiment of love, while Lin Meng was merely the interloper, the instigator of all the traps. Thus, she would completely reverse the current predicament of the Song family. With a contrast of Song Zhisui's perceived immaturity, it would become increasingly evident to others the gap between them. As long as the true nature of Song Zhishui was revealed and met with disdain from the internet community, her plan would succeed. Song Zhiao inhaled deeply, intending to feign a gracious approach towards Sui Sui when she heard a somewhat bashful voice exclaim, "Not here? Really not here? I just saw them." Squinting, Song Zhiao noticed another figure crouching beside the small child, a diminutive figure in a floral dress, evidently another young guest. She and her third uncle were not even in second place? Song Zhiao's expression cracked once more. At that moment, the barrage erupted again. I forgot to tell you all, our Xiaowen and Misi have arrived too. Chapter 62, 5 times wide angle. If I remember correctly, the viewer count in Ziche Xiaowen's livestream was indeed 10,000 behind ours, right? Lin Cixi is one thing, but Ziche Xiaowen arriving early is simply outrageous. And they claim there's no favoritism in the production team. Ziche Xiaowen and Misi were also guests participating in this variety show, something that Bai Tianyun and Song Zhiao's fans were well aware of. But why had they both arrived before Bai Tianyun and Song Zhiao? Song Zhiao's state of shock approached petrification as she gazed at the two small figures crouching together, the impact on her psyche reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, fans of Ziche Xiaowen and Misi could no longer contain their exasperation. If you can't compete, just admit it instead of blaming the system. Our Xiao, when dashed over with me, see the moment she received the clues. What's wrong with being swift? Hee hee. Even passers-by who had visited Song Zhiao's live stream chimed in. When Bai and Jiao strolled over, Xiaowen and Misi had already zoomed ahead. With that, many viewers erupted into laughter in the comments. Bai Tianyun and Song Zhiao's fans were left dejected. Song Zhiao had insisted on walking herself, not wanting to burden Bai Tianyun. Initially, they believed her to be exceptionally well-mannered, akin to a fairy. However, upon reflection, if Bai Tianyun had carried Song Zhiao, they would likely not have been slower than Ziche Xiaowen and Misi. After all, Bai Tianyun was a grown man, more than capable of carrying a 3-year-old. Now, they not only lost the second place but were also ridiculed by others in the live stream. The more they pondered, the more bitter their feelings became. Unaware of the shift in her fans' attitudes, Song Zhiao sought to comfort herself internally, believing that her fans would surely defend her. She approached Song Zhishui and Misi, donning a benevolent and innocent smile.
Hello, I'm Jiao.
Are you also little friends participating in the show? The two small children remained crouched in place, turning to face her at her words. In that instant, two glaring lights pierced her eyes, compelling her to shut them. Originally, Song Zhiao had widened her eyes to showcase her innocent charm, even having prepared for the possibility that the small children might be exceedingly bright, potentially dazzling her. Yet, when those two beams of light struck her, she was forced to close her eyes. The newly entered audience also began to voice their bewilderment. What the hell? What is going on? I think I'm going blind. Meanwhile, veteran viewers observing the children's antics in the live stream were bombarding the comments with laughter. Song Zhiao squinted, her entire face scrunching up as she gradually adjusted. No, one couldn't say she adjusted. Rather, she had learned to be cautious and used her hands to shield her eyes somewhat. Sister, what is this? A bashful voice chimed in. It's a head-mounted flashlight that Sui brought. Yes, a super bright flashlight. The little child added, intending to say more but fell silent as her gaze landed on Song Zhiao. Dog Dan says that you shouldn't talk to silly kids. It'll make you dumb too. Misi, however, was oblivious, recounting verbatim the serious conversation she had previously had with the small child, which had left her awestruck. 1,500 meters long-range shot. 5 times wide angle. Super bright strong light. Laser. Perfectly round. Song Zhiao felt herself slipping. Were these two children out of their minds? Especially Song Zhishui. Why bring such items to the production team? And could they please turn off that ridiculous flashlight before speaking to her? The flickering light was genuinely blinding. After closing her eyes several times, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. Could you please turn it off? Oh, okay.
Missy replied, momentarily dazed.
And then hurriedly fumbled to switch off the flashlight on her head. She then assisted Sui in turning off her light as well. Although Misi had been following closely behind Sui, she was actually 5 years old, older than Sui. Only then did Song Zhiao feel that her oxygen-deprived mind had cleared up considerably. My name is Zhiao. What are your names? I am Miss, and this is Sui. Hello, Zhiao. Noticing that Miss seemed reluctant to converse with Song Zhiao, she took the initiative to finish Sui's introduction. Upon hearing the name Miss, Song Zhiao's heart skipped a beat. In her previous life, the child who accompanied Bai Tianyun was indeed Miss. Furthermore, Song Zhiao was aware that Miss had gained considerable popularity on this show, laying a substantial foundation for her future as the nation's sweetheart. Initially, she thought that by taking Miss's place, she would never encounter her again. Yet, unexpectedly, Miss had appeared on the show. The realization that Miss had arrived at the cabin before her suddenly instilled a sense of urgency in Song Zhiao's heart. This lifetime, the title of the nation's sweetheart ought to belong to her, and her alone. Hello, how did you all arrive so early? Miss smiled shyly, excitement brimming as she replied. The big sister carried me over while running. She ran so fast. Song Zhiao nervously pinched the hem of her clothes. Is that so? To maintain her image of being well-behaved and not troublesome, she had walked all the way here. Even if her feet had blistered, she never considered asking Bai Tianyun to carry her. Biting her lip, Song Zhiao hesitated before speaking. Isn't it too hard for the big sister? I didn't mean to imply anything about Miss, but the big sister must be feeling quite exhausted too, right? As soon as she finished speaking, the comments section erupted. Zhiao is so understanding. I've never seen such a considerate child before. It's heart-wrenching. No wonder Zhiao never let Bai Xiao carry her before. She must have felt sorry for him. Miss is already 5 years old, yet she isn't as thoughtful as Jiao Jiao. How could such a well-behaved Jiao Jiao not be first? That is so unfair. Indeed, especially Sui Sui. What on earth is she wearing? She is not at all as understanding as Jiao Jiao, yet seeks attention and manages to come in first. Is the production team planning to do something? Are they just going to let the considerate child be bullied? Chapter 63. Overtaking on the bend. The comments flooded in, filled with expressions of sympathy for Song Jiao Jiao. Passers-by who had just tuned in believed that Song Jiao Jiao was indeed quite wronged. When Miss heard Song Jiao Jiao's question, she was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. It was at that moment that Sui Sui curiously glanced towards Bai Tianyun. "Can't you carry her?" Suddenly called out by Sui Sui. Bai Tianyun's brow twitched. Moreover, Sui Sui's question irked him. How could that be possible? Sui Sui, growing more puzzled, asked, "Carrying her must be tiring, right?" Bai Tianyun nearly exploded. If carrying Song Jiao Jiao was exhausting for him, how weak must he be? Of course, it wasn't tiring at all. Carrying Jiao Jiao was a piece of cake. So, why did she think it would be difficult? Before Bai Tianyun could answer, Sui Sui had already found the answer, feeling sympathy for Jiao Jiao. She thinks you're weak. That you don't want to carry her. Bai Tianyun. He is weak. Song Jiao Jiao. She clearly did not mean that. At that moment, Miss nodded earnestly and said, "Sister Xiaowen is not weak, so Jiao Jiao doesn't need to worry." If Uncle Bai were weak, Miss glanced at Bai Tianyun, contemplating for a moment before graciously stating, "Jiao Jiao, let me carry you. I can walk by myself." Instantly, Sui Sui clapped her hands and declared proudly, "No need. Uncle San, you can carry both." Mrs. eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, Sui Sui, your uncle is amazing." Sui Sui beamed with pride. "Absolutely." The comments section erupted in laughter. Fans of Zish, Xiaowen, and Miss quickly caught on. "Jiao Jiao is considerate, but please don't involve my Mississippi." Sui Sui, "Dear, I truly adore you. I've been wanting to say, my Xiaowen never finds it tiring. When carrying Miss, she smiles ear to ear, and her breath remains steady, hardly exhausting at all. Could it be that a certain young master is less fit than my Xiaowen, thus causing Jiao Jiao to worry? If you're so worried, why not just stay home instead of participating in the show? If you're so understanding, should the whole world accommodate your understanding? Not getting first place and starting to shift blame. I'm not even talking about the main character, but you fans, there's just so much to unpack. I like Sui Sui. I just enjoy watching her, so what is the issue? Thinking by Tianyun isn't really weak, right? Otherwise, how could a child be so concerned about an adult's well-being? Look at Sui Sui. She can't wait to tell the world how strong her uncle is. You're the weak one. Our Bai Xiao goes to the gym every day. If he goes to the gym every day, how is it that a child worries about him getting tired? Fans from both sides began to argue. Observing the soaring popularity in the background, Director Wang couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a figure swiftly darted past the group. A young, cheerful male voice rang out, "Oh, so many people are already here? Did we arrive a bit late?" Accompanied by a youthful, calm voice, he added, "Don't stop. Hurry to grab a room." Oh, okay. The next moment, another female voice chimed in, "He genian, stop right there." Another voice floated in, "Bro, run faster." No problem. With that, they left only a gust of wind in their wake. The comments section fell silent. Wait, what just zipped past? Sorry for the shyness. That was my genian and his younger brother being shy. Ha ha ha, my genian has been lively since he was little. Ahem. Everyone don't misunderstand. My Qiao Qiao is usually a quiet and elegant lady. This is purely a moment of mischief. Yes, indeed. Bai Tianyun and Song Jiao Jiao were momentarily speechless. Watching the two rush into the cabin, Bai Tianyun suddenly turned to the nearby staff with realization. So they went in first, meaning we have to choose our rooms after them? The staff bore an indescribable expression. If you hadn't chosen your room before they arrived, that was indeed the case. Essentially, whoever entered first had the privilege of selecting their room first. While Bai Tianyun and Song Jiao Jiao had been wasting time, the staff had been eager to remind them. However, seeing them greet Sui Sui and Miss, they refrained from speaking up. They hadn't anticipated anyone rushing in at that time. It was truly unexpected. Haha, I'm going to die laughing. These two have been overtaken on the bend twice now. Actually, it's 3 times. He Genian and Xiao Qiao have gone in, and it's utterly hilarious. Bear with me, my Genian runs like a mad dog. Please be forgiving. He Genian's voice echoed from the second floor window. Haha, you guys haven't chosen your rooms yet? Thank you, thank you. Haha, I shall not be modest then. A truly good person indeed. Another small head emerged from the window, exuding an air of remarkable composure. Good uncle, may you enjoy a life of peace. Came the voice of He Jianian, which now turned ethereal and boisterous, as if addressing those within the house. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xiao, still wishing to compete with me? Dream on. By Tianyan. Song Zhao. It was at this moment that the fans of He Jianian and Xiao Xiao, who had been following the split screen, returned with news. Oh, they actually secured the third room? How unexpected. My apologies, Xiao Xiao fans. But our Jianian has narrowly triumphed this time. So humble. Your Jianian brother still possesses great prowess. No, Sister Xiao Xiao is formidable as well. Good brother Bai. What a kind soul. He didn't even choose a room for himself, leaving it for our Jianian. I'm truly moved to tears. Indeed, thank you, good brother Bai. Otherwise, our Xiao Xiao would be left without a room at all. Bai Tianyan's fans were utterly at a loss for words at this point. They could hardly admit that they never anticipated being thwarted yet again. At that moment, the only consolation they could find was that it was merely a room after all. Even if they had received one, it would not have mattered much. This time, Bai Tianyan and Song Zhao finally learned their lesson and ventured into the small house. Initially, they could still reassure themselves that it was just one room, nothing of great significance. However, when they beheld the remaining two rooms, they could hardly contain their dismay. The three master and secondary bedrooms on the second floor had already been claimed by Lin Cishi's group. The remaining three rooms were all on the first floor. Among them, the maid S room had been chosen by Xiao Xiao. Only a storage room cluttered with belongings and a dim, cramped room, barely larger than the Song family S restroom, remained. Chapter 64. Are we to reside in the storage room? Standing before the two dismal rooms, Song Zhao and Bai Tianyan were utterly petrified. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. Staring at the two neglected and dilapidated rooms, Bai Tianyan, feeling frustrated, ran a hand through his hair. How was it that they, the second to arrive at the 10,000 mark, ended up with such a wretched hand? Yes. It was Song Zhao's insistence on walking in on her own. After arriving at the small house, she had wandered off to chat with the other two children. Consequently, He Jianian and Xiao Xiao had seized the opportunity to snatch the other two rooms that were at least somewhat presentable. The thought of this kindled a flicker of discontent within Bai Tianyan towards Song Zhao. So, how were they to choose between the two remaining rooms now? The storage room contained no bed, merely a mat-like structure, surrounded by a pile of clutter and coated in dust, yet it faced the sun. The other room, dark and constricted, was merely a standard room, albeit right next to the restroom and shadowed from the sun, where upon entering, the two felt an immediate chill. For a moment, neither knew which room to choose, fearing they might lose the choice altogether. With a glint in her eye, Song Zhao pointed to the storage room and sweetly suggested, "Uncle, let us stay here. Though it's a bit messy, we can tidy it up." Glancing at the filthy room, Bai Tianyan felt reluctant but recognized there was no other option. Very well, this it shall be. Observing the following camera crew, Song Zhao maintained her obedient demeanor. "Uncle, if you're tired, you may rest in the living room. I'll tidy up here." Bai Tianyan was indeed feeling a bit irritable. At home, he adhered to a traditional masculine demeanor, never engaging in tasks deemed suitable for women. Upon hearing Song Zhao's suggestion, he simply lay down on the sofa. Song Zhao.
Did she just say that?
And Bai Tianyan actually lay down to rest? Oh well, perhaps Uncle truly was weary. Casting a glance at the filthy storage room, Song Zhao resigned herself to begin cleaning. Surely, tidying up one room wouldn't be too exhausting, would it? With her words spoken before so many viewers, there was no turning back now. The comments began to erupt as they witnessed the scene unfold. Zhao is so understanding, how heartwarming. How can one have such a considerate niece? Should we say or not, Bai Tianyan cannot possibly be that careless. Can he? Bai Xiao just lay down, leaving a 3-year-old to clean the room? Bai Xiao doesn't he mean anything by it. He's just a bit carefree, and besides, wasn't he at Zhao who offered to clean? Is this merely being carefree? My heart aches for Zhao to have such an unreliable uncle. Look at how other uncles behave. The disparity between people is truly vast. Neither Zhao nor Bai Xiao said anything, yet some people are becoming anxious. Wait, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Unbeknownst to Song Zhao and Bai Tianyan, Their respective fans were engaging in a peculiar dispute. After half an hour of cleaning, Song Zhihui found that more than half of the room remained uncleaned, nearly driving her to despair. Originally, she had thought everything would be simple. However, she had not anticipated that as soon as she began tidying up, the dust hidden within the room would suddenly rise. The entire space was soon enveloped in dust. Song Zhihui's once pristine white dress was now a dismal gray, and despite her utmost caution, she could not avoid getting dirty. Moreover, after some time spent cleaning, she felt the room had become even dirtier. When Bai Tianyun re-entered to survey the room, he instinctively furrowed his brow. How is it that it seemed worse than before? With the room in such a state, how could they possibly stay the night? Is it just my imagination, or does it feel like the more we clean, the dirtier it gets? Looking at Zhihui's state, it's clear she isn't someone accustomed to such tasks. But wait, didn't Zhihui claim she was quite adept at cleaning and organizing? Are you all monsters? Zhihui is merely a 3-year-old child. Being able to care for herself is already impressive. Anyone with common sense knows that cleaning a room that was already very dirty will inevitably stir up dust. Can this truly be blamed on Zhihui? At that moment, Song Zhihui, feeling utterly helpless, looked tearfully towards Bai Tianyun. I'm sorry, uncle, it's Zhihui's fault. I messed things up. Crying with eyes like rain-soaked pear blossoms. The audience felt sympathy, and Bai Tianyun's heart ached as well. He reached out to gently ruffle Song Zhihui's hair. It's all right, Zhihui. It's just a room. Uncle will find a solution. Having said that, Bai Tianyun walked out. He would never take the initiative to tidy up his room. However, he is affluent and could effortlessly hire a villager to do the cleaning. Most other artists, even if for the sake of their image on camera, would refrain from such tasks. Yet, for Bai Tianyun, it is a different matter altogether. His persona is that of a mysterious wealthy heir, lavish and extravagant, making such actions perfectly aligned with his character. Even if a few might criticize him, the segment of fans who adore him is undoubtedly substantial. After checking his pockets, Bai Tianyun strolled outside. Witnessing this scene, Song Zhihui's heart brightened. She distinctly recalled that Bai Tianyun had originally surged to fame in this program by displaying his boundless wealth. Now, perhaps she was inadvertently fueling that very aspect. Bai Tianyun understood that the staff would never accept his offer to clean his room. However, the villagers in this rural area were a different story. Being simple country folk, he doubted they would refuse such a generous opportunity. Spotting a villager passing by, he immediately called out, Auntie, I'll give you 1,000 if you could do me a favor. The barrage of comments from Bai Tianyun's fans exploded. Ah. Bai Xiao is so handsome, truly extravagant beyond measure. No. Bai Xiao, let me do it. I'll clean for you. This aunt is so lucky. Encountering Bai Xiao, cleaning a room for 1,000. However, the aunt merely glanced at the stack of cash, waved her hand in refusal, and hurried away. Bai Tianyun was bewildered by this reaction, and the barrage was equally perplexed. Assuming the aunt must have urgent matters at home, he continued his search for someone else. Yet, he faced rejection once more. The villager, still in a hurry, quickly departed. It felt as if he had encountered a ghost. Chapter 65, The Power of Money Fails. Bai Tianyun was genuinely stunned this time. His charm had never failed him so miserably. Being rejected once was one thing, but to be turned down consecutively was baffling. When he was rejected for the 3rd time, he could no longer maintain his composure. He stopped the hurried individual and said, I am Bai Tianyun, a celebrity. I wouldn't deceive you. Just help me clean the room, and the 1,000 is yours. I can give you the money up front. You need not worry about me backing out. Bai Tianyun reasoned that perhaps the villagers did not believe he would pay. So he revealed his name and offered to pay them in advance, convinced they would no longer refuse. However, the villager merely shook his head. No. We have something to attend to. Bai Tianyun, exasperated, pressed on. What on earth are you all doing? I'll give you 2,000. You're passing up such a lucrative opportunity. The villager continued to wave his hand. We've already promised to help someone find a cat. It wouldn't be right to back out. What cat? The villager shot Bai Tianyun a dubious glance, and upon seeing his genuine confusion, began to explain eagerly. You don't know? There's a little child in your place who asked us to help find a cat. If we find it, we get a big gold chain. Even if we don't find it, we still get some gold beans. Bai Tianyun understood every word but could not grasp the meaning when they were strung together. What in the world? Finding a cat? A big gold chain? Gold beans? This is absurd. Meanwhile, Song Zhihui's mind was racing. Shouldn't her uncle be dazzling and showcasing his charm to win over fans right now? How could it be that someone is handing out big gold chains? Finding a cat for a big gold chain, is that even appropriate? The barrage also seemed stuck momentarily before erupting with comments. This is hilarious. Is the power of money ineffective? Just a moment ago, Bai Tianyun's fans were so loud. Why are they silent now? Ha 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 ha, I don't know why. But it brings me joy to see someone stumble. I just came from over there. It's Sway throwing money around, and she and Miss are still looking for that injured kitten. Unable to find it themselves, they cleverly enlisted the help of passing villagers. That little one is throwing money so liberally that virtually all the villagers have rushed over. Bai Tianyun likely won't find anyone to help him clean now. Bai Tianyun's fans, once proud of their idol's wealth, now felt a sense of frustration. Having boasted, they found themselves embarrassed, akin to being made a fool. Moreover, Bai Tianyun didn't seem to be as wealthy as they had imagined. If he were truly affluent, why wouldn't he bring out his precious watch instead of relying on cash for cleaning? If Bai Tianyun were aware of his fans' thoughts, he would certainly be astounded. What value does his watch hold? To exchange for cleaning? That would be such a waste. Furthermore, under the current circumstances, he was in shock and could hardly collect his thoughts. Upon regaining her composure, Song Zhishui thought of Song Zhishui. Wasn't he this little rascal the one adorned with big gold chains and gold beans? Indeed. She turned a few steps and soon spotted the little one standing on a rock, flaunting several dazzling gold chains on her arms. One for you, another for you. She seemed to be demonstrating what true extravagance looked like. Song Zhishui's eyes turned red with frustration. Clearly, there were no villagers available to utilize their cash prowess, and the two had no choice but to return, begrudgingly preparing to clean. Bai Tianyun had never engaged in such tasks, but seeing Song Zhishui's plight, he couldn't just abandon her to do it alone. He even contemplated moving to that cramped room to clean, as it was comparatively less cluttered and easier to tidy up. However, just as they stepped out to find someone to hire, the final group, Chu Ruoro and her cousin Kiki, had already arrived. After a long afternoon, the storeroom finally resembled a proper room. Yet, Bai Tianyun and Song Zhishui were left looking disheveled. It was then that the little one and Miss entered the small room, cradling the injured kitten. The kitten had hurt its hind leg, prompting Miss's urgent desire to find it. What else could the little one do but pamper Miss? Thus, the hiring of villagers to find the kitten transpired that afternoon. The little one was generous, casually giving away her gold chains, clearly treating money as if it were worthless. Pray tell, what is Sway's identity to be so wealthy? If I dared to throw around gold beans like that, my mother would surely punish me. Who isn't in the same boat? This little one can't be the daughter of some affluent family, can she? But I've never heard of the esteemed Lin having any grand family background. It's puzzling. Don't mention it, seriously, upon reflection. It seems I've never truly heard about the illustrious background of Emperor Lin. If it were merely ordinary, it would be concealed too well. The implications are chilling upon further thought. Please refrain from wild speculation. If he truly belonged to a prominent family, would he have faced such relentless scrutiny online without a hint of reaction? At this juncture, what purpose would it serve to establish a wealthy persona? Bai Xiao is the genuine scion of a wealthy family. With that, he was met with ridicule. Laughable. This wealthy young master can't even match the spending power of a 3-year-old. Bai Tianyun's fans were immediately on the defensive, starting to pick at the flaws of the little one. Yes, truly just a mischievous child, utterly oblivious to his parents' hardships, and gets himself so dirty, only causing trouble for Emperor Lin. At that moment, the little brat had mud smeared on his face and hands. Misi was in the same predicament. Just when the comments were fixating on this detail, the disheveled Song Zhishui and Bai Tianyun emerged from the storage room. Compared to the mud on the little one and Misi, Song Zhishui's state was even more disheveled. The mocking voices abruptly ceased. The next second, Misi produced wet wipes and diligently cleaned the little brat's face, revealing a clean, fair complexion, which turned rosy under the sunlight, showcasing an adorable visage. The comments fell silent. Previously, the dazzling jewelry had obscured the audience's view of the little one's appearance. Now, upon seeing him, they were utterly charmed. Chapter 66. Run. She's trying to scam. But seriously, why does this little rascal look so adorable? Ah, that little face. My heart is melting. Sway baby. Annie sends a kiss. Mwah mwah mwah. Come on, Sway. Say goodbye to your uncle. Auntie is bringing the bag of goodies. If it were a pink bag, would Sway like it even more? pondering, excitedly wriggling. Suddenly, I find this little one's outfit quite cute. What a nouveau riche vibe. Clearly a shimmering little fairy of fortune, drooling over the screen. In fact, I don't think the little brat is all that mischievous. Look, he even wipes his hands by himself in a high-pitched voice. The little one had spent the afternoon frolicking in the fields with Misi. However, Lin Meng had long known how mischievous the little one could be and had prepared clothes that were remarkably resistant to dirt. She had even provided the little one with sleeve protectors and an apron, which he had generously shared with Misi. Therefore, after they removed these items and wiped their faces and hands, they were not overly dirty. Misi is so sweet, oh my. Such a little one, yet she can take care of Sui Sui. Adorable indeed. Yes, both of these little ones are so lovable. They're practically little angels.
Sobe.
I don't understand. Who just said the little one only causes trouble? First of all, he went to rescue a kitten, which is why he got like this. Secondly, he saved the kitten and even cleaned himself up, hardly a nuisance. As Song Zhishui stepped out from the storage room, her gaze fell upon the two sparkling little ones. Sparkling here serves as an adjective. Song Zhishui couldn't help but lower her head to glance at her own grimy appearance, feeling increasingly aggrieved. If it weren't for Song Zhishui being in the yard, she wouldn't have felt compelled to greet them. Then she missed the chance to clean the third and fourth rooms, resulting in her current disheveled state. Yet, while she was tidying up, Song Zhishui and Misi were playing, and such a stark contrast would surely be noticed by the audience. With this thought, a flicker of consolation warmed Song Zhishui's heart. Indeed, many in the comments were praising her understanding nature. Others drew comparisons between Song Zhishui and Sui Sui. Both are 3.5 years old. One only knows how to play, while the other already understands how to help adults clean. The gap between children is truly significant. In this comparison, Zhao is practically a max-level child. Observing this, the other viewers remained silent. Song Zhao was undeniably well-behaved and sensible. Upon seeing the kitten cradled in Misi's arms, Song Zhao approached gently. "Sister Misi, what a cute little kitten." Misi responded with a sweet smile. "Thanks to Sui Sui, we found it." The mention of this made Song Zhao irate. If it weren't for Song Zhishui, she and Bai Tianyan wouldn't have been unable to hire even a single cleaner. Song Zhao furrowed her brow slightly, hesitatingly speaking, "But you brought the kitten here. Won't the kitten's mother be worried? Separating a mother cat from her kittens is so cruel." Song Zhao displayed a demeanor of compassion. Misi opened her mouth but quickly explained, "But the kitten was injured. That's why we went to find it." As she spoke, Misi revealed the kitten's wounded hind leg. Song Zhao clenched her fists, forcing a smile. "Oh, I see. Zhao was afraid you thought the kitten was merely amusing and caught it. I'm sorry, Sister Misi, and you too, Sister Sui Sui. Zhao misunderstood you. Please forgive me." With that, Song Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. An uninformed observer would undoubtedly assume that the little ones had bullied Song Zhao. Even the comments reflected a sense of sympathy for her. They're all kind little angels, and Zhao harbors no malice. Zhao was merely trying to be kind. There was no need to make her cry. Zhao has already apologized. Aren't he Sui Sui and Misi going to forgive her? There's no need to be so petty. Fans of Sui Sui and Misi sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it, allowing Song Zhao's fans to voice their opinions. The next moment, the little one's bright eyes appeared bewildered and perplexed. "Sister Zhao, don't cry. Let me wipe your tears. It's all right, I'm not mad at you." Misi was equally confused. She didn't understand why Song Zhao suddenly became so distressed. All she knew was to fumble for a handkerchief, wanting to comfort Song Zhao. Upon hearing Sui Sui's words, the comments suddenly realized what the problem was. It seems Sui Sui and Misi didn't do anything to Zhao, did they? Why does it seem like Sui Sui and Misi bullied her into tears? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Sui Sui's bewildered expression. She's completely lost. Some were quick enough to screenshot the little one's confused face, captioned, "What's going on here?" and swiftly spread it online. Many were captivated by the little one's demeanor, flocking to the live stream to witness it. Meanwhile, 0517 perched on the little one's shoulder, munching on seeds while perusing the plot developments provided by the system, murmuring into the little one's ear. What a pitiable little supporting character. Wiped away Zhao's tears, only for her face to swell up in an allergic reaction. Then, Under the weight of Jiao Jiao's grievances and vague statements, Misi was portrayed by the audience as a malicious child deliberately harming Jiao Jiao. She faced online backlash, was labeled as depressed and withdrawn, and could not endure the pressure, ultimately taking her own life. Afterward, she was accused of committing suicide out of guilt. How tragic. How tragic. In contrast, 0517 felt that her own little one was somewhat luckier than Misi. As a crucial contrasting character in this malicious narrative, her little one at least had the chance to live until 18. Of course, 0517 refrained from expressing this thought, as her little one's close association with Misi also drew unwanted attention, branding her as a bad child. Even thereafter, fans of Song Jiao Jiao engaged in a thorough analysis, claiming that the item which triggered Song Jiao Jiao's allergy was placed in Mrs. Handkerchief by the little rascal. The true puppet master was none other than the little rascal, and consequently, after Mrs. demise, the little rascal became the second victim of online exposure. As the words fell, Miss, holding the handkerchief, was nearly within reach of Song Jiao Jiao. In the next moment, the little rascal, with keen vigilance in her eyes, yanked Miss back. Run quickly. She's going to pull a stunt, the little rascal declared emphatically. With that, she effortlessly hoisted Miss, who was taller than her, onto her back, scampering away on her short legs to the farthest corner of the small house, distancing themselves from Song Jiao Jiao. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The barrage of comments became as still as if the internet had stalled. Once they regained their composure, the staff broke into a cold sweat. Lin Xishu, who had just descended the stairs, and Zish Xiaowen, who was at the door pulling a giggling Mino along with He Jianian, were left astounded. The barrage exploded with astonishment. Chapter 67. Such impressive skills, sister do. The little rascal's maneuver plunged the entire space into an uncanny stillness, until Mrs. weak and confused voice broke the silence. Sway sway. Could you please put me down? Who was she, where was she, and how had she been hoisted by sister Sway Sway? The little rascal, ever vigilant, set Miss down behind her, ensuring a safe distance from Song Jiao Jiao, then stood on her tiptoes and patted Mrs. head. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The sound of chains rattled. Miss, still bewildered, nodded in agreement, her mouth reacting before her mind. Thank you, Sway Sway. You're welcome. At that moment, Lin Xishu and Zish Xiaowen were drenched in cold sweat. They rushed to the two little rascals, inspecting them from top to bottom, especially Sway Sway. Meanwhile, the barrage resumed, this time more bizarre than ever after a flood of question marks and exclamation points. Mom, I've been poisoned. I just saw a 3-year-old carrying a 5-year-old running away. Wait. What kind of strength is this? Did something just carry that over? Sway Sway, baby. You're not the Sway Sway I thought you were? Am I crazy, or is this world gone mad? Is my focus really on this little short leg carrying another little short leg and running so fast? Liningdi's face turned pale. He must have nearly died of fright. Ha 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 ha. Forget about Liningdi, I almost died of shock as well. This little rascal moves with unearthly speed. In a short span, the video of Sway Sway carrying Miss was edited and uploaded online, instantly going viral. Have you ever heard of the topic where a 3.5-year-old carries someone while running? It surged to trending status, remaining high on the charts. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, finishing her day's tasks, nearly suffered a heart-stopping moment when she checked on the little rascal. Immediately, she called Lin Xishu, scolding him mercilessly. Lin Xishu dared not utter a word in response, and the entire exchange was live-streamed. The topic of Lin Yingdi being scolded became a hot discussion point as well. Of course, that was a matter for later. At this moment, 0517 cracked the sunflower seeds in hand.
No.
Little rascal. I told you not to be so reckless.
No.
This time it wasn't he, just being reckless. She went straight for it. Sway Sway, you can't do this next time, do you understand? Why did you carry Miss and run? Lin Xishu was nearly scared to death. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the little rascal had so effortlessly torn his pants off earlier. The little rascal possessed astonishing strength. Her speed was remarkable. The previous incident was no mere coincidence. What is happening? What transpired? The other guests began to gather around. When they arrived, they witnessed the scene of one little rascal carrying another zipping past them. As the little rascal halted, they were met with the sight of the involved party, amplifying the shock of the contrast. The little rascal exuded innocence and charm, utterly unlike one capable of running while carrying another. Xiao Xiao's friend, Shi Duo, gazed at Sway Sway with admiration. Wow, Qiao Qiao, your sister is amazing. I want to be like her. Qiao Qiao quickly pulled Shiduo aside. Her voice urgent and low. Ancestor. You don't want to. At that moment, nearly everyone had gathered around Sui Sui. Only Song Jiao Jiao stood at a distance, caught between approaching or retreating. The little rascal, ever alert, glanced towards Song Jiao Jiao, then waved her hand dismissively. It's all fine now. Lin Xishu cast a detached glance in Song Jiao Jiao's direction. He was well aware that she was the daughter of Song Shifeng and Bai Yuer. Initially, he felt inexplicably indifferent upon seeing her photograph, and now, with the background understood, he felt no inclination towards her whatsoever. Lin Xishu believed he understood the little rascal somewhat. It seemed some events had transpired among the children, prompting the little rascal to suddenly flee. Although she carried Miss in a rather unconventional manner.
L'incic su affecționate ripinched sui sui esse cheek.
Sui Sui was astute, choosing to remain silent. For even if she had said something, everyone would likely dismiss it as mere childhood antics, rendering her concerns trivial. It was indeed best to handle the situation this way. As expected, the others perceived it as mere childish play, and upon realizing that Sui Sui and Miss were unharmed, they relaxed. Sui Sui's call had effectively gathered all the guests, prompting introductions and greetings. Yet, the audience in the barrage continued their analyses. I think what Sui Sui just said was quite on point, right? It seemed like Sui Sui and Miss didn't harm Jiao Jiao. She just cried out of nowhere. Isn't that just pulling a stunt? You up there? Check your own heart. Jiao Jiao is merely too cautious and kind-hearted. It's not as you say.
Even though Sui Sui disliked Jiao Jiao.
She clearly made Jiao Jiao cry, and not only didn't he apologize, but took Miss away instead. They're all little kids. Why must you complicate things? Isn't it normal for children to play and tussle? Stop projecting your adult thoughts onto them. Song Jiao Jiao, with tears still brimming in her eyes, was uncertain whether she should continue crying. The topic had been deftly sidestepped by Song Zhishui, and to do so now would only paint her as petty. Thus, she stifled her breath. At that moment, she felt an itch on her face. Unable to resist, she touched it, only to find it itchier. Moreover, it seemed to be getting warm. Unable to hold back, she scratched several more times, growing increasingly aware that something was amiss with her face. Just then Coco, stepping out of the room, pointed at her direction and exclaimed, "Your face. Oh no." With that, everyone turned their attention towards Song Jiao Jiao. The little one stealthily took a step back, instinctively protecting the cub by pulling Miss Me further away. The duo peered cautiously from behind Lin Xixi, their vigilance palpable. Song Jiao Jiao, perplexed, retrieved her small mirror. Upon catching sight of her reflection, she could not help but let out a piercing scream, causing the mirror to slip from her grasp and shatter upon the ground. Her face, how had it transformed so abruptly? Instinctively, she glanced towards Song Zhishui and Miss Me, pointing at them in accusation. "Is it you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted, plunging the entire scene and the barrage of comments into chaos. No one had anticipated that Song Jiao Jiao's face would suddenly swell, nor that she would direct her finger at Zhishui and me. At that moment, some viewers recalled Zhiyue's earlier remark about wanting to play the victim. Chapter 68, The Bloodsucking Aristocratic Persona. Song Jiao Jiao's earlier actions and the little one's comment about playing the victim seemed to validate one another. In an instant, the audience's emotions in the comments section became exceedingly complex. Lin Xixi narrowed her eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance in Song Jiao Jiao's direction. This child certainly did not exhibit the naivety expected of a mere 3-year-old. Her cunning was quite apparent. While the little one, despite her intelligence, wore her thoughts on her sleeve, vocalizing everything, Song Jiao Jiao's demeanor resembled that of the duplicitous individuals Lin Xixi often encountered in the entertainment industry. Such youthful precociousness. Lin Xixi hesitated to label a child, yet this one was teetering on the brink of endangering her own cub. Upon witnessing Song Jiao Jiao point at her, Miss Me's eyes widened in disbelief. The little one, filled with vigor, placed her hands defiantly on her waist, exclaiming, "We didn't touch her at all." She gestured to indicate the considerable distance between them. At that moment, the staff stepped forward to corroborate. Indeed, neither Zhiyue nor me had come into contact with Jiao Jiao. Bai Tianyun, who had been seething with frustration, recognized that Zhiyue and me were innocent. This situation only served to cast Jiao Jiao in the light of a schemer. He could only explain, "Jiao Jiao didn't mean any harm. She was merely frightened, so don't worry, Zhiyue." The little one cautiously peeked out from behind Lin Xixi, her expression dismissive, her eyes glinting with disbelief.
Oh.
Bai Tianyun cursed inwardly, such a child. The crew had already contacted the hospital. However, due to the remote location, the ambulance would take some time to arrive. Bai Tianyun immediately dialed a number, urgently requesting a helicopter to be dispatched. Jiao Jiao is in trouble. Having said that, he hung up. The comment section, initially rife with skepticism regarding Song Zhiao's actions and the little one's previous remark about playing the victim, erupted into a frenzy upon hearing Bai Tianyun's declaration. Bai Xiao is truly impressive, calling for a helicopter with just one phone call. Wah. Mom asks why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. He's just too cool. Bai Xiao is simply magnificent, calling in a helicopter for his niece. Is this what it means to be part of an aristocratic family? Bai Xiao, I adore you. Meanwhile, 0517, observing the barrage of comments, couldn't help but scoff. TSK, what aristocratic persona. It's all built on the wealth of your mother, Bai Tianyun. All that extravagant spending was funded by your mother. TSK. While he crafts an impressive image for himself, poor Lin Zhishui, a true scion of a noble family, struggles alone in the entertainment industry, appearing to lack any background. Oh, so the helicopter is also courtesy of your mother? I figured as much. It's apparent he still relies on her influence. In the past few days, Lin Meng had been swamped with numerous tasks, and some of the finer privileges had yet to be reclaimed from Song Zhishui, inadvertently providing Bai Tianyun with an opportunity to flaunt. After this incident, Bai Tianyun was suddenly bestowed with the title of the most formidable aristocratic uncle, gaining a legion of admirers. Song Zhiao was now regarded as an invisible little princess of the elite. Reflecting on this, 0517 couldn't help but lament. Some individuals truly possess no shame. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on two words, helicopter. Uncle, does Mama have a helicopter? Lin Zhishui raised an eyebrow. Of course, my dear Jiue. At that moment, Lin Zhishui had a realization. If Bai Tianyun was indeed Song Zhiao's uncle, then he was also Bai Yue's brother. Bai Yue herself relied heavily on the financial support of Song Zhishui, or more accurately, her sister Lin Meng. How could he possess such extravagant wealth to squander? Even owning a helicopter? Perhaps the helicopter belonged to Lin Meng as well. Just as Lin Zhishui contemplated whether to inform her sister, her little one had already pulled out her genius watch to make a call. Mama, can we see the helicopter? Upon receiving her daughter's call, Lin Meng was delighted. What is it, Jiue? Do you want to see the helicopter at home? Yes. Lin Meng readily agreed to her daughter's request. Of course, sweetheart. After your show, Mama will take you to ride in the helicopter, alright? Okay. The little one hung up the phone, her heart brimming with joy. The comments section erupted with mockery as they witnessed this exchange. Is this Jiue trying to imitate someone? Seeing Jiao and immediately wanting to see the helicopter too? This is hilarious. Jiao is the little princess of an aristocratic family, clearly doted on by a wealthy young master like Bai Xiao. Initially, the commenter intended to add, what makes Jiue think she can play the victim? However, recalling the previous events, they held their tongue, deleting the latter half of their message and only posting the first part. Perhaps this was why, despite the abundance of derisive remarks directed at the little one, no one dared to utter the words play the victim, fearing it would evoke memories of Song Zhiao's earlier antics. Isn't it normal for children to be curious? Jiue is just an ordinary child? Have you forgotten how she flaunted her gold chains before? Lin Zhishui herself doesn't seem to have much of a background. What makes Jiue an aristocrat? I've long wanted to say, flaunting gold chains only shows her lack of understanding regarding her parents' hard work. To the commenter above, allow me to remind you, the first bracelet on Jiue's right wrist is a limited edition from the X family, valued over 100k. The second is a rare piece from H family, priceless. The third bracelet, if I'm not mistaken, bears the emblem of Selena's exclusive design, among many others. Those with discerning eyes can take a look. As these revelations surfaced, the comments section fell silent, followed by a chorus of gasps. This time, no one dared to question Jiue's familial status again. Curiosity among the crowd only intensified regarding the origins of this little creature. Some individuals vaguely sensed that the name Sui Sui seemed somewhat familiar, as if it had been heard somewhere before, yet upon deeper contemplation, they found themselves unable to recall, and thus had to abandon the thought. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, after ending a phone call, immediately instructed Feng Yuan to investigate the situation concerning the helicopter. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that someone on Song Zhishui's side was preparing to utilize the helicopter. Without lifting her head, Lin Meng promptly ordered the revocation of the access privileges granted to Song Zhishui. Chapter 69. The director's misconduct. The fans of Bai Tianyun and Song Zhiao eagerly awaited the arrival of Bai Tianyun's helicopter, hoping to showcase just how formidable their idol truly was. However, after an interminable wait, not a single sign of the helicopter's arrival could be discerned, and the ambulance had yet to arrive as well. All eyes were now fixated on Bai Tianyun, who, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, made yet another phone call. Upon learning that the access had been revoked, his expression became rigid with disbelief. How could this happen? Just as he had boasted. Amidst the probing and concerned gazes of the crowd, Bai Tianyun felt increasingly at a loss. At that moment, Xiao inquired aloud, "What is happening? When will the helicopter arrive?" Realizing he could no longer evade the question, Bai Tianyun stiffly replied, "The helicopter has encountered some unforeseen issues and will not be coming. We should wait for the ambulance instead." As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The director, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, "Since we have a helicopter, I thought it best not to waste medical resources and instructed the hospital not to send an ambulance." The director's reasoning was not without merit. Public resources should indeed not be squandered. The error lay in Bai Tianyun's earlier bravado, which was now met with an unexpected turn of events. In the barrage of comments, the previously lively fans of Bai Tianyun fell silent. Their earlier jubilation had morphed into palpable embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the earth. Ultimately, the director remarked that calling for an ambulance at this point would be futile, resulting in Bai Tianyun and a staff member driving Song Zhiao to the hospital. With Bai Tianyun and Song Zhiao temporarily absent, the show continued. At this juncture, all the guests gathered together, exchanging introductions. Lin Zhishui's self-introduction was as aloof as his public persona. However, when he spoke of Sui, the previously stern expression of his brows softened considerably. This scene elicited a chorus of excited squeals from the audience. In addition, this episode featured the freshly debuted idol Che Xiaowen and her friend's younger sister, Miss. Renowned rap artist He Jianian and his brother, variety star Xiao and her young yet highly respected aunt Shidua, as well as the popular young actress Chu Ruoruo and her cousin son, Kiki. Che Xiaowen, He Jianian and Xiao, all possessing lively personalities, invigorated the atmosphere, prompting the younger ones to mingle and get acquainted. At this moment, the director appeared, ready to unveil the day's task. Ahem. I trust that after an afternoon of preparation, everyone has tidied up their respective rooms and perhaps is feeling a bit peckish. However, there's no such thing as a free dinner. To partake in the evening meal, you must complete the task assigned by the production team. The guests, all astute individuals, were well aware that the production team would not treat them kindly. Upon hearing the director's announcement, a chorus of lamentations arose, met with sparse reactions. Only Shidua, with her wide, innocent eyes, eagerly chimed in, "What is the task, uncle?" Alas, before the director could regain his composure, another adorable voice interjected, "Certainly not. That is not a good thing." It was the perceptive little one. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shidua's gaze darted towards the little creature.
Right?
The little one declared with conviction. Shidua puffed her cheeks, casting a look at the director that was reminiscent of a villain. Following the little one's declaration, Miss looked at the director with a bewildered expression, as did Kiki. Meanwhile, Nino's initial gaze at the director brimmed with unabashed disdain. He Jianian could not suppress his laughter, casting a look at the director, filled with schadenfreude. Serves him right. Let him continue to mislead the children. He can't deceive them now, can he? The director, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly recanted his earlier words. In any case, if you wish to dine, you must complete the task.
Now.
Let me present today's assignment. With a swift glance at the watchful eyes of several children, the director hastily continued, "This afternoon's task is rather simple. There is a patch of land in our village that has yet to be cultivated. Your mission is to clear all the weeds from this area." After delivering this daunting task, the director, undeterred by the disapproving gazes of the little ones, made a hasty exit. The guests, accompanied by the children, proceeded to the designated uncultivated land. Along the way, Miss held Sui's hand, while Shidua clung to Sui's side. With her hands rubbing together, Shidua beamed with bright eyes at Sui.
Elo, Sui, iem exiduo.
The little one, perplexed, glanced up and pondered, how good can it be? Upon hearing this, Miss, still holding Sui's hand, paused momentarily, turning to Sui with a befuddled expression, her mouth agape. Wasn't he greeting someone supposed to be different? Shidwa, however, felt no oddity and animatedly continued. Sui Sui is good-looking, strong, fast, and incredibly smart, just perfect. Suddenly intrigued by her new friend, the little one responded, Zundu. You are also good, have good taste, and speak well. Yes, say a bit more. Naturally, it was Zundu. Observing their seamless interaction, Mrs. Confusion deepened. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter at the adorable exchange among the three little ones. So this is how you say hello? I've learned something new. Sui Sui. Whoever praises me is my good friend. I'm a little fan of Sui Sui. I would crash into a wall for Sui Sui. Shidwa praises. You're good-looking, strong, while Sui Sui praises. You have great taste. Ha ha, and the emphasis is on saying a bit more. Ha ha ha, just look at Mrs. Expression. It's as if she's questioning her very existence. Who am I? Where am I? And can it be done this way? Little Sui Sui, come with me. I will praise you every day, without repetition. Faced with the towering weeds that seemed almost taller than they were, each of them felt a tangle of emotions. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes, exclaiming, a task? Simple? Is this what the director calls simple? I don't want to do this. I just want to chat with him. With that, Xiao Xiao rolled up her sleeves. The barrage of comments erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, the director truly has no intention of treating them like humans. Sending these freshly arrived guests who just finished tidying their rooms to clear the land. My goodness, these weeds seem like they could outlast me. Do not speak of it upstairs. It has truly overwhelmed several children. Weeding out the children? No, it is the children who are weeding out. Indeed, Sui Sui's words ring true. This director is utterly devoid of any good intentions. Ha ha ha. Chapter 70. The director eats dinner. The director eats people. The grass stood at half the height of a person, requiring the little ones to gaze upwards to see the top. After Lin Cixi and the others conducted their inspection, they discovered that the director's team was indeed treating them with utter disregard. He Genian, holding a rusted sickle, stared in disbelief towards the direction of the director's team. Are you seriously expecting us to use this for weeding? Director Wang had long since vanished, while the other members of the team avoided He Genian's gaze, clearly unwilling to meet his eyes. Can this even cut grass? Ziche asked weakly, attempting to touch the sickle with her finger, which failed to even nick her skin. Xiao Xiao clutched her heart in distress, utterly heartbroken. Director, if you don't want us to have dinner, just say so. The little ones fell into contemplation, ultimately concluding, if we don't get fed today, we shall starve tomorrow. Shidwa, having heard this, howled in agreement. Sui Sui is right. Misi, eyes brimming with tears, lamented. How could the director be so cruel?
Kekehit inchuruas embar, sobbing, sister, is scared.
Today he dares to breathe. Tomorrow he dares to devour. Today he dares to dine. Tomorrow he dares to consume people. Utterly devoid of conscience. This is truly wicked. A niche trending topic surged forth. The director of the childcare program eats people. Hiding in the backstage control room, the director, who had been leisurely fanning himself, was taken aback. What on earth? The staff on site were equally at a loss, while the guests were accustomed to such antics. Having been subjected to complaints for some time, the key difference this time was the presence of 5 innocent little souls. When confronted with the pure and innocent eyes of the children, the staff genuinely felt a pang of guilt. They had inadvertently aided the director in tormenting the children. The assistant director, clearing his throat, deceitfully stated, "This sickle is a friendly provision from the production team, a generous sponsorship, not a requirement for you to use." Indeed, they were merely offering the guests some tools out of goodwill, and the guests should be grateful. After this self-delusion, the assistant director felt his conscience was not as tormented as before. However, he could not lower his head. Doing so would subject him to those accusatory gazes from the little ones. It wasn't that he couldn't bear the weight of his conscience. He simply despised bowing down. With this thought, the assistant director discreetly stepped back, hiding entirely behind the staff. Lin Cixi and her companions searched around, but failed to find any more suitable tools. They resigned themselves to picking up the rusted sickle and began weeding. With a swift slice, the thick weeds were left with merely a small dent. Haha, grass, are you just scratching an itch? I'm dying of laughter. This sickle is a testament to the director's ingenuity. My great-aunt's family no longer possesses such a relic. However, it must be said that using such a sickle does require skill. If one applies technique, it can still be somewhat effective. My dear friend, you possess great wisdom. Your words are as enlightening as a guiding star.
Haha, I can see it.
To expect these celebrities to possess weeding skills is akin to hoping a sow could climb a tree. Do not blame them. I doubt I would fare any better. The guests indeed lacked any weeding expertise. Faced with the impossibility of uprooting a large clump of grass, they could only take small handfuls, laboriously cutting them down with a sickle. The efficiency was painfully slow. As she gazed at the muddy ground, Chu Ruoruo subtly furrowed her brow. She looked down at her pristine white shoes, reluctant to step into the muck. However, with all the cameras trained on them, she steeled herself and trudged forward. She quietly approached Lin Cixi, her smile tinged with shyness. "Teacher Lin, may I join you?" Lin Cixi, maintaining a courteous demeanor, replied, "Of course." In contrast to He Jinyan's boisterousness, Lin Cixi exuded a calm elegance. For a moment, Chu Ruoruo was lost in her thoughts, recalling her purpose for approaching him. Gradually, she edged closer to Lin Cixi, only to suddenly stumble as if her foot had twisted, and she began to topple towards him. Song Zhishui. In an instant, a furious shout erupted from beside Chu Ruoruo. She felt a gust of wind rush past her, startling her. As she was about to fall into Lin Cixi, he had already moved away. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and fell flat into the mud.
주두루.
She looked at Lin Cixi in disbelief. In her imagination, he should have caught her, and the next day, it would have been all over the trending topics. Her manager had even prepared to buy the trending spot. But now, what was happening? Lin Cixi dashed forward, swiftly grabbing a little one who was about to dip their toes into a puddle. Song Zhishui, has your uncle not told you not to be mischievous? The child looked up, pouting, causing Lin Cixi to momentarily falter. Pouting won't work. Sui must listen to uncle. Do not venture into such places, all right? As he watched the child approach the puddle, Lin Cixi felt his heart race. Recalling past incidents while caring for children, he chose to remain silent. Thankfully, he had been keeping a close eye on the little one during the weeding, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Laughing mouse. I remember when Emperor Lin scolded another actor to tears while on set. Now, facing Sui, he can hardly muster the same ferocity. Pouting won't work. Do not go to such places. All right? The little rascal is a bit mischievous, but isn't Lin the film emperor making a mountain out of a molehill? I feel the same way. It's quite normal for children to be a little rowdy. Lin the film emperor is being overly cautious. Ha ha ha. Though I'm dying of laughter, is there anyone who can look after Chu Ruoruo's well-being? Crying and laughing. Chapter 71. Song, the social savvy bandit, Sui. After this barrage of comments appeared, the audience remained oblivious. They were solely focused on Lin Cixi, lifting the little rascal entirely, inspecting him from head to toe before finally relenting. It was Xiao, who noticed the situation concerning Chu Ruoruo and hurried over. "Ruoruo, what's wrong?" At that moment, Chu Ruoruo was covered in mud, her smile strained as she replied, "I accidentally twisted my ankle. It was feigned before, but now it's truly sprained." Chu Ruoruo felt a sharp pain in her foot. However, this could work to her advantage. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed longingly at Lin Cixi. "Teacher Lin, my ankle is sprained. Could you take me back?" As long as she could create a scandal with Lin Cixi, she could ride the wave of his popularity. Chu Ruoruo had been struggling in the second tier for quite some time, and with her new drama about to premiere, what she needed most was a surge in attention. Just sharing the screen with Lin Cixi would secure that. Moreover, her agent had already prepared for the trending topic, just awaiting Lin Cixi's involvement. With this thought, Chu Ruoruo looked even more pitifully in Lin Cixi's direction. Yet Lin Cixi didn't spare her a glance. His face dark as he meticulously rummaged through the contents of the little rascal's pockets, extracting small stones, twigs, white feathers, unfamiliar fruits, and even a pair of underpants. Instead of discarding them, Lin Cixi placed everything into a plastic bag. Chu Ruoruo, what on earth is going on here? Can you not even get a moment of his attention? Lin Cixi continued his thorough examination of the little rascal's pockets, causing Chu Ruoruo to feel increasingly awkward. Fortunately, He Jianian spoke up, "Teacher Chu, let me take you back." Gritting her teeth, Chu Ruoruo thought for a moment. "Actually, it's fine. There are several kids here, without supervision. I'll keep an eye on them." They certainly couldn't let the little ones handle the weeding alone. Thus, while they were weeding, she would also watch over the little rascals. Chu Ruoruo felt she couldn't simply return. It was better to stay here. She could tell that Lin Cixi genuinely cared for his niece. Hence, perhaps she could work her charm on Sui. With that thought, Chu Ruoruo's gaze softened as she looked at Sui, even though this little rascal had just spoiled her plans. Once Lin Cixi was sure there was nothing else hidden in the little rascal's pockets, he set him down. Turning around, he noticed Shidwa nervously covering her own pocket. Lin Cixi didn't think much of it at first, until a realization struck him. He retrieved the items from the plastic bag and pointed at the twig inside, questioning. Why is the cut so clean? The cross-section of the twig was perfectly neat. Lin Cixi pulled out a few more, noticing that several were even the same length. The little rascal blinked, remaining silent, embodying an air of defiance that communicated, "What are you going to do about it?" Meanwhile, Shidwa's anxiety about her pocket intensified. Lin Cixi's gaze shifted to Shidwa. Duo, what are you hiding in your pocket? Lin Cixi narrowed his eyes, now suspicious that Sui might have stashed something in Shidwa's possession. You're of the same generation as Qiao. By familial order, you should call me aunt. It's impolite to disregard me. Shidwa spoke nervously, glancing at Sui as if seeking validation for her statement. The little rascal cast Shidwa an approving look. Shidwa immediately perked up, continuing earnestly, I, and Sui. She faltered. The little rascal chimed in, sounding authoritative. We are of the same generation. You must call me aunt. You should show me respect. Yes. Sui is truly clever. Lin Cixi, grinding his teeth in irritation, could no longer contain himself and lifted the little rascal by the ear. Repeat that. What do you want me to be? The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Help. I actually find the logic of these two little rascals quite sound. To those who believe in your own judgment, I stand with Sui. Personally, I think this poster indeed needs to be mixed with 42 concrete because the length of the screw easily affects the torque of the excavator, you know? Be serious. That is not how it works. Even if you believe excessive nitrites might cause cancer, but Xi Yangyang wouldn't eat Xiao Hui. They are merely ordinary friends. We want to accept any whitewashing. Everyone, stop arguing. The innocent will clear themselves, and the guilty will reveal their own guilt. Only by seeing through can one truly attain the legendary sunflower manual. The comments spiraled into absurdity, growing increasingly exaggerated. New viewers entering the live stream might think the director had intentionally hired trolls to flood the comments. Some even meticulously analyzed the complex relationships among the participants. That day, someone created a family tree chart depicting the relationships between the guests and children in the Let's Bring the Kids variety show, categorizing what each would call one another according to their generational hierarchy, presented in such detail that it was astonishing. Viewers of Let's Bring the Kids were often regarded as the eccentric fans of the variety show. Of course, that was all for later. At this moment, after reprimanding Sui, Lin Cixi summoned Qiao to check Shidwa's pocket. Ultimately, Shidwa couldn't safeguard what was in her pocket. It was merely a collection of trinkets. Qiao placed everything into the plastic bag and admonished this little rascal that if she wanted to continue collecting, it all needed to go into the plastic bag, not her pockets. After that, the two resumed their arduous task. Once again, they grumbled. The director's team truly has no regard for people. The little rascal followed Lin Cixi closely, observing them laboriously weeding with dull sickles. Can't we use something else? She inquired, referring to the tools. Hearing this, He Jianian gritted his teeth. Director Wang doesn't care about us. He only provided this useless tool. Just then, Sui pulled out her little genius watch and dialed a number. Auntie, it's me. How do we weed? Help, uncle. I'm being deceived by a wicked uncle. Okay. After that, the little rascal reported an obvious landmark nearby. Thank you, auntie. Everyone grew curious about who Sui was calling. Watching her earnest demeanor, Lin Cixi couldn't help but pinch her cheek in amusement. Who are you calling? It's the aunt who lives here. Lin Cixi suddenly realized. Is it a villager here? Yes. Zish and Xiaowen were astonished. How do you know her number? The social savvy rascal wore an innocent expression. We exchanged contact information. He Jianian was so excited, he nearly jumped. She's going to bring us tools. Yes. He Jiani leapt up in excitement. What they did not anticipate was yet to come. It was not just an individual accompanied by some tools, but a throng of villagers armed with implements. Chapter 72. Isn't that your niece? Is this the place, Sui? No worries, just let us handle it. It will be done swiftly. Before the guests could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, the villagers had already encircled them. In the blink of an eye, the task that was supposed to occupy them until dusk was accomplished, thanks to the multitude of villagers' assistants. Gazing upon the transformed land before them, He Jiani and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Was that it? Moreover, it appeared far more pristine and orderly than what they had managed previously. The little one, looking up with innocence, sweetly expressed gratitude. Thank you, uncle and auntie. At this, the villagers erupted into hearty laughter, their faces creased with joy. Oh, good sway sway. Ha ha ha. Why be so polite with uncle? If you need anything, just ask. Okay, the little one replied, resuming her playful fiddling with a gold bracelet on her wrist. Observing this, several villagers quickly intervened. No, that's quite enough, sway sway. You've already given us so much. Besides, since you've called us uncle, there's no need to stand on ceremony. The villagers' arrival stemmed partly from their lingering guilt over having accepted the little one's gold beans earlier. Initially, they had believed these were provided by the production team, which made their acceptance feel justified. It was only later that they realized the truth. Those beans had come from the child herself. The simplicity of the villagers made them feel indebted. They wished to return the gold beans, but the little one had declined. Consequently, this matter weighed heavily on their hearts. On the other hand, they genuinely cherished the child. Sway sway. The atmosphere among the children and villagers was lively and vibrant, with the guests joining in the merriment, engaging in hearty conversation. The barrage of comments reflected the joyous spirit, filled with laughter. Meanwhile, the director and crew were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this really how it ends? They were expecting to witness the guests laboriously wielding dull scythes, not this. They felt like mere jesters in this scenario. The director's team occasionally caught villagers casting them the same scornful glances typically reserved for unscrupulous bosses. Did that little one truly claim we were unscrupulous? You can't be serious. The director couldn't help but interject. No, we are not the heartless exploiters. We are merely filming a program. However, the villagers politely nodded, clearly dismissing the explanation. The director's team was on the verge of madness. Yet, the barrage of comments only grew more jubilant. I'm dying of laughter. The filming crew is getting a taste of their own medicine, huh? This is the first time I've seen the director's team in such a pitiful state. It's oddly satisfying. Filming teacher, I adore you. One clever viewer even captured the moment, enhancing it with effects of the chilly wind, transforming it into a GIF. Familiar faces and comical edits quickly went viral. Just then a notable retweet appeared. Xiao Muting. Ha 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 ha. Sway Sway is amazing. Xiao Muting, a sensational new star captivating the internet, had previously suffered a setback in a variety show helmed by the assistant director. The moment this retweet surfaced, it sent ripples through the online community. Many other celebrities, who had long endured the whims of variety show directors, also began to share and retweet. Suddenly, the entire production team was thrust into the limelight. The allure of this program and the charming child who had brought the director's team to their knees drew ever more curious individuals to the show, eager to witness it for themselves. To their surprise, what they had assumed would be a mundane children's variety show turned out to be unexpectedly delightful. Various comical edits and snippets ensnared them, and after being held captive for half an hour, they found themselves completely engrossed. Meanwhile, at the Lin Corporation's office building, the evening glow illuminated the executive office. Lin Sijuan sat behind his expansive desk, his handsome visage stern and unyielding, methodically processing the documents before him. Just then, the office door swung open, and a man sporting stubble strode in. Sijuan, guess what I've discovered? I assure you, this variety show has immense investment potential. What do you say, shall we inject some capital? The man exclaimed, presenting a stack of materials before Lin Sijuan, enthusiastically detailing his findings. Lin Sijuan's gaze calmly traversed the documents. Please remember to knock before entering. The words lodged in the visitor's throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. He glanced at Lin Sijuan, muttering, All right, I promise to do so next time. My dear President Lin, you must take a look at this variety show I'm recommending. Just observe the data. It has only just premiered and has already skyrocketed to this level. Investing now would be absolutely worthwhile. Not many have noticed yet, or are still on the fence. But I have a hunch this show will maintain its momentum. Now is the perfect opportunity to invest. Lin Sijuan swiftly reviewed the data, then signed his name at the bottom of the page. Having been brothers for over 20 years, he had a degree of trust in Ji Ko, who managed Lin Corporation's entertainment ventures. With a flourish, Ji Ko produced a tablet. Take a look at this child. I believe we should sign her and nurture her talents. She is incredibly charming and entertaining, and her presence significantly contributes to the show's success. Lin Sijuan spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, not even casting a glance in that direction. You may decide such matters. Why involve me?
Yike, mustering kerik, tentatively ventured.
Isn't this child you're interested in the one who appeared on the show with your brother, Lin Cixi? You mentioned she was his niece. Has the relationship with Lin Meng been mended due to Song Zhishuy's infidelity? Ever since the rupture with the Lin family, the name Lin Meng had become a taboo, unutterable within their circles. Had it not been for spotting the child on the show alongside Lin Cixi, Jiko would have refrained from posing such inquiries at this moment. Lin Sijuan suddenly looked up. What did you say? Chapter 73. Is it possible that this child is merely an actress hired by Lin Cixi, not his niece? Sensing Lin Sijuan's unusual reaction, Jiko's tone shifted to one of caution. His gaze carefully settled on Lin Sijuan's face, realizing his previous oversight. Indeed. Given the obstinate nature of the Lin family patriarch, it was likely that any information regarding Lin Meng and the Song family would be strictly barred from reaching Lin's ears. Lin Sijuan, a workaholic constantly traveling for business, had only just returned to the country and probably remained oblivious to the developments concerning Lin Meng, likely preferring to remain uninformed. The other two members of the Lin family were currently abroad, entirely unaware of any of this. Ji Ko, however, upon seeing Lin Cixi with the child on the program, had assumed that the relationship between Lin Meng and the Lin family had been restored, foolishly approaching them with eager anticipation. Ahem, I must have misconstrued the situation. Recently, your Cixi was photographed carrying a child in a supermarket, rumored to be his illegitimate child. And then your sister, Lin Meng, has encountered yet another incident. However, it is truly astonishing how well Song Zhishui has concealed his long-standing infidelity. Ahem, it was this misunderstanding that led me to believe you had already. Ji Ko's explanation became increasingly disjointed, his guilt intensifying. Yet, the more he spoke, the more he felt he might have stumbled onto an embarrassing truth. Under Lin Sijuan's calm gaze, his voice dwindled to a whisper. No offense, I simply wish to sign that child. At this point, Lin Sijuan's expression had grown entirely frigid. Leave. Understood. Jiko felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He fled without a backward glance, feeling utterly terrified by Lin Sijuan's intimidating demeanor. After Jiko's departure, Lin Sijuan retrieved his phone and effortlessly located information regarding Lin Meng and the Song family. The more he read, the colder his expression became. Song Zhishui, how dare he? Opening the bottom drawer, he extracted a framed photograph, their last picture with Lin Meng from several years prior. Silence enveloped the office for a considerable time. Eventually, Lin Sijuan roused from his reverie and dialed a number. His secretary promptly entered. His voice remained as frosty as ever, devoid of any emotional inflection. If Lin Meng requires assistance regarding her divorce, facilitate it discreetly. The secretary hesitated slightly. He was aware of the tumultuous situation between the Song family and Lin Meng, given its notoriety, and he was responsible for compiling all significant updates for Lin. However, Lin had previously instructed him to disregard any information concerning Lin Meng. And with his recent return from abroad keeping him busy, he had not relayed this matter to Lin. It seemed Lin was not as indifferent toward Lin Meng as he had outwardly portrayed. Sir, should we inform the young lady? Lin Sijuan's eyes narrowed. No. Understood, sir. The secretary retreated, mentally calculating how to assist Miss Lin Meng without her becoming aware of it. Once again, the office was left in solitude with Lin Sijuan. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he gradually opened them, his sharp gaze landing on the tablet Ji Ku had left behind. The device was unlocked, and upon his touch, it activated. Displayed before him was a picture of a child with an adorable yet defiant visage. Upon seeing this face, Lin Sijuan was momentarily taken aback. It bore a striking resemblance to Lin Meng, inheriting the advantages of several Lin family members in its features, showing no trace of Song Zhishui's lineage. Unbeknownst to him, his expression had softened. At first glance, Lin Sijuan was convinced this was Lin Meng's daughter, his niece. Was her name Sui Sui? The thought crossed his mind as he continued to gaze, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, until he witnessed the scene where Lin Cixi tugged at the child's ear. Lin Sijuan's brow furrowed. How remarkable, Lin Cixi has taken to bullying children now. Moreover, Lin Cixi had long been aware of Sui Sui's existence, even discreetly appearing on the show with her without a word to them. Impressive indeed. No. Lin Meng had severed all ties with them. Her affairs and those of her child were no longer his concern. Lin Sijuan's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze darkening like ink. Meanwhile, in the hospital, witnessing Song Zhishui's sudden rise to fame on the program, along with her companions Miss and Shidua, Song Zhihui shattered a vase on her bedside. If she had not fainted, she could have accomplished what Song Zhishui did, perhaps even better. Yet, she had suffered an allergic reaction and collapsed, allowing Song Zhishui to seize such an excellent opportunity. She glanced at her swollen reflection in the mirror, her anger mounting to the point of tears. As for the two topics surrounding her, they felt painfully glaring: the little guest Zhao Zhao's disfigurement and Zhao Zhao's staged incident. The term staged incident pierced her eyes like a dagger. In that moment, Song Zhihui darkly mused, if only Mrs. Handkerchief had truly touched my face back then. Then, no one would have accused me of staging an incident. Realizing the darkness of her thoughts, she shuddered. What am I thinking? It must be that Song Zhishui is simply too wicked. Chapter 74. Zhao Zhao is my daughter. Following the humiliating episode with the production team, they convened an urgent meeting. A meeting? We must have a meeting. Despite their trending success on social media, the dignity of the production team could not be compromised. After a thorough review, they discovered a crucial point: the child's financial prowess. Had the child not initially wielded her financial influence, she would not have formed a connection with the villagers. Without that connection, the embarrassing incidents that tarnished the production team's reputation would never have occurred. In summary, everything commenced with the monetary prowess of the little cub. Upon establishing this fact, the director swiftly made a decisive ruling to seal the little cub's financial abilities. Of course, they could not articulate this openly. They merely asserted it was for the sake of fairness and the future prosperity of the program. In line with this objective, participants were mandated to utilize only the money they earned during the show for various activities. This included a prohibition on using their existing possessions to bribe or barter with others. The aforementioned rule is a common underlying principle in nearly every variety show. The additional regulations that followed were specifically instated by the production team in light of the current incident. Following the announcement of these stipulations by the production team, all the guests cast scornful glances in their direction. The production team felt their composure slipping. What was the issue? This was merely the standard protocol of the program, which had been inadvertently overlooked previously. He Jianian sneered, yes, indeed, you are absolutely correct, production team. It felt somewhat embarrassing for them. The comments on the live stream erupted in mockery. Indeed, Director Wang is certainly not attempting to cover up his tracks with a clumsy excuse. Yes. These rules have always existed. Director Wang simply neglected to mention them. It's not as if he is trying to hide his hands. Our Director Wang is a top-notch director. How could he intentionally create difficulties for a child? The production team expressed that this program could not continue as it was. Had they known that the little cub's act of rescuing a cat, unrelated to the program's tasks, would yield such consequences, they would have intervened. Naturally, they would not have prevented the rescue of the cat, but rather the little cub from summoning villagers with golden beans. It was utterly outrageous. The production team found themselves in tears at the mere thought of this matter. Their reputation, their authority, everything lay in ruins after the previous day. Yet, they could hardly have anticipated that their actions would inflict minimal harm on the little cub. Instead, it was they themselves, due to this hastily imposed rule, who became the subjects of ridicule online. Thus, when Song Zhihui and Bai Tianyun returned to the program, laden with extravagant items to redeem their previous disgrace and reshape their elite image, they were astonished to discover that the production team had instituted a new rule forbidding the use of any luxurious possessions to influence the villagers. Bai Tianyun lowered his head and glanced toward Song Zhihui. Is this what you meant by the extravagant image I should cultivate? Bai Tianyun furrowed his brow, feeling immensely vexed. Previously, Song Zhihui had told him that if he flaunted his wealth in this production team, he would become an instant sensation. She had insisted he bring a plethora of luxury items. Trusting her judgment, Bai Tianyun arrived adorned with numerous valuable possessions. Now, however, they were entirely rendered useless. Unbeknownst to him, the live stream comments were rife with jest. Has this fellow undergone some sort of transformation? He was relatively understated before, but now he suddenly sports so many luxury items? Could it be he is emulating Sui's sense of aesthetics? How laughable. I can't shake the feeling that this guy lost a financial contest to Sui last time, and now he is trying to compete here. Bai Tianyun's fans, however, were indignant. Yet, recalling their idol's previous antics, they fell silent. Only a handful continued to argue. Bai Xiao is inherently from an affluent family. It's perfectly normal for him to wear such things, right? Just because Sui can flaunt them. Why can't our Bai Xiao? Some fans are being excessively domineering. Surely Bai Xiao only whimsically decided to wear these items. What's the problem? Is it forbidden? Song Zhao was on the verge of madness. The production team was clearly targeting her. Faced with Bai Tianyun's inquiries, she opened her mouth, feeling a wave of injustice. Clearly, her third uncle from the previous life was not like this. The allergy on her face had yet to fully heal. Had it not been for Song Zhishui inadvertently creating a trending topic, she would have been concerned that Bai Tianyun might struggle to gain fame on this program. How could she have returned to the show before her face had healed? She was doing it all for Bai Tianyun, yet he showed no appreciation whatsoever. She could never have anticipated the production team's sudden role change. How are you feeling, Zhao? We were so worried about you yesterday. How is your face now? What did the doctor say? Xiao stepped forward, expressing her concern. The other guests also conveyed their sympathy. Song Zhao lifted her head, putting on a demure smile. I'm fine, really. It's just a mild allergy. I wouldn't want to delay everyone's progress. The cause of her allergy was the dust in the storeroom. This scene struck a chord with the audience watching the live stream. Zhao is just too understanding. How could there be such a considerate little fairy? Zhao, darling, mommy loves you. Sob, you're just too good and too adorable. Is this really a 3.5-year-old child? Looking at Zhao makes me want to smack my 5-year-old son, who just played in the mud. Please mind your language. That is clearly an expression of love and tenderness. Amidst the flurry of compliments, one comment stood out starkly. This is my daughter. Zhao is my daughter, not that wretched womaness. While the first half of the statement seemed quite normal, as there exists a category of fans known as mommy fans who view young children as their daughters, the latter half appeared bewildering and even overtly aggressive. Just as other viewers began to question this comment, the user was swiftly muted for violating community guidelines. Some curious spectators even checked the username. Return my daughter. The profile picture was still of Zhao. It was utterly nonsensical. However, variety show audiences were no strangers to fervent fans or stalkers in the entertainment industry, so they were not particularly shocked. They simply reported the account in silence. Chapter 75, Room Change. The primary cause of Song Zhao's allergy was attributed to her prolonged stay in that dusty, chaotic room. After all, she was merely a 3.5-year-old child. And given her naturally delicate disposition, she was ill-equipped to endure such an environment. Consequently, her immune system faltered, resulting in an allergic reaction. After ruling out other potential causes, the doctor arrived at this conclusion. However, the doctor advised that her health was not optimal and she needed to stay in a clean room. At this moment, Song Zhao glanced hesitantly at Song Zhishui. She certainly could not continue residing in that room. Presently, the best room in the entire small house was the one occupied by Song Zhishui. She was currently experiencing an allergy. Surely Song Zhishui would relinquish her room? The little cub looked up at Song Zhao. Why are you looking at me, duck? Song Zhao's expression stiffened, and nothing. She bit her lip, her head drooping in disappointment. Bai Tianyun then spoke up directly. Teacher Lin, our Zhao's allergy has yet to improve. We require a clean room. What do you think? Lin Cixi furrowed his brows, fully grasping Bai Tianyun's implication. She wished to exchange rooms with them. However, Sui was merely 3.5 years old, having endured years of mistreatment, and her health was far from robust. This was a room that Sui had rightfully earned through her own merits, and it was the very individuals who had occupied Sui's identity for 3 years who now wished to claim it. Truth be told, Lin Cixi was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet, under the scrutiny of the cameras, even the slightest misstep could subject Sui to the harshest of rumors, a scenario Lin Cixi wished to avoid as well. At that moment, Song Zhao extended her hand and softly interjected, Never mind, uncle, Zhao is fine. Sui is still young and probably wouldn't want to. Her whispered words were captured by the microphone, leaving the audience with no ambiguity. This statement was akin to placing the little cub on a scorching pyre. Lin Cixi's cold gaze swept over Song Zhao's face. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, biting her lip into silence. The barrage of comments in the live chat grew increasingly tumultuous as Lin Cixi maintained his silence. Is it not enough that Zhao is already allergic? Is Lin Cixi, an adult, truly unwilling to even switch rooms? I've never realized Lin Cixi to be such a miser. It's merely a room. What harm would it do to exchange it for Zhao? It's a feat in itself for her to participate in the show while unwell. Shouldn't Lin Cixi show some understanding? Lin Yingdi is an adult. Sui is merely 3.5. What if she falls ill after the room exchange? After all this talk, isn't it just pettiness? Jiao Jiao is already sick while Sui Sui is not. Can we not apply reason? Just because Jiao Jiao is sick, does Sui Sui then deserve to relinquish her room? The rules were set by the production team, and the rooms were prepared by them. Now that issues have arisen, why should you force the guest who earned first place through her own capabilities to switch rooms? This is the first time I've witnessed moral coercion. What an eye-opener. Whatever is said cannot mask the inherent selfishness and coldness of certain individuals. The comments became a cacophony, and the atmosphere among the guests grew palpably tense. A perplexed voice broke through. Uncle, do you need help tidying up the room? Bai Tianyun, initially awaiting Lin Cixi's response, felt his smile fade gradually.
Huh.
His mind momentarily faltered, and it took him a while to comprehend the little cub's intent. The room was dirty and unsuitable for their stay. Hence the cub assumed that his previous remarks to Lin Cixi were intended to solicit his assistance in cleaning. Bai Tianyun opened his mouth, about to clarify that this was not his meaning, only to witness Lin Cixi roll up his sleeves. As long as the director's team has no tasks, I can assist you. He cast a glance at Bai Tianyun. Jiao Jiao is still a child. How could you ask her to help clean? Look where we are now. She's allergic. Bai Tianyun, rendered speechless, realized he could not possibly assert at this juncture that it was Song Jiao Jiao's own decision to offer her assistance.
Indeed.
While it's unfortunate that Jiao Jiao is allergic, we shouldn't place all the blame on Bai Xiao. After all, Jiao Jiao volunteered to help. The other guests cast odd looks towards Bai Tianyun. His complexion darkened considerably. He was acutely aware of the audience's temperament in the live broadcast and feared he would be mercilessly criticized. Seeing this, he could only respond lamely. I did not foresee this outcome. It won't happen again. Yes, Lin Cixi admitted, his actions were deliberate. Just then, the director's team communicated the next task, which was exclusively for the little cubs. The guests were relegated to watching from the small room while they ensured that Song Jiao Jiao and Bai Tianyun's area was cleaned up. Their request to switch rooms was thus quashed. The director instructed the 6 little cubs, each receiving 20 units of currency, to venture forth and procure suitable items with their allotted funds. Director Wang smiled warmly. Whatever you children procure today, your parents shall prepare for you to eat. Do you understand, little ones? A few half-hearted acknowledgments emerged. The director's brow twitched as he noted that only Misi, Jiao Jiao, and Kuku were responding. Nino remained as indifferent as ever, while Sui Sui regarded him with disdain. Shi Duo glared at him with an expression reminiscent of a vigilante confronting a villain. The director's lips twitched. He chose to ignore the 3 troublesome little ones.
Uncle.
The little cubs called out, refusing to let him off easily. The director was compelled to turn back. What is it, little Sui Sui? Can we buy anything? Of course. Anything at all?
Indeed, Sui Sui.
The director chuckled inwardly, and the barrage of comments in the chat seemed to echo a shared realization. Surely the little cub has designs on acquiring toys? Ha ha ha, I think that's quite likely. After all, they are children. Then Liningdi might just go hungry. All right, little friends, let us set off. The production team drove the 6 children to the town, with a camera crew following closely behind, ensuring their safety. The director thoughtfully provided each child with a map. The supermarket is here. Children, think of how to get there. We will wait for you here. You must return by noon, or else neither you nor your parents will have anything to eat. Gazing at the supermarket marked on the map, which was not particularly close, Shi Duo's brows knitted in concern. Kuku burst into tears with a loud wail. Upon witnessing this, Song Jiao Jiao immediately offered gentle comfort to Kuku. However, Kuku only cried louder. In the next moment, the little cub swiftly placed a hand over Kuku's mouth. Shh, don't cry. After a prolonged struggle, Kuku fell silent, a bubble of snot forming at her nose. I want to be quiet. Chapter 76. Splitting into 2 groups. Oh, little cub, don't cry. It's noisy and you'll get in trouble. Kuku, now even more indignant, quietly shouted at the little cub, I'm a little man. I can cry if I want. At that moment, Shi Duo leaned in curiously. My mommy says little men don't cry. Kuku wished to retort, but was met with the little cub's piercing gaze. Covering her mouth, Kuku seethed in silence, torn between tears and anger, and began to blow another bubble of snot. Misi had intended to approach and wipe Kuku's nose, but Song Jiao Jiao discreetly stepped in, taking the initiative to clean Kuku's face. Don't cry, Kuku. Little Sui Sui, please do not bully brother Kuku anymore. The little cub ignored Song Jiao Jiao. Meanwhile, the system notification chimed, Task Progress 1. 0517 immediately let out a cheeky whistle, remarking, "This little cub seems to be awakening and is quite obedient, doesn't it?" Song Zhiao displayed a considerate demeanor, yet the little cub promptly turned aggressive. When Song Zhiao spoke softly to the little cub, it deliberately chose to ignore her. It seems the little cub has now become a control group for Song Zhiao. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. If this continues, the task will soon be completed, and it can ascend to a higher level system. The little cub will also return to its original world, living a life of opulence and grandeur. Of course, the little cub's enlightenment is largely due to its excellent teaching. 0517 shamelessly mused. It glanced at the system panel, only to find it glitching. Reward. After a flurry of garbled text, it revealed, Great Wisdom Detoxifying and Beautifying Treatment Liquid. Upon hearing this name, 0517 felt an odd sense of discomfort, as if great wisdom was a veiled insult, especially when paired with treatment liquid, which only intensified the notion. However, the system would never stoop to such disrespectful behavior. 0517 cheerfully collected the great wisdom treatment liquid that appeared in the system space, planning to let the little cub drink it at an opportune moment. After all, products from the system are undoubtedly of the highest quality, and using it on the little cub is a sure bet. Moreover, 0517 discreetly understood that the rewards acquired in this world would continue to take effect even after the little cub returned to its original realm, serving as compensation for the psychological trauma endured during its tasks here. Meanwhile, the comment section erupted with laughter, but contrary to 0517's assumptions, they were not denouncing the little cub. Ha ha ha, as a man, I can cry if I wanna.
Ha ha ha.
Who would have thought our Coco is also a logical genius? Look at this perfect logic, this righteous demeanor. Sway should ensure he has a complete childhood. I'm dying of laughter. How are these little marshmallow bundles so amusing? Jiao is so gentle, she asked the quintessential warm-hearted little companion, truly drowning in the tenderness of the girl. Cuckoo, whispering sweet nothings doesn't work, a single slap brings him to heel. Fact proven, to treat a mischievous child, one must be a mischievous child. Ha ha, just look at Sway's haughty little expression, refusing to listen, just refusing. Jiao, clearly I am also a child, yet I've been tortured into a maternal figure. Upon seeing Sway ignore her, Song Zhiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she mustered her spirits. We must hurry to the supermarket, or else uncle and the older siblings will go hungry. She stared at the perplexing map, scratching her head in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. If we walk, it might take over an hour. Nino's gaze rested on the map, exuding calmness, reminiscent of a little adult. Indeed, Nino had been recognized as a child prodigy, starkly contrasting with his boisterous brother He Jian. Miss pulled Sway and she Duo's hands, anxious that the two little ones might wander off at any moment. Meanwhile, the little cub was already looking around, peering this way and that, while occasionally listening to 0517's incessant chatter. The production team is quite inconsiderate, giving each child only $20 to go to such a distant supermarket. Aren't they just making it difficult for these little treasures? I'm curious how these little darlings will manage in the end, huh? Just then, Song Zhiao spoke up. We can take a taxi if we share. It won't cost too much. The initially reluctant Cuckoo's eyes lit up. Sister Jiao, how clever. Song Zhiao smiled shyly as a taxi arrived beside them, and she quickly flagged it down. As though a light bulb went off in her head, she slapped her forehead. Oh dear. A taxi can only fit 3 to 4 people. If everyone gets in, it might be too cramped. The front passenger seat cannot accommodate children. Just right for the cameraman. And in the back seat, no matter how they squeezed, only 3 or 4 little friends could fit. Song Zhiao appeared vexed for not thinking of this earlier. The car's here. Does anyone want to hop in with me? Her gaze fell on the group. The little cub, puzzled, asked, Do we really have to go? Song Zhiao, understanding, replied, I don't want uncle to go hungry. Cuckoo glanced at Song Zhishui, then shrank his neck and quickly stood behind Song Zhiao. Sister Sway is too fierce. I'd rather stay with gentle sister Jiao. Miss continued to hold Sway's hand, while she showed no intention of leaving Sway's side. Observing the scene, Nino hesitated briefly before stepping over to Song Zhiao. Song Zhiao offered an apologetic smile to the little cubs.
I'm sorry.
We can't take you along. The taxi can't stop for too long. We'll be on our way now. With that, she closed the car door, and they departed. Inside the car, Song Zhiao provided the address and Nino inquired, "Uncle, how much will it cost to get there?" The cheerful driver replied, "Little friend, it'll be about 25. Cook cheered. "That leaves us with 35. Awesome." The comments section burst into laughter. Going there costs 25, but what about the return trip? If these little cubs spend all 35 at the supermarket, they might end up crying on the spot. It's impressive that at this age they could think to pool money for a taxi. We can't expect too much from children. ABA. Am I the only one who didn't think of this until the comments pointed it out?
Sweating.
Just as the comment section assumed the little cubs had no awareness of this detail, Nino shot Coco a look as if he were a fool. "We'll need another 25 to return, you silly." Nino continued, $10 one tea buy anything. We can't do that. We can't take a taxi back. Instead, we should take the bus. Nino is so smart. That response was incredibly quick. Meanwhile, Song Zhiao smiled gently, as if this had all been anticipated. "No need. We can perform at the supermarket entrance to earn a little money." The director uncle said we could earn money through our performances. Coco looked dumbfounded. The comment section was even more astonished. Zhiao, you're so clever. Turns out a 3-year-old can think faster than me. I'm about to cry. So impressive, Zhiao. Could she be a genius too? I can't wait to see Zhiao perform and earn money. What a talented and clever little gem. Song Zhiao beamed sweetly. Merely completing tasks in a conventional manner would hardly showcase her true capabilities. This was also her way of openly demonstrating to Sui and the others that taking a taxi was indeed a viable option. Chapter 77. Uncle, buy food. At this moment, the screen was conventionally divided into 2 parts. Just as Song Zhiao and her companions had boarded a taxi, the little ones remained stationary. Zhiao had already informed them that they could take a taxi. Why were these youngsters still dawdling? Perhaps they are reluctant to take a cab? Moreover, if they do, they will barely have any money left, insufficient for any purchases. Indeed, unlike Zhiao, who can earn money by showcasing her talents when funds are low, I believe it's prudent for them not to take a taxi. I admit I am being somewhat cynical. I simply wish to witness the scene where these youngsters joyfully take a taxi, buy something, and then, upon returning, discover they have no money left, leading to their tears. Laughs, Ms. whispered softly. "We should take a taxi too." There was a hint of hesitation in her voice, as she felt that if they took a taxi, they might not have enough money. However, Zhiao and the others had already set off in their cab. Meanwhile,
12 glanced at Sui.
seeing Sui lost in thought, Duo leaned closer, blocking her line of sight. Sui, what are you pondering? The little one snapped back to reality, contemplating what to eat. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. "I can't take it." Laughs, the little one hasn't even arrived at their destination and is already thinking about food.
Sui diar.
Is it possible that what you should be considering is whether you can eat something at all, rather than what you get to choose? This is just too adorable. Sui, why not come to Annie's house for a meal? Whatever you want, Auntie will provide. Some fans can praise anything? This child is so clueless. She hasn't even thought about how to complete the task, and you can still force a compliment? Green pepper beef strips, rice bowl, duck blood, vermicelli soup, Chongqing spicy chicken? Listening to the little one rattle off the dish, names nearly made Duo drool. Sui, can we eat that? Then, how about fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl? Sounds good. This is too funny.
Sui, wake up.
If you don't hurry and set off, you won't even get to eat vegetable leaves, let alone fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. Duo, I can't take it anymore. She is super devoted to Sui. I just realized how ridiculous Duo's nickname is Sui the Great. Laughs. This is absurd. Zhiao has already provided them with a solution, and they can't even follow through. I can't bear to watch. I'm leaving. Both arrogant and foolish. It's amusing. Haters get lost. No one wants to see you spewing your negativity in public. If your parents are in decent health, they should hurry and have another child. Despite the shouts of the haters, they remained, necks craned in protest. At this moment, Sui pulled along Ms. and Duo into a nearby northeastern eatery. "Mister, I'd like a serving of green pepper beef strips rice bowl." Duo followed suit without hesitation. "Mister, I want a fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl." Ms. momentarily froze, and upon meeting the expectant gazes of the 2 little ones, stammered, "Uncle, I'd like a portion of guabao roe?" This unexpected order astonished the staff present. For a moment, they were at a loss as to how to respond. Director Wang, leisurely returning to the car, was caught off guard by the live broadcast depicting the scene. He nearly toppled from his seat, but disregarding his own safety, he scrambled towards the home-style restaurant. The flesh on Director Wong's face quivered with distress.
No.
This cannot be allowed. Upon bursting into the restaurant, the three little ones were already seated, appearing obedient. Oh, how absurd. Look at what these little ones were actually doing. This was far from obedient. Ms., polite yet shy, inquired. Director Uncle, is there something you need? The director's brow twitched. What do you mean something? Is there nothing going on here? This is a serious matter. After clearing his throat twice, Director Wong forcefully interjected, Little friends, you cannot buy food here.
Why not? Why?
Naturally. It was because they were supposed to be on their way to the supermarket. How could they justify purchasing a meal nearby? Were they specifically sent to buy food? If word of this got out, what would become of their show's reputation? Director Wong felt his head buzzing. Furthermore, this was entirely against the rules. This is against the rules. What rules? Director Wong suddenly faltered, attempting to reason with the little ones. You should go to the supermarket to buy ingredients and cook for your parents. The little ones looked puzzled. Why must we go to the supermarket? It's not forbidden to buy elsewhere. Director Wong found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed not stated that point. But who could have anticipated that these little ones would head straight for the finished food shop? If he lacked confidence, it was clearly directed at him. Seeing that Director Wong was speechless, the little ones continued to count on their fingers, pondering what to buy and how to buy it. Finally, one of them looked up with confusion. Is it wrong to buy rice bowls? Director Wong felt as if struck by lightning. Laughs director. Enough. I said enough. Laughs I'm sorry, I'm not laughing, truly. To the one in front, your laughter was too loud. It disturbed the director's ears. I'm in stitches. The little ones seemed to be targeting the director's team's blunder on purpose. They meticulously prepared a map and designed a trap, only to have the little ones completely bypass it. Laughs. Enough. My heart aches for the director. Everyone stop laughing. Let me take over. Laughs, you haven't spared him either. While others come to the variety show to play games, Sway Sway comes to play with the director. Chapter 78. The Lion's Demands. What I said was to buy ingredients to take home for your parents to cook. This is already cooked. Director Wong, with a stern expression, attempted to resist further. However, the logic of the little ones was absurdly unreasonable. I never said we couldn't cook it again at home. Director Wong was left utterly astonished. What sort of logic is this? Most crucially, it seemed he truly had no rebuttal. At this moment, the words he had spoken felt akin to water splashed upon him, leaving him feeling cold inside. The little ones were confused, tilting their heads. Why is it wrong to buy this meal? Director Wong opened his mouth, about to speak, when a burly man emerged from the kitchen. What's wrong? What's wrong with my food? He held a chef's knife, towering over Director Wong. At that moment, the man's frown radiated an intimidating aura. Friend, what do you mean? These children enjoy my food, and you don't allow them to buy it? Do you have an issue with my cooking? Director Wong, intimidated, could barely muster a response, forcing himself to explain no, it's just that we're filming a show, and we need these children to buy groceries. The man placed the knife firmly on the table, interrupting the director. Then why can't they buy from my establishment? Director Wong cast a glance at the knife, trembling. Fine. Most crucially, the little rascal indeed did not contravene the rules he had previously established. He had not specified that grocery shopping could only be conducted at that particular supermarket, nor had he mandated that only raw ingredients could be purchased. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that no one would have anticipated such an unconventional approach from the little one. The burly cook, satisfied, returned to the kitchen to prepare a rice bowl with sauce and twice-cooked pork for the little rascal. In a good mood, he generously added an extra spoonful of meat to each of the other little ones' plates. At this moment, Director Wong felt utterly bewildered. He glanced at the kitchen and then at the three little ones still seated in a row, ruffling his meticulously styled hair. I initially believed that the weeding incident was the only setback the production team would face, yet little did I know, it was merely the first of many misfortunes. Ahem. This readily prepared meal certainly could not be handed directly to the little ones. If it were truly given to them, what would be left for their show to air? However, since this was a bug they had inadvertently created, they could not strictly prohibit the little ones from doing so. Otherwise, it would likely spread that their production team could not handle the pressure. Thus, the director could only indirectly gesture towards several staff members, forcing a smile as he spoke. Dear children, those uncles over there suddenly feel extremely hungry and may faint at any moment. Could you kindly let them have your portions first? Rest assured, we shall compensate you. Ziduoma hesitated and glanced in the direction pointed by Director Wang. Miss, with her kind heart, grew anxious, thinking, are the uncles really that hungry? Of course, they were. Just look at those uncles, their faces pale and gaunt. If they do not eat something soon, they might truly faint. Oh no. The production team is beginning to lose their dignity. Losing dignity, truly shameless. How could they deceive children like this? If my brother were told such a thing, he'd be tricked out of his pants. I have a foreboding feeling that if these little ones agree, the production team will immediately impose a rule stating that they can only shop at their designated supermarket. I think the same, knowing the production team's inclination. The likelihood of this happening is a staggering 120%. Oh dear, little darling, please do not fall for their tricks. It is hard to say. To be honest, the education children receive nowadays makes it difficult for them to remain indifferent to such matters. Especially when it is someone like Director Wang, whom they are familiar with, speaking, there is even less room for doubt. This sentiment plunged everyone in the live broadcast into contemplation. They could not help but wonder, if one day a familiar person spoke to their child, would their child, out of trust in their parents, heed the words of that acquaintance? Just as Ziduoma and Miss were wavering, the little rascal pondered and spoke up, if we do, how do we buy the duck? Director Wang instinctively wanted to quote the price of their meals, but upon hearing the little one's question, his voice faltered. If I buy 21 portions, is that acceptable? After purchasing their meals, the little ones had barely even spent that 20 yuan. Each meal was priced between 13 and 17 yuan. In this scenario, it effectively meant that each little one was given a bit more money. To suggest buying from the little ones at full price would be rather awkward for the director. If he did so, it would seem as though he were genuinely bullying children. He certainly could not afford to lose face. However, the little rascal boldly extended 5 fingers, demanding an exorbitant sum. 500. The director's expression shifted dramatically. 500 per portion? Why don't you go rob a bank? The director acknowledged his own insecurity and frustration, yet he could not allow himself to be played by the little rascal. Could he? The little rascal regarded the director as though he were looking at a fool. Am I not, right now, robbing you? Without a moment's hesitation, the director flatly rejected. No way. The little rascal shrugged nonchalantly. Then no deal. Ha ha ha, Director Wang. I've met my match. Could it be that Shui is the reincarnation of Director Wang's nemesis? Am I the only one who finds this child utterly cold-blooded? Even when others are about to faint, he is solely focused on his own interests. Well, this was essentially Director Wang trying to deceive the little ones. How do you know the little rascal didn't he catch on to that?
Which is why he responded that way.
Hee, I see it as cold-blooded. Miss and Ziduoma hesitated for a moment before whispering in the little rascal's ear. Shui, do you think the uncles will really faint? Yes, what if they do? Ahem, Shui, what if the uncles truly faint? Director Wang himself felt a pang of guilt, his face burning with embarrassment. However, with the arrow drawn, he could not retract it. He had to shamelessly persist on this path of deceiving children.
Meanwhile,
the little rascal had taken the fried rice from the burly cook's hands. Then, with determined little legs, he scampered over to the production staff, his gaze resolute, as if he were ready to join a cause. Faint? If you faint, I'll feed you. Miss and Ziduoma, the 2 little cuties, quickly followed suit, their eyes lighting up at his words, nodding eagerly like little chicks pecking at rice. Ziduoma, the rice is right here. Uncles, feel free to faint. We wouldn't let you do so for nothing. Miss, with a thoughtful expression, pulled out a few white rabbit milk candies from her pocket and smiled shyly. Uncle, Miss has candies too. If you faint, I'll give them to you. Director Wang. A staff member looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 79. Director's Nemesis, Song Zhishui. I'm dying of laughter. The 3 little ones. We'll just stand here and watch you faint. Staff, who am I?
Where am I?
Why am I about to faint? Director Wang. My CPU is about to overheat, and my face is utterly mortified. Yet I haven't convinced these little ones. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Director Wang, I'm going to die laughing. They should just rename this show Let's Play with the Director. Gritting his teeth, Director Wang declared, 31 portions. No more. 500. 35. 500.
40.
500. Director Wang could no longer restrain himself, tugging at his hair in frustration. 50 is acceptable, right? 500. For heaven's sake, please don't say 500 again. How about this? 200 for 3 portions, any more, and that's truly all I have left. Director Wang was on the brink of collapse amidst the little rascal's relentless insistence on 500. Who on earth taught these little ones to haggle in such an unyielding manner? Typically, haggling involves some back and forth. Yet this little one, after making her offer, seemed to be as stubborn as a mule, refusing to budge. Director Wang, now irritated, blurted out a price on impulse. After all, it appeared that the little rascal would not agree. If she disagreed, he would spring a surprise task on them. The vehicle responsible for transporting the little ones and the staff had been blown to another location by a strong wind. The little ones would have to find the staff to return home. Ha ha ha. Even Director Wang thought of himself as a genius. When the time came, he would provide them with a map and see just what these little ones could do. Besides, isn't the nature of variety shows filled with uncertainties? Even if a sudden task were introduced, who could possibly object? Certainly not. In the next moment, all right, the little rascal extended his hand, speaking, one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. Director Wang. Wasn't the agreement suddenly made with such decisiveness? The unpredictability of this variety show has suddenly been thrust upon him. He had already concocted a plan to gracefully retract his suggestion of buying dinner after being rejected, and was prepared to give that little rascal a proper scolding. Moreover, what is this business of paying and receiving goods simultaneously?
No.
I'm truly going to die laughing in this live broadcast. Where on earth did Sui Sui learn all this? Ha ha ha, can someone teach me too? Publish a book. Teacher Sui Sui should publish a book. I haggled at the night market for ages and only managed to knock off 5 yuan, weeping in despair. Haven't you reconsidered? You could at least add another 500. The little rascal tilted his head, asking, are you backing out? No, he couldn't afford to lose face. With a greenish hue on his face, the director reluctantly handed over 10 20-yuan bills to Sui Sui. She received 3 portions of extra-large box meals. The meals were delectable, yet the director was left feeling distressed. Sui Sui took out the 10 20-yuan bills. One for her, one for Miss, one for Shidua. Another for her, one for Miss, and one more for Shidua. In the end, only 1 bill remained. The little rascal promptly suggested buying candy, receiving unanimous agreement from his 2 companions. Just as he watched the 3 little rascals hold hands and dash off to the store for ready-made boxed meals, he hurriedly stopped them. At that moment, their little abode was suddenly besieged by a monster. Anything brought into the house besides what was in the Qingqing supermarket would be confiscated. After the director proclaimed this, he felt a sense of triumph wash over him. But the next moment, the little rascal delivered a heart-wrenching blow. Did that supermarket pay for you to endorse it, Uncle Wang? So, children, you can only shop at the supermarket now. Director Wang let out a sigh of relief, eager to see how these little rascals would attempt to cheat. As for the 200 yuan, a glimmer of cunning shone in Director Wang's eyes. He could never allow these little rascals to flaunt an entire 200 yuan in public. In the next moment, a hurried figure passed by the 3 little rascals. If they had been in the live broadcast at that moment, they would have seen a large label atop the person's head. NPC, thief. The live chat erupted, some cursing the director for his lack of humanity, while others warned the little rascals to be vigilant. Yet no matter how anxious they were, their messages could not reach the scene. As the thief passed by the little rascals, he seemed to accidentally trip and fall to the ground. He originally intended to pickpocket the little ones. However, the quick-witted little rascal swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attempt. The thief's eyelids twitched. What remarkable reflexes this child possesses. Normally, he wouldn't need to fall like this. Unfortunately, these little rascals were simply too short. The thief had been prepared to steal because this segment was originally intended for several adult guests. Now, however, it had been hastily rearranged for these little ones. In the next instant, the thief clutched his knee.
Ouch.
At that sound, Miss and Shidua immediately rushed to his side. Uncle, are you all right? The man waved his hand, using Miss and Shidua for support to rise. I'm fine, just tripped a little. Thank you, children. The thief had succeeded in his scheme, and as he spoke, he attempted to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he realized he could not move. Looking down, he discovered that his pant leg had been grasped by the little rascal. The thief's eyelids twitched, yet he maintained his composure. What's the matter, little one? Do you need something? You stole money. How could that be, little friend? You must be mistaken. The thief grinned deceitfully as he attempted to yank his pant leg free to escape. Admittedly, this little rascal was quite vigilant. But so what? She was just a small child. Even if she was aware, what could she do against an adult? If Lin Cixi were present, She would surely advise the thief not to move at this moment. Unfortunately, Lin Cixi was not there. The thief confidently stepped forward. He was wearing baggy denim trousers, made of sturdy fabric that wouldn't tear easily. Thus, when the thief forcibly moved his leg, his pants were yanked down, revealing his bare thighs. The thief was astonished, speechless, and frantically attempted to grasp his pants, which were about to be fully pulled down. However, the little rascal was incredibly quick, and with Shidua assisting, they seized the other pant leg. What kind of strength is this? How is it so strong? The thief, fully aware that he was being broadcast live, could no longer endure this humiliation. With a loud cry, he abandoned his pants and shoes, covering his face as he fled.
Mom.
If I take on this kind of commission again, I'm a dog. Originally, Director Wang had felt certain of victory, but upon looking down, he saw the little rascal and Shidua skillfully rummaging through the thief's discarded pants. They not only retrieved the 120 yuan that had been stolen earlier, but also discovered an additional 271 yuan. Director Wang's heart sank further. Chapter 80. Let us go to the supermarket. Sui, shall I help you hand this money over to the police, uncle? Director Wang gazed at the 271 yuan in the little rascal's hands, feeling an unprecedented desire for that sum. After clearing his throat, he continued, "This money should be given to the police, uncle." The little rascal calmly regarded Director Wang for a moment before responding with an Director Wang felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps the little rascal wasn't as cunning as he had presumed. The next moment, she lowered her head to fiddle with her genius watch, saying, "I have acquaintances in the department. I'll call them to catch the bad guy and boost their performance." With a heart full of gratitude, the little rascal was determined to contribute to the police's achievements. What an exemplary little rascal they had nurtured.
Director Wang exclaimed, "No.
No, it's fine, Sui, uncle was just joking." At that moment, Miss firmly interjected, "No, uncle, reporting illegal activities is everyone's responsibility. Don't be afraid, uncle. Our Sui will protect you. The police uncles will protect you too." As the little rascal prepared to dial the number, Director Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, reluctantly revealing the truth. Actually, this was arranged by our production team as an NPC, not a real bad guy. Despite the weather being neither hot nor particularly chilly, sweat poured down Director Wang's forehead as he envisioned his once delightful variety show ending up in a legal segment. The little rascal looked up, asking, "What about the money?" Director Wang cautiously inquired, "Should we give it to uncle?" Before he could finish his sentence, the little rascal had already lowered her head again to fiddle with her genius watch. Director Wang shivered, quickly averting his words. No. It's for you. All for you." The little rascal opened her hands. Director Wang was nearly moved to tears. "Family, what do I do when my mentality crumbles? I'm anxiously waiting for help." As usual, the little rascal divided the money between herself and her two companions and then waved her little paw. "Let us go. Take a taxi to the supermarket." The little rascals were indeed remarkably fortunate. As soon as he raised his hand, a taxi promptly pulled over. Inside the vehicle sat the following cameraman, trembling with anxiety. "Isn't this a following cameraman?" he murmured weakly, attempting to withstand the synchronized glares from the trio of children. Moments earlier, he had seamlessly boarded the car alongside them, believing he could quietly continue his work, merely documenting their antics. To his dismay, the very staff he had been relishing in mocking for their misfortune with the director were not inclined to spare him either. The children insisted that he too should contribute to the fare. At that moment, the cameraman felt as though the sky were collapsing upon him. The smile that had once adorned his face, reflecting a dispassionate observer's amusement, gradually faded away. "Uncle, are you planning to take advantage?" Shidua's puzzled gaze fell upon him. After receiving the children's initial reminder, she quickly grasped the situation. The cameraman found himself utterly at a loss, resembling a deer caught in headlights. I'm not taking advantage," he stammered. He yearned to protest, yet facing the combined scrutiny of 6 eyes, including that of the driver, he found himself utterly speechless. He distinctly recalled that the other cameraman accompanying Song Zhishui had not faced such inquiries. Why was he, then, being compelled to share the taxi fare? The cameraman felt a surge of frustration and sorrow, contemplating contacting the production team to ascertain how he should navigate this predicament. Ultimately, he begrudgingly contributed 6 yuan, while the children generously offered an extra yuan. Disembarking from the taxi, he felt utterly numb. Meanwhile, in the background, the production team, observing this spectacle, shared in his bewilderment. They could hardly fathom what further antics the children might have in store for them. The barrage of comments from the online audience was rife with schadenfreude. Cameraman, who am I? Where am I? Why must I pay while working? Hilariously, the cameraman appears to be an unwitting NPC thrust into the narrative as one of its protagonists, looking utterly foolish. Only 6 yuan, and they expect him to contribute? He merely came to work. If not for Suisui's cleverness in earning some money from the production team, they'd be left with a mere 35 yuan. Can you grasp the significance of this 6 yuan? Moreover, I genuinely relish watching Suisui make the production team squirm. The cameraman's expenses ought to be covered by the production team. The children are merely engaging in a battle of wits with the director. Is there a problem with that? Had Zhao Zhao's group remembered to have the cameraman contribute, they would have had 16 yuan left after deducting the taxi fare. Surely, one can comprehend the ratio of 10 to 16? Regardless of your arguments, such young ones being so miserly, it's quite disheartening. Have you not witnessed Suisui showering money before? This child is purely at odds with the production team. I'm dying of laughter. This year's most amusing joke, Suisui's stinginess. It was only when Suisui and her companions arrived at the supermarket that Song Zhiao and her team were still performing outside. Song Zhiao energetically showcased the dance she had practiced. However, given that it was a weekday, the foot traffic at the supermarket was sparse, with most passers-by hurrying along. Hardly anyone pausing to watch. There were a few who chose to stop and observe, but those willing to part with their money were exceedingly rare. Exhausted from her dance, Song Zhiao ultimately collected a mere 37 yuan, her heart swelling with indignation. Despite her earnest efforts, why were these people so unwilling to contribute even a single cent? Even the small beggar sitting nearby collected more than they did. Song Zhiao remained oblivious to how extravagant her attire truly was. Moreover, they were accompanied by filming crews and other staff, which likely led the villagers to assume their performance was not driven by financial need. Nevertheless, while the monetary outcome did not align with Song Zhiao's expectations, the total, combined with the remaining 10 yuan, was sufficient for a decent meal. In any case, it was far better than what Suisui and her companions had. Furthermore, her dance was being broadcasted to an audience online, which was the most crucial aspect. With this reassurance, Song Zhiao felt her spirits lift considerably. It was at this moment that she caught sight of Song Zhishui and her friends disembarking from a taxi and dashing toward the supermarket. A smile immediately brightened Song Zhiao's face. 47 should be enough. Let us go inside and shop. Once inside the supermarket, the trio of children made a beeline for the snack aisle. 1 bag of chips, 1 box of jelly, and 1 pack of cotton candy, they declared, their miniature shopping cart brimming with treats. Only after filling it to the brim did they venture into the fresh produce section. At this point, the previously exuberant children grew uncertain. Faced with the sight of pristine cuts of meat and vibrant green vegetables, they were at a loss for what to purchase. Noticing her 2 companions equally bewildered, one child promptly retrieved her smartwatch, dialing her uncle. Upon receiving the call, Lin Cixi was intrigued. After entering their quarters, their original phones had been confiscated, leaving them with only a basic phone with limited functionality and contact information for their fellow participants. He wondered how his clever niece had managed to memorize his contact details. The thought of his astute little niece brought a smile to Lin Cixi's face. What's up? Suisui, have you arrived? Are you tired? How did you get there? Meanwhile, the director, observing from backstage, couldn't he help but feel a pang of envy at the tender side of Lin Cixi. Had he known, he would have ensured the smartwatch was also confiscated. However, witnessing the escalating viewer numbers, Director Wang discreetly wiped his face and issued a command. Let us relay the external feed to Lin Cixi. Thus, the audience in Song Zhisui's livestream caught sight of Lin Cixi, his face adorned with a doting smile. Uncle, I'm with Miss Shidwa, in a taxi. What vegetables should we get? The child asked directly. Taken aback by the question, Lin Cixi paused. He was aware that the production team had allocated only 20 yuan to each child. Naturally, the amount was not the crux of the matter. Based on his understanding of the production team, it was likely that by the time the children reached the supermarket, they would have very little money left. He surmised that they could only afford a few yuan's worth of vegetables. After deliberating for a while, Lin Cixi gently suggested, how about some bok choy, sweetheart?
I order bok choy.
No need to buy too much, just enough to make a soup. How amusing. I can see that the esteemed Lin is worried his little niece may be short on funds. Shiga, feel free to splurge. Your little niece is quite wealthy. Over $400. Upon hearing the mention of bok choy, the little one hesitated noticeably. Is it true? Of course it is. Her uncle simply adores bok choy. To alleviate any guilt the child might feel, Lin Cixi emphasized repeatedly. Oh, splendid. Lin Cixi exhaled in relief and then inquired, Sui, after purchasing the bok choy. How much money do you have left? Will it be enough for a taxi later? Observing the heap of items accumulated by herself and her two companions, the little one's processor appeared to stall for a moment. Sensing this, Lin Cixi misinterpreted the situation. Otherwise, Sui. Let us forego the bok choy and just take a taxi back. I suddenly feel rather unhungry. Worst case, I could just drink some water to satiate myself. As for Sui, she had secretly stowed away a chicken egg and a bun that morning, intending to share them with Sui. Should the director dare to intervene, he would face dire consequences. With that, Lin Cixi instinctively picked up his cup and took a sip. And 300? Oh, not hungry? The little one appeared perplexed. She thought her uncle was acting rather strange, as if he had lost his wits. Suddenly, Lin Cixi sputtered, spitting out the water he had just swallowed. How much? Sui, it's just over 30, right? How could it be 300? The little one glanced once more at her pockets and those of Miss Shidua. $300. After contemplating, she diplomatically stated, it was given by the director. He insisted, practically shoved it at me. The director? Insisted on shoving it. The mere combination of words left Lin Cixi feeling utterly bewildered, even absurd. No. What kind of decent person would a variety show director be to exhibit such kindness? Lin Cixi blurted out. Meanwhile, the director backstage nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing Lin Cixi's words and almost overturned the table. While the young man's statement was accurate, what did he mean by voicing it so openly? Was he tarnishing his reputation? After regaining his composure, Lin Cixi coughed and asked, Sui, is what you said true? The little one pondered carefully before cautiously replying, I bought a lunchbox, the uncle insisted. It cost 200. He even had another uncle take off his pants to give me money. A few short sentences almost overwhelmed Lin Cixi's CPU. Yet he had confirmed, the little one indeed possessed around $300. The bok choy had already been purchased. Shidua had taken it to Wei. And it was too late to return it. The little one expressed regret. Even if her uncle wasn't hungry, it must be consumed. Lin Cixi, wait. Just a moment. Hearing Lin Cixi suddenly list an array of meat, the little one grew even more confused. Nevertheless, she complied and purchased a significant amount of the items he suggested. For both she and Shidua enjoyed them. Lin the film emperor, shocked. My niece possesses a fortune. Insisted on shoving taking off pants to give money. I'm not hungry, wait. I'm hungry now. Ha ha ha. When will I ever watch Sui's live stream without laughing? This time, the shopping cart of the three little ones was genuinely overflowing, unable to accommodate any more. Just as they were about to head to the checkout, they collided with Song Zhishui, who was holding a bag of vegetables and a piece of pork. Upon seeing the little one's cart, her eyes widened, fixated on the snacks, unable to look away. How could you buy so many things? She too desired potato chips. Nino's gaze also settled on the trio, a hint of confusion emerging for the first time. Song Zhishui had anticipated that the three would lack any understanding of prices and would end up with no money to return home after their purchases. However, she had not foreseen that they would directly take so much. This could very well lead to a comical scene, resulting in them being detained in the supermarket. She began to admonish Sui, you've taken too much. You can't afford all of this. Quickly return the items. Don't create trouble for the uncles and aunties in the supermarket. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Song Zhishui's lips, although her tone was one of concern. Her spirits were rather high. Chapter 82. How could she possess so much money? Song Zhishui had thought Sui foolish, but never imagined she could be this foolish. The little one completely ignored Song Zhishui. Upon hearing her words, she exhibited no reaction, simply dragging her little cart onward toward the checkout. Shidua noticed Sui's disregard for Song Zhishui and likewise lost any intention of engaging with her, taking Sui's hand and following suit.
Missy hesitated momentarily, stating,
We have money, before joining them in departure. Song Zhishui felt utterly frustrated, as though her fist had struck cotton. Tears welled in her eyes, and she carefully wiped away the droplets, forcing a smile. It was as if she were speaking to herself. Sui doesn't seem to like me very much. But I only meant well by warning them. When this scene was broadcasted live, the chatroom erupted. I mean, how incredibly rude is Sui? Zhao was being kind, and yet she didn't even say thank you. Nor did she acknowledge her at all. Honestly, I have never seen such an impolite child. It appears Sui Sui has formed a little clique with Shidua and Misi, isolating Jiao Jiao. At such a tender age, she is already engaging in cliquish behavior? It's quite unsettling to contemplate. Truly frightening. I previously thought she was adorable. Jiao Jiao is genuinely feeling wronged, constantly being isolated by the three of them. I always wondered why I couldn't warm up to Sui Sui. It seems my instincts were correct all along. The barrage of criticism flooded in. Concurrently, the topic of child precocity in the entertainment industry, having formed cliques, surged dramatically. Accompanying this was a brief video. In the clip, Song Zhishui kindly advised the little ones against taking so many items. However, her well-intentioned words received no acknowledgement. Sui Sui led the way, entirely disregarding her and simply leaving. In the end, only Song Zhishui remained behind, weeping in dismay. Witnessing this scene, many were incensed, their hearts swelling with sympathy for Song Zhishui. I'm not saying, how can there be such a wicked child? Has the entertainment industry truly degraded to this level? They say actions speak louder than words. It appears that a certain Lin actor's jealousy of Bai Xiao has led to targeting and isolation, causing this little one to mimic such behavior. This is absurd. How can such a young child already be so mercenary? The domestic entertainment scene is truly finished. A chorus of denunciations appeared on Weibo. With hired commenters lurking in the background, Bai Tianyun's manager and Bai Yuer were absolutely elated. Bai Tianyun's manager was particularly ecstatic. Originally, due to Bai Tianyun's less-than-stellar acting skills, he had struggled to reach a higher echelon. However, now, Sui Sui's isolation of Jiao Jiao had inadvertently paved a path for him to ascend. The incident that unfolded did not only bring scorn upon Sui Sui, but also upon Lin Cixi. The public perception was such that Sui Sui's treatment of Jiao Jiao must have been learned from Lin Cixi. As a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, Lin Cixi could scarcely be seen as targeting Song Jiao Jiao. Thus, the true instigator behind the suppression was Bai Tianyun. Consequently, when the spotlight turned towards Sui Sui and Song Jiao Jiao, the narrative was shaped accordingly. This could easily be manipulated by Bai Tianyun's agent, who could summon a wave of internet trolls to guide public opinion. In a fleeting moment, Bai Tianyun and Song Jiao Jiao's reputation soared, while Lin Cixi and Sui Sui found themselves besieged by relentless criticism. Some individuals even went so far as to tag Zish Xiaowen and Xiao Qiao, suggesting that Misi and Xiao Qiao should distance themselves from Sui Sui to avoid being led astray. Meanwhile, the children in the supermarket remained blissfully unaffected, entirely oblivious to the social media tempest raging outside. Seeing Jiao Jiao in tears, Kiki hesitated for a moment before producing a handkerchief he had used to wipe his own nose, offering it to Song Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, don't cry. Kiki remembered all too well how Jiao Jiao had comforted him during his own moments of distress. Yet upon seeing the handkerchief, Song Jiao Jiao froze. It had yet to be washed and bore remnants of some unidentified substance. Kiki looked at her earnestly, insisting on pressing the handkerchief into her hands. When she refused to accept it, he contemplated for a brief moment before attempting to wipe her tears himself. In that instant, he thought to himself how troublesome girls could be. Song Jiao Jiao, momentarily forgetting her sobs, adamantly declined, "No, it's all right, Kiki. I'm really fine." During this exchange, the little rascal and his two companions had already made their way to the checkout counter. From the perspective of the cashier, the small figures of the children were barely visible, leaving her puzzled as to why a crowd of onlookers stood behind, gazing at her register with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. A little closer, a figure was seen carrying a camera, documenting the scene. The cashier's confusion deepened until a small voice broke through. "Sister, we're ready to pay." The soft, sweet tone was enough to melt hearts. Though the speaker remained hidden from view, only when the cashier stood on tiptoe did she catch sight of three little ones standing before her, one of whom resembled a particularly stout child. It seemed that the one who spoke was indeed that child. At that moment, a kind-hearted customer helped push the shopping cart to the counter. "Little one, are you buying all these items?" In truth, it was not an excessive amount. The cart was specifically designed for children and was not overly large. However, for these small tots, it appeared quite substantial. The cashier was well aware that most children she encountered in the supermarket typically selected 1 or 2 items at most, and there were no adults accompanying this group. "Yes, that's right, sister," the little rascal and Misi chimed in unison. The cashier felt her heart melt once more, her voice softening in response. "All right then." It seemed the photographer was following them, which eased her concerns. Just as she prepared to ring up the little one's purchases, another voice interjected. "Wait." The cashier halted her movements. turning in confusion towards the source of the interruption. She saw a child rushing toward them, visibly anxious. I'm sorry, sister, but they can't buy these. They don't have enough money. With that, Song Zhiao cast a serious glance at Sui Sui. Sui Sui, you don't have enough money to buy all these things. Please listen to me and put some back, alright? We don't want to cause trouble for the cashier. Song Zhiao's demeanor was one of utmost understanding, which only heightened the viewer's sympathy. Despite Sui Sui's earlier behavior towards Zhao, she still selflessly attempted to help them. Truly, kind-hearted individuals often end up suffering. Oh, how can our little angel Zhao be so good? At this moment, the screens of the two live streams merged into one. Observing the bewildering comments from Song Zhiao's fans, those who had been in Sui Sui's stream could not help but express their confusion. What on earth is happening? I can't make sense of this. What is Zhao doing? She just stopped Sui from buying, and now she's trying to intervene? If Sui is naive, does that mean the adults in your stream are as well? Clearly, this is not something she can afford. Zhao is merely trying to prevent her from making a foolish mistake. This is hilarious. The fans are just as clueless as the main character. Had Song Zhiao's fans maintained a civil tone, perhaps those in Sui Sui's stream would have been more amicable. However, tempers flared, and personal attacks ensued, prompting Sui Sui's fans to respond with equal hostility. The initial desire to clarify the situation dissipated in an instant. Oh, you think you're so clever? Only you are not fools in this world? How laughable. You have no idea what's going on yet you shout. I haven't seen you display much intelligence either. Forget it, there's no need to waste breath. We'll just wait to see who gets proven wrong. In response to Song Zhiao's objections, Shidua blurted out. We have money. Zhao, stop fussing. I know you have money, but it's not enough, Song Zhiao replied, her expression one of urgency. The director only gave each of you 20 yuan, and since you took a taxi, that cost 25. You only have 35 left. Which isn't enough to buy all these things. Upon hearing her words, onlookers nodded in agreement. If they truly had only 35 yuan, it was indeed insufficient for such a haul. This realization painted Sui and her friends in an unflattering light. However, in the next moment, the little rascal pulled several 20 yuan notes from his pocket. A quick glance revealed that the amount exceeded 100 yuan. Song Zhiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could Sui possess such a sum of money? She had toiled for so long at the entrance, without earning 100 yuan, yet Sui had it so readily available. How could she have achieved that? In that instant, an overwhelming sense of injustice surged within Song Zhiao, threatening to engulf her entirely. Shidua puffed out her chest proudly, proclaiming, we have money. Song Zhiao bit her lip. Sui's display of wealth now cast her previous actions in the light of a fool. She had previously insisted that Sui was causing chaos in the supermarket, yet now she found herself as the source of disruption. But where could Sui have acquired such funds? Song Zhiao couldn't fathom it. Just then, a light bulb flickered to life in her mind, as if she had suddenly grasped a truth. Staring incredulously at Sui, she hesitated before speaking. Sui, where did you get your money? Perhaps you should return it and apologize? Indeed, Sui had grown up in a slum, and it was not surprising that she had picked up such questionable habits. It seemed that Song Zhiao had realized her words were too blunt, and she began to cover up her statements as if attempting to obscure the truth. I am not accusing you of theft. I merely suggest that you may be unaware that such behavior is inappropriate. However, everyone present comprehended the underlying implication. Indeed, if it were not theft, where would Sui's money have originated? At that moment, many gazes towards Sui shifted noticeably. Such a young age, yet failing to learn proper conduct. There were also some who could not believe it. Such an adorable child could not possibly engage in stealing. Moreover, adorned with a large gold chain and a small wristwatch, she seemed an unlikely candidate for such wrongdoing. It was then that someone, patting their pocket, appeared alarmed. My money is missing. You little child, did you truly steal my money? As those words fell, all eyes converged on Sui. Whispers filled the air. The fans of Song Zhiao, initially rendered speechless by Sui's sudden display of wealth, began to mock her openly in the comments. Song Zhiao bowed towards that individual, saying, I apologize, sir. Sui did not mean to offend. She is simply young. Please forgive her, would you? The staff of the production team changed expressions and quickly stepped forward to clarify. I am sorry, sir, but we assure you that the money belonging to young Sui was acquired through legitimate means and not taken from you. Perhaps you should check to see if your money has fallen elsewhere? Those who followed Sui closely were certainly aware that every penny she possessed had been obtained from their director, leaving no room for suspicion from others. With such a serious accusation of theft now directed at the young child, it posed a profoundly detrimental impact on both Sui and the reputation of the production team. Thus, the staff felt compelled to intervene swiftly. Yet, Song Zhishui maintained her righteous demeanor, exclaiming, "Sir, my mother has always taught us to conduct ourselves with integrity. How could you?" At this point, many believed the production team was merely attempting to exonerate Song Zhishui. In the live broadcast, viewers who had been attentively observing the child were infuriated. The entire incident had occurred under the scrutiny of the cameras. How could they not know if she had stolen? Furthermore, they were all too aware of how Sui had acquired her money. At that moment, the audience in the live chat felt a desperate urge to leap through the screen to defend the child, yet they were helplessly confined to their seats, filled with anxiety. The man furrowed his brow. "I understand she is just a child, and it is no great matter if she took the money, but could you please return my wallet? My identification is inside." The murmurs around grew louder. "Hurry and return the money. At such a tender age, she should be properly educated. How can the adults around her condone such behavior?" Just as the clamor intensified, Nino pointed towards a wallet nestled in the corner. "There is a wallet over there, sir. Is it yours?" Upon hearing this, the man paused momentarily before retrieving the wallet. "Yes, it is mine." Nino calmly continued, "Please check if the money inside is intact." After inspecting, the man's face flushed with embarrassment upon discovering that not a single cent was missing. "Young lady, I apologize. I misunderstood you. Initially, having noticed his wallet was missing and hearing Song Zhishui repeatedly accuse Sui of theft, he had instinctively assumed that Sui was the culprit. It was only after Nino spoke that he realized it was a misunderstanding. The wallet had not been stolen by Sui, he had simply misplaced it. Song Zhishui could only stare in disbelief. Meanwhile, a staff member who had hurriedly obtained the live broadcast data presented the footage to everyone. It clearly displayed Sui and her companions in the supermarket, without any interaction with anyone else. Chapter 84. Is the money insufficient? The color drained from Song Zhishui's face as the evidence unfolded before everyone's eyes, unequivocally demonstrating that Sui had indeed not stolen any money. At this juncture, the staff continued, "We can confirm that the money possessed by young Sui was indeed acquired through legitimate means, a fact that the viewers in her live stream can attest to. Please understand that we are broadcasting live, and there is no possibility of any underhanded dealings." The staff felt somewhat exasperated. They were already live streaming. With so many eyes watching, how could they possibly engage in any conduct that would jeopardize the reputation of their broadcast? However, Song Zhishui was merely a child, and it was understandable that she did not grasp the situation fully. It was a close call that nearly turned their light-hearted children's program into a serious legal discussion. The staff could not fathom how a show that should have been simple and enjoyable had morphed into such a harrowing spectacle. Observing the money in Sui's possession, Song Zhishui bit her lip in humiliation. Forcing a smile, she expressed genuine remorse to Sui. "I am so sorry, Sui. I truly had no idea. Please forgive me for not asking you earlier." Her hesitant words, however, sparked a new line of thought among Song Zhishui's fans in the chat. Indeed, a single statement from Sui could have clarified everything, yet she had chosen not to communicate, leading to this misunderstanding. Who could say whether this was intentional on Song Zhishui's part? Ultimately, they believed that their Zhao had acted out of genuine concern. Meanwhile, the store clerk, having recognized that the misunderstanding had been cleared, proceeded to finalize Sui's purchases. "That will be 197 yuan. Okay." Sui, without counting, handed over all the money she had in her possession to the clerk. This adorable scene struck a chord with many in the audience and those watching the live stream. "Ah, how can there be such a cute child? Sui, what color of sack do you like? Please tell Auntie, and I will certainly bring you a colorful sack to cherish." However, after counting, the store clerk regretfully announced, "Dear child, you are still short by 33 yuan. Sui had only 164 yuan available. The items purchased slightly exceeded that amount. Upon hearing the clerk's words, Song Zhishui's face flickered back to life, as if rekindled. "I knew it. I knew Sui wouldn't have enough money." She had been correct in her earlier concerns. "Sui, I told you, you don't have enough." The difference of 30 yuan was not a trivial matter. It reaffirmed that Song Zhishui's previous warnings were not unfounded. She continued earnestly, "You see, now you need to add some more." Before she could finish, Shidwa tiptoed, extending her hand towards the clerk, offering 3 bills. Sister, sister, here you go. Is this enough? That will do, little one. The shop assistant, with a warm smile, graciously accepted the money from Shidwa's hands, handing her back some change in return.
Thoughtfully,
She placed all their belongings into 3 separate bags for their convenience. Meanwhile, Song Zhiao stood utterly stunned. The 3 20-yuan notes pierced her vision, instantly rendering the words she had wished to speak completely caught in her throat, leaving her unable to utter even a single syllable. Her eyes widened involuntarily, and her mind buzzed with confusion. What was happening? Hadn't Song Zhishui already produced 164 yuan? Why, after presenting such a substantial amount, did Shidwa still have money on hand? Jiao Jiao had initially believed that 164 yuan represented the entirety of their trio's funds, akin to having only 47 yuan collectively among them. Yet now, why did not only Song Zhishui possess 164 yuan, but Shidwa also had 60? Did this not imply that even Shidwa's loose change outweighed their combined total? Jiao Jiao felt her mind falter, her heart a tempest of chaos. They had toiled tirelessly performing outside, only to receive such meager earnings. What had Song Zhishui and the others done? This question lingered in Jiao Jiao's mind, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Yet no one was present to offer an explanation. In the barrage of comments, the viewers in Sui Sui's live stream suddenly became animated. Why do some people seem to have suddenly gone silent? Keep talking. This is hilarious. I never knew whose fans were so lively before. Now, they must be regretting it. I told you not to be stubborn, yet some had to insist, sigh. Some people just want to bring trouble upon themselves. Jiao Jiao's fans, in stark contrast, fell utterly silent, unable to utter a single word. A few, with clear minds, finally thought to check the live stream replay, and at that moment, they grasped the clever maneuvers of the little rascal. They realized how the child had cunningly extracted over 400 yuan from the director. Indeed, the 2 little rascals had produced over 200 yuan, and that was not their full amount. Their total was over 400, approaching 500. Many viewers watched the replay with rapt attention, their hearts quietly swaying towards the little rascals, unbeknownst to them. Jiao Jiao remained kind-hearted, yet beneath that kindness lingered a sense of unease, particularly intensified when compared to the little rascals. Their whimsical nature, capable of outsmarting the production team at any moment, seemed particularly exhilarating. They resembled children unmasked, while it was only upon seeing Sui Sui that they perceived how frighteningly virtuous Jiao Jiao appeared, as if wearing the facade of an adult. Lost in her thoughts, Jiao Jiao failed to notice the moment she approached the checkout. It wasn't until the shop assistant's startling statement jolted her back to reality that she realized her oversight. Hello, young one, that will be 53 yuan. 53. How could it possibly be 53? Chapter 85. Asking Song Zhishui for money. Jiao Jiao abruptly lifted her head to look at the shop assistant. Sister, you must be mistaken. We should have only purchased items worth 47 yuan. This was a calculation Jiao Jiao had meticulously made beforehand. There was no way there could be an error. Upon meeting Jiao Jiao's darkened gaze, the shop assistant was momentarily taken aback, but when she focused again, she saw only the anxious child before her. That initial look must have been merely her illusion. Steadying her racing heart, the shop assistant replied earnestly, I assure you, little one, it is indeed 53 yuan. The items on your counter, along with what that child is eating, total 53 yuan without a doubt.
yes.
That child is with you, correct? The shop assistant double-checked and reached her conclusion. Jiao Jiao abruptly turned to where the shop assistant pointed, and in an instant, her mind exploded in realization. There was Coco, happily munching on a pack of cookies, the packaging already torn open. Sensing Jiao Jiao's gaze, Coco shrank back slightly, then hesitantly offered a piece of cookie in her direction. Jiao Jiao, would you like some? At that moment, Jiao Jiao felt a rush of blood to her head, her temper flaring. She swatted the cookie from Coco's hand and couldn't help but shout, Are you a pig?
Who told you to eat that? Keskiviko stod frotsen. Bewildered.
He was simply too hungry. The little child, having stood at the supermarket entrance for so long, felt a wave of hunger wash over him. He had held back until just moments ago, but upon seeing Sui Sui and the others with so many items, he could no longer resist. His stomach had been growling. He had taken a small cookie, unsure if they could afford it, and had quietly asked Jiao Jiao if they could buy it. Jiao Jiao had clearly told him yes, prompting him to eat. In an instant, tears welled in Coco's eyes, unable to articulate his defense. As the two screens merged into one, The earlier scene had not been recorded. Consequently, the barrage of comments became a chaotic mess. Isn't Jiao usually so gentle? But her outburst just now nearly startled me. That was a bit too fierce, wasn't it? Who wouldn't be angry in such a situation? Even adults would be upset, let alone children. Jiao has endured so much along the way, shouldering every responsibility. Now that she has finally managed to buy something, only to be disrupted by Keke's thoughtlessness. Who could remain calm? Exactly, that little rascal Keke was annoying from the start. I've never seen such an inconsiderate child. He truly knows how to stir trouble. Jiao is clearly exhausted and overwhelmed. What about Nino? Why, isn't he keeping an eye on Keke? Why are you bringing Nino into this? He's been carrying things in front. How could he possibly have 4 eyes to oversee everything? Crying is all he knows. This little rascal is clearly spoiled rotten. What a nuisance. Only then did Jiao regain her composure, reverting to her previous gentle demeanor. She recognized that cameras were rolling, and her earlier outburst had been uncharacteristic. Though her heart still simmered with anger, she put on a facade of grievance.
I'm truly sorry, Keke.
It was my fault earlier. This is the lunch my parents prepared for us today, and I earned the money with great effort through my performance. As she spoke, tears welled up in Song Zhiu's eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Keke took a step back, fear evident in his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. For reasons unknown, he found Jiao's current demeanor rather intimidating. It was at that moment that Nino approached calmly, suggesting, "How about we borrow 6 yuan from Sui and the others? We can return it to them later." This seemed to be the most reasonable solution Nino could devise. They couldn't linger here, obstructing other patrons from settling their bills. It would be wiser to simply borrow from Sui and her friends. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhiu bit her lip instinctively. She was well aware that all she needed to do now was ask Sui for a small loan. But it was she who had initially sought to bring Nino and Keke together, intending to isolate Song Zhishui. Why had the tables turned so drastically? Why was she now in a position where she had to plead for money from Song Zhishui? The distance to their original location was considerable, and returning was simply not feasible. Time was also against her. Thus, the 25 yuan she had simply could not be touched. Clenching her lips tightly, she found herself unable to utter a word. By the time she had finally mustered the courage to approach the situation, the shop assistant had urged her several times.
All right.
I will borrow from them. The words seemed to drain all of Song Zhiu's remaining courage, leaving her feeling profoundly humiliated. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to seek out Song Zhishui's whereabouts. However, after scanning the supermarket, she suddenly froze. Where were Sui and the others? The vast expanse of the store revealed no sign of the trio. After searching repeatedly, she still came up empty-handed. Nino, when I asked you earlier, they had already left. Jiao exclaimed in frustration. Nino replied, I already went outside to check. They are nowhere to be found. After suggesting the idea to Jiao, Nino had ventured out to find Sui, only to realize that the 3 little ones had vanished entirely. Song Zhiu's complexion shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of pale and flushed. After all her deliberation, forcing herself to consider bowing to Song Zhishui, she discovered that Zhishui had not even granted her the opportunity to borrow the money. What had all her mental preparation amounted to? Was she a fool? In that instant, she felt as though she might faint from the sheer weight of her humiliation. Ultimately, she extracted 6 yuan worth of vegetables from her intended purchases and left in a dejected state. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that at least she did not have to lower herself to ask Song Zhishui for money. On their way back, the group hailed a taxi. As they were about to disembark, the meter displayed 27 yuan. Song Zhiu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing. She confronted the driver with a sharp tone. Sir, why is it 27? It was clearly 25 when we arrived. Young lady, it is indeed 27. My meter is accurate. The driver initially responded with patience. Jiao remained unconvinced, pressing further. Did you take a longer route? We came from here to the supermarket, correct? The driver's brow furrowed as he listened to her words. The routes they took were not identical. Minor discrepancies in distance were to be expected. But he was not attempting to deceive her. Besides, you're on camera. Why would I risk cheating you 2 yuan in this situation? Such accusations are unfounded. He was an honest man and had never intended to cheat the children. Moreover, given they were live streaming, he would never engage in such misconduct. This child was tarnishing his reputation. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiao's expression darkened. She still could not accept this reality. Just then, she spotted Sui and her friends standing nearby and rushed over to inquire, "Miss Me, how much did you spend on the taxi ride back?" The question darkened the driver's countenance. This child still doubted his words and sought confirmation from others. He had taken the most direct route for the kids, yet they seemed ungrateful. Sui replied, "It was 27, why?" Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in Song Zhiao's heart extinguished. 27 was indeed 27. Yet they only had 25 yuan, leaving them short. "Now do you believe me? Young lady, hurry and pay. I have other passengers to attend to," the driver urged. Zhiao hesitated, and after a considerable pause, she produced the 25 yuan from her pocket. "Sir, I don't have enough. I only have 25. Could you please be lenient?" She looked at the driver with a pitiful expression. The driver felt uneasy. Had she approached him like this from the outset, he might have been inclined to let them off with a discount. However, the stark contrast between her previous demeanor and her current pleading state was too jarring. Furthermore, with the cameras rolling, denying her would seem akin to bullying a child, leaving him feeling morally bound. At that moment, Nino walked over to Sui and her friends. After a brief discussion, he returned with 2 yuan in hand, presenting it to the driver. "Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience. Here is 27 yuan. Please accept it." Song Zhiao seethed with frustration, but could not express it. She had clearly noticed that the driver was beginning to relent. Yet, Nino's unnecessary act of borrowing money from Song Zhishui and her friends had now placed them in debt to them, even if it was just 2 yuan. This was enough to gnaw at her, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. After all, they could have simply asked the driver for a discount of 2 yuan. Disembarking from the taxi, Song Zhiao felt even more irked upon seeing the trio of little ones with their arms full of various items. To this day, she remained perplexed as to how Song Zhishui and her friends had managed to earn so much money. However, she was certain that Zhishui, being foolish, could not have been the source of their earnings. It must have been Mi and Shidua. Especially Mi. In her previous life, Mi had gained immense fame on this very show, becoming the nation's darling. Perhaps the method of earning money was conceived by her. Instead, it allowed Song Zhishui, who was paired with them, to do absolutely nothing and yet acquire such a substantial sum of money. Meanwhile, she believed that Nino and Coco would be of assistance. But in reality, they merely hinder her progress. Song Zhiao felt a lump of frustration lodged in her throat, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Once all 6 little ones arrived at their destination, the production team ushered them onto the nanny van, preparing for their return. Along the way, Song Zhiao feigned innocence and inquired how Sister Miss had managed to earn such a significant amount of money. It was truly impressive, and how fortunate her sister Sui was to be alongside Sister Mississippi implicitly. She suggested that without Miss Sui was nothing. The viewers in the live stream would not perceive Song Zhiao, just a child, as being overly cunning or intentionally making such remarks. They would naturally draw that conclusion. However, Miss was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a gentle tone, she replied, "It's not me. All the money was earned by Sui." Upon hearing this, Song Zhiao was momentarily stunned. What? She could hardly believe her ears. Assuming Miss was merely being modest, she turned with a curious expression toward the director, asking, "Is that true, Uncle Director?" Surely the director would not shield Sui from scrutiny. Faced with such probing, the director was caught off guard. Song Zhiao continued to press for clarity, her disbelief evident. "Really? How did Sui earn it? I'm so curious." The director cleared his throat. "Ahem, Zhiao. Uncle has some matters to attend to, so you all chat amongst yourselves, ha ha ha." He truly wished to avoid further conversation. The live stream comments erupted in laughter. Those who were unaware of how Sui had amassed her wealth were enlightened by veteran viewers who explained the situation. They even discreetly reviewed the live stream clips, exclaiming how thrilling it was. This little rascal has a bright future. Among everyone, only the director was tormented, while Song Zhiao remained in the dark. It took her a long while to piece together the truth from the hesitant remarks of the staff. To her astonishment, Song Zhishui and her companions had never even gone to the supermarket. They had simply purchased their meals from a nearby shop. Song Zhishui was far more cunning than she had imagined. She had unreservedly informed Song Zhishui about the taxi, yet Song Zhishui had kept it hidden, resulting in her current predicament. Chapter 87. She couldn't hold back any longer. Throughout the journey, Song Zhiao was consumed by thoughts of this matter. her anger bubbling to the surface. Song Zhishui had intentionally watched her parade around like a clown, heading to the supermarket without offering a single hint. At this moment, Song Zhiao completely disregarded her own intentions when she had mentioned the taxi to the little rascal. She had forgotten that initially, the little rascal had curiously asked if it was necessary. However, at that time, Song Zhiao had been eager to rid herself of Sui Sui and had not paid attention.
Now,
She placed all the blame squarely on Sui Sui's shoulders. It was then that they arrived at the parent-child residence.
inside.
Lin Cixi and several adults were already waiting at the door. As soon as they saw Sui Sui descend, he rushed forward, scooping her up and taking all the items from her hands. Good child. You must be exhausted from the journey, right? Looking at the obedient little one before him, Lin Cixi's eyes brimmed with tenderness, prompting the comments to remark on his bias and double standards. Meanwhile, Zish Xiaowen and Xiao Qiao also approached, carrying a large bundle of items that the two little ones had brought back, their haul impressive. However, when the camera shifted to Bai Tianyan, He Jianian, and Chu Ruro, an awkward silence ensued. He Jianian even craned his neck to peer into the nanny van for a prolonged moment. Nino, where are the things?
Ha!
Is that all? Yet. No matter how he looked, all he saw was the small bag in his brother's hands. In exasperation, Nino thrust the shopping bag into He Jianian's hands. It's all right here. He Jianian's mouth fell open slightly as he glanced at Lin Cixi and the others, then back down at the meager contents in his hand. After several attempts to speak, he ultimately could not contain himself. Did you get robbed on the way? Had it not been for the stark contrast with Sui Sui's group, He Jianian might not have felt such a strong sense of disparity. But now, the contrast was overwhelmingly apparent. On one side, everyone held large bags, while on his side, only a small shopping bag was in hand. Was this even reasonable? And to make matters worse, the laughter of his rival, Qiao Qiao, rang out unceremoniously, mocking him. In that moment, He Jianian could no longer contain his frustration. Chu Roro looked at Coco, who was munching on half-eaten cookies, on the verge of tears. Coco, did you only buy cookies? Nothing else? Really nothing else? Meanwhile, Bai Tianyan glanced at the empty-handed Song Zhiao and could not help but scowl. What's wrong, Zhiao? Where are the things you bought? Song Zhiao opened her mouth several times, but no words came out. It was only after Bai Tianyan pressed her repeatedly that she pointed to the items in Nino and Coco's hands, saying, They're all right here. These are what we bought together. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianyan was left dumbfounded. He Jianian's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had assumed that the items in Nino's hands were his. But, to his astonishment, those items belonged to the three of them. He could not help but glance over at Sui Sui and her companions. The contrast was even more pronounced. Ha ha ha, Jianian is shocked. I can attest. He is genuinely bewildered. Jianian, how come they have so much, and we have so little? I'm really fed up with these mischievous kids. Only thinking about their own snacks without considering the bigger picture. Indeed, Zhao Zhao's carefully calculated plan was completely ruined. The voices of dissent against Coco arose once more. However, this time, in light of the three large bags from the little ones, there were many other voices joining in. The significance of that 6 yuan seemed trivial now. I must say, that was indeed Coco's fault. If not for Coco, they could have had a bit more food. Clearly, they could have borrowed a little money from Sui Sui. Yet Zhao hesitated for so long. What could be done? Isn't it someone's cold treatment towards Zhao that made her hesitate for so long? Let us not cast aspersions on our Sui Sui. When Nino went to borrow money, Sui Sui didn't hesitate at all in lending it out. That does not excuse her previous cold treatment of Zhao. Why do I feel like there has always been a conflict between Zhao and Sui Sui? Zhao dislikes Sui Sui, and Sui Sui is equally unwelcoming towards Zhao. What is this feeling? It's true that Sui Sui is unkind to Zhao, but our Zhao has never harbored any ill feelings towards Sui Sui. The barrage of comments erupted once more, filling the screen with chaos. In the cozy parent-child room, Lin Cixi, Zish Xiaowen, and Xiao Qiao decided that since the three little ones had purchased ingredients together, they would also prepare the meal as a trio. The other group of three made the same decision, yet their circumstances were entirely different. Lin Cixi and her companions gazed at the table laden with ingredients, pondering which dishes to prepare, while Bai Tianyan and her friends fretted over the scant offerings before them, contemplating what they could possibly cook to satisfy 3 adults and 3 children. The group entered the kitchen. Sui Sui and her friends, hand in hand, scampered off to play. Coco, with a sniffle, cautiously trailed behind Nino, who was headed upstairs to read. However, they were halted by a call from Song Zhishui. Let us help our uncle prepare the ingredients, shall we? They are working so hard. Upon hearing this, Nino did not pause for a moment, calmly stating, I'm going to read. With that, he ascended the stairs. Song Zhishui felt her fists clench, her eyes glistening with unshed tears.
Qu'est-ce que vico?
Instinctively halting his steps. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt a twinge of fear in Jiao Jiao's presence. Pouting, he reluctantly followed Jiao Jiao into the kitchen. Meanwhile, the barrage continued to discuss. Isn't Nino a bit too cold? He just walked away like that? Doing nothing and just waiting for food, huh? But isn't this something that children of their age shouldn't be doing? They already brought back the groceries. Still, our Jiao Jiao is understanding and adorable. Uncle, we're here to help. Song Zhishui said sweetly as she entered the kitchen with Coco. No need, Jiao Jiao, we can handle this ourselves, Bai Tianyan said, furrowing her brow at the ingredients that hardly required the assistance of all three of them. That one do, uncle. You all work so hard cooking. How can I just play? Chu Ruoruo, with a look of contemplation, turned her gaze toward Jiao Jiao. It seemed she sensed a kindred spirit in her. With a gentle smile, she reassured, Jiao Jiao, there's nothing here you need to assist with. He Jiani, with a carefree demeanor, added, yes, Jiao Jiao. With so little to manage, we don't need so many hands. You all can go play. These few words shattered Jiao Jiao's original intentions completely. She could no longer hold back her feelings. At that moment, Coco, noticing that Jiao Jiao's attention was no longer on him, stealthily moved closer to Sui Sui and her friends. Chapter 88. Searching for Sui Sui's father across the internet. Coco, with snot beneath his nose, stealthily approached the trio of Sui Sui. At that moment, the three were tending to a small injured cat, changing its bandages. The cat seemed to sense the innocence of the three children before it and displayed a remarkably gentle demeanor. It was at this time that Coco crept closer. Observing Sui Sui and her friends squatting on the ground, he took a few cautious steps forward and crouched down. For reasons he couldn't explain. Even though Sui Sui had scolded him and slapped him once, he felt more at ease beside her than with Jiao Jiao. He felt a hint of fear towards Jiao Jiao. Watching the three of them happily petting the small cat, he couldn't help but stretch his neck closer. Sister, is the cat nice to touch? The three children turned their eyes toward him. One little one raised a hand and gently stroked the cat, seriously replying, It's nice to touch.
Qu'est-ce que vico? Who?
After finishing tending to the cat, the three little ones returned to wash their hands. The cat followed closely behind them, and Coco trailed behind the three as well. Subsequently, the little ones pulled out chips, chocolates, and cotton candy from their bags, delighting in their treats. Coco suddenly felt that the cookies in his hand were no longer appealing. To be precise, they had never been particularly appetizing.
Now,
with the sound of crunching from the little ones, he found his cookies utterly tasteless. Coco watched enviously as the three little ones savored their snacks. Unable to restrain himself from asking once more, Sister, is it delicious? Sui Sui turned her head again. Which one? Coco swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling, the chips. The little one then pulled a chip from the bag. Just as Coco reached out to grab it, she popped it into her own mouth. With a series of crunches, she devoured the chip and then looked back at Coco, exclaiming, Delicious. Coco. At that moment, Coco's bewilderment was almost overflowing. Simultaneously, tears began to well in his eyes. The barrage erupted in laughter. The little one tilted her head, frowning slightly. You don't believe me, do you? After saying this, she grabbed another chip, crunching it loudly. Then she proceeded to sample the chocolate and cotton candy, tasting each in front of Coco. After earnestly finishing her tasting, the little one looked seriously in Coco's direction. Chocolate? Delicious. Cotton candy? Also delicious. She then racked her brains to patiently and thoroughly describe the flavors of the chocolate and cotton candy to Coco, using every word she could muster. Seeing Sui Sui so passionately engaged, Misi and Shi Duo chimed in to help.
Sweet.
Soft and fluffy, just like the clouds in the sky. Coco could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. I want to eat too. I want to eat too. The little one tilted her head. Showing no intention of being lenient, cry more and I'll hit you. Coco flinched, then immediately raised his head, declaring loudly, My dad is a big boss. If you dare to hit me, my dad will hit you. His father was incredibly formidable. Song Zhishui would surely be frightened. The little one's mind conjured an image of Song Zhishui, and after contemplating his strengths, she boldly retorted, "My daddy can eat poop." Coco was momentarily stunned but quickly countered, "My dad is tall and handsome." The little one looked down her nose at him, dismissively stating, "My daddy can eat poop." Coco could hardly bear this injustice, shouting, "My daddy can eat poop too. Why does only Song Zhisui's daddy get to eat poop?" The little one scrutinized Coco for a moment and then proclaimed, "My daddy can eat 2 pounds of poop." Summoning all his courage, Coco replied, "My daddy can eat 3 pounds of poop. My daddy treats poop like rice." Coco was utterly speechless, then ran off crying. The little one disdainfully glanced at the direction Coco had fled, continuing to munch on her chips, her demeanor akin to that of a victorious little rooster. Meanwhile, Shiduo quietly took out her little genius phone watch to call her beloved father. She lowered her voice and asked, "Daddy, would you eat poop?" At that moment, Shiduo's father, who was in a meeting, was met with an onslaught of laughter from the barrage of comments. "I'm sorry, my head fell off from laughing. Can someone help me find it? Ha ha, Sui is truly her father's mischievous little darling. Filial piety is indeed powerful, ha ha. Who wants to see Shiduo? This child is secretly calling her father to ask if he would eat poop. Alright, all are dutiful children. Ahem, no offense intended. I just suddenly wished to get acquainted with Sui's father." When Song Zhiao emerged from the kitchen, she was greeted by this scene. Numerous staff members were armed with cameras, encircling Sui, while Kiki was seen crying and running away. Witnessing this, Song Zhiao's fists clenched involuntarily. Why was Su Zhishui attracting so much attention? Why was the production team so biased? Noticing Kiki's tearful retreat, a glint of darkness crossed Song Zhiao's eyes as she approached, her expression a mix of concern and reproach. Sui, how could you bully Kiki to the point of tears?" The little rascal glanced up at Song Zhiao and replied, "Because your daddy eats poop." Upon hearing this, Song Zhiao was momentarily taken aback. Once she regained her composure, a wave of indignation surged within her, prompting her to retort, "Your daddy is the one who eats poop." The little rascal pondered for a second before earnestly nodding and seriously declaring, "Yes, my daddy eats poop." Song Zhiao. Wait a moment. Isn't her daddy just her daddy? Is Su Zhishui unwell? What on earth is wrong with her? The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Simultaneously, curiosity about the little rascal's father sparked among viewers, leading to a nationwide search for the poop-eating daddy of Sui. They were all eager to know what expression Sui's father would wear upon hearing his mischievous little darling claim that he would eat poop. Entertainment reporters were relentless in their pursuit of this trending topic, scouring every corner for information. Whoever could unveil Sui's father would surely gain exclusive, hot-off-the-press news. Chapter 89. A Meal Invitation. Ultimately, Lin Cixi and her companions prepared a hearty spread of 6 dishes and 1 soup. This was the utmost limit of what the little rascal could carry, not the maximum of what they could purchase. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Tianyin surveyed the meager offering of 2 dishes and 1 soup before him, his expression darkening. The soup was nothing but broth, barely adorned with a token egg flour. Merely a filler dish. The portions of the other 2 dishes were pitifully scant. With 6 individuals present, it was impossible for anyone to feel satiated. Fortunately, the production team had not entirely lost their sanity and, at least, provided rice. Gazing at the paltry spread on their table, and then at Lin Cixi's table, Kiki, just consoled back by Chu Ruoruo, couldn't help but sniffle again. Just as he was about to burst into tears once more, he caught the little rascal's light and airy glance. Instantly, Kiki fell silent, retreating into Chu Ruoruo's embrace, feeling wronged. Chu Ruoruo found this curious. The child, who was usually a little whirlwind at home, just moments ago throwing tantrums, was now unexpectedly obedient, which felt quite out of place. Nonetheless, Chu Ruoruo was pleased to see this change. At one table, Bai Tianyin and his companions ate in silence, while the other table erupted in laughter and joy. Kiki, feeling wronged in Chu Ruoruo's arms, lamented, "I want to eat meat." The meat in their 2 dishes was practically non-existent. He had finished it in just a few bites. His stomach remained unfilled, and the enticing aroma of meat from Sui's side was making him envious. Initially, Chu Ruoruo had no intention of indulging Kiki's incessant whining. However, she thought this might be a good opportunity for a close encounter with the esteemed Lin Cixi. With a glimmer in her eye, she took Kiki's hand and headed towards Lin Cixi. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I have a humble request, and I hope you might oblige." Chu Roro bit her lip, appearing quite bashful. Lin Cixi merely lifted her eyelids slightly. Speak. Chu Roro hesitated before saying, Kiki is still a bit hungry. Could you possibly? Lin Cixi's gaze shifted to the other two artists, silently inquiring for their opinions. Zish Xiaowen and Xiao Qiao expressed no objections, indicating they would follow Lin Cixi's lead. Lin Cixi nodded and stated indifferently, That's fine. Chu Roro's eyes brightened slightly. With Lin Cixi's approval, she began envisioning the trending headlines they could craft. However, just as she thought this, Lin Cixi continued, But, Teacher Chu, I would appreciate it if you could handle the dishes afterward. Chu Roro's expression stiffened momentarily, before quickly returning to normal. Of course, Mr. Lin. That is something I should do. Chu Roro gritted her teeth in frustration. How could Lin Cixi be so unyielding? Even while inviting them to dine together, there were conditions. Yet this wasn't insurmountable. With a slight modification to her manager's draft, she could still ride Lin Cixi's coattails for publicity. At that moment, He Jianyan's eyes lit up, and he leaned in. Mr. Lin, I can wash the dishes too. I can help with laundry and cooking. Do you think Nino and I could join you for a meal? Lin Cixi replied, That's fine. They certainly couldn't finish all the food, and it would be wasteful to let it go uneaten. He Jianyan cheered, grabbing Nino and heading over to their table. Chu Roro, feeling frustrated. Upon seeing the two of them join their table, Bai Tianyun's expression soured considerably. Reluctantly, he stood up and walked over to them. He was well aware that with He Jianyan's duo already at the table, not joining would make him appear unsociable. Therefore, despite his displeasure, Bai Tianyun begrudgingly approached. He brought Song Zhihui along and sat down beside the others. Upon seeing the delectable spread before him, his mood improved slightly. However, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, they were swatted away by another pair. What is Teacher Bai doing? Lin Cixi's voice held a teasing edge. Bai Tianyun, confused, squinted slightly. What does this mean, Mr. Lin? This is our food, Bai Tianyun boldly declared, sitting down without hesitation. Lin Cixi openly admitted her disdain for Bai Tianyun. Moreover, there was no way they could coexist peacefully. Want to partake in the dishes that Sui had painstakingly brought back from the supermarket? Not a chance. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianyun's expression darkened immediately. He had never intended to come this way. He merely acquiesced to their request. Now, Lin Cixi's words seemed to suggest he had come merely to mooch off their meal. Furthermore, the other two guests were also here ostensibly to partake in the feast, yet Lin Cixi had chosen to remain silent about them, only to openly express his disdain towards him. This was clearly a deliberate affront. The remaining guests observed the tense exchange, exchanging glances, too intimidated to speak. They were unaware of the history between the two, rendering them even more reticent. The barrage of comments in the chat erupted with fervor. I told you, didn't I? Those two have been at odds. Now you finally believe me. So, it appears that Sui's targeting of Jiao and isolating her has roots, then. Indeed. An improper foundation leads to a crooked structure. Sui is clearly imitating someone. What nonsense is this? BTY didn't even offer a polite greeting. Just plopped down with a child and started eating. Is that considered courteous? Enough with the excuses. It's obvious that your Lin Emperor is targeting our Bai Xiao. Need I say more? Let the battle commence. These ingredients were purchased by Sui herself. Offering them is a gesture of goodwill. Withholding them is merely her right. So, what if she chooses not to share? Can't someone eat their own cooked meals without feeling wronged? Does the Lin Emperor harbor grievances against me? I am utterly oblivious to any offense I may have caused him. Bai Tianyun squinted his eyes, as if half-jokingly posing the question. Lin Cixi, unperturbed, scoffed. Indeed, encountering them was nauseating. If Bai Tianyun had not sought him out, Lin Cixi could have chosen to ignore him entirely. Yet if he insisted on drawing attention to himself, he should not be surprised when rebuked. Lin Cixi's utterance instantly ignited a tempest of reactions in the chat. Chapter 90. Setting the Trap. What does this mean? Is Lin Emperor openly admitting his disdain for Bai Xiao? Could this lead to factionalism? Before long, the Golden Performance Awards will be held. Is it possible that someone aims to suppress our Bai Xiao for this reason? Is this a joke? With your main character's atrocious acting, does he really need Lin Emperor's suppression? It would be a direct dimensional strike, wouldn't it? What do you mean? Our Bai Xiao has been working hard. Can't you see that? The chat erupted into chaos. Originally, Lin Cixi had a vast yet composed fanbase, while Bai Tianyun's admirers were predominantly younger and easily swayed. As the chat threatened to overwhelm the entire livestream, The director hastily appeared at the periphery of the camera, signaling for both parties to temper their behavior. He Jianyan and others swiftly intervened, jokingly declaring that Bai Laoshi was in for a treat, with 2 dishes and a soup all to himself. And he wouldn't need to wash so many dishes. Indeed, Bai Laoshi had so much food already, he shouldn't come over to steal from them. In truth, they also found Bai Tianyun's behavior rather impolite. He sat down and started eating with a sour expression, as if someone owed him something. It was quite irksome to witness. However, Lin Emperor's reaction seemed to stem from deeper issues. For a moment, everyone at the table pondered the situation, effectively sidelining Bai Tianyun. It was only when Song Zhihui expressed her desire to taste Bai Tianyun's cooking that he had a chance to redeem himself. Nevertheless, Bai Tianyun's countenance remained exceedingly grim. At the dining table, the 10 individuals surrounding Lin Zhishui were filled with laughter and merriment. Chu Ruoruo remained utterly focused on Lin Zhishui, showing no intention of leaving. Her mind was preoccupied with the anticipated popularity of her upcoming drama. He Jianyan was busy trading barbs with Qiao Qiao, their rivalry long-standing. Coco had long since been unable to move due to the abundance of dishes. Nino, graceful in demeanor, ate with the meticulousness of a little adult. When her gaze fell upon He Jianyan and Qiao Qiao, who were bickering like elementary school children, her brow twitched in irritation. She then casually averted her eyes. The chat was filled with lively commentary. Nino, can't bear to watch. That person is not my brother, I don't know him. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyun and Song Zhihui sat in a dreadful silence together, confronted with nothing but a simple 2 dishes and a soup. For 1 large and 1 small person, 2 dishes and a soup were indeed sufficient. Yet, the delicious aromas wafting from the neighboring table and their laughter rendered everything unbearably unappetizing. Song Zhihui felt a profound sense of injustice. She couldn't comprehend why she was not the center of attention, the one who should be adored like a star. Why was everyone surrounding Sui Sui instead? Even Coco, who had been wronged by Sui Sui, continued to follow her around like a loyal puppy. Had she mistreated him somehow? Where had things gone awry? Consequently, the matter plagued Song Zhihui's thoughts, disrupting her afternoon nap. In the cramped storage room, she felt particularly uncomfortable. Overcome with agitation, she exited the storage area. Coincidentally, the little cat they had rescued was present in the living room. The cat looked soft and fluffy, a source of great comfort. Song Zhihui felt a flicker of warmth in her heart and approached it. However, the moment the cat noticed her approaching, it recoiled as if startled. Witnessing this, Song Zhihui's frustration surged. Those children could be excused, but even a mere animal was avoiding her. Realizing it was nap time, with all cameras off, her anger boiled over. She picked up the leftover cookies from the table, crouched down, and gently coaxed the cat. Mimi, come eat. Seeing this tender side of Song Zhihui, the cat, initially frightened by the stranger, slowly inched closer and began nibbling on the cookie. Suddenly, Song Zhihui raised her foot and kicked in the direction of the cat. The unsuspecting creature let out a sharp yowl as it was sent flying. It lay on the ground for some time before struggling to its feet and stumbling out of the house. Observing this scene, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within Song Zhihui. Simultaneously, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to call Bai Tianyun. Before long, the little brat noticed the absence of the cat and came downstairs, only to find Song Zhihui seated on the sofa. Initially, the child had no intention of acknowledging her, but she called out to him. Sui Sui, are you looking for the little cat? Upon hearing this, the child halted, turning to face her. Song Zhihui continued, I think I saw the little cat run that way. Shall I take you to find it? Song Zhishui gazed at Song Zhihui for a moment, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. A sweet smile blossomed on Song Zhihui's face as she departed the small dwelling with her little companion. After wandering for quite some time, they arrived at a secluded field. The little one tilted its head, halting abruptly, and inquired, Where's Potato? Potato was the name given to a kitten by the little one. There was a flicker of coldness in her naive eyes, though at that moment, Song Zhihui remained oblivious. With a malicious grin, she advanced towards the child. Leaning close to the little one's ear, she spoke in a soft yet wicked tone. That foolish cat? I kicked it to death. You have no idea how foolish it was. I offered it a biscuit, and it came running right up to me. Song Zhihui turned her gaze towards Song Zhishui's face. But before she could fully appreciate the expression on Song Zhishui's visage, the little one bolted towards her like a firecracker, knocking her to the ground. In the next moment, the child was atop her, delivering several sharp slaps to her face. Following that, a flurry of punches rained down like a torrential downpour.
Say that again.
The little one demanded.
Ah.
Song Zhihui screamed in pain. At that moment, a terrifying darkness clouded the child's expression, sending an involuntary shiver through Song Zhihui's heart. She tasted blood in her mouth, realizing that one of her teeth might have been knocked out, which only intensified her fear. Song Zhihui had anticipated that she might endure some blows. Indeed, it was within her calculations. However, she had never imagined that the assault would be so brutal. Chapter 91. The Act of Violence. Initially, Song Zhihui felt assured of her victory, yet now, a wave of unanticipated terror washed over her. The sight of Song Zhishui was truly frightful. 0517 was also at a loss, feeling utterly bewildered. Little one, please stop. If you continue, you might just kill the heroine. As 0517 uttered these words, its voice trembled, and it could not suppress its own anxiety. The little one it had always known was a naive, playful child, gleefully sparkling with joy, relishing cotton candy, and speaking in endearing tones, even wobbling as it walked. Aside from the initial incident where it had caused Song Guiqing a serious injury and the unfortunate event involving Yi Hong, 0517 had almost come to believe that this was a perfectly normal 3-year-old. Yet now, Song Zhihui had truly provoked the child to wrath. At that moment, Song Zhihui's face was already swollen beyond recognition, her mouth filled with blood, and her words slurred. Tears and snot streamed down her face, rendering her utterly helpless and on the brink of collapse. Stop. Stop. It's not dead. I was lying. As the thought of Bai Tianyan not yet arriving crossed her mind, Song Zhihui could no longer hold back the truth. However, the little one did not believe her. Instead, 0517's anxious voice rang out. Little one, cease your actions. Bai Tianyan is on his way. Moreover, I found out that Potato is indeed alive. It has hidden beneath the thatched shed behind the small house. It was at this moment that a chorus of voices approached from afar. I think I saw them heading this way. Is that so? Let us go investigate. Zhihui, Zhishui. Upon hearing these voices, Song Zhihui's eyes lit up, and she practically shouted at the top of her lungs. Her voice was hoarse, laced with fear. Help! Uncle! I'm over here. Help! Upon hearing her cry, Bai Tianyan and the others rushed towards her. 0517 was in a state of frantic urgency. At this juncture, it was already too late for the little one to withdraw. The scene of the assault on Song Zhihui would undoubtedly be witnessed by Bai Tianyan and the others. Furthermore, Bai Tianyan had even brought a camera crew along. 0517 instinctively began to search for regulations regarding whether a 3-year-old could face charges for causing serious harm. Upon discovering that they would not, 0517 remained anxious. Given Song Zhihui's status as the heroine in this world, the incident would surely be magnified beyond measure. What kind of online backlash would the little one face? Would she be upset when that time came? Why did Song Zhihui have to provoke her? 0517 failed to realize that, unbeknownst to itself, its attitude towards the little one had undergone a profound transformation. Initially, it had only been concerned with the completion of its task. Yet somehow, its heart had gradually begun to lean towards the little one. It worried for her safety, feared the possibility of online harassment, and dreaded that she might not return to her original world. As for the heroine, as long as her safety was not in jeopardy, what concern was it to 0517? If 0517 were granted another chance, it would undoubtedly utilize its meager energy to ascertain whether Potato was truly in peril, thus preventing the little one from being lured into this predicament by Song Zhihui. Just as 0517 contemplated these matters, the flash of cameras illuminated Song Zhishui and Song Zhihui. Simultaneously, Bai Tianyan's furious and shocked voice echoed, "What are you doing? Zhihui, what happened to you?" Bai Tianyan's astonishment and rage were entirely genuine. He had initially believed this was merely a scene orchestrated by Song Zhihui. All he needed was to capture the moment of Song Zhishui striking Song Zhihui, which would allow them to dismantle the favorable image she had built before the audience. In doing so, they would evoke genuine sympathy for Song Zhihui, paving the way for the future exoneration of Song Shifeng and Bai Yuer. Thus, throughout the journey, Bai Tianyan had been rehearsing his emotions, contemplating how to express shock and anger at the earliest opportunity. However, upon arriving at the scene, he realized that there was no need for any performance. He was genuinely shocked and enraged. The once lively niece's face was now swollen like a pig's head, her countenance streaked with tears and mingled with blood. Her words were a muddled plea, "Uncle, uncle, please save me." In the next moment, she received another solid punch from the little one, causing Bai Tianyun's eyes to widen in disbelief. They had already arrived, and Song Zhishui was still attacking. In the blink of an eye, Bai Tianyun rushed forward. Originally, he intended to push Song Zhishui away, but Lin Cixi moved faster, swiftly lifting the little one into her embrace. As Song Zhaozhao caught sight of the filming crew arriving, she finally broke down into unrestrained tears. Though she had intended to cry with a delicate grace, the pain was too overwhelming to contain. "Zhaozhao, tell Uncle what on earth happened." Song Zhaozhao wept loudly, her voice filled with grievance. Sui, the younger sister, lamented the disappearance of her kitten and urged me to accompany her in the search. However, after leading me to this place, she... Upon finishing her sentence, Song Zhaozhao shrank fearfully into Bai Tianyun's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It hurts, it truly hurts." As she spoke, Song Zhaozhao spat out a tooth. The following camera crew, at this very moment, was utterly stunned. They never expected that while searching for two children, they would witness such a scene. At this juncture, they wished to turn off the equipment, but it was already too late. The footage had been entirely captured. They were at a loss for how to react. The audience in the live stream had also witnessed this shocking spectacle. In an instant, the screen was filled with astonishment. Is it true that Sui has beaten Zhaozhao to this extent? She is actually such a person behind closed doors? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Poor child, she even lost a tooth. This Sui must be a devil, a born troublemaker. My goodness. I can't imagine what would have happened if Zhaozhao's uncle had arrived even a moment later. Would this child still have had a chance? Chapter 92. Who is the mistress? The cameraman, regaining his senses, frantically attempted to shut off the camera. This was likely a serious live broadcast incident. However, just as he fumbled in a panic, a shout halted him. "Do not turn it off." Bai Tianyun was momentarily taken aback. He indeed wanted to utter those words, but he had not yet found the opportunity. The one who spoke just then was Lin Cixi. He narrowed his eyes and looked towards her direction, only to find Lin Cixi gazing back at him with an icy demeanor. Bai Tianyun couldn't help but sneer. Truly, the film emperor had raised a remarkable niece. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows what state Zhaozhao would have been in? Lin Cixi's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of guilt. The truth of the matter was still inconclusive. One could not simply take Zhaozhao's word to define the entire situation, could they? Lin Cixi was acutely aware that shutting off the live stream now would leave Sui at a distinct disadvantage. Even if the truth were to emerge later, there would be those who would twist it into a narrative of coercion and manipulation against Bai Tianyun and Song Zhaozhao. Sui would still be labeled the villain. Lin Cixi would never allow Sui to face such circumstances. Therefore, he intended to clarify everything before the eyes of all present in the live stream. Bai Tianyun scoffed. Wasn't the truth already glaringly obvious? It was Sui who had deliberately deceived Zhaozhao into coming here and then assaulted her to such an extent. What further excuses could they possibly make? At this moment, even many staff members found their gazes inexplicably drawn to Sui. It was terrifying. What kind of quarrel could erupt between two children? That Sui could resort to such brutal measures was a sign of innate cruelty, was it not? The comments on the screen echoed similar sentiments. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be if my daughter had such a classmate. Children like this should be locked away for proper reform. How can such a person even be on a show? The production team must be insane. In the next moment, however, the little brat activated her genius watch. Song Zhaozhao's voice emerged from the device. That stupid cat. I kicked it to death. You wouldn't believe how foolish it was. I offered it a biscuit, and it came running. The malicious tone coupled with her venomous words instantly ignited another uproar. Wait, is this in Chinese? I feel my scalp tingling just hearing this. Is this child really torturing cats at such a young age? Is that what I just heard? What wrong did the cat do? Sui was right to hit her. Some cat lovers should chill out. It's just a cat. Wanting to kill a child over it is too cruel. At that moment, Song Zhaozhao felt her head spinning, nearly exploding from the pressure. She had initially believed she would not stumble again at Sui's hands. Yet, she never anticipated that even without the recording of the screaming chicken, Song Zhishui would continue to utilize her genius watch to record. She had clearly paid attention earlier and saw no signs of recording. Song Zhaozhao was utterly bewildered. Exhausting her last ounce of energy, she extracted that recording from the constant surveillance, collapsing in the system space, unable to rise for a long while. She did not understand why she was helping the little brat. Clearly, the best course of action to allow the little brat to continue the narrative was to let her be scolded by a crowd until she ultimately transformed into a darkened contrast group, fulfilling the mission with a happy ending. However, 0517 inexplicably felt reluctant, even though it was akin to entering a game instance. Unable to comprehend, it wiped its face and ceased pondering. It peeked towards the system space and mischievously inquired, "My little brat beat the heroine. Shouldn't there be some task rewards?" After all, her actions were indeed causing trouble for the heroine, opposing her. Surely, there must be some reward, right? The system, amidst a surge of resentment, seemingly more intense than before, released the rewards without a word. 0517 was elated. This reward even included 2 items, one of which was a diode data upgrade package, seemingly meant for its own enhancement. As for the reward for the little brat, it was a calm and collected tonic for longevity. What a nonsensical assortment. 0517 could not comprehend, yet it clutched the upgrade package provided by the system, happily upgrading itself. This upgrade package was undoubtedly a commendation from the main system for its diligent and outstanding task completion. Meanwhile, Song Zhishui had composed herself, wearing a look of astonishment. "I was merely joking with you. How could I possibly do something so cruel?" Her tears began to flow profusely as she spoke, her voice filled with grievance.
Sui.
"I know you have always disliked me, but what wrong have I done? It was your mother who interfered in my parents' lives from the very beginning." Yes, she admitted. She intended to scare Sui, but it was only meant as a scare. Initially, Song Zhishui had not realized that Lin Zhishui was Sui's uncle and would be bringing her along to the show. Thus, her original plan was to showcase her best self on the program, becoming the nation's darling, eliciting sympathy from all, and seizing the opportunity to share her parents' story, revealing their innocence. However, Sui's appearance shattered all her plans. It was Sui who was forcing her hand. She was compelled to reveal the truth to the outside world in such a manner. Indeed, once she uttered those words, the atmosphere was immediately engulfed in shock. Their gazes oscillated between Song Zhishui and Song Zhishui, brimming with uncertainty. The barrage of comments exploded. What is happening? What is going on? Is there truly something more between the two of them? I had said it before. Zhishui seems to dislike Zhao, even rallying others to isolate her. Poor Zhao is far too pitiful and aggrieved, having been bullied to this extent. Zhisui's mother is actually the mistress, intruding upon Zhao's parents' marriage? A loved child, how utterly distasteful. I told you Zhao couldn't he possibly be so ruthless. She is merely a child who feels wronged, wanting to intimidate someone. Even if she felt wronged, Zhao only intended to frighten Zhishui, which is rather kind-hearted of her. Lin Zhishui was equally taken aback by Song Zhishui's distortion of the truth. Before he could utter a word, a voice filled with suspicion rang out. "Your mother? The mistress?" This was spoken by Song Zhishui. Once again, it stirred a significant uproar in the already tumultuous comment section. Chapter 93. Scandalous Man Exposed.
What?
I'm completely baffled now. Zhishui claims Zhao's mother is the mistress, while Zhao alleges that Zhisui's mother intruded upon her parents' relationship. So who is truly the mistress? Regardless, at least one of them must be the other woman. Wait, am I not watching a children's variety show? How did it suddenly take this turn? A legitimate daughter and an illegitimate daughter appearing together on the same show? Director Wang really knows how to stir things up. How thrilling. Previously, Lin Ningdi had shown disdain for Bai Tianyun. Could it be due to Bai Tianyun's sister intruding upon Lin Ningdi's sister's marriage? What are you all talking about? Who knows if Lin Zhishui's sister is the mistress? Given Bai Xiao's affluent status, how could his sister possibly need to be a mistress? In an instant, the comment section was abuzz with chatter. Consequently, our collaboration on the children's variety show skyrocketed to trending status. Legitimate daughter, illegitimate daughter on the same stage. A 3-year-old nearly killed someone. Murder over a cat. A 3-year-old girl abusing a cat. Such explosive topics were irresistible, pushing the conversation to even greater heights. Observing the rapidly increasing viewership in the live stream, the director felt an immense pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The reason he withstood this overwhelming pressure without shutting down the stream was not solely due to Lin Zhishui's statement, nor merely the substantial viewership. More importantly, He was simultaneously under pressure from several influential figures. The central message was the same: continue the live stream. Thus, Director Wang bravely kept it running. After hearing the damning accusation of mistress, Song Zhihui was utterly infuriated, her agitation palpable. Your mother is the mistress. My parents are true love. Forcibly torn apart by your mother. If it weren't for your mother, how could our family of 3 have been separated for so long? By the end of her tirade, tears streamed down Song Zhihui's face. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been an incredibly heart-wrenching scene. However, paired with Song Zhihui's swollen face resembling a steamed bun, it inexplicably added an element of absurdity and humor. Some viewers initially felt sympathy for her words, but upon seeing her face, they found it difficult to summon any emotion. Nevertheless, there was another faction that, after hearing her words, envisioned a scene of lovers torn apart by malevolent forces and felt deep compassion for Song Zhihui. The small child coldly regarded Song Zhihui, her voice still slow.
Oh.
My mother has a marriage certificate. Song Zhihui was momentarily stunned, her face almost contorted in anguish. In legal terms, the status of an illegitimate child was forever her wound. And all of this was caused by Lin Meng. Song Zhihui covertly glanced toward Bai Tianyun. Bai Tianyun immediately stepped forward, adopting a tone of an elder, speaking coldly. What do you understand about adult matters? I understand the principles of propriety and integrity, the small child retorted. In truth, she didn't completely understand. However, Lin Meng had spoken to her about it. The patient voice and warm embrace inexplicably left a lingering attachment in the small child's heart. Hence, she remembered. The 4 characters of propriety and integrity instantly caused Bai Tianyun's forehead to bulge with veins. This little brat dares to insult. Lin Cixi scoffed, unrelenting in her rebuttal. My Zhishui understands propriety and integrity, unlike you and your deceitful sister. My sister and he have known each other for ages, a childhood romance. The one intruding is clearly your sister. Bai Tianyun's gaze flickered as she reiterated. If not for your sister using the Lin family's influence to coerce Zhihui's father into being with her, how could my sister possibly have separated from him? This is all your sister's intrusion. Indeed, Song Zhihui was aware that Lin Meng's marriage to Song Zhishui was a fact laid bare before everyone. Thus, the only way to restore her parents' reputation was to make everyone realize that their separation was forced by Lin Meng. Everything they had done previously was entirely out of necessity. Once this notion was firmly established in everyone's minds, they would gradually come to know that her parents were indeed Song Zhishui and Bai Yu. Subsequently, when Song Zhishui and Bai Yu reappeared before the public, feigning tragedy, the audience would be more accepting. Song Zhihui meticulously calculated every detail. However, concurrently, Lin Meng's expression turned icy as she watched the live stream, her voice cold. The news can be released now. Fang Yuan bowed and complied, immediately acting according to Lin Meng's instructions. Only then did Lin Meng's gaze soften once more. Since Bai Tianyun and Song Zhihui were participating in this variety show, Lin Meng had long been planning. Initially, she was uncertain how to naturally reveal to the audience that Zhisui's father was indeed Song Zhishui to generate maximum engagement. Yet, her child Zhisui had effortlessly resolved it for her. With a single remark, "Daddy eats poop," she had instantly piqued the audience's curiosity about Song Zhishui to the peak. Yes, Song Zhishui indeed has a penchant for consuming excrement. One cannot change a dog's nature. Observing Song Zhihui's recent actions, Lin Meng surmised that Song Zhishui and Bai Yu are intended to appear pitiful once they had been cleared of suspicion by Zhihui. However, she would not grant them the opportunity to alter the audience's perception. She aimed to ensure that viewers first understood that her Song Zhihui's parents were unequivocally a scoundrel and a shameless woman, and she and Zhisui would solely appear before the public as the most innocent victims. However, it seemed that her little cub had been a tad too ruthless. Lin Meng felt a headache coming on, but it was not particularly severe. With some effort, she could easily have the hospital conclude that Song Zhihui had only sustained minor injuries. And this was entirely of Zhihui's own making. As soon as Fang Yuan disseminated the news, the entire network erupted with fervor. Astonishment ensued. The long-sought daddy poop, who had captured the attention of the online community, was none other than the president of the Song Corporation. Those netizens who had been lamenting the need to locate this individual were utterly taken aback. This revelation spread through the live stream like wildfire. The live stream itself trembled with upheaval. Song Zhishui? That despicable scoundrel? The one who feigned sincerity so convincingly. He is Sui Sui's father? Then Sui Sui must be the genuine daughter who was switched at birth. Chapter 94 features that hypocritical, wretched charlatan, Song Zhishui, masquerading as a tender-hearted vampire who feeds off the affections of others. Wait, what is going on? Can someone enlighten me? Song Zhishui? Why does this name sound so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere? What is this about true and false daughters? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Many viewers were newcomers to this scandal. Thus, upon witnessing the barrage of comments, they innocently inquired for clarification. In an instant, they were inundated with a wave of explanations from other viewers. The barrage was so dense that it nearly obscured the entire screen. Even by Tianyun and Song Zhihui, tearfully recounting the tale of Sui Sui's mother's interference and threats to separate two lovers, went unheard. The audience was captivated by the dizzying array of revelations, their eyes gleaming with excitement. So, Zhao Zhao is the illegitimate daughter of that scoundrel and his clandestine mistress? These two deliberately swapped Sui Sui and Zhao Zhao, leaving Sui Sui to endure years of hardship in a rural village, and the legitimate wife remained oblivious, raising their child for over 3 years. What a revolting scoundrel and shameless woman. How do Bai Tianyun and Song Zhihui have the audacity to claim Sui Sui's mother is the interloper? But Zhao Zhao doesn't he seem to be lying? Lin Meng is wealthy and powerful. Forcing them apart is not beyond possibility. Regardless, Zhao Zhao is innocent. What merit is there in blaming a mere child? Such opinions proliferated. However, the current cohort of netizens was not easily swayed, and a voice of reason emerged. Indeed, the innocent child has come on the program to vindicate her wretched father and White Lotus mother. Yes, marrying Lin Meng was coerced. Leveraging Lin Meng's wealth and social standing to elevate the Song family was also under duress, yet he continues to support his mistress in secret? Even a tiger does not eat its young. Song Zhishui is worse than a dog or pig. He wishes to have both the power and wealth of his wife and the gentle affection of his childhood sweetheart. How disgusting. No matter the justification, infidelity is a fact, and raising an illegitimate daughter is also a reality. Let's stop defending Song Zhihui. Since when has an illegitimate child dared to step into the limelight? Doesn't the child understand her scoundrel father and mistress mother? It's not just those two who don't understand. Her uncle is equally oblivious. In Bai Tianyun's narrative, Song Zhihui's parents became a pair of star-crossed lovers, forcibly separated. Meanwhile, Sui Sui's mother was depicted as the wicked woman who employed every trick to tear them apart. With tears brimming in her eyes, Song Zhihui put on a performance of utmost grievance. She mused that the barrage must be mercilessly condemning Sui Sui and Lin Meng by now. Song Zhihui did not wish for this. But was it not Sui Sui and Lin Meng who compelled her actions? She understood that she would not harm even an ant. This time, it was truly Sui Sui and Lin Meng's transgressions that prompted her behavior. She had no intention of genuinely retaliating against them. She merely sought to impart a small lesson. If Lin Meng were to come seeking her forgiveness and offer restitution for the Song family's misdeeds, she could potentially find it in her heart to forgive Lin Meng once more. Lin Zhishui observed Bai Tianyun's account of the tale involving Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer with a discerning gaze. Were it not for his prior knowledge that the individual in front of him was his sister Lin Meng, he might have believed that the original wife in Bai Tianyun's story was a truly nefarious character. He coldly smirked, thinking the fabrication was quite impressive. It was a pity that Bai Tianyun did not pursue a career as a screenwriter. Had he not known that his sister was undoubtedly watching the entire program and would most assuredly take action at this moment, Lin Zhishui might have been tempted to follow Bai Tianyun's lead in explaining the situation. Bai Tianyun's expression subtly shifted, yet he displayed no outward signs of it. Everything I have stated is the truth. Initially, Bai Tianyun expected Lin Zhishui to continue countering his claims. However, to his surprise, Lin Zhishui pivoted the conversation, inquiring whether Bai Tianyun was aware that Bai was a scion of a wealthy family, overflowing with riches. This abrupt topic change left Bai Tianyun's previous emotional flow disjointed. He regarded Lin Zhishui warily, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. Surely, Lin Zhishui was not attempting to divert the topic with such a clumsy tactic? Song Zhihui gazed at Lin Zhishui with feigned innocence, her voice quivering with emotion. I once held you in the highest regard, viewing you as a discerning and morally upright elder, yet I am disheartened to discover that you are so utterly lacking, so willing to distort the truth. This is profoundly disappointing. Song Zhihui wept bitterly. Many staff members present were visibly moved, their gazes toward Lin Zhishui shifting. Yet at that moment, a companion nearby, stealthily engrossed in his phone, jabbed him with an elbow. Just as he was about to express his indignation, his companion urgently whispered, "You won't believe who Sui Sui and Jiao Jiao's father is. It's Song Zhishui." In an instant, the staff's anger dissipated, replaced by shock and disbelief. What? That hypocritical scoundrel, Song Zhishui. The staff gasped, startling a nearby colleague who hastily covered his mouth. Some guests might not have heard the commotion, but a small group of staff members certainly did. They turned their attention towards the commotion, and as they processed the revelation, their sympathy shifted to disdain for Bai Tianyun and Song Zhiaojiao. Unbeknownst to Song Zhiaojiao, she remained oblivious to the changing gazes of the staff, convinced that everyone was sympathizing with her plight. Lin Cixi, observing Song Zhiaojiao's performance, finally garnered a true understanding of his once concerned faux niece. He cast a dispassionate glance at her, disregarding her entirely, and continued, "Bai Tianyun, why is it that you are reluctant to respond to my inquiry?" Perceiving the mockery in Lin Cixi's gaze, Bai Tianyun, feeling a surge of arrogance, scoffed, "What of it?" Yet, Lin Cixi's lips curled into a smirk. "Did you find my sister's wealth to be enjoyable? I heard that Bai Tianyun once sought to commandeer my sister's helicopter. And when she refused to lend it to you, I must say, I feel quite sorry for you." Chapter 95. Is it all just insults directed at her? Upon hearing this, Bai Tianyun's eyes blazed with fury, instinctively demanding, "Was it you who orchestrated this?" He had been wondering how a perfectly good helicopter could suddenly become unavailable. It turned out someone had been meddling behind the scenes. After Bai Tianyun blurted out the sentence, she suddenly realized her mistake and hurriedly closed her mouth. Song Zhiaojiao was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the helicopter had belonged to Lin Meng all along. With a hint of reluctance, she bit her lip. Was it true that Lin Meng, fully aware of her allergy and subsequent fainting, had still ordered the helicopter to be removed? She could hardly believe that Lin Meng could be so malicious. Following the conversation between Lin Cixi and Bai Tianyun, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, as if a pin could be heard dropping. A considerable portion of the staff had already directed their attention towards Bai Tianyun, but upon hearing this revelation, every eye in the room was now fixed upon him. Expressions of scrutiny, doubt, mockery, shock, and disbelief swirled around him. Prior to the helicopter's absence, there had been some lingering questions in their minds, but they never imagined this would be the reason. Coupled with Lin Cixi's previous remarks, the truth became glaringly evident. They had initially assumed Bai Tianyun was merely a capricious scion of a wealthy family, yet they now realized that everything he possessed was derived from Lin Meng. Flaunting someone else's wealth while accusing others of meddling in his sister's relationships, how could such shamelessness exist in this world? At this moment, Bai Tianyun's expression had completely stiffened. He had never anticipated that Lin Cixi would use this matter against him, inadvertently revealing his true feelings. The barrage of comments flooded in. Wait, so this wealthy young man was flaunting his riches with someone else's money? How does he dare? I can't believe there are such shameless people in this world. Not only did he take from others, but he also seeks to defame them? And he dares to claim he was forced? He can take his forced excuses and shove them. This family has truly disgusted me. When Sui Sui said her father would eat feces, I thought the child was just naive. Now it seems she spoke the truth. Wait, am I the only one noticing the blind spot? Sui Sui's mother is a Lin family heiress, and Lin the film emperor is Sui Sui's uncle. So isn't he a wealthy young master? I'm dying of laughter. The real wealthy young masters work hard in silence, while a counterfeit flaunts himself obnoxiously. Realizing that the situation was spiraling into the unpredictable, Song Zhiaojiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into Bai Tianyun's arms. Zhiaojiao, what is wrong? Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Tianyun immediately shifted his focus entirely to Song Zhiaojiao, deftly steering the conversation away. The scene erupted into chaos. Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of the staff, the two were escorted to a vehicle. Once they were out of the live broadcast's view, Song Zhiaojiao slowly regained consciousness. Eagerly, she grabbed her phone to check the online comments. Although Bai Tianyun's actions had marred the incident somewhat, it was still largely deemed a success. She was impatient to witness the spectacle of netizens mercilessly berating Song Zhishui and Lin Cixi. However, when she opened Weibo and saw the comments, her expression froze in shock. Indeed, as she had anticipated, the comments were overwhelmingly critical. Yet, the targets of the vitriol were not Song Zhishui and Lin Cixi, but rather her and Bai Tianyun. along with Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer. This family has truly disgusted me. They are utterly shameless. The older ones are shameless, and so are the younger ones. It seems like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Sui's actions were commendable. She did well. But let us not be too harsh. Jiao Jiao is still a child. We must be more forgiving, and perhaps a few beatings will suffice to mend things. Come on, have a little compassion after all. She is just a child who thinks only of her parents. Blame Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer enough. Gritting her teeth, Song Zhiao immediately took to her alternate account to argue back. Do you all lack empathy? Jiao Jiao has been beaten to such a state. Can't you see Song Zhishui's malice? Replies quickly began to flood in. How much do you get paid per comment?
Can I join you?
At such a young age, she is already tormenting cats. What good can she be? A beating is well-deserved. Do you think her fainting was an act? When Bai Tianyan saw Song Zhiao in that condition, he didn't seem overly concerned. He was still busy slandering her. Shouldn't he have rushed her to the hospital? The previous comment makes sense. Do you think she had a blood packet in her mouth, trying to provoke Sui, and then play the victim? Infuriated by these comments, Song Zhiao felt her blood boil. The beating she had received was entirely real. She still ached all over. She furiously replied to each comment. Zhiao never abused any cats. She only said that out of anger. Who can prove that cat was actually hurt? Yet it's a fact that Song Zhishui hit Zhiao. In the show, Song Zhishui dared to be so blatant. Who knows how much Zhiao has suffered behind the scenes? Are you all brainless? Have you considered any of this? However, just as she sent these comments, replies immediately followed. Song Zhiao suffered? I only know that Sui was abandoned in a village and suffered abuse. Who is truly the victim? Are you replying to every comment? You must be someone's alt account. Not abusing cats? You probably don't know, but in another live stream, Misi and Shi Duo have already found the potato, which was indeed hurt. Found it? Song Zhiao's mind buzzed with confusion. Just as she was about to argue that it wasn't necessarily Zhiao who kicked it, her phone suddenly rang. The furious voice of Song Zhishui erupted from the speaker. Song Zhiao, who told you to complicate matters? Don't you think the Song family is chaotic enough already? Song Zhishui was merely aware that Song Zhiao had participated in the program. He had no idea that Song Zhishui was also involved. By the time he discovered everything she had done, it felt as though the sky had fallen. He had been desperately trying to quell the storm following the incident, hoping to make it fade away quickly. But who could have imagined, with a single act, Song Zhiao had thrust their troubles back into the limelight with even greater intensity. Chapter 96, Live Broadcast. In the hospital ward, Song Zhiao truly did spit blood and remained unconscious. It was not solely due to her injuries. The primary cause was her overwhelming anger. The fury had taken its toll on her heart. In a fit of rage, Song Zhishui paced back and forth in the hospital room, while Bai Yuer sat quietly beside Song Zhiao's bed, discreetly wiping away her tears. Zhiao, my poor Zhiao, how could she have ended up like this? It truly breaks my heart, he said, the veins on his forehead bulging as he spoke coldly. Isn't this all her own doing? Bai Yuer could scarcely believe her ears. Brother, Zhiao only wished to help you. Who could have foreseen that Song Zhishui would also appear on the show? Initially, Zhiao's plan had seemed flawless. She aimed to cultivate her fanbase without drawing the attention of Lin Meng and others. Yet, who could have imagined that the wretched Song Zhishui would join the program, along with her uncle, Lin Cixi? They caught everyone completely off guard.
Now,
the flames of outrage were stoked further by Song Zhishui's audacious remark about her father. If it weren't for Song Zhishui, none of this would have transpired. Brother, all of this is because of Song Zhishui and Lin Meng, Bai Yuer exclaimed, convinced that Song Zhishui had acted with malice. Song Zhishui's expression was dark and foreboding. He was well aware that Song Zhiao had intended to assist, but instead, she had unwittingly provided Lin Meng with an opportunity to strike. All the money he had spent to suppress the trending topic had now surged back to the forefront. He was initially unperturbed by Lin Meng's continued online accusations of his infidelity, understanding that the public's interest waned over time. If a story is repeatedly brought up, the initial sympathy and outrage of the audience will eventually morph into disdain and impatience. Moreover, Lin Meng lacked the means to hold him accountable. Her only recourse was to seek personal gain. Unfortunately, this pursuit would reveal her as a manipulator in the eyes of some netizens. As long as she remained in the public eye, with a little guidance from him, she would be perceived as a self-serving individual exploiting public outrage for her own divorce benefits. In the minds of certain netizens, only those who seek neither apology nor personal gain could be considered true victims. Imperfect victims would inevitably be criticized. While Lin Meng had previously held a moral high ground, her advantage in terms of interest was minimal, placing her precariously in the spotlight. Initially, Song Zhishui had only needed to guard against Lin Meng, never anticipating that his own children would deliver the most devastating blow. Bai Yu continued to sob softly, her once beloved, delicate voice now grating on Song Zhishui's nerves. Must you always cry? Is that all you can do? Bai Yu ceased her weeping, disbelief etched across her face as she looked towards Song Zhishui. Could it be that he resented her tears? As if struck by a profound blow, her complexion turned pale. At that moment, Song Zhihui stirred awake, and upon observing the scene before her, her frail voice broke the silence. Mother, have you prepared everything I asked for earlier?
Bai Yu pauset.
Recalling that Zhiao had requested items from her childhood with Song Zhishui. Yes, they are ready. A strange, almost frenzied light flickered in Song Zhiao's eyes. Mother, you're going to start a live stream, aren't you? Chapter 97. He will expose Lin Meng's malicious deeds. When news of Song Zhishui and Bai Yu planning a live stream broke, the entire internet erupted in a frenzy. No one could have anticipated that they would dare to emerge at such a time. How can these two still show their faces? Is their audacity truly this boundless? Are they seeking ridicule? Perhaps they believe that any publicity is good publicity? Song Zhishui's image as a devoted husband had endured for 7 long years, while his illegitimate daughter's claims were utterly bizarre, insisting he had been coerced. As this information spread like wildfire online, it ignited a considerable uproar. Consequently, when it was time for Song Zhishui and Bai Yu to go live, their streaming room was instantly filled to capacity. The couple appeared haggard in the hospital room, clearly having neglected their rest for quite some time. Upon their entrance, a flurry of greetings flooded the screen. Bai Yu's eyes welled with tears, her sorrowful visage evoking sympathy akin to that of a weeping willow. Song Zhishui, filled with concern, wrapped his arm around her shoulder and solemnly addressed the audience.
Today,
I am here to clarify a truth. Upon hearing this, the barrage of greetings did not diminish. Instead, it continued unabated. I had no intention of making this public, but Lin Meng's actions have crossed a line, severely disrupting my family's lives. I must reveal everything. As he spoke, unseen forces subtly guided the narrative. What does he mean? Is there more to this story? I suspected it couldn't be this simple. Clearly, there's a twist. I trust no one but evidence. Let us see if he can present any. Please remain calm. I will clarify everything today. Maintaining his usual composed demeanor, Song Zhishui sighed. You and I have been childhood sweethearts. We were meant to be engaged and married 7 years ago, to spend our lives together. It was Lin Meng who wielded her influence to force our separation. If I did not part ways with you, she threatened to destroy our families and make our lives in Rongqing unbearable. In her desperation, she even caused you to lose our child. As Song Zhishui recounted this, his fists clenched in fury, his voice laced with restrained rage. At that moment, Bai Yu was overcome with grief, nearly fainting from sorrow. My child. My poor child was nearly 3 months along, yet she was taken from me. I fell into deep depression over this, even attempting to take my own life several times. As she spoke, she revealed her scarred arms, marred by the remnants of her past attempts. The sight of her distressing scars silenced the previously raucous comments, the vitriol dissipating significantly, though many remained alert and skeptical. All actions and words must be substantiated by evidence. Do you claim your child has perished merely on your say-so? Surely, no one would genuinely believe such a feeble excuse. Upon encountering these comments in the barrage, Song Zhishui exhibited no signs of anger. He simply produced a series of reports, his voice heavy with sorrow. These documents, a diagnosis of UR's depression from 7 years ago, and proof of our child's miscarriage, were undeniable. I could not bear to witness UR continue to suffer. Thus, I found myself reluctantly entwined with Lin Meng. Lin Meng, she is a venomous woman. A true viper. As I gazed at the yellowed papers, the voices in the barrage began to diverge into starkly contrasting opinions. Is it not true that wealth allows one to act with impunity? I never would have imagined Lin Meng to be such a person. I had always defended her. You despise Lin Meng so vehemently, yet you have taken much from her. What gives? Eating from the bowl while cursing the cook? Who could have foreseen the deep-seated history between Bai Yu and Song Zhishui? To have forcibly terminated a child of 3 months, The agony a mother must feel in such a moment. These documents merely indicate that Bai Yuer had a past with abortion and depression. They do not prove that Lin Meng is to blame for all of it. Is it not evident? Who else could it be but Lin Meng? Observing the tumultuous discourse in the barrage, Bai Yuer's eyes flickered as she retrieved memories from her childhood with Song Zhishui. These artifacts would serve to prove that he and I are meant to be, and that Lin Meng is merely an interloper. Chapter 98. A Retreat to Advance. Witnessing the relics of their childhood bond displayed by Bai Yuer, many viewers in the barrage were visibly moved. Initially, I was skeptical of their feelings, but after seeing this, I believe. Incredible. It seems Jiao Jiao was entirely correct. The one who intruded upon their love is indeed Lin Meng. How foolish I was to doubt Jiao Jiao. This merely suggests that they shared a past, does it not? The earlier comments must have been planted by Lin Meng's supporters. It is abundantly clear that Bai Yuer and Song Zhishui were forcibly separated by her. What more needs to be said? Truly, they are a pair of star-crossed lovers. As the tide of public opinion shifted in the barrage, Bai Yuer turned and embraced the still-lying Song Jiao Jiao. My poor Jiao Jiao, so severely harmed. Had I known my daughter would endure such suffering, I would never have consented to her participation in that program. At that moment, Song Jiao Jiao was entwined in a web of tubes, surrounded by various medical apparatus. She appeared as fragile as a sheet of paper, capable of being torn apart by the slightest breeze. I recognized that, no matter how I felt, Zhishui was married to Lin Meng, and I ought not to engage further with him. I understood my own culpability in this matter, which is why I had remained silent until now. Yet, how could she treat Jiao Jiao this way? How could she inflict such harm? As a mother, how could I condone this? You may deride me as a mistress, and I will accept that, but I must seek justice for Jiao Jiao. After uttering these words, Bai Yuer was overcome with tears. Coupled with the pallor of Song Jiao Jiao's face, her sorrow was palpable, stirring compassion in many viewers. This is truly tragic. It seems the apple does not fall far from the tree. Lin Meng not only terminated Bai Yuer's child but also threatened them both. While young Song Zhishui exhibits violent tendencies, while Bai Yuer's continued interference post-marriage is questionable, they were originally torn apart against their will. I must stand for true love. Taking a step back, no child should be subjected to such brutality. Have you truly ignored Song Jiao Jiao's mistreatment of cats? Yet dare to question who is the real villain? Let Lin Meng's supporters vacate the live stream. Do you possess no empathy? Jiao Jiao is in this state, yet you're concerned about a mere cat? Bai Yuer is simply a pitiable mother. At that moment, Song Zhishui placed his arm around Bai Yuer's shoulders and turned to address the live stream, feigning nonchalance. Indeed, I admit I have deliberately sought to undermine Lin Meng's assets. I have acted with intent to deceive her, posing as her devoted husband. Yet, I seek retribution against Lin Meng. She forced a separation between me and my true love, and has persistently threatened us. I, Song Zhishui, cannot tolerate this indignation. Furthermore, I must clarify that while I despise Lin Meng and wish to retaliate against her, I would never take out my frustration on a child. We were unaware of the swapped identities. Both parties retreated to advance, revealing a dramatic reversal of circumstances and an introspective analysis of their motives, which, combined with Song Jiao Jiao's current plight, successfully swayed the majority of viewers in the live stream. I suddenly find Zhishui to be rather dashing. A man should retaliate when a woman manipulates him so. Zhishui has endured in silence for years, only to see it come to naught. Lin Meng is truly malicious. Can the law not hold her accountable? Just as Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer observed the favorable shift in the barrage, the door was forcefully kicked open. Lin Meng, flanked by her bodyguards, entered the hospital room with an imposing presence. You truly cannot refrain from your antics, can you? Song Zhishui's expression darkened, warily regarding the sudden appearance of Lin Meng. How dare you show your face here? In the next moment, Lin Meng strode forward, unexpectedly splashing makeup remover onto Song Jiao Jiao's face. With a startled scream, the unconscious and unresponsive Song Jiao Jiao abruptly opened her eyes. Chapter 99. A Swift Disavowal. With various tubes affixed to her body and an IV drip hanging from her hand, Song Jiao Jiao instinctively reached for her face as she screamed. Recently, an incident involving sulfuric acid in a supermarket had occurred, and she feared Lin Meng might go mad and do the same to her. Once she confirmed her face was unharmed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, realizing she was still exposed on the live stream, her expression gradually turned to one of shock. Bai Yue and Song Zhishui wore expressions of utter horror. Lin Meng, what are you doing? Bai Yue shrieked as she lunged toward Lin Meng. However, before she could reach her, a bodyguard intercepted her. Song Zhishui's face turned ashen. Lin Meng, who permitted you to enter here? He had anticipated Lin Meng might cause a disturbance and had arranged for personnel outside. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would still be unable to prevent her intrusion. Following a brief lull, the barrage erupted once more. Those who had previously empathized with Song Zhishui and Bai Yue were now genuinely furious, and the comments flooded the screen, nearly obscuring it entirely. Was Song Zhiao's unconsciousness merely an act? Are the tubes affixed to her body all fake? I am truly on the verge of retching. Is this a mere jest at the expense of the audience? Do we truly appear so simple-minded? Based on the performances of certain individuals just now, it indeed seems rather foolish. I cannot help but notice how Song Zhiao's face appears so pallid, and yet she has the audacity to wear makeup. What a spectacle! Is it possible that her fainting spell was merely a charade? Could the others also be deceiving us? I have long sensed something amiss. And yet I was branded as a troll. Now, how does that feel? Upon regaining her senses, Song Zhiao swiftly composed her features. In a feeble voice, she uttered, "What is happening to me? My body aches all over." Lin Meng clapped her hands, urging her to continue her performance. Terrified, Song Zhiao shrank back, tears streaming down her face. "Aunt Lin, I do not understand what you're saying. Please spare me and my parents. I beg you." Having just wiped her face, Song Zhiao had revealed a rosy hue beneath her previously ghastly makeup. It was not a healthy flush, but rather the remnants of swelling. Yet, under the softening filter of the live stream, it appeared particularly vibrant, especially in stark contrast to her prior ashen visage. Unbeknownst to her, she persisted in her self-abasing act. It was only when she sensed the peculiar gaze of Bai Yue that she belatedly glanced at the live stream. Upon seeing her own image, it felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her head, leaving her in a daze. At that moment, her face truly turned pale. Lin Meng retrieved a stack of documents and addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the report of Song Zhiao's minor injuries. Although my daughter, Sui, has faced numerous injustices and abuse from certain individuals since childhood, she possesses a naturally kind and innocent disposition. Even in her fury at witnessing the mistreatment of cats, she would never resort to lethal violence. As for you, Lin Meng, do not bully children." With a frigid stare, Lin Meng warned Song Zhiao, however, "Should you continue to feign severe injuries and slander my daughter, I will ensure that your parents bear the consequences in your stead." The intensity of her gaze instinctively instilled fear in Song Zhiao. By the time she regained her composure and realized she had indeed been severely injured by Song Zhishui, the opportunity had slipped away. Bai Yue screamed, "Song Zhishui has already inflicted serious harm upon my Zhiao. Where is the doctor? Let the doctor speak." The doctor soon appeared, frowning and wearing a serious expression. "This patient's injuries are not of a critical nature. I have stated this before. If you persist in monopolizing these vital medical resources, we will have no choice but to contact the authorities." Without explicitly stating it, it felt as though everything was being implied. To corroborate this assertion, nurses soon appeared to remove the medical equipment from the ward one by one. Song Zhiao and Bai Yue were on the brink of madness. Their prior assessments clearly indicated otherwise, yet now, due to the doctor's words, they were left speechless, unable to voice their grievances. Bai Yue wished to protest, but she caught a warning glare from Song Zhishui and begrudgingly fell silent. Song Zhishui understood that he had likely been outmaneuvered by Lin Meng. However, now that it had come to this, he could only swallow his anger. Sui's mother is indeed formidable. Has Song Zhiao already become such a white lotus at such a tender age? This air of innocence must have seeped into her during her reincarnation. To be honest, this child hardly resembles a mere 3-year-old. She is far too scheming. If not a 3-year-old, then what else could she be? It seems she has been corrupted by her white lotus mother. Both foolish and wicked, this entire family is. Yet their wickedness is likely a result of Lin Meng's coercion, wielding her power to suppress them, forbidding them from retaliating in their own manner. Song Zhiao's feigned illness is indeed wrong, but wasn't it Lin Meng who initially erred? I can empathize. If someone were to oppress me like that, I would be tempted to devise a plot to eliminate them without a thought for morality. Bai Yue glared at Lin Meng with loathing. If you hadn't torn me and Zhishui apart back then, how could we have ended up in this predicament? The next moment, Lin Meng interjected. You two childhood sweethearts were about to be engaged, and I disrupted it? What of you, Song Zhishui, who pursued me for 4 years in university? Song Zhishui glowered at Lin Meng. What fabrications are you spinning now, Lin Meng? I know you were infatuated with me in university, and when your advances were rebuffed, you resorted to threats and coercion. Now you dare to twist the narrative. So, all those love letters were penned by a dog, were they? As her words fell, a bodyguard beside Lin Meng produced a pink box. Inside lay neatly stacked photographs. It was evident that the images depicted 2 individuals in a university setting, their youthful faces brimming with innocence. In the photographs, Song Zhishui gazed adoringly at Lin Meng, revealing not a trace of the reluctance he had claimed during the live stream. Additionally, there were images of him gifting Lin Meng presents and professing his affection. Song Zhishui stared in disbelief at Lin Meng. His previous phone had been lost. There should not have been any photographs from their university days remaining. Any other letters had long been discreetly discarded. Even if there were, he could easily claim they were forgeries by Lin Meng. Yet now, why could Lin Meng produce a stack of photographs? Chapter 100. We have evidence. The photographs, although somewhat aged, were remarkably well preserved. Each vivid image was presented before the audience, causing the entire chat to erupt. What Lin Meng showcased now stood in stark contrast to Song Zhishui's earlier claims of her dogged pursuit. The images clearly illustrated Song Zhishui's proactive pursuit during their university years. From the smiles adorning his face, one would find no indication of coercion whatsoever. Song Zhishui could hardly believe it. He racked his brain, unable to fathom how the photographs from his destroyed phone had resurfaced so vividly. You must be wondering how I possess these photos despite your deliberate destruction of that phone? Song Zhishui's eyes darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Meng, remaining silent. Lin Meng laughed until tears streamed down her face, yet there lingered an inexplicable sorrow. It is because, at that time, I cherished our memories as treasures. I printed each one with care. Every moment spent with Song Zhishui was held dear by her. She meticulously preserved those photographs, intending them as cherished memories for the future. Little did she know, they would transform into a weapon aimed at Song Zhishui. After hearing all of this, the audience was profoundly moved. So, Song Zhishui's audacity stemmed from his prior destruction of Lin Meng's old phone? I had suspected he wouldn't dare to openly smear Lin Meng. It turns out there was a premeditated scheme at play. It is fortunate that Lin Meng had preserved these items. Otherwise, I would have been left in utter silence, unable to articulate my grievances. How naive I was to believe his previous declarations were genuine. It turns out he was merely confident in having obliterated the evidence long ago. The machinations of such a person are exceedingly profound. Perhaps while being with Lin Meng, he had already been deliberately erasing traces of his past, preparing to strike back at any moment. You even went so far as to conceal the matter with your childhood sweetheart, ensuring I remained oblivious. Had it not been for the swap involving Sui Sui, I fear I would still be ensnared in your deception. With each word Lin Meng uttered, Song Zhishui's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that his plan for a live-streamed redemption was likely to backfire spectacularly. The thought of what was to come for the Song family darkened his countenance to an extreme degree, recognizing that he could not control the live stream to terminate it. Song Zhishui prepared to leave with Song Zhiao. After all, his reputation online had already plummeted. Aside from embracing the fall, he had no other recourse. 2 bodyguards reached out to obstruct him, but Song Zhishui fiercely brushed them aside. Step aside. You have no right to confine my freedom. Upon hearing this, the 2 bodyguards, at Lin Meng's signal, slowly parted ways. A cold smirk crept onto Song Zhishui's face, and out of the view of the live stream, he shot Lin Meng a defiant glance. It was as if he were silently proclaiming, "What of these truths? She can only watch as I continue to evade justice." Just as Song Zhishui reveled in this thought, the door to the room was forcefully thrust open once more. With eyes blazing red, Yihong pushed her husband, Song Guiqing, who was confined to a wheelchair, into the hospital room, accompanied by a throng of police officers. At that moment, Yihong's hair was disheveled, and her face gaunt, resembling a woman on the brink of madness. Upon spotting Song Zhishui and Bai Yuer, she instantly regarded them as her sworn enemies, pointing at them and addressing the officers. "Officer, I wish to report a crime. I accuse Song Zhishui of orchestrating the swap of his child with my husband's. He deceived me into believing that Song Zhiao was my child, compelling me to care for her for so many years. Yes, I also wish to report Song Zhishui for assaulting my husband, rendering him partially paralyzed. He nearly died. Throughout this time, He has sent individuals to harass and threaten us, warning us against revealing the events of years past, or else we would face dire consequences. As Yi Hong recounted her grievances, Song Guiqing fervently nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with rage towards Song Zhishui. Officer, you must seek justice for us. Yi Hong clutched the arm of a nearby police officer, her voice a haunting blend of desperation and madness. Upon learning that the daughter she had been nurturing in the Song household was not her biological child, and realizing her true daughter was still unaccounted for, potentially even deceased, Yi Hong could barely endure the weight of despair. The thought of her own flesh and blood suffering in the outside world left her trembling. Night after night, she was haunted by nightmares. Visions of her daughter enduring the same harrowing fate as Sui Sui, subjected to brutal beatings in some filthy, remote place. Coupled with the constant harassment and threats, Yi Hong finally erupted. Upon hearing her accusations, Song Zhishui's expression darkened with fury. Yi Hong, do not slander me. I have never committed such acts. Yes, it is true that he swapped the children and assaulted Song Guiqing. However, while he was enraged, he never intended for Song Guiqing to become paralyzed. Furthermore, he had never threatened Yi Hong or her family. His intention was merely to eliminate those two individuals. Yet, during such precarious times, he feared the repercussions of Lin Meng uncovering any wrongdoing, and thus would never stoop to such measures. At that moment, Song Guiqing made a desperate effort to reach out and tug at Yi Hong's clothing, his eyes wild with urgency. Gazing at the deranged Yi Hong, it seemed as if a thought struck him, and he spoke out once more. Yes, we have evidence. Officer, we possess evidence. As he spoke, Yi Hong produced an exceedingly old mobile phone from her pocket. She navigated through it to reveal 2 audio recordings. Song Guiqing, as long as you swap Lin Meng's child, I will give you this amount. The only person I love is you heir. The child born of Lin Meng repulses me. This was a closely guarded secret of Song Guiqing, one he had kept hidden. Originally, he intended to use this recording to blackmail Song Zhishui in the future. However, after being rendered unable to care for himself due to his paralysis, his mindset had completely shifted. It was not his actions that had led to this. It was Song Zhishui's blunders. Why should he endure such treatment and repeated threats? If he could not live well, then he would ensure that Song Zhishui faced the same fate. Chapter 101. All will be revealed. The police carefully placed the phone into a sealed evidence bag. This phone would be retained as evidence. Mr. Song, please accompany us. Upon hearing those words, Song Zhishui cast a menacing glare towards Song Guiqing. However, at that moment, Song Guiqing showed no sign of fear. With a malicious grin, he regarded Song Zhishui, his eyes filled with madness. Come on, let us all face the consequences together. Having already reached such a state, he no longer cared about anything else. Gritting his teeth, Song Zhishui spat menacingly. Song Guiqing, are you certain you wish to slander me in this manner? If it is proven that all of this is merely your fabrication, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it. His voice dripped with menace. Song Guiqing could barely articulate a response. Yi Hong shot a fierce glare back at him. What is wrong? Is Mr. Song attempting to intimidate us? We stand on solid ground, unafraid of shadows. Everything we say is the truth, so we fear you not. Song Zhishui replied coldly. According to your assertions, if I indeed orchestrated all of this, then you too are complicit. Initially, Song Zhishui believed Yi Hong would recoil at this statement, wavering in her resolve. Yet Yi Hong quickly interjected, yes, we are. What of it? We are willing to confess. She beamed with satisfaction. Our child is already lost. Life holds no meaning for us anymore. Dragging the president of the Song group down with us to prison would be delightful. Ha 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 ha. Madwoman, you are utterly insane. Just then the police intervened, interrupting their exchange. Enough. Any discussion should take place at the police station. Song Zhishui's mind raced. To think they would attempt to arrest him based solely on 2 dubious recordings. I recall no such rationale. The officers regarded him with grave seriousness. Mr. Song, the video of you assaulting Song Guiqing in the alley has already circulated online. Even without the matter of the child swap, you must accompany us. Song Zhishui's heart sank, followed by a derisive laugh. It is inconceivable. Such an event has never transpired. Song Zhishui was acutely aware that this was a commonly employed tactic during interrogations. They feigned that certain incidents had occurred and that they had procured evidence, thereby undermining the psychological defenses of the suspect to achieve their interrogation objectives. Although he was seething with rage and had impulsively assaulted Song Guiqing, He recognized that the place was in utter disarray, devoid of any functioning surveillance. Thus, the police's claim that a video had been disseminated online was sheer nonsense. His gaze steadily traversed the faces of several officers. I demand to contact my attorney. I shall utter not a word until my lawyer arrives. At that moment, Yi Hong gleefully presented the video in her possession for Song Zhishui to see. What further excuses do you have, Song Zhishui? I assure you, all of this is substantiated by evidence. As he beheld the unmistakable profile, frontal view, and silhouette of himself within the video, Song Zhishui could not suppress his astonishment. How could this be possible? He had acted on a whim that day. Who could have possibly followed him and captured the footage in advance? No. The reason he sought out Song Zhishui was that he believed Song Zhishui had swapped his daughter for his own. However, the DNA paternity test report had been orchestrated by Lin Meng. This implied that Song Zhishui's gaze abruptly shifted towards Lin Meng, locking onto the secretive smile that only she bestowed upon him. Song Zhishui, this is the gift I prepared for you long ago. Do you fancy it? To ensure this pivotal moment, she had even tolerated Yi Hong for so long. Song Zhishui was filled with resentment, yet at this juncture, no amount of discontent would be of any avail. The video evidence lay glaringly on the internet. Moreover, the victim himself, Song Zhishui, was there to testify, leaving him with no grounds to refuse accompanying the police. Simultaneously, comments began to circulate in the online chat. Hurry and watch. Someone has posted a video of Song Zhishui beating Song Zhishui into paralysis. I never imagined that beneath the facade of a devoted philanthropist, he could engage in such vile actions. What good can come from capitalists? It's merely a facade for us to behold. This is truly a magnificent spectacle. Everyone's performance is exceptional, including that of the child, Song Zhiao. Lin Meng's cold gaze swept over Song Zhishui before she raised her hand. Wait a moment, officer. As the mother of Song Zhishui, I accuse Song Zhishui of orchestrating the abduction of my daughter. Lin Meng. Song Zhishui's eyes flared with rage. It was not a matter of a mere swap, but abduction, two entirely different implications. Were it a swap, it could be construed as an internal family issue. Yet, abduction transformed the situation entirely. Yi Hong's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it is abduction. My husband abducted Song Zhishui under the direction of Song Zhishui. The sight of Yi Hong's exuberance nearly made Song Zhishui choke with fury. Meanwhile, Lin Meng maintained her calm demeanor throughout, as if everything had unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. At this moment, Song Zhishui's desire to eliminate Lin Meng reached its zenith. Had he known, had he foreseen, he should have dealt with Lin Meng sooner. It was precisely her keen intellect that thwarted him. Any slight misstep on his part would easily be detected by her. Thus, for years, Song Zhishui had been walking a tightrope, afraid to falter even slightly. Little did he expect that Lin Meng and Song Zhiao would serendipitously arrive at that hospital, coinciding with Song Zhishui's presence. Their paths crossed, and they inexplicably recognized one another. What followed was an unstoppable cascade, akin to a grand edifice crumbling. Even now, Song Zhishui could not fathom how events had spiraled to the point of Lin Meng's discovery. He had been so meticulous in his actions. As he was led away by the police, Bai Yuer clutched Song Zhiao, weeping profusely. Song Zhiao's eyes were vacant, unconsciously murmuring, how could this happen? How could it have come to this? It shouldn't be like this. In my past life, it was never this way. Now that her father was being taken away by the police, what was she to do? Lin Meng's gaze swept over the two, lightly brushing non-existent dust from her garments. Quickly return home and pack your belongings. As Song Zhishui's wife currently pursuing divorce, I have already applied to freeze all assets under his name. Oh, and you too? Bai Yuer. Over the years, Song Zhishui has utilized a considerable amount of our marital property to support you. I have meticulously enumerated all expenses. You must remember to repay them. Bai Yuer's face contorted, but Brother Zhishui willingly spent that on me. Lin Meng raised her hand, gripping Bai Yuer's chin. That is our marital property. Any usage without my consent can be reclaimed. With that, Lin Meng coldly released Bai Yuer's chin and departed, flanked by her bodyguard. Bai Yuer sat despondently, her lips quivering. It was all over. Everything was finished.